London, a city built on stone and stories, where traditions and the ultra-modern share the same streets. And for one weekend, it hosts chess at its fastest.
He's losing! Holy bejesus snaps!
For centuries, this game traveled the world, across classrooms and clubs, palaces and pubs. A universal language, 64 squares, and infinite choices. But speed changes everything.
Is that a mouse slip?
There's no time to settle, no time to hide. Instinct, calculation, nerve, all under the watchful eye of a clock that never stops. This is the Speed Chess Championship, where brilliant ideas appear in seconds and disappear just as fast.
Oh my goodness.
Where one slip is enough, and one surge can turn the whole match. 4 players, 4 styles, and 1 stage. Live in London. Denis Lazovic, the next generation, fearless and precise. Alireza Firouzja, the challenger, always ready to disrupt and shake things up. Hikaru Nakamura, 5-time champion, speed chess royalty and built for this format. And Magnus Carlsen, world #1 and the standard everyone is measured against.
Magnus claims the title.
No long matches, no slow build-up, just speed, pressure, and decisions that have to be right immediately.
Oh no!
Welcome to the Speed Chess Championship, live from London.
We are live from London. The 2025 Speed Chess Championship Live Finals makes its way to the UK. Boy, it has already been a wild ride. It's been beautiful here. The sun was out early this morning, and now we're coming inside to the 180 studios where the chess has also been beautiful. The layout is beautiful. The stage is beautiful. The fans are beautiful. You're all beautiful. I'm not sure we could have had a better end to the day yesterday. Obviously, depending on where the fans sit, whether they were rooting for Hikaru or Firouzja, maybe a little disappointment. But in terms of the display that was put on and what we all went to bed with, I hope that Sunday delivers today, Levy.
Yeah, as the person who casted that match, I will say I was probably more stressed than both of the players. I don't know about upset or happy, but that was everything you could have asked for, and it's only a shame that it was the semifinal instead of an actual final match. Alireza manages to pull it off, and Magnus was dominant earlier in the day. We'll see what happens later.
And how do you sleep after a night like that, right? The big feelings and emotions. The players must have struggled to get to sleep, winning or losing. The adrenaline, the big feelings on letting it go. As a caster,
oh, it's near impossible. I was up till 3 a.m. with the emotions, the excitement. I wanted them to keep playing till like 5 a.m. if it was possible, but then we would get kicked out of the building, unfortunately, so it wasn't possible. But that was absolute cinema. And as you said, Levy, it was only the semifinals. So what can we expect for today? I hope we can keep our voice till the end because I'm already hyped.
Yeah, and the fans are continuing to come in here. We know that the line, security doing their job up there. Everyone's going to be pumped. Maintain your energy today, everybody, because we're also going to be here late into the night before we crown the next Speed Chess champion. So, okay, we have a lot to get into to preview what's about to happen between Denis Lazovic and Hikaru Nakamura. There is a lot at stake, despite the fact that we're kicking off with a consolation match. I don't think there's ever been a consolation match worth more in the history of chess, online or over the board. I don't know that that's an exaggeration to say. So let's talk a little bit about how we got here again. The bracket tells you what you need to know. We're not going to remind you of what it was before we arrived in London. Let's zoom right in to what happened. Magnus Carlsen got the better of Denis Lazovic. Alireza Firouzja took down Hikaru Nakamura in epic fashion. But it's Lazovic versus Hikaru now, and it's big feelings. Levy, I'm just going to throw to you and let you have the floor. Where do you want to go with this? If you're Hikaru, you're trying to let go and just focus on the now and remember there's a lot to play for. If you're Denis, maybe you're in an easier frame of mind because it kind of happened the way you maybe thought. But what do you think is happening as these players come into the building?
Well, for a second Speed Chess Championship in a row, we have Hikaru losing to Alireza Firouzja in the semifinal. Only this time, he was at some point with maybe 2, 3, or 4 minutes left, something like a 90% chance to win. And it happens. It happens in all sorts of sports. Like your favorite team is right there, and then all of a sudden they're not. The difference, as you said, is that now he has an opportunity to lock up the spot in the Esports World Cup. It is a big deal. So does Lazovic. Like, Hikaru's actually kind of safe even if he loses this match because of the overall leaderboard. Lazovic has a chance to totally change his life. And you said this yesterday. You play Magnus Carlsen. I'm not saying that from Hikaru is like that much of some sort of step down, but you got the experience in the practice, and you're playing Hikaru who's tilted, but that might not even be good news, right? Yeah. Because an angry Hikaru could stomp Denis Lazovic. So very intriguing matchup.
I was just going to ask you, Anna, on Levy's point, is the fact that there's a lot to play for more in Denis's favor, does that help him? Or is it good for Hikaru that he knows he kind of has it locked up so he can relax a little bit and kind of let go of what happened yesterday? Who do you think is benefiting from sort of the psychological positioning that each player has?
Well, that's a difficult question. I think there's a lot to what Levy already mentioned and the psychology behind this situation. But I would think that Hikaru, an angry Hikaru is terrifying, and I think he still might be angry. So I am afraid that this could be a match where Hikaru wants to just go power through, lock in, and show why he is a speed chess demon. At the same time, Denis, the underdog, practiced for today's match by playing against Magnus Carlsen for 3 hours. It's not a bad training. It's gonna be a thriller.
Yeah, not at all. And we see players came in yesterday, obviously some big moments, some really, really heartbreaking moments for Hikaru. Again, I would lean into what you said, Levy, that is, if Hikaru is not sad but angry, that's probably okay, right? You got to let it go and let the fire come out. Obviously, the fire last year was different. We talked about the feud between him and Hans Niemann. Does he have the same fire to qualify for Riyadh, knowing that he might already have it locked up on points?
I mean, I don't think he wanted to come to London and finish 4th out of 4, so yeah, absolutely. Yep. You know what I mean? Now, will it be a close match? Denis Lazovic is a really difficult puzzle to figure out, right? He is uber solid. He has Magnus's style. The only problem is he had to play against Magnus yesterday, who has 16 years more experience. Like, you put this in perspective, Denis right now is maybe somewhere in the top 100 in the world, and he's 19. Magnus was the world #1 at 21. He has been the best player in the world for 15 years. They're not really, like at 19, Magnus was likely already with a slightly higher ceiling, but Denis still has an opportunity definitely to show his peak form. If he takes down Hikaru, I mean, what more do you want? He enters the conversation very quickly as the top 5 speed player in the world. Yep. Like, no questions asked.
Well, you talked about whether he can take down Hikaru. Let's look at their head-to-head stats. Hikaru and Alireza, we said yesterday, have maybe more games against each other than, I don't know, anybody in the world right now. Hikaru and Denis don't have the same type of history, Anna, but more games than Denis had against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe that experience pays off a little bit, knowing that he's been playing against Hikaru in Title Tuesday since he was like 11 years old or something.
Most certainly. As we mentioned it yesterday, Denis has been on Chess.com since he was 10. Half of his lifetime playing Blitz chess, solving puzzles on Chess.com, basically every single day of his life. And he beat Hikaru, by the way. It's not on our card, but I want to mention that in 2024, at the Chessable Masters, Denis Lazovic beat Hikaru in rapid 2-0. And that was 2 years ago. So I don't think this match will be an easy one. Neither for Hikaru nor for Denis.
I will just quickly add, they both have about a 2-to-1 win ratio, Hikaru and Magnus against Denis. Magnus 21-11, I think it was, and Hikaru 27-13. So Hikaru has beaten him more often, but these stats are misleading. Right, since 2024, Alireza does have more wins head-to-head against Hikaru. So maybe if this was like a cherry pick, like from 2026 or 2025, maybe it's a lot closer than we think. And Hikaru's not getting any younger. Denis is half his age. It's 19 and 38.
I love your point, and I want to point out quickly that also more than half the games they played have ended in draws. You saw there were 43 draws in the middle, and I want to just call out that if we are looking back at an upset at the end of this match, you might see a storyline that looked like Denis was really, really hard to beat. Those draws are because of Denis's style more than Hikaru's. The question in this match might come down to who scrambles better, to your point yesterday, not necessarily who's outplaying the other person at all times. So, all right, time for us to get out of here just in time for Eric and Amon to take over and have the call from the caster booth. I know you guys have each other. You always have each other, the Chess Bras, so I don't have to ask if you're lonely, but the crowd here will be cheering for you guys. Give it up for the Chess Bras taking us in.
Thank you, Danny.
Do you guys color coordinate this often, black and white? Is it like, are you guys premeditating your outfit before you come? Just be honest.
We don't have to think about it. You know, we've been coordinating for so many years together, it just comes naturally at this point.
All right, well, take it away. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Danny and the crew. And Eric, we're back with the Speed Chess Championship final day, and it's Denis Lazovic. He's got a tough matchup in Hikaru Nakamura, but he had a tough matchup in Magnus Carlsen. So coming into this match, what do you think Denis is feeling?
I think he's feeling good. I mean, he's not playing Magnus, and as the desk alluded to, stylistically, it's a different opponent today. It's Hikaru. On a good day, he can steamroll everyone. For Denis, besides the EWC motivation, he wants a crack at beating Hikaru. Hikaru looked a bit vulnerable during the match yesterday, and others have mentioned even his qualification to the finals against Wesley, against Le Quang. Those are close matches. He's shown some weaknesses maybe we didn't see in previous years. And at some point, that psychological edge, those young guys are looking to break that. And all it takes is, you know, one SCC defeat, and that gives them all the confidence in the world. That's what they're looking for. So I think Denis has he can be happy with his play yesterday, and he has a lot to play for. And I think he's going to do a bit better than people expect.
Yeah, well, he's up against Hikaru Nakamura. Let's have a look at Hikaru, because Hikaru is a player that I think you mentioned might have looked a little bit vulnerable, but what the desk was saying there is a great point. 5-time Speed Chess champion. He didn't come here to finish 4th. He didn't come here to finish 3rd, quite frankly. So he may come in this match. He doesn't have the EWC top of his mind to play for, but you see those ratings. He sets records all the time on Chess.com for the highest rating ever. And Eric, he's not here to lose this matchup. He might come in more motivated than ever.
I think so. I think Hikaru's motivated. You look at his ratings and you wonder, where does the rating come from? He likes to log online and dominate players. He really enjoys doing that. And we've seen his match last year. He lost to Alireza, and then dominant performance the next day. He really cherishes it, enjoys being at the top. So even though he's probably locked up his spot either way, doesn't want to, give a chance to these young guys and then, read the comments online. No, he's definitely very motivated.
Completely agree. And obviously, some of the fans might be back from yesterday. They'll already know the format. There's a lot of us, joining maybe for the first time for the finals. So let's remind everyone the format and what we can expect from today.
The Speed Chess Championships feature the most exciting format in online chess. 3 different time controls test competitors' skills across Blitz and Bullet. First is the 5-minute Blitz. Players battle for 90 minutes in this strategic and accurate time control. Next is an hour of 3-minute Blitz, the sweet spot. It's slow enough that there is some time to think, but fast enough that intuition and speed are crucial.
Oh, he blundered. Oh, no.
Face, he's really upset.
Oh, G1 queen.
G1 equals queen.
Oh, my gosh.
Finally, 30 minutes of Bullet decide it all. Players are not just battling against their opponent and the board, but also the clock.
Oh, my God, he lost no time.
It's a race against time to score points before time runs out. In all time controls, games have 1 second of increment. Once time trouble sets in, the players may be able to avoid flagging, but they will be locked into a scramble for the rest of the game. Fast, furious, tilting, and thrilling. Since 2016, the Speed Chess Championship format has been the standard. Who is the king of online speed chess?
Well, now that you know the format, let's take a look at the pre-match prediction. Eric, having a look at the numbers here, those breakdowns, 81% in this match for Hikaru Nakamura to 19% for Denis. But once again, very similar to that Magnus Carlsen prediction from the match yesterday, 14-10 is that final score prediction. And when you look at the sections, 5+1, 3+1, the model has Hikaru, sort of barely eking out just by 1 point. So again, do you feel that this match could be closer than this is representing, or perhaps maybe not fair enough to Hikaru, who could come in and win by a much larger margin?
Yeah, if anything, I think it's fair to Hikaru, or he's a larger favorite. The context is they've played before. Denis is a very solid player, but at the end of the day, you have to beat someone one-on-one in a match for 3 hours, and I just haven't seen anyone do that against Hikaru, except for Magnus or Alireza. Until that happens, I'll always consider him a pretty strong favorite.
Right, and so then that kind of brings me to wonder, we saw the match between Alireza and Hikaru. If you missed that one, you definitely have to watch it back. But that showed, just how difficult it is to beat someone like Hikaru. So is that the matchup you think that Denis needs to have to beat Hikaru? Because we've almost never seen Hikaru lose a blowout match by any stretch. So is it a fighting tooth and nail kind of style that Denis needs to go for?
I don't think so. If I envision how Denis wins this match, it's not a comeback. Like Alireza pulled off. With that rook f4 move, no, I think he's going to have to frustrate Hikaru, take advantage of small mistakes. Magnus didn't give Denis many opportunities yesterday, but when he did, we saw some highlights from Denis, and he took advantage of that. Hikaru can make some mistakes. He can get a bit ambitious in some positions, and that's where Denis can take advantage of it. And so I think how he wins is by like draws, couple wins in very solid positions, and just allowing Hikaru to overextend and just slowly but surely keeping it close, maybe being up a point or two. But I don't see him. He doesn't have the style to come back from behind. I don't think so.
Right, that's a good point. We saw that consistency that he showed in the match against Magnus. And what ends up happening is Magnus did overpress a few times. Now, obviously, Magnus kind of had that lead, that comfort zone, and we felt that he was doing it from a position of confidence, that he had the match in the bag. But if that happens here, when the match maybe isn't at that level of a lead for Hikaru, that could be a problem.
Definitely, and you know, Hikaru played the evening match, so it really is fresh in his memory. So if Denis can get off to a good start, psychologically, I could see that being quite frustrating for Hikaru. He's like, I've lost so many games in the last 24 hours. Like,
and I think we have John Sargent ready to introduce the players. Eric, let's get straight to the action. John, take it away.
Thank you very much, folks. It's basically time to bring the players on now. Good afternoon, London. How's everybody feeling today? You good? Everybody's fresh and ready. We've got a very long day of chess ahead, a very good day of chess ahead, and it is my pleasure to bring out the players that you are going to be seeing in our first match today. First up, the #1 rated player of his federation with back-to-back appearances at the Champions Chess Tour Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm round of applause for Denis Lazovic! And his opponent. He is the #1 rated American player and 4-time World Championship candidate, the highest rated Blitz player in history on Chess.com. Please welcome Hikaru Nakamura! Plenty of prize money and a spot at the Esports World Cup is on the line right here, right now in London. Aman, Eric, I can't wait for the games to start. Over to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Eric, the energy in there sounds crazy. John, of course, hyping things up, and we finally are down to the chess. This matchup will determine an EWC qualification spot. So as the desk and Danny alluded to, probably the highest stakes, third place or consolation match that we've ever hosted.
Yeah, the EWC event in Riyadh, biggest prize fund there is in online chess. And for a player like Denis, he's not in the standings. He has to fight tooth and nail. Getting that guaranteed spot would really make a big difference.
100%. Someone like Hikaru, should he not get it here, he's a player that will make an appearance there nonetheless. But for Denis Lazovic, this is a huge matchup with a lot on the line for the Speed Chess Championship and also the EWC. We're about to get into things here, but obviously, Eric, getting off to that good start, everyone wants to win the first game, and Denis did that against Magnus Carlsen. So we're looking to see, is he going to come out of the gate with that same good performance?
Well, I don't think he's going to switch up his style, and we've seen his chess as a growing, ambitious young player. His style is very effective. You just want to add a few more weapons here and there, but you don't change the style. It got him to where he is, and he's an extremely frustrating opponent to play against.
Yep, and it looks like we have games in progress here. You mentioned Denis not changing his style. That's something that we come to expect from him, consistency, being solid, and now we're into the action here. Looks like solid to start off, Eric, no surprise. E4, E5, and Hikaru was happy to start things off. Not looking to do anything too much in the opening. Remember, usually feeling things out in the 5-minute portion is what I've seen from my experience commentating these Speed Chess Championship matches, seeing what works, seeing what positions you can get, and how your opponent reacts to, maybe playing more positionally or going for an attack. We know that Denis does not like to take too many risks.
No, and we're seeing a Berlin defense. That is one of the most solid openings. The main way to get an advantage against it is you have to play some theory, bring out some prep. It's not an easy opening to just freestyle as white and expect much of an advantage. So Hikaru, definitely, if he's entering it, playing these E4 lines, he knows Denis is going to play very solid, maybe some drawish Spanish type of systems. He's going to need some preparation.
And we see already this maneuver, the knight from C6 for black, dropped E7, over to G6. For white, the knight from D2 can go to F1 and G3, another very common maneuver. And, we developed the knights so naturally to C3 and F3 all the time. It's what we learned in chess when we're starting out. And then this maneuver, however, in this structure is the most common. And you're highlighting that this bishop, now the decision needs to be made. Having played D4 for white, there are extra options like bishop D3 and even bishop back to F1, which is a higher level move, Eric, but something that can make a lot of sense here.
Definitely. You want to preserve that light squared bishop. There haven't been any pawn exchanges. Bishops get stronger as the position opens up later on in the game. And neither player wants to release the tension in the center. So everything focuses around that pawn on D4, that pawn on E4. Black sometimes tries to play D5 to equalize. But in the meantime, the players are maneuvering in preparation for that center opening up.
Yeah, and that bishop on F1, it looks weird to maybe bring it all the way back, but there's sometimes an idea to play the move G3, and the bishop can make its way to G2, while the G3 pawn does a really good job controlling the knight on G6, covering H4, covering F4. White's just played the move queen to C2, and curious to see how things are going to develop. The knight from D2 can jump to the C4 square as well, put pressure on that black bishop on B6, and also open up the bishop from C1 to eventually develop. And those A pawns, almost on both sides, Eric, A4, A5, tend to make an appearance in this opening.
Definitely. Playing A4, space-gaining move, also helps support the knight on C4 because it discourages black from playing B5. Black does play B5 in those cases after A4. Well, now all of a sudden, white's rook on A1 has, a presence in the game, has pressure on the A file.
That's right. A4 does a great job. Would keep the rook open if that exchange happened. Black takes with the knight on E5, clearly looking to trade pieces. And for white here, I was going to say the knight on C4 looks a little bit better than the knight on F3, so you capture with the knight from F3. Knight on C4 looks good. And there we see that A4 move. It doesn't permanently, entrench that knight on the C4 square, but it starts to do a good job, and even could consider B4, A5, continuing to gain space while playing bishop E3 to complete development.
Yeah, if you give white some time, B4, as you mentioned, A5, bishop E3, put a rook on the D file. It is a symmetrical structure, but white has a bit more space with those queenside pawns and maybe some more active pieces. So a bit of an edge for Hikaru, but still very solid so far.
Yeah, thinking about this, from the other side, it seems like white's making these small incremental gains, but realistically, the evaluation of the position is nothing to be too concerned about. Bishop E3 we probably expect with rook D1 coming for white. Now, for black, the queen will probably need to vacate that D file, queen to E7. You can always challenge the D file. What I'll be looking at is after a move like bishop E3, it's kind of annoying, Eric, that you're targeting that A7 pawn. It's one of those things that you don't feel like is a big deal, but if you bring that rook to the D file as white, I might actually consider taking that in a lot of lines.
Yeah, you can take it in a lot of lines because it doesn't get trapped easily with B6 because we're ready to play A5. So definitely bishop E3, natural square. And knight H7, though, let's talk about that move.
Yeah, knight H7. The first thing is the move F5, not really a part of this particular position. Tough to achieve and would weaken some squares. So knight H7, I think, is more of a maneuvering kind of move. You do have knight G5 available. It also allows the queen to move out as well, whether to H4 or F6. But this knight can also retreat, right? Knight to F8 can make an appearance into G6 and perhaps into the F4 square as well.
Yeah, queen F6. Denis would like to play rook D8, but as Amon has alluded to, A7's a bit tender. Knight G5, I like that idea as well. I mean, when you play knight F8, knight G6, white can often play G3, and then there's no follow-up square.
Exactly. And if white would play the move F3, all of a sudden, the dark squares start to become a little bit weak. You can even reposition that knight at that point. It may take a while, Eric, but might consider knight back to h7, knight back to f8, knight back to g6, and then the move g3 from earlier is no longer that good. So it seems like a lot of maneuvering, but for white, there's no immediate breakthrough. So a move like f3 does weaken some dark squares.
Yeah, I'm expecting Hikaru to play a more flexible move than that. e4 is under pressure a little bit. Maybe queen g6 is an idea. Threatening knight takes h3. The pawn is pinned and e4. Some tactical opportunities. Maybe that means king h1, prophylactic move.
Yeah, getting ahead of that idea, and then perhaps after queen g6, then you could react to the threat on e4. Whereas right now, it's not quite attacked. If you need a useful move for white, there's a5, but I do think queen g6 is enough of a threat. And we're remembering, white does not want to play bishop takes g5. Not only is that the bishop pair, but the dark squares will be quite weak after that.
I'm expecting king h1. h4 is a more ambitious way of dealing with it. But then you do weaken the g4 square. In the future, we look at h4, knight h7. Do we want to play g3? We can do it, but we have weakened the light squares a little bit. I think it's okay, but king h1 is more flexible.
Yeah, I do like the move king h1, and not to h2. It's sometimes difficult to even describe. Do you play king h2? Do you play king h1? These are the nuances of high-level chess. But h1 sort of feels a bit better. It's off of a checking square on that diagonal from the bishop on c7. And Hikaru is clearly deep in thought here. He's gone for king h1, and I do agree, Eric, your suggestion makes the most sense in the current position. He wants to force Denis to play queen g6 before he reacts to it.
Yeah, queen g6 now. I'm trying to figure out if I'd play f3. There's probably some other ideas. This position, I think, is more comfortable for white, all things considered. A little bit of space, a5, these space-gaining moves on the queen side. Quite annoying to deal with. In the future, black wants to play rook d8, wants to trade things off. Denis's style, very, very solid. But this a5 move, at some point, could really harass the queen side.
Yeah, notice that b6 has been played. I think this is almost required. a6 would have weakened the dark squares too much. And guess what? You had to play rook d8 to challenge the d-file. So that was a must play for Denis. He's gone for it. Queen f2. I'm wondering if we're going to see this knight on g5 reroute. And I mentioned knight h7, knight f8. That does take a while. Perhaps the bishop on e6 could move, and then you have knight e6, which is a bit of a faster way to reach, for example, the f4 square.
But I like what Hikaru is doing. It's very simple. You can play this quickly. I know he's down on the clock, but a5 at some point, when he puts the queen on f2, say a7 pawn, it's really a target because black does react with b5. At some point, this pawn on a7 will push to a6, but that's a target in the endgame. I can envision b5 being played by Denis. Maybe knight b2, knight d3, knight c5. We have some squares here. There's a plan, and sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, I like that maneuver a lot. I will say that it's also nice for Denis that knight h7 very clearly needs to reach a certain square, whether it's d7 to combat that knight c5 you just mentioned, or whether it's g6 to go to f4. Black also has some maneuvering that he can get done, and bishop takes on c4 because of exactly what you were highlighting, and this changes things.
Yeah, it changes things. Denis trades on b4. Hikaru picks up a7, so we just have position, 5 pawns a piece. White has the bishop pair, but the material's quite limited here, and we know Denis is quite comfortable playing some of these technical positions, even if he's a little bit worse.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be counterplay on the dark squares. The knight from g5 will make it, for example, to e6 and into f4. And you probably after knight e6, you'd have a pretty critical decision about whether you actually take that knight. And actually, the move b5 has been played, tempting to just liquidate those pawns and getting very, very equal here without any pawns to worry about. All the action is pretty much going to be on the king side now.
And that favors Denis. Bishop pair specializes in open positions and when there's pawns on both sides of the board because they're long-range pieces. By trading off the queenside pawns, that's not enough for the two bishops.
Yeah, you can play knight f4, but that move alone is not going to be enough. You can see clearly Hikaru is hanging on to this bishop pair. The strongest piece in the position is probably, minor piece in the position, is probably that bishop on a2. It's going to be very, very annoying, and we'll see if Denis can take control of the dark squares. Big idea would be if Denis can achieve dark square bishops traded off the board, that might change things.
Yeah, with dark squared bishops off the board, we can envision maybe knight h5, this g3 square. As white, you mentioned the bishop on a2 is very good. I'd love to get a rook on the 7th, but I feel like every time Hikaru will attempt that, black will try to challenge it.
Yeah, this rook takes c8 move and bishop takes f7 actually is a successful tactic, but part of it means that bishop c5 would either trade the dark squared bishops or opposite bishops, which is what we see here. The dark squares are so weak in Hikaru's position, but similarly, the light squares are weak in black's position, and white's up a pawn.
White's up a pawn. I think Denis, with his opposite bishops, he wants his queen on g3, get that bishop on f4, generate some counterplay on h2, but too many moves away. White's king is all, oh, black's queen f7. There's a mate threat on b8. Rook d8. How do you get that back rank open for white?
Yeah, it's all about the back rank. I'm worried about bishop e3 to f4, right? That's another idea. That's why he keeps attacking the rook. If that's queen d6, may as well give that one an exclamation mark. You can't take it due to checkmate.
Maybe queen g6. Oh, that's annoying. Even though it's opposite bishops, which king is safer? White's king.
But that king is going to make a mad dash up the board. The h-pawn can support on h5 or at least on h4. The move f4 can be achieved, and I think this is actually a real push for white here.
Well, I think it's completely winning for white because you can't move the rook from black off the back rank for the rest of the game. It's going to be checkmate. And now the e-pawn is supported by the bishop, by the rook. Player's down under 5 seconds, but it's a very easy position to play for Hikaru. Simple plan.
Yeah, you can't do anything about this. The e-pawn goes all the way up the board, and even h5, taking the time to play that move, great technique. And that is impressive, Eric, to win that type of position as well. Just one pawn up, all on the same side of the board. Really just outplayed Denis in a position that was probably closer to a draw than a win.
Yeah, it felt like when the players, once they're under 30 seconds, he just read the position very well. All of his moves came quick, and even though it was quite equal, a little bit of pressure, and the tactics were flowing. And you don't want to give Hikaru like just the position. Opposite bishops, he's very good at practical blitz positions.
Exactly right, and that's a huge skill. That's like a big part of blitz chess. You don't always need a winning position. You need a position that is easier to play, clear plan, where you can apply pressure on the clock. Hikaru's simply one of the best in the world at doing that.
Well, you mentioned, will Denis get off to a good start? This is opposite of his match yesterday.
That's right, and it's difficult kind of loss as well. It's not, you weren't just outplayed, outclassed in a big way. It was more minute, impressive technique from Hikaru. But now, Denis with the white pieces. I feel like you haven't really had a bad start to a match when you still have the white pieces to play. There is this push that you have when playing white. So let's see what Denis can do here. Obviously, a lot of space currently on the queen side in Denis's favor. And usually in these positions, you will see at some point these light squares in the center start to be controlled, whether it's knight e4, knight d5. And in contrast, to control some of these dark squares, probably white does need to play the move e3 because you don't want to hand over everything to black.
Well, talking about the opening choice here, Denis went for the English. We didn't see that much yesterday. And in this position, there's been no exchanges, rich positions, rich middle games, lots of maneuvering. At some point, pawns will be traded off, but the players will maneuver as much as they can until then. But I like the opening choice because, yeah, no exchanges. It keeps many options open and a long game, which is what Denis likes.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he's switched things up because we were actually saying that's not usually what you expect from Denis, but I think that adaptability is really important in these long speed chess matchups. So very exciting to see this early on and wonder if it's something that he'll stick with, of course, pending success.
Wondering here if white will choose to play knight b3. I mean, you can maybe play queen c2, the d3 pawn's loose. You notice the light squared bishop up for white, very good, has the whole diagonal, and as a result, the d5 square is tendered for the rest of the game. Black does not have a good way of challenging the d5 square besides exchanges because if you ever, the c6 square is covered by that pawn on b5. So good control by Denis. I've noticed he's been up on the clock both games coming out of the opening, which we did expect heading into the SCC finals. He generally was one of the quicker players in the format.
Yeah, we very likely will see this knight on c5 challenged with bishop to a3. The other way that you can play is, a little bit more with f4, but feels like this knight should be challenged in some way. You want to play the move like knight d5, for example, but the a4 pawn needs attention, especially now that the rook has moved. I really expect this knight on c5 to be challenged, and the move f4 in the future.
Yeah, I think you have to challenge the knight on c5 because otherwise a4 is loose for the rest of the game. You have to keep your knight on c3, e4 is hit. I'm not sure about f4 though, because if we want to trade off that knight on c5, then we're giving black the bishop pair, and if white chooses to play f4, maybe there's some risk with opening up black's bishop.
Yeah, an interesting plan might be to try to take the knight and then occupy the light squares and play something like h4, king h2, bishop h3, try to trade that light squared bishop off while going for a plan involving knight d5.
Yeah, ideally, trade the light squared bishops off and contain the dark squared bishop, which means we don't touch the f-pawn and just play on the light squares as you mentioned.
And queen e7 had to get off the d file because otherwise bishop takes c5 would force b takes c5 here. It looks like black's intending to recapture with the d pawn. A definite edge to white though. This has been a successful opening, I think, early on for Denis. Again, we want to see what he's going to go for here. h4, actually dual purpose. King h2, bishop h3 to trade off the light squared bishop, but also h5. Black kind of wants to play f5, maybe open things up, help that dark squared bishop. So h5, I think, was as much of, if not more so, an idea than king h2.
No, I like your idea for sure. I mean, the real goal here, trade off the light squared bishops. Why? Because then white can install a knight on d5 and potentially have positions good knight versus bad bishop. Hikaru's hesitating to play f5 for the same reason that white's hesitating to play f4. f5 opens up this monster. So we're going to see more maneuvering here, but bishop h3 is ready to be played.
And the thing about bishop h3 is that if black would capture on h3, it's exactly what white wants. d5 square under white's control. But if white captures on e6, Hikaru might really consider f takes e6. I know it looks weird. Those might be the ugliest pawns you've ever seen. But boy, is it helpful to keep that knight out of d5.
Yeah, you can't afford to allow a knight to just stick itself on d5 permanently for the rest of the game. That would have to be played after bishop h3. I like what Denis is doing. It's a simple plan, but Hikaru did that in game one. Just very effective, a little bit of pressure, and not much risk. Which suits him.
B takes c5. And I mean, this is a decision that I think you don't make happily, right? This is a very interesting move. I thought for sure we were going to see d takes. I think this was because the pawns on e6 and e5 would be isolated if you take that d pawn and put it on b6. So perhaps this is to make that pawn structure better. But now I'm looking at that a pawn on a5, and it's just a little bit weak. You're highlighting the way that white could potentially take advantage.
No, I mean, after fe6, you know your knight can't jump on d5. So we have to optimize that knight. And the a5 pawn is isolated. And the main way to defend that isolated pawn is to put a rook on e8, which isn't very efficient. You can, if you reroute your knight to b3, black has to use resources, heavy resources to defend that, because you can't afford to give up an outside pass pawn.
And I'm starting to get ideas like, well, first of all, we are going to see that knight, I think, reroute. Knight c1, knight b3, tie a piece down. Then all of a sudden, I think I want to play rook h1 and g4. I start to get ideas of playing on the king side. So, and look at this. That's a great side. Shout out to the crowd there. I love that. I love that. We need a loud crowd, you know. This is what the live events are all about. So I love to see that, and I think that we might get a position that could still explode. It looks all locked up right now, Eric, but I think it's going to open up, and this move proves it.
For sure, and Hikaru's an active defender. He's playing c6. It's very provocative, but he doesn't want to sit and be ground down by Denis. This position for sure is very, very good for white. But we're talking about Hikaru here. He's looking for tactics, looking for ways to not allow white's conversion to be comfortable. You mentioned the g4 idea, that's good. But why is c6 a provocative move? Well, look at the position. d6 now is a target.
Yeah, you can double up. Like the rook on h1 is not tied down. You can go back to d1. And I will point out, c6 was timed so that knight was not on c3. Because then white would probably capture it and put a knight on b5. But if white captures on c6 now, the rook is going to penetrate the b file. That's why white is not going to touch that pawn.
Another risk of Hikaru playing c6, if you ever exchange, which will happen at some point, otherwise it's a loose pawn the whole game, white will have a protected pass pawn.
Yep.
That's a huge endgame asset.
Exactly. And you know, black doesn't look like they're in a position to play the move g5. So this is a non-stop defensive game here for Hikaru. Not a pleasant position to be in. And you know, as time gets lower, I think at some point there is going to be a breakthrough.
We should also talk about the minor pieces. White's better. The knight, this is a close position, maneuvering position. Knights are good at that. This bishop, what's the issue? It's kind of blocked by the pawns. Blocked by the pawn on d6, pawn on e5, doesn't have any scope over here. So that bishop on e7, you don't know what to do with it. And that's a huge problem for black.
Yeah, even though you might think about, how can I apply more pressure? Maybe the move f4, taking advantage of this pin from the queen on c3 to the king on g7. That could stand to activate the pieces as black might respond bishop f6. So I think rook d2 could be in some way supporting the move f4, tying that bishop down to the d6 pawn. You have ideas like knight takes on c5.
I'm looking at knight c5 at some point. There's some ideas, but Denis, we know, is a patient player. He's playing it when it works. He's not a big risk taker in terms of playing speculative sacks. White has many ways to just, play on this game without taking risk, and still Hikaru's uncomfortable.
And the pieces are tied down to a5. Queen on c3, knight on b3, tying a queen and rook down to the defense of that pawn. Not ideal here. However, in terms of a guaranteed breakthrough, it's difficult to break through this position without also allowing a little bit of counterplay for your opponent. These are these moments where you wonder, is Denis going to allow a little bit to potentially get more in return?
I don't think so. I think he's more likely to play a move like rook b2, just repeat a little bit, shuffle a bit, rook b2. Why? Because maybe, if nothing else is working, try to play for b6.
Yep. Yeah, this move might get a question mark, but I really think following the engine here, apart from the big moments, it's not going to be the most instructive because it's a position that both players are really shuffling in, trying to find that perfect moment.
I like the knight on b3, and I think a couple moves ago, rook d6 was very interesting, the exchange sack.
Yeah.
Maybe the issue is, if you exchange sack on d6 and black keeps the rooks on the f file, f2 is too weak.
And this was his plan, to take and bring the knight to c3. This was something that Hikaru maybe overlooked. I think the knight is really, really strong there, and this might actually cause Hikaru to look for something a lot more direct.
And Denis is under 20 seconds. The good thing is the position's pretty easy right now. There's no tactics to calculate, because that is a big time difference. And if we just do all the math, d6 is still defended.
Yep.
The queen leading on d3, you're not in position to ever take here in any circumstance. So that's why Hikaru's moving all the rooks to the f-file, because you don't want your knight pinned.
And so many endgames are going to be bad for Hikaru here. Knight versus bishop. You have pressure on d6.
a5 is loose.
a5 is loose. d5 is hard for black to play. So again, it feels like only white is really pressing here, but Hikaru is such a good counterattacker. As soon as Denis takes a little bit of risk, Hikaru will get some counterplay.
I am noticing, though, the time advantage is disappearing. And that was the main advantage Hikaru has. Because Denis can play this on forever, catch up on the clock, and then, if he needs to, come up with a plan. At the end of the day, 50 moves, right? You got 50 moves before you have to push a pawn.
Exactly, and we actually see one right now. The move f4 was played. I'm wondering if we're even going to consider e5 here.
E5,
actually,
but f5 looks really, because it weakens the d5 square.
Exactly. No, without e5, I don't know what black does, and here we go.
Hikaru's
E5,
in trouble
F5.
here. His queen might be offside in future positions. Now the e4 pawn is disconnected from black's pieces. d6 is loose.
The knight is so strong on b5.
Maybe
the king is also just going to come over. Yeah, king g2. White doesn't need to do anything.
Rook e1, king f3.
This
White's
is looking
king
better
is better,
and better.
and black is stuck with this d6 long-term weakness.
Rook f3, rook takes e3. If you bring the bishop to h6 to defend the pawn, remember the d6 pawn is it's already hanging.
Yeah, maybe f6 first. You're hitting h5. There's too many pawns to take. Hikaru's going for active defense. Rook e6.
I think
Rook
it might be the only move. Rook b2 is
and
so
he's
strong.
Found it. Could be 2 pawns up and a time advantage for Lazovic.
Hikaru looks like he might have missed that. Rook takes e3. Everything's defended. 2-pawn advantage, but rook endgames are so tricky.
He just has to find shelter for his king. Then he can start pushing. Check.
Here come the checks.
Rook g7, there's f6.
That's
Maybe
right.
double the rooks.
Oh, this looks really bad. That's checkmated too. And Denis Lazovic bounces back with the white pieces to equalize in almost a similar fashion to that first game, just grinding down a small edge, Eric. That was really impressive. He waited until the time got lower for both players before he decided things.
Oh, that was a really nice game from start to finish. The opening choice, the middle game, he was always ahead, and he never allowed Hikaru that opportunity to mess up the position and cause chaos. It was full control to the end. And That's how he's going to win this match. If he wants to win, that's the type of position, that's the type of chess that'll frustrate Hikaru. Hikaru didn't have fun playing that game, I can guarantee you.
Exactly, and it's kind of what they did to each other, trading blows here in these first 2 games, the white pieces proving successful. That's why I said, when you're at the start of the match, you're judging, how am I beginning this match? Is it a good start? You always got to judge after both players have had the white pieces.
We have a Rosalimo here. We saw this in the Denis Magnus match yesterday.
Yeah, bishop a3 was a threat there. Seems like a4 is a little bit of a mysterious move. White will play it anyway. And now the knight looking to play knight c4 with tempo and also head into the d6 square.
Yeah, so black does have the bishop pair, but you can notice the bishop on g7, not a big piece in the game yet. Black wants to complete development, maybe bring the queen back in the future, push these pawns, grab a bit of space. It's up to white to try to figure out, okay, how can I use the dark squares to my advantage?
Yeah, queen b1 hits the b7 pawn. I was actually looking also at a move like knight to g5. Here, the knight would actually be hanging on d2 now that the queen is moved, but knight g5 bothers the bishop, maybe earns the c4 square for white's knight, and then you can always retreat afterwards. So looks like that's what he's gone for because the c4 square is just that good.
Yeah, c4 square, we talked about the dark squares. d6 is vulnerable, and in terms of the bishop, I said the bishop on g7 isn't that good, so if white can trade this off, yes, now you're in the c4 square, and you took away black's bishop pair. Also, queen b1. What's the purpose of queen b1? It supports queenside operations. Sometimes you elevate the queen. You can use the half-open file to pressure b7. Sometimes a5 can be played to even further weaken this b6 push.
Yeah, and white's pawn structure it's almost as good as it's going to be. You don't
like
really
A5.
want to play c3. You don't want to play d4 yet. These moves are tough to achieve, and it's actually the current pawn structure that is solid, defended. That's why white, instead of playing c3, queen b3, has played queen b1, queen b3, kind of working around the current pawn structure. In terms of a pawn to move, you could play a move like g3, h3 for an escape square, otherwise a5, and I think it's just piece play.
It's just piece play, but look at the targets. Which side has easier targets? White has the easier targets. It's the b file. Look at white's other pawns. c2 is the base of the pawns. Black has no access to that. It is so solid, so the play is a bit one-sided here. It's just easy to play for white with this queenside pressure that you can accumulate. Rook b1, put a knight on c4. Where's black's counterplay?
Exactly. The queen is also eyeballing not only a pin on the c file, x-raying the king on g7. There's no immediate threats, but you're sort of building the position up. You're going to bring the rooks to the b file. You could even double them. Rook a3, rook b3. Then you're putting pressure on b7. You have a little bit of pressure on e5, more so after knight c4. And then if black's knight moves from f6, you could think about the move f4 as well. So you're just building things up slowly. I like this position, a great bounce back position to have for Hikaru. They've kind of played the same style in all 3 of these games so far. Slow positions, but small advantages being built up.
And a small advantage is being built up is leading also to a significant time advantage for white because it's easier to play. Now you might be wondering, if you're going to make space for white's king, is it h3 or g3? Hikaru's probably waiting. The drawback of h3 is black's looking to optimize this knight. If you play h3, I might be looking at knight h5, knight f4 as a means of getting counterplay on the king side.
Yep. Remember, this a7 pawn being hit is actually really frustrating. You can't play b6 currently, and if you play a6, suddenly not only the b6 square after knight c4, but the b7 pawn would be weak. And Eric, the move rook a8 has had to be played in defense. Now, I think that is the best move, but clearly that's a concession.
It's a huge concession. Black is completely passive. Rooks don't belong just sitting idly on a8. You don't play rook d8, rook a8, and you're happy about it. And we even see the idea of queen d6 in some positions, getting rid of the defender. That's why rook e6 was played, because black does have to watch over b7.
And, credit to Denis here. He's finding some defensive moves, but that's just the point. Like, his moves are defensive in nature. You're not going to find success that way. The position at some point is going to be too difficult to find the right move. You see the time advantage has already been built up significantly by Hikaru here. Everything looking good so far. I'm expecting to see these rooks double. That's an easy plan to go for. You mentioned h3 might not be the right move. Perhaps g3 and king g2 to build up the king side, get that king some more safety.
Yeah, white is spoiled for choice. I'm sure Hikaru is very comfortable because there's just nothing to worry about at all. And it's just about doing the math, getting enough pressure on the queen side.
Yeah, rook b3 in order to play rook a to b1, knight d7 to kick the queen out, but just a brief reprieve because a7 is still attacked from that queen, long range from e3. That's tying an entire rook down to its defense.
Yeah, it means rook b1 is a threat to win a pawn because after rook b1, black can't play rook b8 because of a7, b6, not enough defenders. So this is a serious threat.
Yep.
Denis is probably looking at a position where you're going down a pawn, and even those positions aren't very good because as soon as b7 falls, the integrity of the entire queenside collapses. a7, c6 will both be weak.
So I was going to suggest the move c5 intends to play b6 next. That's a way to defend the pawn, but you can see what's been given up by c5. Immediately the reaction from Hikaru. He knows exactly what's been weakened. You're highlighting that d5 square, the b5 square. We're going to see knight e3 at some point. The a file now belongs to white. You know, rook a8 shifts to b8. You've guarded the b6 pawn. Hikaru says, thanks very much. Now I'll use the a file.
Yeah, the a file is really useful. The d5 square for the knight in the future. Because at some point, Denis, he's chosen it now. b5, let's get rid of that knight on c4, but goes to e3, and knight d5 is a threat. So Denis probably has to match with knight f6, but all of a sudden, the queenside pawns for black, as they push further up, they get a bit weaker, they're more vulnerable to being picked off.
And you could take it slow here. Rook a7 is always available.
I like even rook a6. It might
Yep.
introduce ideas. You trade the rooks. You can potentially take this in a move like after king g7 because of these knight d5 ideas. So there's some tactics here. It's just one-way chess.
Yep.
White has the clear initiative without any counterplay.
Exactly right. Yeah, you start to really get some ideas to just put pressure on the pawns. You have rook a5.
We see they're overextended here. Rook b6, e5's loose. b4, c5's loose. That's the risk. You push your pawns, they get weaker.
That's great pressure. And it's just been built up so casually. You know, no move here required too much thought. This has been a routine game, applying pressure, and now you just can't keep everything. b4, you've got the c5 pawn hanging behind it. Something has got to give, and Hikaru is looking very comfortable.
So now Denis is looking at, if I'm giving up a pawn, what's the best pawn to give up? And they're almost all bad. You lose the b pawn, c5 is isolated. You lose the e pawn, your whole king side gets weak if you swing your rook over to b6. It's approaching a lost position here, both on the clock and on the board.
Yeah, queen takes e5, c5 is hit, and we're going to see c4 looking for some kind of counterplay. You can visually see, if you capture on c4, the e pawn becomes weaker, and the queen and rook are desperate to have that b file open, so we're not likely to see that pawn capture.
He wants to pass pawn. That's counterplay. If I'm going to lose, at least I'm going to go out swinging, and at least you have a b pawn to push because there's nothing else on the board to attack.
Yeah, but the queen is so well situated on e5. Should that black king ever need to move up to g7, it'll be directly into a pin, and as you're highlighting, queen b5, looking to corral that b pawn. It does not have the support behind it that it needs because knight c4 kicked the rook away.
It's such a nice move because if you trade the queens, you're like, I'm losing the b4 pawn. Can I attack d3? Black doesn't have any moves to attack d3. White goes up 2 pawns. That's game over.
And queen c7 trying to be tricky once again, but everything under control. So frustrating playing against this,
Checkmate threat.
this style.
Hikaru sees the mate on f8. I think that was missed in one of the key games yesterday.
Yes, well, he went with the rook down and actually blundered the rook to a fork. So this one, much more successful. Rook e7. Defending a mate with rook e7 is a very unusual way and just shows the state of the position.
I mean, this is the definition of suffering. You're down 2 pawns, and you have 8 seconds, and Hikaru's just at the board thinking, what's the best way to finish off Denis?
And then you have h3, right? White's fully defended on the king side as well. G3, king
Relaxing.
G2. Yeah, exactly. There's really nothing that can go wrong. Queen a3, again hitting that f8 square. He's really torturing him at this point.
I want to put the queen on a1, pin the knight, bring the knight to e3, prepare knight d5.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That looks like a nice maneuver. And you can even trade. Rook a7 to put more pressure. You can switch to the f7 square.
Just this either wins the game right away or forces lots of trades.
I like that. h4.
Trying to soften up the king side. Maybe
That's
the queen, if you take on h4, gets to f4. A little bit of counterplay. Not too concerned.
There's queen c5.
You know,
so
I play g4 here. G4,
yeah.
g5. Now the queen is far away from the king side. You can actually afford to push this. Black's not in a position to take advantage of a slightly weakened king side.
Exactly.
How about rook a5 here? Now g5's loose. I envision after rook a5, he's preparing it. Okay, king g6.
I think rook a5 was really good to force the queen off of f2. Obviously, a knight on f5 creates its own mating threats.
Yeah.
There we go.
Trying
rook
to
g8.
join the queen into the game. Queen a8.
Beautiful. Straight out of a puzzle rush tactic right there. That is, that's routine. That's basic stuff for Hikaru, who just put the pressure on from start to finish. It was a positional, maneuvering game, but it ended in a tactical flourish.
3 games, 3 decisive results.
This is going to be an exciting one, and all with the white pieces as well, in a very similar style. When these players get their position, they can apply the pressure so well.
Denis changing it up. He won with the English. Are you surprised the next game doesn't go back to the English? He's playing the London?
I am, but one thing I will say is I tend to view the 5+1 portion a little bit as an opportunity for these players to feel out what different openings they have that he might have prepared to try. Remember, this isn't him maybe going back to something like his Catalan. You know, this is also something a little bit fresh. So he's probably just looking to test a few things out and hopefully stick with what works.
Yeah, I'm curious if the players make some adjustments. Maybe, you know, we're seeing white win every game, you know, get comfortable. What kind of adjustments are going to be made? As you said, it's a bit of a feeling out portion, the 5-1.
Yeah, this Jobava London.
I'm not too familiar with like knight c3 delayed like this. It looks a little awkward.
Usually the knight on f3 would actually be back on g1, and you rush to play bishop f4 and knight c3. In this case, it's kind of a mix of all the different ways that you can play the London. But still, one thing that comes to mind early is a move like d5. So should it be white's turn, I would actually want to push that pawn forward. And that makes me think for black that you'd want to capture or play the move d5. In this case, something quite unique, capturing on d4 and then playing knight h5 actually seems really weird to play this way, because why would you allow the bishop to have the e3, d2, and c1 squares? But this is an idea that is deeply rooted in the London. So actually, not that unusual. You want to kick the bishop away so you earn bishop d6 for yourself. And then, in some cases, you just retreat the knight back. That's the purpose of knight h5. Kick the bishop, take the diagonal, and then back you go.
I'm used to those positions, but the knight's still not on c3 there, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
This is the knight that looks a little funny to me, but
exactly
I'm not a London
right. The knight on h5 it's also on a square that the queen is eyeballing. So it feels very risky, but definitely a position that I think the players have seen before in concept, maybe just not specifically.
I'm used to maybe knight e5. This type of idea, trying to induce knight e5, and after de5, the knight on h5 doesn't have any good squares. It's loose. You have to play g6.
Yep.
But then that weakens all the dark squares.
Yeah, g6. You have g4. You can kick the knight back to g7. And
g7's not a good square for the knight.
You do not want to fianchetto your knights, ladies and gentlemen. That square is for the bishop. So having a look here is Denis. Is he going to go with knight e5, sort of more standard reaction? Instead, bishop b5, and what could be to take and voluntarily play knight e5, but black just plays knight f6 after that.
Well, I think based on the time spent, Denis is out of book. Maybe both players are. Bit of unfamiliar territory. And since it's not his main weapon, he won't be as familiar with some of the side positions. So the players are definitely a little, you know, playing on their own, coming up with ideas. You'd like to maybe take away this knight and put your knight on e5. I'm just not sure how effective that is.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like too much, although after the move a6, you're kind of encouraged to do so. Still, I may bring that bishop back. If you go bishop d3, knight b4, I would continue to keep that bishop with bishop e2. So hanging on to this light-squared bishop, if you're going to do it, you got to make the decision now. I don't think that bishop a4 is where you want to go.
But what's the pressure for white here? Because black is just a couple moves away from, you know, bishop d6, knight f6, and it's just a very solid center. I just don't see the pressure.
Well, as white, I would probably be interested in knight e5 and f4. We haven't really been able to achieve that just yet. You know, and doing that without my light-squared bishop feels a lot worse. So ideally, I would like to have brought, you know, the knight into e5, play f4 before things, you know, got developed. Like now the bishop's on d7, so you kind of have to take bishop d3, like you mentioned. Black would play bishop d6.
Yeah, but he just took on c6, probably felt like he was too slow to just bring the bishop back. He's played queen f3 here, but this really feels okay for black.
I think so. There's not going to be anything too dangerous. Usually the queen tends to make an appearance perhaps on g3, put a little bit of pressure on the g7 pawn, and if you castle, you have to think twice about a move like bishop h6. with that queen on g3 pinning the pawn.
This will be interesting to see play out because Denis is not much of an e4 player, and this is a bit like a Caro-Kann structure. And, well, probably a bad version of that for white, because if you're looking at the position, black has the bishop pair, black might have the semi-open c-file, and white's making natural moves, rook d1, rook e1, but there's nothing to attack. And in the long run, I'm seeing some pressure that black can generate on the c-file.
Yeah, if you play... Well,
because of this knight on c3. This knight on c3 is very awkward.
Well, if you trade, let's say, on d7, and then the queen takes and you play knight e2, then a knowing move can be bishop to a4, right? Bishop to a4, you put pressure on c2, you can't push the pawn, you can play b3, but all of a sudden, black just takes a step back, and you've got a3 hanging, c2 hanging. This is not a position that Denis will find success with.
No, I think slowly but surely, black is, white had the lead in development. That hasn't led to anything because look at white's pieces. You can have the lead in development, but if your knight's on c3, d3, and your bishop is on e3, just staring at your own pawn. Those aren't good pieces.
Well, the London, it's really characterized, most people think the London's characterized by the dark squared bishop, the London bishop, but I think it's actually characterized by the light squared bishop. Having it on the board, it is the best piece based on the pawn structure, and it's just completely missing here. So I'm looking at this and just feeling that Hikaru has to be very happy with what he's accomplished, and in terms of the games we've seen thus far, it's probably one of the best positions that the black pieces have had.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the best, and it's really not a position I'm used to seeing Denis play. Thought it might be outside of his comfort zone. The way it's going definitely is. What would you like to play as white? Well, you're not really in a position to attack on the queen side. There's no targets. By playing queen f3, I'd love a position where I could play maybe h4, h5, h6, loosen up these squares, but h4 will just be picked off. And so what type of exchange is white looking for in this position? Trading off the dark squared bishops. That would give more control over c5 and e5, which white has control over, and the fact that the bishop on c6 hasn't really activated yet. So the good bishop for black is the bishop on f6, targeting f6, trying to find a way to trade that off. Maybe that's knight f4, knight h5. Have to come up with something better than how things are right now.
And deep in thought.
Maybe queen g3. I like queen g3. Bit prophylactic. It's on a dark square, controls e5 a little bit, but I would like to migrate the pieces over to the king side.
Yeah, queen g4 is a very similar idea. I think in concept, pretty much identical. There's not a lot of threats that I can envision without that knight on c3 move, because you want to move the knight on c3 and play pawn to c3. The knight on d3, surprisingly, is actually very well placed, but I'm annoyed constantly by knight e2, bishop a4. That is such a good reaction to that move, and it's preventing me from playing knight e2, playing c3, bringing that knight to f4, to h5. I can see the potential, but I just can't make the first move happen. So, Eric, I almost think about a move like rook c1 just to play knight e2.
No, I'm running out of productive moves, so whether it's rook c1, maybe now's the time to play h3. I know it doesn't do too much besides, give your king some space, but hard to find productive moves.
We're at that point. We're looking for h3.
Black's playing rook e8, and you might be wondering, is e5 in the cards? Generally not, because black will then be straddled with an isolated pawn, but there could be some positions where it's an idea to open up the bishops. Ideally, you do it without giving white counterplay, and an isolated pawn would be counterplay.
And rook d2, we should point out, same idea, I think, to rook c1, wants to guard the c2 pawn so that this knight can finally move from c3. It's ironic, you put that knight there so early in the game, it had some threats early on, but you want to actually move it, connect those pawns with c3, eliminate any problems on the queen side, and finally make some threats on the king side.
Yeah, the knight on c3 just can't go anywhere, right? b5, a4, e4, every square is covered, so you simply do need to reroute it, and as you mentioned, take care of c2. The question is, Hikaru now is probably thinking, this is a big think, because he's envisioning this knight rerouting, wants to stop it, right? And I think he was calculating e5.
That's right. Yeah, e5 was, clearly set up by rook e8. Not forced, it's always going to be there. The move knight b6 in concept makes good sense. Knight c4 is a really, really strong idea. And so strong, actually, that rook d2 has just been undone completely. And still, I'm wondering about this knight c3. I'm almost getting to the point where I feel like if the knight c3 can successfully retreat, it's like a huge win for Denis, a massive achievement here.
By the way, the players are in early time trouble. They're in time trouble right from the opening. So you're seeing the tempo pick up here. Trades are happening. You can't spend too much time on any moves. Denis looking to trade and simplify. He's a very practical player.
Okay, some small achievements here. It looks like knight c5 will be played, but Hikaru is matching the maneuvering,
C5.
and c5 is key.
Opens up this bishop, opens up the c-file. And again, the issue for Denis is he doesn't have any counterplay, and Hikaru is very strong when he's just given the initiative.
Yeah, so c4 was played
That
for
was a great find.
exactly that reason, taking advantage of the pin on the d file. Still, it feels like that b pawn backwards on the open file. I do think that this position is very, very equal. If it goes to a pure bishop endgame, that could favor Denis.
Pure bishop endgame, as you said, favors Denis, maybe because the pawn is on a5. That can be targeted by the bishop, and none of his pawns can be targeted here.
Exactly.
I think Hikaru wants to keep the queens on the board. That's what he's indicating.
Yeah, after pawn takes d5, queen d1. Here, the d pawn actually will be more dangerous.
Queen d5, d3. I like black's position.
But you
so
have to have the queens on.
Yes.
That's why queen f3 was played. It looks terrible to allow these doubled pawns, but that's why the queen trade was actually rejected by Hikaru.
Is there perpetual here?
Well, is there more? Queen takes a5.
Well, I feel like there's not more because black always has this d pawn, which should be enough counterplay, and I always take that advanced pawn over the extra material. But okay, here we go. Another perpetual opportunity.
Yeah, it's always there, so you can consider.
G6.
Now it's Hikaru that wants to play on.
Yes. Oh, g3 can't be right. That opens up the dark squared bishop. The king is a lot weaker here.
Keeping the material on the board. Bishop d4 can come in. The
Black
d-pawn
wants
is
to bring
scarier.
that bishop in, yes.
The d-pawn is advanced, much more difficult to deal with.
King h2, queen a2 on the board.
Oh, it looks like, okay, queen f3, bishop to f4. No, Hikaru's made some big progress here.
There's no perpetual for Denis. He's looking for perpetual.
Oh my goodness. Hang
King
on a
h2
second.
is there, mate?
There's queen h6, but it's not anything. The king just
Check.
goes to g8.
There's no perpetual, no.
And the
F7's
a-pawn will be
covered.
caught.
There was so much that just happened there.
The a-pawn will be caught in that position. Unbelievable. The first win with the black pieces that we have seen, and it looks like we have reached the halfway point of the 5+1 portion. Hikaru Nakamura ahead after a win with the black pieces in emphatic fashion. That was a great game because it was the first time out of the opening that we saw real advantage for black.
First win for black, and I want to see the end of that game. So many moves came in, like under a second that. But Hikaru, time scrambles, one of the best of all time.
Yeah, no, simply one of the best at those exact positions. Time scrambling, when it looks equal, he's extracting more. He knows that pawn on d3, much stronger than his opponent's pass pawn. And we're currently at 3-1 here in this third place matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Denis Lazovic. The 5+1 has gone back and forth, but Eric, currently in Hikaru's favor.
Currently Hikaru's favor, but Denis has to be happy at least with the chances in the match. It's opened up. Every game's been decisive. He knows he's had opportunities. So nothing too discouraging. I think this is all just, he's become a veteran and can look forward to the second half.
Exactly right. Second half of the 5+1 is coming up, but we have John Sargent, who's down with Denis Lazovic for an interview. John, take it away.
Thank you very much, folks. Denis, obviously the scoreline not in your favor at the moment, but we saw some really tense games, some really close games decided by a couple of moments. How are you feeling about your level this afternoon?
No, but it's always like some difficult games, but for some reason, these guys are always better at some moments. I don't know. But, no, yeah, of course, at some moments I blundered something and also got low on time there, but you know, I will try to improve something. I don't know what I need to improve, actually, but I will try.
Well, don't forget, we saw yesterday as well. When you have moments, they were big moments. You showed us a lot of really spectacular stuff. So we're looking forward to seeing what you can do. Thank you very much and best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, guys. Back to you. We'll be back with the rest of the 5+1 in just a bit.
Well, there we heard it, Eric, straight from Denis. I mean, taking the time to give those interviews after maybe a tough loss like that speaks to his character, and I do think the way the match started, he has a lot to be happy about.
He does, but he seemed a bit critical of himself in that interview. Yesterday, not as much. I mean, maybe because he's playing Magnus. I think he's recognized he's missed some opportunities, not too happy. It also means he's a bit more ambitious. Like, he really does want to win this third place match, but I agree, the interviews have been good. Not everyone can just open up right after a tough loss like that, but we're in for a good one.
We are. Now, we still have the rest of the 5+1 ahead. We're excited to see what's to come there, but you know, as we are excited to see that, we're also excited to see the official eyewear partner. Sorry, one sec. Actually, gonna need these Zenny glasses for this. That's on me. Oh yeah, the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. That's right. That's Zenny, and you know, you can try the virtual try-on feature. I have actually tried a few of the Zenny glasses on myself. And you know, being able to do that at home is pretty nice. Thousands of frames, varieties. You can put your prescription in, of course, as well. Blue light blocking, UV protection, polarized. So we're doing a giveaway as well. 10 Zenny eyewear bundles, including blue light glasses, and a custom Chess.com and Zenny design. So !, sweepstakes in the chat for your link to enter, and you save 15% with the code CHESS until February 16th at zenny.com/chess. We'll be right back with more of Hikaru versus Denis Lazovic.
Zenny is the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. They have hundreds, no, thousands of affordable frames that you can try on virtually from home and customize to your liking. I personally use their blue light blocking glasses every single day, especially in the afternoon when the workday gets long and I know I'm going to be putting in the extra hours of screen time staring at chess while I lose one bullet game after another. But okay, you might not be losing as many bullet games as me, but you definitely need to protect your eyes just as much as anyone else. So consider heading over to Zenny now through February 16th and use the promo code CHESS to save 15% on any pair of glasses.
We'll get it. Oh, hi.
Who is it?
It's chess players.
Give him a pawn and tell him to bugger off.
Okay, guys, well, back from the 2024 edition, we've recreated the How Fast Can You Set Up the Pieces challenge. I believe the official world record is somewhere around 30 seconds, but if you do it a little bit more, we'll give you some prizes. We have Lucas from Germany. Now, he's already practiced once. Lucas, you got 43 seconds your first time. Can you beat that?
Yes, of course.
Okay, Aya and me will be the judge, so start on your own time, and here we go.
1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, now the rules are very clear. You can only use one hand, and we've kind of increased the challenge from Paris 2024 because we've given the players a deeper box. Okay, now Aya was on the assist there. The king was rolling off, but she saved it. Take a look at the clock. Lucas has got 18. Okay, he's going. And how do I say it in his native tongue? Schnell, schnell. Okay, 29. He's got about 15 seconds left to beat his old record. Oh, in front of the camera. The camera adds 10 pounds and 10 seconds. Oh, it's going to be so close. It's going to be so close. 43 is the record. Oh, no. 45.8. Just goes to show you, you can actually get tired in the Set Up the Pieces challenge too. But if you make your way to London at the SCC finals, come check it out.
Welcome back, everyone. The Speed Chess Championship in London, the live finals continues. The 5+1 section of Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic. The third place match with a lot on the line. Not only third and fourth place in the SCC, but an EWC qualification spot as well. Eric, an early lead for Hikaru Nakamura. It's been a tale of the white pieces so far, but Hikaru winning that game right before the break, a great time to do so, must be feeling confident.
Yeah, I mean, he answered the questions. Those wondering, how is he bouncing back after that heartbreaking loss to Alireza yesterday? And for anyone that's watched Hikaru in the past, he recovers after defeats very well. He goes for the kill. And I think the end of that last game, the most recent one, Denis opened up his king a little bit. That's all it took.
That's right, and it almost feels a little bit like tennis, breaking serve, winning with the white pieces. We saw both players doing that back and forth. Now Hikaru's won with the black pieces. He comes back from the break with the white pieces. Should he win again, that starts to open up a lead that you have to pay attention to at 4-1.
And yeah, there's a feature between the players that in time scrambles, under 30 seconds, Hikaru is a much, much stronger bolo player than Denis. So I expect those types of situations Denis wants to avoid, but we know what led to it. Denis is a quick player. He's in an uncomfortable position as white, and that led to that time scramble, being in a tough spot.
That's right, and now we're back into the action. A position, we haven't quite seen exactly this before, but that knight on c6, jumping to e7 and g6 the last time that they played. Let's see if he goes for that again.
Yeah, all very, very standard moves from both sides. Black reroutes the knight to g6. It frees up the c-pawn. We learned from the last game, you often want to move your knight if it's in front of your pawn.
Exactly right. Yeah, knight to g6. There is knight to g3, which is very standard, matching this maneuver. The knights on g3 and g6 support the center pawns on e5 and e4, and that helps you consider moves like d4, like d5. Now c5 aims to prevent white from playing the move d4, but it comes at a cost there. The d5 square becomes a lot weaker, and a small preference to white in terms of how the queen side shook down in the exchanges. White's rook does control the open file.
Yeah, it controls the open file, looking to find targets with that open file. Just by the way, bring it back to the match. Denis, when he made it to the SCC Final Four, he was winning every segment against his opponents. So he's lost so far the first half, but as I said, I don't think he's one to come back against Hikaru. So when I think about the match, even though it's very early on, he can't let this get away. And if he were to lose this game, this is a very important opportunity to just, whether it's a draw, whether it's a win, it can get out of reach real fast. He's not the type of player to play from behind.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good point that these early moments, all of a sudden, a loss here can balloon into a lot more, because if you start drawing and losing games, you're just not putting up points. We saw that happen a little bit to him in that match against Magnus. So he needs those confidence boosters. Against Magnus, it was the more attacking style. So I wonder if he's going to trend more towards that. But in this case, you don't really have that luxury when you're playing with the black pieces. A little bit on the back foot, reacting to Hikaru's setup, and currently in a much more solid e4, e5 structure. Rook e8. Might look like it's supporting bishop to e6 as the next move, but you can always consider still capturing f takes e6.
Well, this moment right here, Hikaru played d4, the critical move. Now if Denis is ambitious, he can consider imbalancing the position. What does that mean? We don't want a symmetrical structure. So how do I take on e4? With the e-pawn. Because if you take with the e-pawn and white recaptures, then black can play c4. It's just a different structure. If you take with the c-pawn, that's symmetrical, that's more solid.
Yeah, this will be a look into the psyche. What is he feeling that he wants to play here in terms of a position? Because black can develop after e takes d4 with c4, bishop b7, and aim to put pressure on that e-pawn, the rook, the knight, the bishop. They're all well placed. White, of course, will defend with bishop c2. So I think that's an interesting way to play that doesn't take too much risk, but does imbalance the position.
No, I mean, you've set up your pieces for it. Your rook is on e8, your knight's on f6. Why not take with the e-pawn and gain access, put more pressure on e4? Give Hikaru some tough decisions.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Of course, there is c takes d4. You can also ignore the pawn completely. You could just play the move c4 yourself. You could develop with bishop to b7, looking to put pressure, but it does make more sense to open up that rook from e8 if you're going to play bishop b7 and pressure e4.
Now, I haven't been too critical in the match in general, but I don't like that decision. I really think for Denis, he needs to imbalance things, and I think that was a correct choice even objectively. Frees up the pieces, lets them breathe. Bishop d7, it's okay, it's solid. I think black's still doing perfectly fine, but I want to, again, add some tension, give Hikaru some tougher decisions. Hikaru's very comfortable playing these slow positions. We saw that early on, where he has a little bit of a plan or an edge. And after c4, by the way, really nice move. Why? It stops black from playing c4 themselves and opening up this bishop. And you see this bishop on e3. By playing c4, you can kind of create a target on c5.
Yeah, the interesting thing is if black plays b4, the bishop on b6 and the bishop on b3 are both blocked by the c-pawns. But white's bishop can still go to a4, trade for the bishop on d7, and the remaining bishops, b6 and e3, that really favors white. So this is encouraging the move b4, which is probably not that good for Denis.
We see h3 played by Hikaru, just a nice waiting move. We've talked about this bishop on e3 being a good piece, especially if black plays b4. We just put long-term pressure on c5. So h3 is a move. What's a follow-up for Hikaru? Maybe something like queen c2, connecting the rooks and gently getting a little closer to those loose queenside pawns.
Yeah, queen c2 also gets the idea of pawn captures on b5 in the air. You can take and then play knight d2, occupy that c4 square, and just blockade the c-pawn. So it does feel like after queen c7 here, you could match that with the idea of queen c2. And in terms of the center, we haven't talked about the d4 and d5 squares, but honestly, it's because it's so difficult to bring a knight for either side into those squares. Like, how do you actually maneuver a piece there? You could go knight e2 to c3, but there is always b4 to prevent that. Plus, the e4 pawn needs support. The knight on f3 has a really hard time reaching d5. And everything that's true in white's position is the same in black's position. The only difference, I'll say that knight on g6 could go to f8, e6, and d4. So that's a maneuver that I'd be looking out for.
Yeah, that is a maneuver, and maybe in a case like that, white's looking to take on b5 to open up this bishop and maybe contest that square. I'm a little surprised by the time being invested here by Hikaru. It means he's definitely looking at something a bit deeper than I was suggesting queen c2, natural moves, and maybe he's like, that's not quite enough.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for more.
What would that be? Is it taking on b5, maybe placing a rook on the c file just directly?
That was a lot of time, right? Invested in that one move.
That's not very characteristic for the position or for Hikaru, but he saw something maybe he didn't like.
Yeah, long term, that knight maneuver might have been something they just didn't have the answer for. So opening the position, in order to change the character of the game, and now blockading on c4 seems to be the idea. Knight d2, and it could be knight c4, but also bishop a4, trading those light squared bishops, gaining control of the light square on c4. I think we'll see queen c2 next, but you gotta ask about c4.
I don't like this decision by Hikaru, and maybe that's why he spent a lot of time. I mean, something's a bit odd here. Now, rook e8, you mentioned bishop a4, forcing the light squared bishops off.
Yeah.
Well, now it's not forced off. And rook e8, where do you place the queen? You mentioned queen c2, but queen c2 can be hit by moves like even like bishop d3.
Yep.
And it feels like black is gaining a bit of space, a bit of time, without giving, giving up anything. It's just a bit of an initiative.
Yeah, and bishop a5, I was going to highlight, the blue arrow beat me to it here, but bishop a5 is kind of the same idea as bishop a4. It's a pin, it's annoying, you don't want to have to move that rook on e1 just to move the knight. Black is getting ahead of the plans that Hikaru is trying to do, and we're seeing that activity. Suddenly, you have to be scared of even tactics involving bishop d3, the loose bishop on b3, and the pin on the d2 knight.
Yeah, we mentioned the plan for white, blockade on c4, but with these pins, with the setup, it's just simply not working. There's a problem here. And Denis is up on time and just gaining space every single move.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a position that time pressure is also going to cost Hikaru here. 30 seconds and ticking down with a position getting more and more tactical. Look at that, Hikaru Bonklat. Now it's not the time for that. Okay, wait till next game at least. This is a tough position.
Bishop
he
d3.
needs to calculate.
Bishop d3, there's tactics to calculate, but the bishop on b3 is loose. I think there's a huge problem here. Bishop d3, you can't take on c5.
That's right.
In the end, oh, queen d1.
And now the queen's going onto the d file. First of all, there's tactics on e4. The bishop on b3 is also loose. This looks like a position that could get
You
bad.
can take d2 here, Amon. Bishop takes d2, bishop takes d2 is forced, and then the e4 pawn falls.
Yep.
That's
yeah,
not even...
you can take the e4 pawn directly as well, but bishop takes d2 looks good. You can also bring the knight in, like knight f4, you can activate another piece. Bishop d2 to start. This at least wins a pawn, but it might be more.
He's going for more, hitting the bishop on b3, eyeballing e4, adding an additional attacker there. Hikaru under 10 seconds. Needs to find a way to release the pressure, even at the cost of a pawn, but you don't want to be under 5 seconds. He's got to move.
No, this is tense. He barely got that move off. Rook c3, guards the bishop, hits the bishop on d3. The pressure is on. Denis can take his time and find something that's difficult to react to.
That opens up the d file, hits g2. Oh, this is close to the end here. He's looking for a tactical blow. c4 is being recommended.
Oh, that's a difficult move to find, but boy, that would be tough to react to in Hikaru's shoes. If he finds a move like that.
Bishop d3. He didn't. Denis decided to keep the time advantage. Just play solid. He's up a pawn.
c4 still comes to mind. It's not as good as before, but this is a clear edge for black. I just think that Hikaru has consolidated a little bit in time pressure. It's a little bit easier to play.
Can Denis keep finding pressure moves, taking advantage of this time trouble?
Such a big chance here for Denis Lazovic to get back in this match.
Now, black wants to bring the knight into the game. That's the last ingredient.
Yep. Knight to f4, but of course, white can meet that with bishop to g3. Rook c5 to hit the queen. You've got these tempo moves. White can also trade pieces with rook c8.
Sometimes the hardest thing is when black doesn't do anything. Then as white, you have to find moves.
Oh, what's going on? He's got his hands in the air. Something clearly on his screen he didn't like there. Immediately before he even flagged, I could see the hands in the air.
Same problem.
Same problem.
Same problem.
Guys, he has the same problem.
I had plenty of time.
Disconnected, yes. Okay.
I mean, I had like 4 seconds, so just go back like that.
He had 3.6, I think, last time when we were talking.
His screen actually disconnected.
Hikaru said, same problem.
Referencing yesterday.
This is the juicy stuff people like to watch.
This is true. But you of course, you never want to see stuff like this and just moments get decided like this.
So we'll get the position again and we'll replay it, right?
Hikaru's
From that moment,
suggesting
we're at
replay.
4 seconds after king h2.
Yeah, you want the games to be decided on the board.
And of course, it's a position where Hikaru's not out of it, but it is an advantage for Denis. So it's a very meaningful moment.
Well, this is a tricky situation because even if they restart it, you can think about the position. I mean, players can't help it.
We have to stay here because otherwise we can look at it with the computer. So we have to stay here.
Yeah, we have to stay here.
Yeah.
Stay here. What happened?
Yeah, Hikaru said it perfectly, exactly what you just mentioned.
Well, I was mentioning, I didn't even mean that. I mean, even this break.
Oh, sure, yeah, you
the players are naturally going to think about the position, and it favors, if you're in time trouble, maybe.
Reconnecting again,
but
usual.
obviously not Hikaru's choice to have technical difficulties.
The thing is, I was going to call it, I did see the hands in the air, recognizing that the moment was happening well before the flag had fallen. So clearly something was noticed and recognized early.
Well, we've both played Hikaru many times. He just doesn't flag generally.
Yeah, that's a great point.
He just, that doesn't happen. So I know, that's part of the reason why, he is where he is. He's so good in time scrambles.
Yeah, yeah. the flag doesn't just fall, especially in a position like that where there wasn't a direct threat. Like, he's going to make a move.
Absolutely.
So if it doesn't happen, you know there's a reason why.
I mean, I would have hundreds more wins against him if he would just let his flag fall. That would be that'd be great. But he makes you earn it every inch.
Yeah, and then this is exactly the point. He's down a pawn in that position. Still a lot to earn. And a lot to play for.
Yeah,
So,
that's a position with lots of fight.
So interested to see what they decide to do. Hikaru, I heard, proposed the restart, of course, just get back to the same position. Clocks can, of course, be sourced, located. What was the clock the previous turn? Recreate the moment and simply get back into it, because, you know, I actually remember they agreed, I think, to call the game a draw when it happened previously. That's not something that you're really in a position to do. If you're Denis here, you do have an advantage, so of course you want to get back into that position.
You have a huge advantage. You're up a pawn and you're up a minute. You know, for example, we can think of a situation like this in another sport like jiu-jitsu. They reposition the players in the position they were last at.
Yep.
The problem is, in between now and then, as chess players, you can visualize and think about it. But it's hard to find a solution. But yeah, the best way is to replay it from their current one. But
it isn't perfect.
It's not perfect, but
that's the thing. Nothing can be. Even when you restart in jiu-jitsu, the grip, everything might be slightly different. Here, you know, the players are going to be able to think about it, but at least they both do. There's always going to be a moment where you could say, oh, it benefits one side more than the other, but the reality is, no matter what the position would look like, who's in what position at the time, this would be the solution.
But is it the case that it's only happening to Hikaru?
So far, I believe. I don't actually be interesting to figure out. Is he sat
a count, same chair, same
I was going to say, is he sat in the same spot as when it happened last time? That's the first thing I'm thinking about right now. Because, of course, there would be others that have also sat in that spot as well.
Interesting.
So waiting to see, you know, sort of what the official call is going to be regarding this. You know, I don't know if you have any good suggestions here, Eric, but probably resuming the game, recreating the clock situation seems to be the best that you can do, because you can't not count this game. You can't not count this position at all.
No, it could be worse. It could be a position where there's tactics and you're kind of playing a move because you know your opponent's in time trouble.
Yes.
A lot of times when you have a big time advantage over an opponent, how do you benefit from that? Well, you maybe make a move, maybe it's a dubious move, because you know they don't have enough time to refute it.
That's a great point.
And if that was the case, then this would be a problem. But because it's a bit of a static position, Denis is up a pawn.
I can say.
By the way, if I'm talking, can they hear me in the stadium?
Yeah,
can they hear us? Maybe
I'm
going to stop talking.
No, but I do think that I can relate. It would be a little bit embarrassing.
Okay.
That
they can't hear me in the stadium.
I was going to say, okay, that's good.
That's good.
It would be a little bit embarrassing if some of my moves that I play, because I maybe, he's got 1 second, he'll never be able to like recapture this sacrifice, bad move. And then all of a sudden he's got 10 minutes to think about it during a break. It's like my worst move ever on the board. My opponent has forever to think about. So I know what you mean. That's a good point.
No, we have people watching online, those bullet players that play dirty moves. What's a dirty move in chess? Like guessing your opponent's going to pre-move and hanging a rook or something like that. And you'd be embarrassed if that was just frozen
the
and
last thing everyone's
blasted in
looking
front
at.
of the internet. Like, what are you doing?
Well, okay, we are going to wait for more of an official call, but in the meantime, we have a video that we'd like to show you. Chess in Parliament. It's exactly what you think. Take a look.
How are you feeling? I am feeling so good. I feel this is amazing. This is such a cool place. I really wanted to see the UK Parliament, and now I'm here.
I'll stop my streak of losing, can't I?
Yeah, that was pretty good. I enjoyed. I don't play a lot of over-the-board chess, so it was really fun, and got 2 wins. So I'm competitive, so I'm very happy. He was constantly looking for little traps, whether it was basic ones for backline checkmate, pins, things like that. So it was things that if I was playing online and it was quicker games, I might have missed, but I had a bit more time to think about today.
Hey folks, quick update. We had a local PC issue, as you guys have probably seen, with Hikaru's computer. What's happening now is we are going to be recreating the position in the game when the disconnect occurred, and the players are going to resume the game from that point. We should be getting going in a couple of minutes. So when you see the position on the board, it won't be a new game. We'll be resuming from the position when we experience a technical error. We should be getting going in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru Nakamura, Denis Lazovic. Eric, there's been a delay, of course, because we want to make sure that whatever Hikaru is playing on is working properly. Clearly it was not, because there's just no way that time would have run out. We know that. I think Denis specifically knows that. And that's why we've rebooted things. And the plan is to start from the exact same position, mimicking the exact time that the players had. And Eric coming back into this moment, you know, I don't think... we mentioned it could have been in a crazier position, maybe more tactical, would have been more impactful. Coming back into this, is there any side you think that maybe benefited?
I mean, I'm not sure. It's tough for both players. Like just interruptions in the middle of a speed chess game, it throws you off. As soon as the game restarts, I mean, Hikaru won't have time to think. He'll be at 4 seconds. But just the mentality, you're locked in, you're focused on the game, and just a 5-10 minute break, I think for Denis, that could be beneficial. It could be tough because he was playing very, very well.
You had 3.2.
Okay.
Okay, so pound 6 in your head and then start making them. Okay? So, okay.
Now, the instructions being given to Hikaru there, genuinely, it's very difficult to start let's say you have 3.2 seconds. Like, how do you begin exactly at 3.2, right? It's not easy to do. So I think the instruction there is sort of kind of count down until that in your head and then play. We'll see how, you know, official this jump is. You know, with the Olympics coming up here, it's making me think of, you know, the Summer Olympics and getting off with the gun here, but I don't have anything as official as that for this get off.
For sure. I mean, you're asking good questions, and I think we'll find out in interviews later on how the players felt after the interruption.
I'm curious,
Hikaru with starting a game with 3.2 seconds is extremely stressful.
Yeah, like, you know, when the clock starts going, if you don't play immediately, that could turn into 2.5 or less. So let's see how things go. The interesting thing is the players have to be so locked in and ready to move immediately. This is not like the start to almost any game they've ever played in a competitive setting before. Immediately, they're going to be in time pressure.
Is there going to be a countdown? Is that what you're mentioning?
I heard of an internal countdown just listening to head arbiter Judith there speaking to Hikaru, but I'm not sure how that's actually going to manifest as the game gets underway. Perhaps they'd, you know, start the players with a little bit more time. You see the position there, but the time needs to be set.
But it's black's move, not white's move here. Oh.
It is white's move.
No, but it's not. Whatever. They can't set it with a black move. But this it was black's move.
I think Queen E6 was the last move.
I should have 3 cents by making H2, but they can't set it so it's black's move. Okay. He played F6, right?
He played Queen E6.
Okay, whatever. I don't know what's going on. But
I trust Hikaru in remembering
it will be
whose move it was,
because,
but
he played.
Okay.
Queen E6 is showing as the last move.
Got it.
So now that the king's on H2, I believe the order was King H2, Queen E6, and so it should be Hikaru's move.
Yes, that's how he flagged.
Exactly.
His move.
Just making sure we obviously don't want to start with an extra move given, but I don't believe that's the case here. Now we'll get the time set.
I mean,
this is Chess's version of a 100-meter
Queen
race
E4
here.
on the board immediately. Queen D5, the game is resumed. Hikaru obviously had some moves prepared, and we have just the end game here. Rook, bishop, 3 pawns, rook, knight, 4 pawns.
I'm confused by the time.
Hikaru's already built up 4 seconds.
Maybe the time's just displaying for me, but okay, I see it now. It's caught up. This makes sense. We're back in the position here. Man, it's such an interesting thing to resume a game like that for the players. Just immediate time scramble. Now, getting back into the chess, this is a position that you would hope to draw as Hikaru here. It's one that I think is drawn, but the pressure you can put on with the knight against the bishop, and just you can play so many moves before you make a pawn move and reset that 50 moves, for example. So let's see what happens as he's gone into a rook endgame and the king is cut off here.
I'm still surprised by that because knights are so tricky in time scrambles, and Denis had, as you mentioned, all the time in the world to maneuver around and decide to trade. If he's choosing it this early, he's confident it works, and I think it might backfire.
Yeah, a little bit skeptical because he could have waited to do that, right? You want to trade knight and bishop. You had all day to do that. He's going to win a pawn here on the other side of the board, but it might not be enough. As rook endgames are notoriously drawn, but there's going to be rook takes g4 and rook g5 as an idea here.
Yeah, rook g5, you pick up the 2 pawns, that's winning. There's a missed opportunity there.
But that looked tough to defend. And he's just going to, he's not going to play that one on. 2 pawns is going to be winning. That, all things considered, is going to be a win for Denis Lazovic, who sort of breaks back the serve. And after all that commotion, Eric, we do have a 3-2 match with the white pieces back for Denis Lazovic. He's right back in this.
Definitely, and I have to say, we weren't sure about going into that endgame, but he had an idea. I'm going to use that d pawn, distract white's pieces, and then pick off the kingside pawns. And Hikaru didn't have enough time to find if there was a resource. If it was drawing, not easy to find with 5 seconds.
Not at all. I could not see it. It looked like the engine was picking up a possibility to draw that position, but wasn't evident to any of the players. And a very good practical decision here as we're into the next game. And again, Eric, another position I think that Denis has got that's unique from the previous ones.
For sure. This Nimzo line, you give up the bishop pair as black, but you have these light squares. You have play against the center. See the knight c6. Black's going to bring a rook to d8. Yeah, Denis playing sharper as white. Hikaru's been playing the Nimzo for a long time, one of his main openings. Denis, we're used to him playing the Catalan, which avoids the Nimzo. So he's definitely varying up the openings here. And as white, what do you want to do eventually? You want to push this pawn to c4. Maybe you can build a center with d5. But additionally, open up this dark squared bishop.
Yeah, exactly. c4. You could also try to play to activate both of these bishops. The bishop on a2 doesn't look great. It's just supporting the c-pawn, but it has a future where you play bishop to b1. And one of the reasons you mentioned d5 before is because of the strength of the b2 bishop. It looks like d5 is almost a concession or a step too far, but that is the idea in these positions, and perhaps an opportunity missed there, which is why the harsh evaluation of a question mark for queen c2.
Well, it is a big miss because white needs to open up the bishop, and you get active counterplay. If you play slow, look at what Hikaru played. You played rook d8 and then rook back to c8 right away. It might feel slow, no, because there's hanging pawns here. The c4 pawn is being attacked by 4 of black's pieces. A fault move might be rook d8, and white, you'd like to activate the bishops, but they're straddled with these weaknesses. The c4 pawn, very, very weak right now. It's tough to find a move. If you play d5 now, you're already regretting it because you had a better opportunity a couple moves ago. There's a pin on the file. This is already, I feel like, black's doing well.
Yeah, and the move d5 is usually what you play here because you want to maybe give up the c-pawn in exchange for bishop takes f6. Double the pawns in front of the king. But as you're highlighting, d5 can be met by knight takes d5. A pin from the queen on c7 to the queen on c2, maybe highlighting why I was given that question mark by the computer. You don't have d5. c4 actually can't be defended here. So what, you play the move c5 perhaps? Well, not only is that giving up the d5 square, but the bishop on a6 comes alive, and the bishop on b2 will be blocked behind that d4 pawn, potentially for the rest of the game.
I can already tell Denis is quite inexperienced in this position because black has all the good options here. This is definitely backfired. You mentioned c5. Even an additional problem with that is it gives up the d5 square.
Exactly. And d5 looks like you kind of have to try that anyway.
But there's an idea here. Knight takes d5, bishop b1. Maybe reinforcing the queen and adding some checkmate threats.
Wow. Oh, that's a tricky idea from Denis.
This is a great find by Denis.
And you can see the poll there. 38% Denis Lazovic believers after a calculated d5 push. If there are some Denis supporters, got to make some noise right now. He needs it. He's trying to get back in this match here. 3-2. And this is obviously a critical moment. d5 played anyway. I did not appreciate the danger of bishop b1, Eric, but that's very tricky.
Bishop b1, you can play g6. It's very sharp. White's chances are much stronger with the queens on the board. So that's going to be tricky. But knight takes d5, bishop b1, threatening mate on h7. g6 maybe. There's still a bit of a pin. And the reason that pin is important is in some positions, the knight on e2's loose.
Yeah, e5, I really like this move because, okay, you might think, well, why did I just allow the d pawn to become a protected pass pawn? Well, you can blockade that pawn at any point. It's not that dangerous right now. And you have all the pressure in the world on the c pawn. And if you win the c4 pawn, the d5 pawn will fall quickly after. So there's so much pressure from the knight a5, bishop a6, and the pieces on the c file that Hikaru's just worried about bishop takes f6, worried about the king side. You deal with those threats, and everything collapses on the queen side. So this is a battle of really trying to hold c4 for long enough to make significant threats for white. Question is, can Denis find them?
Yeah, I think white is understanding that at some point you might lose the c4 pawn, but if you can open up that dark squared bishop, rip open the king side while the queens are on the board, there's enough compensation. And that might mean, bringing that queen to f5, targeting e5, f4 at the right moment, knight g3. Has to be very precise here because the easier position is to play for black.
Yep.
Structurally, all the targets on c4, easy moves like rook e8 coming up. And Denis, already down 2 minutes on the clock, has to find just an energetic move here. I think queen
f5.
Queen f5. I mean, it looks obvious. I'm just hitting e5, but it has to continue. Queen f5, rook e8. He has to continue playing energetically, find a way to activate the bishops. They're not meant to be passive like this.
Now, I mean, it's easy to suggest things like this, given the fact that we're just up here commentating, but queen f5 followed by f4, that could be a way to generate a lot of pressure on e5 and the knight on f6 behind it, even at the expense of the c-pawn. So if you're really trying to mix things up, queen f5, f4 is a way to try to do that, but it's risky, and we know Denis is a little bit risk-averse in terms of his play style.
Yeah, this is forcing him out of his comfort zone, but there's a problem here with his time management. Under a minute, if you do choose to open up the position, there's a much greater chance it's a mistake because you don't have time to calculate everything happening.
Exactly. Knight g3, not a bad move at all, but heavily, time was heavily invested into that move, and was it really worth it in the end?
Well, the big question here is, can black take on c4? Why would you attack it with 4 different pieces if you can't take it? Then that was a huge waste of time. Principal choice by Hikaru, taking on c4.
I mean, this c-file pin, it goes both ways, doesn't it? Now, all of a sudden, you can't take on a2 because of queen takes c7, and that's why that blue arrow making an appearance, although I will say, I think this move does make a lot of sense. It's important to play, though, because you have to get off of the c-file and actually make white react to bishop takes a2.
Additionally, queen d7 takes away the f5 square and introduces a threat of bishop takes a2. Then white's queen is hit.
Yep. And bishop b1 can be played, but there's no threat on h7 just yet. This is definitely an achievement.
Have to keep the queens on the board.
But you have to keep the queens on the board.
So automatic move, either queen b2, queen b1. b2 looks a bit weird because knight c4 with the fork.
Yep.
So queen b1, it's not pretty, but you
Is
can't
there an
afford.
idea to play queen b2, allow knight c4, sacrifice, take on f6? That's probably a little bit too much, but it at least comes to mind. But
I don't like this.
Taking.
Oh, no, no, no.
This has to be wrong.
Has to be wrong. You're down a pawn. Black can play f6, shelter the g7 pawn, give some space to the king, and you're just looking at an endgame down 2.5 minutes, down a pawn with no threats.
Yeah, f6 looks really, really solid. Kicks the bishop, defends the g-pawn. You just wouldn't want to touch the g-pawn and play g6. You know, that's probably the that's one way to go out. You wouldn't be too proud of. But of course, defending that pawn with f6 does appear to make more sense. Now, the trickiness here is knight e7. I know it's not a threat, but even playing a move like rook to d1, it threatens the knight on d5, and you can't defend it with rook d8 because you can sack with knight e7 anyway. So that's the trick in the position that you just need to watch out for. Hikaru obviously well aware.
It's a trick in the position, but the problem is you also have back rank issues. So white needs an additional move to make space for the king because in a lot of positions you won't have time to play rook d1, rook takes d5.
Yeah, the rook on f8 is hit. Need a reaction here. Rook d8 looks...
Rook e8, rook d8 all look good to me.
Looks simple. And the knight can be kicked out with g6. The king also has an easy path into the position with king f7, king e6 in the future. Trades here would be great. And I do think it makes sense to start booting these pieces backwards.
g6 is huge. Knight d4 runs into rook e4. Knight going back to g3. Now, no more tricks.
Yeah. The knight on d5 covers the c7 square. So the entry point for the rook on the c-file is no good. The knight on a5 doesn't look amazing, but it will join the game eventually. And for now, the c-file you cannot penetrate.
Hikaru's really good with his knight, so I don't expect him to allow any exchange on a5 that messes up the pawn structure, gives white easy trades. Knight b3, try to find a way to bring the knight back, maybe b3 to d4. And in general, black's very safe on the light squares. Look at the color of the bishop on b4. That's why you see all of black's pieces, light squares.
Yeah, rook d1 here. Suddenly the knight on b3 doesn't have many squares, but that's why the a5 move was played to support the knight, and the rook from e8 can slide to a8, get behind that pawn. It's going to be counterplay needed here for white, and he's looking to play a move like knight e4 if you go rook a8, generate counterplay, but that a pawn is really dangerous. I like the decision to go for it.
You have to go for it, and white can't really stop it. I mean, it's pushing all the way. The knight supports it, the rook supports it as well. Where's Denis's next move after king e7?
Yeah, the rook's going to come back. You're not fully stopping a3 here, but you can play knight c3 to take it.
Nice find with just 12 seconds. Hikaru obviously doesn't want to give up this knight. That pawn, the nice thing about the passed pawn, knights are bad at defending it. Denis is going to have to keep that knight on the queen side for the rest of the game, watching over that. That means Hikaru will have that knight of his own to roam around.
Knight c1, preventing knight a2. Now the thing is, even if you play a2, if white can sacrifice for that pawn...
There's a knight e2 threat.
Oh, that's right.
Knight e2. Ah, Denis sees it.
That's a big
why
one.
He couldn't take...
Now this will be an interesting position. What's going on here? Rook takes c1 was possible, but he decides to play it now, but there's rook takes c3.
This is just totally losing.
No, but before he could have done this, and a1 would have had to happen. He could have sacked. Here, he has to play the rook endgame. It's so much worse.
Well, the reason this is losing is white's rook is in the wrong spot to defend. You want the rook behind the pawn. In front, it's just out of the game. Hikaru can bring his king in, slowly get opposition, and pick off the rest of the pawns, and then waltz over the king, take away the rook.
The rook can just go back to a6. Beautiful technique, covering the pawn, and now you can just make progress. King takes f3.
And just walk the king over?
You just have to watch out for
maybe
rook
takes a5. Rook a5, cut off the king,
Beautiful.
very professional.
No, Hikaru has got this one under control, and he's going to bring that king over.
But there's a big moment missed there by Denis. Nice win by Hikaru. He had one moment.
Yep. You got to seize those opportunities because Hikaru Nakamura takes the win, and now he's bounced back from that. And we've been talking about how good he is at doing that. Bouncing back, he's right back in this with that 2-point lead and the white pieces. But Denis, you can look back on this game as a big missed opportunity.
For sure. Denis won, an earlier game, we saw Hikaru, he lost. There's a couple moments in the game against Alireza where he lost a string of games. Denis is going to need streaks to take down Hikaru. He's going to have to really frustrate him over multiple games. Just didn't get opportunities that game. That was tough. And we have another Spanish structure so far.
Yeah, he's actually, the only difference really is that A takes B5 has just not been included. Otherwise, we're kind of in the same position that we saw before. Interesting not to include that because I thought it really only favored white, but there's really no big difference here. You can throw in A takes B5 at any point. The one thing is that the move D4 has come a little bit earlier than last time.
Yeah, and like in the previous game, Denis did get a good position and ended up winning the game with the time mishap. So otherwise, you might be asking, Denis, he's down a few games as black does need to spice things up. Against e4, if you want to do that, you might be playing the Sicilian. But because he had success earlier with the Spanish here, he's ready to repeat.
Yeah, bishop e3. At this point, we have seen the more symmetrical capture from Denis. That's c takes on d4. You were suggesting perhaps e takes d4.
Definitely.
And that, again, was on the table. But no, keeping it more solid here, the extra space and the bishop on b3. Just compare the bishops for white to those in black's position. Slightly better. And, of course, with d4, just that extra central control.
Extra center control. And you're wondering, well, do you take on d4? You can take on d4, but the risk there is that d6 pawn becomes very soft. Black would rather white take on e5, recapture the pawn. Symmetrical, much more equal-like position.
Yeah, really in this position, you want to continue development. That's queen d2, getting the queen off the first rank so the rooks are connected. For black, the same thing. However, there's less space in the position. It feels like a concept, space. How do you really define it? Why does it contribute to an advantage? Well, here, the black queen, if it goes to c7, there's rook c1. White can just choose to play queen d2, stay on the d file, which is currently closed. There's no pressure on it. Whereas black has to make that choice. Queen e7 might put the queen a little bit too far away from the action.
And when you have more space, you want to keep the pieces on the board. When you have less, because less space, fewer squares for your pieces. Denis eventually is like, you know what, I have to trade. I'm getting cramped. But the main drawback here, long-term, d6 isolated pawn.
That's right. The d6 pawn is weak. e4, however, is now on a semi-open file, so the rook on e8 is putting pressure. Bishop takes d4. Given a miss by the computer there, probably looking for knight takes d4 instead, but understandably not played by Hikaru because the e4 pawn was under some kind of attack there. So it's more of a tactical solution. But bishop takes d4 is the more logical move, keeps everything defended, and it's really the d6 pawn versus the e4 pawn. Which one is more of a weakness?
Well, if white has time, at some point this knight vacates, you play f3, you're like, I can stabilize my pawn, whereas black can't stabilize their d6 pawn.
Interesting. Allowing knight takes f3 with check to double the pawns there. That's a decision that really shows that Hikaru was willing to take the structure. It says, well, even though the h3 pawn is attacked, the d6 pawn is something that's going to be so weak, and in this case, worth handing over h3 in order to take d6, says Hikaru.
I'm a little surprised by that. I thought he might play king g2 and just, h3 can be defended, d6 also defended, but he can just keep applying pressure, whereas after king g2, black can add additional pieces on h3. So I'm a little surprised by that decision. Still prefer white's chances, but more liquidations. Denis is generally pretty comfortable in these technical endgames.
Yeah, let's see here, because this is, a position that really is trending towards equality. However, it's these types of positions that I have felt both players capable of those slow incremental gains and outplaying the opposition. In this case, it does feel that Hikaru is trying to be the one to do that. Queen takes on d6. If you capture it, you help white double the rooks. And you also have to watch out this bishop on h3. If it gets attacked, king h2 in the future, it doesn't have great squares to move to. e6 is probably the destination, but d7 is not ideal, and e6 does ruin the pawn structure a little bit, although I think that's probably what's going to happen.
And we have to talk about the pawns. Black has the h-pawn, a passed h-pawn. White has doubled f-pawns, which means white has potential to strengthen the center, push the pieces back, but that's double-edged. That could favor either side.
Yeah, in terms of maybe the next couple of moves, 5 to 10 moves, I think white's pawns advancing might be the difference. You trade a bunch of pieces, you go to an endgame, all of a sudden it's black's h-pawn that will win it. So different positions where each of these pawn structures will thrive.
I wouldn't be surprised to see one rook traded off, not both rooks. You want to keep at least one on for some winning chances, because if you play rook back to d6, we're expecting rook d8.
Yep, at that point, that would make the most sense. I thought that we might see the rooks double after rook to d8 the first time. So if he wants to play on, he could consider rook back to d6 and double, or you could take on b8, because when black takes back, the rook on b8 is not ideal. And if you play rook a8, rook c8, the bishop and pawn for white on the queen side have the entry squares covered. c4, c3, c2, they're all covered. Same on the a file. And that means that white can maybe shift to the d file with rook d1.
Yeah, you're probably playing rook d1 and not rook c1, because rook c1 can be met by rook c8.
That's right. Yeah, challenging the c file. Even though rook d1 can't quite get into d7, still it's the main open file that white can control. So kind of a big decision here. How do you push for something? First of all, do you want to push this position further? Repetition's available, rook d1 as well.
I think white should definitely try. Hikaru is a big fighter. Double the rooks. At some point, I really want to play f4 and e5.
And he can still play a different move here, although rook d6 would be that repetition invitation. In moments like this, you also have to weigh the clock. It's part of your decision on how ambitious you'd like to be.
If there's a repetition, it means Hikaru's not that happy with his position, because he does like to provoke mistakes, very comfortable playing endgames, where at least there's some ideas of how to put pressure, how to gain space, and I think I see that. I mean, the one concern maybe for Hikaru is he sees the potential of bishop e6. Yes, I'm not sure, that does weaken the pawn for black, but this is a very good bishop on b3.
That's right. And rook a1, the difference from rook d1 is we're directly planning to play rook a7. That will pressure the f7 pawn, and there's more happening for white. Black needs to react before looking for counterplay. The bishop on h3, it's just not a great piece. It will need to come back into the action. Bishop e6 looks like it will be forced either now or on the next move, and that makes sense. If you capture, the f-pawn takes. While it ruins the pawn structure, it also controls f5, so it's not the worst.
And because it controls f5, we need to reroute this knight. This knight needs to join in the game to put any sort of pressure on e6 or b5. Doesn't have h5, so I'm expecting, okay, a nice little check, force the king on a worse square. Maybe knight e2, knight f4.
That makes sense.
Lots of ways to go wrong for either side here, but we have to favor the active side, which is white.
Yeah, currently the rook on b8 just does not compare to the rook on a7. While this is not the biggest advantage, still the king's cut off for black. White's king can just walk into the center of the board at its leisure, and the knight maneuvering from g3 back to e2 might provoke e5, and then perhaps knight c3, or perhaps knight back to g3. You can just continue to fight for some squares here. Instead, he's gone for f4. The idea could be e5 and f5 directly.
There's a big decision here for black. Do you keep the rook on b8, which is considered passive defense, or do you shift it over? You might lose the b pawn, but you can use your rook maybe to attack white's central pawns.
Yeah, I think the idea is e5 and f5. You don't want that f pawn to be a target. f5 played immediately. This is going to undouble the pawns. The e pawn's a little scary, and if the knight jumps in f5, suddenly knight d6, g7's a target. You can't play g6 because the h pawn is a target. This is a small push here from Hikaru, trying to apply the pressure and also realizing that the clock is ticking.
And it's very useful for white. There's no mating nets. It's not like knight f4, the king always has h2. If you flush the king out, that might even help white. Might even walk towards the center and escort those pawns down the board. Definitely favor, even if you see the bar and it's like, seems pretty equal. This is much easier to play for white, and that's why Denis is falling behind on the clock.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, after pawn takes on f5, knight takes f5, maybe something like
f5 is tough to take. Like
it
rook
really
c7, because inviting the knight into the game feels like a mistake.
Yeah, at this point, you are in a tough spot. Rook c6, defense, definitely one of the best moves in the position. Rook d7, a counter, undermining the knight. And now we see knight f4. This will be a very impressive hold if Denis can manage it.
He is managing it so far. Hikaru doesn't want to take on e6, wants to wait for e takes f5.
And he's definitely missed that one, rook c4. It's not the biggest deal, but this is an important move. It defends the knight on f4, and if you trade, suddenly that outside h-pawn that we were talking about, it starts to matter.
Yeah, black's definitely activated without giving up additional threats. Time is the main concern for Denis here, and Hikaru wants to continue threats, find a way for Denis to break.
Important decision here, because now you
F2 is loose.
Yeah, you might start to feel that rook
F2 and
d8,
B2, this is decision time.
I think going for a repetition here is not the worst. It's gotten out of hand a little bit compared to the previous position.
Well, how do we play on? Take on b5?
Yeah, I think this is a fair decision from Hikaru. He's not happy with it. He wanted a lot more from that position, but a big credit to Denis Lazovic for that defensive effort.
There's a couple moments there we're very worried for Denis, and he was under 20 seconds, but he really does thrive in some technical positions that seem very tough to play. Doesn't seem to faze him whatsoever. That was one of the better played games.
Absolutely, and a good sign. You don't want that. You don't want that result to spiral into more and more losses. So instead, kind of holds that tough position. He's back with the white pieces. He did actually start with c4 in this game, although it's transposed back to sort of this queen's gambit, decline Carlsbad structure, and Eric back in this position here. We have a topical line, bishop d6 and e6, usually with an invitation to kind of go a little bit more for h6 and sometimes g5 to hit this bishop. And bishop d6 is much more aggressive than just bishop e7. You don't care about breaking the pin from the bishop on g5. You're thinking more forward moves, more aggressive, control the center.
Yeah, and you play bishop e6 because you don't want to block your bishop after you play knight d7. Sometimes I've seen queen b8 as a follow-up, strengthen that diagonal.
Then we do see f3. Knight e2 and f3, it might look unusual. Why are we not developing to the more standard square with knight f3? But this is an idea. If black is not going to play c5, white might play e4. Striking in the center. If you take that, the f-pawn recaptures. The f-file opens up. And suddenly, the bishops on d6, on e6, the knight on f6, they're under pressure from all these pawn thrusts. d5, e5, all these pieces are running out of squares.
Yeah, those end up being pretty sharp positions, but usually white's very happy to game the center. And after e4, black's generally forced to take because even any sort of prospect of a pawn chain marching down the board is a bit too much to allow.
Yeah, and this sort of standoff between the bishop on f4 and the bishop on d6 right now. Kingside castling. It's quite dangerous to castle on the queenside here for black. There's an easy attack to generate with the B pawn, so we'll certainly see Hikaru castle kingside, but he's delaying it as long as possible. He feels there's important moves that need to be played, perhaps to deal with the threat of potential e4.
For sure. So a move like rook d8, why does that deal with e4? Well, in some positions, after the inevitable d takes e4, try to generate pressure on the loose d4 pawn.
Yep, and aimed at the queen is a great place to be. That will always, make itself useful at the end of a lot of variations and calculations. Just having that rook there, and there you see the move c5. Now, I was expecting maybe the king to castle before going for something like this, but ultimately, he must have felt that e4 was close to happening, and c5 played first. Now, all of a sudden, e4 much less desirable because there's pressure on d4.
e4 is less desirable, but at the same time, why is c5 a risky move? Structurally, it allows the isolated pawn on d5. Maybe I take on c5, place a knight on d4. Even looking at moves like knight b5, forcing probably the exchange on f4. Yep. And then we're happy for a knight to hop in from e2 to f4, put pressure, and he's played it. It just feels like this is just a slightly better position for white, and also in the style of Denis, where you can make slow, improving moves without allowing any slippery counterplay from Hikaru.
And one of the things after bishop takes f4, if we imagine that here, is that the knight can jump into c7. So if you play a move like c4, c takes d4, after bishop takes f4, we can put this here. And let's say c4, you could throw in these moves like knight c7, and then knight takes e6, and you have knight g6. So you can see those in-between moves can be so valuable, which means, going back to the position, we might be able to create this isolated pawn where the c and d pawns exchange because Hikaru has not castled and needs to do so now.
Or we can just take a pawn.
That's available as well.
Sometimes it's risky to take a pawn, but when you take the pawn, your knight can just jump back into b5, and this certainly wasn't what Hikaru planned. This is going terribly wrong for black.
And this is why we were thinking, well, you kind of want to have that king castled in time. c5 was a move he wanted to play early, but normally you're supposed to be castled, and immediately Hikaru has prepared a very ultra-aggressive g5 move. This is clearly not a move that he was planning or excited to play. It's a move born out of desperation, but Hikaru in these positions on the back foot can sometimes pull off a miracle, but in this position, Denis is ahead.
Well, we've spoken about Hikaru. When he's behind, he likes active counterplay, because this way of playing, you're down a pawn and you're opening up the position, you know that you're improving your opponent's light squared bishop, especially after like d takes e5. But he doesn't want to just sit around, allow exchanges, and end up playing an endgame just down a full pawn. I like this move a lot, by the way, bishop f5.
Yeah, occupying the f5 square. It's never going to be bothered there unless the knight on f6 moves. There's always going to be ideas like bishop takes on d7. A useful move, if white needs one, might be a move surprisingly like a4, just to support this knight, and then you can bring everything over, shift it over. The knight's never going to be loose. And opening the position, it doesn't just favor black because black's looking for counterplay. Black's king is also very exposed, so it's not even clear that this is going to work out.
It's also nice that the knight's on b5 because it takes away black's opportunity to play c4, try to slow things down. You can just play b3, open things up, because black doesn't have b5 to strengthen that pawn chain.
It's just an a pawn, but knight takes a7 is really, it's actually keeping the knight on b5. There's no a6 move. The knight on b5 is not supposed to be able to stay there, and now
positional
b4,
move.
A very positional move. If you take that pawn, all of a sudden, the knight is very secure. We see c4, but there's going to be an outside pass pawn for white, and this is clearly not what Hikaru was looking for.
No, b4 was to provoke c4, and now you have that beautiful outpost on d4, centralized. Knights are best in the center. They have the most squares. You have knight c6 in some positions, knight e6 in some positions, but you just know that knight's there for the rest of the game. And as you mentioned, at some point, a4, stretch out black's resources. At some point, Hikaru's position is all focused on the king side, but once this pawn starts marching up, he's going to have to allocate some of those pieces to the queen side, and then that initiative starts to disappear.
That's right. The knight on b8 as well wanted to play knight c6. Knight on d4 prevented that. The bishop on f5 can consider retreating in order to allow the knight on d4 access to the f5 square. This is a moment where that g-pawn, Hikaru's probably thinking, well, if I could just take that back to g7, that's the ideal place for it. You do not want that pawn overextended. Bishop a4 is an idea. Definitely all Denis in this position. Hikaru absolutely on the back foot, needs counterplay, but it feels like the more he's looking for it, Denis is reacting correctly and actually taking bigger advantages of some of these, moves that are just thrown out there, like G5, like retreating the knight to B8.
Yeah, these were all very risky moves that Hikaru knew were risky, but Denis has maneuvered perfectly, and at some point, Black will just be staring at a bunch of liabilities. That could be the D5 pawn, could be the H6 pawn, and where's the counterplay?
Yeah, so keep in mind that A pawn, A4, A5, that's going to be big counterplay, and it doesn't seem like much, but it could be the perfect distraction on the queen side for all the action that's going to happen in the center of the board and on the king side.
And why are we saying Denis is handling this well? Look at the position. Black has 2 knights. White has placed the pieces so well that the knights can't target anything. They've been restricted, and Hikaru is very good at counterplay with knights. But here, there's no counterplay, and at some point, you can start, again, playing A4, maybe E4, disconnecting the D5 pawn from the C4 pawn. Just, there's no entry squares, and then, yeah, that initiative is really, look at the clock, everything is just disappearing for Hikaru. This is really, really close to a technical win.
You called it, always looking for active counterplay. That's why he's so exciting to watch. But as you're seeing these moves, you just have to know that they are going to be better and better for Denis if he can find that correct continuation. Yeah. In this case, boldly capturing that pawn, there's no pawns left in front of that black king. Even though Hikaru's opening things up, it could be Black's king that ends up in more trouble.
Well, this is all in for Hikaru. He knows that because opening up the position, actually, Black's king is less safe. Rook F1. Why is that F-file so strong? Because Hikaru opened it up. He invited this. And now your queen doesn't even have any squares.
Yep.
E7, G7,
H3
D6.
is a move that just kicks that knight out. Rook F4 doubles the rooks on the F-file. Rook F3 also heads to the G3 square. And look at this move, knight E4. A full invitation. The rook on F1 is looking directly at the queen, but is there a simple knight to G3, for example?
Yeah, knight G3. What is the move there? Maybe queen D6? Some hard moves to find.
Yep. Always
H3.
tricky in these positions. H3.
Things are hanging on by a thread here. Can you take on F6 and take on H6? Denis says no. He wants to keep the pieces on the board. Rook D5.
Tactics.
Rook takes D5 and queen takes C4 is coming up after knight E5.
Yep. Yep, there's tactics there. There's tactics with queen takes E4 in some positions as well. But
now knight G3 or rook D5. They both work. Hikaru under 20 seconds. Wow.
And he's resigned that one. It was knight G3, played at the end. Should be noted that there was a very tricky idea that could have been played against knight G3 that you mentioned, Eric. So dodged that and played it at the right moment. Really impressive to keep this within a 1-point lead. Hikaru 4.5 to 3.5. And we're down with John Sargent in the studio.
Thank you very much, folks. Hikaru, we obviously had a technical pause earlier. It's not what anyone likes to see in esports, but in chess, you have different delays, esports versus over the board. Can you talk us through what went on this morning?
Well, I mean, it was the exact same issue as last night, unfortunately. There's some issue with the computer. Obviously, it shouldn't happen, but that's how it goes.
Look, there's no appeals committee, fair play committee waiting until after the end of a long game and like potentially a resolution later on. You managed to get things resolved in what, 5-10 minutes, and we even got the clock times back? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that difficult to set up. I think ironically enough, I had a similar situation in 2020 against Alireza, of course, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal, but I, of course, messed up the game. It should have been a draw after that, but so be it.
Well, thank you very much, and best of luck in the 3+1 segment as well. Sure. Cheers. All right, guys, back to you on the stage. When we come back, of course, we'll have more 3+1 this time.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Hikaru, and thank you to the fans for putting up with the delay. Like we said, I guess things do happen in esports different when you're playing on computers and over the board, but regardless of that, it's a one-game match. That's what matters most. Denis Lazovic with a little bit of momentum going into the break, even though he's down a game.
Yeah, he's been down 2 games multiple times. It looked like Hikaru kind of had things figured out. It's good to see that Denis is fighting back, and he's also kind of getting to his positions a lot. I will be showing a game in a bit here that illuminates one of the problems that could come up later in the match. But so far, so good. I mean, this is as good as you can ask for Denis.
With that said, do you get the sense, it's almost in the air, that Hikaru knows as it gets faster, Hikaru gets better? And I know that a one-game lead with momentum for the younger player is not maybe what he wanted, but you also just know that he's been here so many times. I can sense just an air of confidence about him. What do you think?
I think so. At the same time, Denis is only 19 years old, and Hikaru himself said that his nerves are no longer as it used to be. You know, he's a father now. He's getting older, and his opponent is only 19, half his age. So I think there's the confidence, of course, because Hikaru has the experience. But when it comes to how you deal with the pressure, the nerves, and the shorter the time control, the bigger the time scramble, I don't think this one game advantage is comfortable. I don't think it's enough.
I mean, what do you think? I mean, how critical is the 3+1 here for Denis? I would regardless of hype, I would objectively say that Hikaru was probably a bigger favorite in Bullet against Denis Lazovic than even Magnus was. So how important is it that Denis has momentum here or finds it? What does the score need to be going into Bullet, according to Levi Rosman?
I mean, Hikaru can be within a game or two, and I would kind of pick him. Yesterday, he played, in Alireza's words, unbelievable level of Bullet. But also yesterday, Hikaru lost 4 games in a row in the 3+1. That was really uncharacteristic. Now, granted, the caveat is he then won 4 games in a row. So if he really wants to make it dramatic for us, he'll do 5-5. But he has to find his footing in 3+1. He's definitely found much more footing in the openings this match. Right, yesterday, there was a lot of positions that were sort of erratic. The Queen's Gambit was sort of all over the place with the black pieces, and it was very dynamic, super complex. They kept playing into these positions that even David was sort of struggling to break down. Today, there's a lot more structure in the match, a lot more symmetry. Part of that comes from playing Lazovic. Part of that also comes from Hikaru probably stabilizing a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you give me any player in the world who's even leading by 2, even if it's Magnus, I'll give Hikaru a good bet in the Bullet, and yesterday he played great.
Okay.
Until the end.
Until the end.
Yes.
All right, well, we're going to keep giving thoughts here, but we're not going to get to the end without giving Levy another chance to break down another moment. Those of you who were here yesterday, how many of you were here yesterday? Raise your hand. I want to get how many new fans we got.
So many.
Okay, so it's actually about half and half. Actually, maybe I think more people are here for their first time on Sunday. So here we go. We're going to give us a game review to break down Levy Rosman, Kenny the Jet style from the inside the NBA. What do you got for us, Levy?
Yeah, so for anybody that doesn't know, in Barcelona just a couple of weeks ago, I did a chess event with Hikaru and Magnus. Who saw that? Amazing, nobody. Love it. Chess just doesn't know how to market it. You know, this morning, I was a block away. I had an interaction. I'm walking with my wife. Jogger runs past us, and then we're walking up the street, and he goes like this. And then he looks us in the face and is like, Levy Rosman, what you doing in London? I'm like, the biggest stars on the planet are a 1-minute walk away. So that means nobody, fine. Nobody saw that event. They played blindfold against each other. But in that event, in the interview, Magnus said something really interesting. And this is what this game is from. Magnus said, if Hikaru gets the young generation into a position with symmetrical pawn structure, he's really good at outplaying them. And I was really interested in this game. This was the very first game of the match. I know you forgot already. And go through some of the moves. We'll keep moving. We'll see how Hikaru, from this position, sort of applies a little bit of pressure. It doesn't look like there's much going on. But he offers a trade of rooks at some point. He puts the rooks in the middle, keeps the tension. And all of a sudden, comes bishop takes pawn. And he wins a pawn. You can't take it because you would be losing the bishop. He's just posing questions. The computer says it's equal, but you're up a pawn. And then, as he applied more pressure and scrambled and time got low, okay, there was some tactics, doesn't particularly matter. There's one move in particular that I would like to call out. White maneuvering the pieces, sacrifice the queen with the back rank. There was a cool idea there. But then, after this move, comes queen to d6, another queen sacrifice. But the idea is not even that, oh, maybe Denis is stupid and he'll let me take and it is mate. No, the idea, play one more move, is to trade the queen and trap the black king in the corner. And then the game ends with an absolutely gangster king walk, like we all expected. Black absolutely frozen. Hikaru outmaneuvering the young opponent, Lazovic, in an endgame, converting this game by literally just everything moving down the center line. And like Magnus said, how interesting is that Magnus has studied enough of Hikaru's chess, even in the online games, he can outplay the next generation in symmetrical pawn structure. We're out here hanging queens. He's like coming up with all these nuances, and this was really instructive. So
I love it. I love it. In fact, if we could just throw it back to the starting position right before Levy's amazing breakdown got underway, because I really want to highlight that Levy's point is the symmetrical pawn structure right here. Look at this position, everybody. You see what the computers say it is? 50-50, which reminds you that equal positions are not draws. They are won by whoever plays better, and I agree. Hikaru, high praise from Magnus. Hikaru and Magnus, I think, do it better than anybody, but this is really masterclass stuff. So great breakdown.
Thanks.
We're
the producer's drawing a heart.
Look at that, that's a heart. Thank you, producer. Heart. All right. So we see what Hikaru does best. We know there's a lot of chess left. But Eric and Amon also pointed out one really critical game, maybe the most critical game, in my opinion, of that first segment, was the game that Denis held the draw in, where he could have lost. And they talked about how Denis's ability to save that position could really pay dividends later on, because it showed, it's kind of the unmeasurables, right? Not even just the quality of the chess, but the scramble and the nerves, and that he kept with Hikaru in that bullet game, even if he didn't do it in an earlier one. So what do you think about that being a really key point to his confidence as the time controls get faster here?
I fully agree, because I think we would say Hikaru is the better chess player, but this is speed chess, and speed chess requires a lot more than your chess skills, your abilities. It's about the nerves, it's about how you deal with the pressure, and I think that's where Denis can actually match Hikaru or do better. He's younger, he's here being the underdog, and I feel like Hikaru yesterday, that final bullet game against Alireza, he showed he's human.
Yeah. All right, well, he is human, and he does love king walks, and I'm going to give a shout out to our sponsor here as we head to a break, that there's a new game from Annie Chess called King's Gambit, where the king is the main character. The goal is to survive longer than your opponent. It's ad-free. It's a ton of fun. Late at night, if you want to have a chess variant, go check it out. Use the command King's Gambit in chat and give the Annie Chess newest game, King's Gambit, a try. All right, don't go anywhere. The Kings will be back in their chairs in just a minute. The Kings of Speed Chess, that's what we're here to see in London. It is the 2025 Speed Chess Championship live finals. Let's hear it, crowd. There's a lot of chess left today. We're gonna get a close finish here. We'll be right back.
You handle it, where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece.
Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On Chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
So Denis, there are prediction markets happening right now for the Speed Chess Championship Finals, the tournament you're playing in. I'm going to pretend to give you 100 British pounds, and you're gonna have to tell me whether it's a smarter bet to bet on that person winning or that person not winning. The favorite, it will be no surprise, is Magnus Carlsen. You have to bet 74 British pounds to win 100, but you only have to bet 27 pounds to win 100 if he does not win the Speed Chess Championship. Now, I know you're playing him in the first round, but what's the smarter bet?
Magnus to win, yeah. I mean, he's the best player in general, so obviously I will have some chances, but you know, it's most likely that he will win.
Okay, well, that's very honest. You're betting against yourself. Okay, now the next one is Hikaru Nakamura. Right now, in order to win 100 British pounds, you have to bet 16 pounds. The no is 85. So what's the smarter bet for Nakamura?
That he will not win entire tournament, I think so. 85, yeah.
Betting against Nakamura. All right, good. All right, the next one is Alireza Firouzja, and he's pretty close to Hikaru, okay? So it's currently 10 British pounds. If you bet 10 pounds and he does win, you win 100 pounds. It's like 10 to 1 odds.
Yes.
But the no is 91. So what's the smarter bet, for Alireza to win or Alireza to lose?
To win, yeah. I mean, he has a good chances. I think that now he's a bit stronger than Hikaru. I mean, he plays very good.
So just to be clear, you're predicting Magnus versus Alireza in the finals?
Yeah.
But 10-1 odds, you like Alireza?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, he has much more chances than 10%, so it's a good bet to win some money.
The most important one, Denis, is you, right now, if you bet 3 British pounds on yourself, not that you'd ever do that, and you win the tournament, it's 100 British pounds, but the no is 97. Now, of course, we're not suggesting you'd ever bet on your own event, but what's the smarter money on yourself?
I don't really care about 3 pounds, so in general, I would bet that I will win, no? I would make a bet that I will win the entire event.
So you like yourself at 33-1 odds. That's a good bet on you.
If we will speak about like 3,000 and I can lose it, I will think. But 3 pounds, it's okay.
Okay, welcome to Hyper Bullet Hot Takes. You have 30 seconds to give your answers. Let's see who debates the best. Your first question. I like the format of FIDE's Total Chess World Championship, and it will still exist in 5 years' time.
Well, the problem for me is still, like, it doesn't really exist right now because we haven't had any tournaments. I will say that I really enjoy the combination of formats and rating somewhat faster chess as classical. You even see tournaments like Tata Steel speeding it up now. So I hope it's going to be around.
Yeah, I think the Total World Championship is an interesting format. You're going to have all these different time controls. I think it could be quite interesting. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the first event in October goes. Will it exist in 5 years? Absolutely not, unless we see some dramatic change.
Next question. Norway will go further than USA in the upcoming World Cup football.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't follow football. It's I think because America tends to not be that good at it, we just don't care so much, unfortunately, or soccer as we call it. So I've got no idea. I'm going to assume that the US goes further. I mean, the only player that I know on either team would be, of course, Haaland, who plays for Norway, but we'll see. No real opinion.
Yeah, Norway's going to win the whole thing. So.
If we do end up seeing a one-on-one stadium match between you two one day, who will have more fans cheering for them?
Well, I hope I'd have more fans, but I hope that the haters would be as loud, and I would encourage everybody who dislikes both of us to come as well.
Yeah, I think if Magnus and I play a 1v1 in a stadium, it doesn't really matter to me who has more fans, whether it's myself or Magnus, but I think just having the fans who really appreciate the game of chess and having that atmosphere would be really, really special. So I think it would be a big win for chess if that happens. One day, just huge.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Eric, we have Hikaru Nakamura and Denis Lazovic in this third place matchup, an EWC qualifying spot on the line, and honestly the match has delivered so far. If you are a Hikaru fan though, you might be wondering, hey, what's going on early on in this match? He has the lead, but perhaps expected to have a bigger lead.
For sure, when we looked at this match ahead of time, if Denis can manage Hikaru's aggressiveness, he will do well. Styles make fights. Magnus was a really tough matchup for him. But we've seen Denis improving. I mean, the conversion, that last game at the end of the segment, phenomenal.
Yep, he showcased different openings as well. It has not been the exact same Denis that we've seen in the previous matchup. He's now in the 3+1 section. So I'm wondering, Eric, is he going to go for maybe his favorite, his most successful openings that he's tried in 5+1? We will soon see as things get underway.
I wouldn't change much of what Denis is doing so far. Just this is he's probably happy. Just like those wins give you so much confidence. And Hikaru definitely, like even that last game, looked a bit out of place. Like, his weaknesses were very, very exposed. And Denis can just approach it, be like, if Hikaru's going to lash out, be my guest.
Yeah,
I can handle when he does decide to like weaken the position and pose some tough questions. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, and Magnus kind of had that same style to Denis, but what makes this matchup exciting is Hikaru will not sit back, you know, maybe the way that Denis would in a slightly worse position. Denis is willing to play those defensive moves, perhaps a little risk averse on the more passive side, but that can pay off, saving those draws. Whereas Hikaru, he's not going to accept that. And we know Hikaru, he always saves a bad position. That's his style. He's one of the most resourceful players in chess. But at the same time, he's taking risks by doing that. So that's why I think this matchup here is exciting. And, you know, this position, perhaps not the most exciting, right? Very symmetrical when you look at it. The pawns are both doubled on the e-file. We actually have 4 pawns on the e-file. And, you know, the really only difference is that pawn on b5, perhaps a little overextended. But Eric, not much in this one.
No, not much in this one. I think as we're entering the shorter format, Hikaru will feel a bit more comfortable. The way that some of the games went, Denis's style, he can play very accurately, you know, with 5 minutes. With 3 minutes, I think Hikaru wants to take the games to deeper waters, a few more time scrambles, a bit more chaotic, because even his style, or when he goes for that active defense, it's harder to refute when you have less time.
That's right. He's not going to have that time on the clock to calculate absolutely everything. And as we've discussed, time gets shorter. Hikaru Nakamura gets stronger. That's exactly what we can expect. Here, doubling on the f-file, there was a nice maneuver. Black brought the knight to b4, played c5, and then retreated to c6, having great control of the d4 square. The question is whether white is going to play c3, d4, maybe c3, b4. For now, the rook on a1 controlling the a-file, but there's not a lot of penetration that can happen.
No, most of the penetration's on the f-file. What you just mentioned, c3, d4, the same thing applies to black. Black plays d5, that weakens that e5, those double pawns. Same thing for white if you play d4. So I think c3 can be played, d4 under the right circumstances, because it does carry some risk.
Yep, but c3 played at least in the meantime. We could see the move b4.
I like
from
b4.
Now. Yeah, that keeps the integrity of the d3 and e4 pawns nice and solid, while still looking to open things up. Meanwhile, the rook's swinging over, doubled on the f-file. Now, in order to unleash that pressure, you do need to move this knight from f6, but white strikes first with the move b4. Hikaru is maybe looking to play something like pawn takes on c5, weakening the e5 pawn, and doubled isolated pawns would then be the result.
And there's some positions here that by fixing that pawn on b5, white does have control over the a-file. We've seen in some other games you can use that, maybe rook a6, start to harass a little bit. Also, it's not in this position, but even queen e2. Both sides have those double d pawns, bit tender. Whoever gets access to it first will have the initiative.
And knight to h7, indicating knight to g5, taking advantage of the pin on the f-file. And on top of that, you do have the move d4, which I think makes a little bit more sense due to the fact that the e4 pawn is no longer as much of a target. And I do think we will see the move d4 pretty soon.
Oh, I don't like knight e7. I was saying rook a6 is a very common idea in this structure. And moving the knight away takes pressure off of b4. Something looks off there. I'm a little surprised by d4. I thought rook a6 was an easy move to improve the position.
Yep, and actually the rooks have shifted backwards. Now, what was once a pair of doubled rooks on the f-file, now we just have rook f1. The rook stays on the a-file, so it's a little bit of queenside pressure on the a-file versus a bit of an all-in approach here on the f-file. Knight g6. Now the f4 square is weak because there's no e3 pawn anymore. White has more space in the center, but has given up some squares in the meantime.
I wanted to show something before. There's some sacrifices on f3 in certain positions. Here, knight g5, begging to be played. Almost looks like a slip.
Rook f1 was played last time to prevent knight g5 because we were just highlighting that knight g5 takes advantage of the pin. This is not going to be good enough.
No, knight g5 wasn't played. I guess he believed Hikaru.
I can't believe that is a big miss, honestly. That's very significant. Now, we're back in a position that's probably just equal once again, but knight g5 is the whole point of knight h7. So that opportunity, I think, is very, very significant.
Do you know what happened sometimes? Denis was focused on the draw, on just the equality. He didn't pivot and, oh, I can actually push for more. and that's why he wasn't looking for that move.
There's a thought that no Denis fans are thinking about right now, that's for sure. Definitely a big player missing, but obviously, you take out a player like that, you punch your ticket. That's why Denis Lazovic is sat in front of this crowd right here. Lots of exchanges, Eric, in this one, and it feels like missed opportunity, but you're focused on what's in front of you. An equal position. The thing about the center for White is, yes, you have more control, but things are also a little bit weaker, right? Bit overextended. Black has the pressure, White has the space.
And Black has a bit of time. So yes, those pawns can be a liability if they're further advanced up the board. Queen b3 here. Basic threat of queen takes e6. Do you want to walk your king? Or is that a little, yeah, he goes king h8.
Knight on g3 is loose. I still think queen takes e6 was an interesting consideration, but no, deciding to keep things under control. And that knight on g3 can be placed a little bit better. So I'm wondering if that's going to happen. Currently, repetition possible.
Well, I think Hikaru wants to equalize the clocks before going for more, because you don't want to be down 10 seconds and making a brash decision.
I feel like this is...
Queen a8 is a very nice move.
Exactly.
Hitting e4, and you have ideas on the a file.
Really nice maneuvering here. The b pawn is weak, the e pawn is weak.
You're picking up a pawn here, right? Queen b2 check.
Yeah,
and
the
where's
king
the
is safe on
counterplay for
h8.
Hikaru? Just these loose pawns.
This is impressive, and now the king is back on h2. The king in the center did not pay off. A pass pawn on b5 now for Black. You can go for any queen trade.
You can start pushing the pawn. You can play safe moves.
Queen d7 guards both pawns. I'd like to see the queen maybe behind the pawn and start pushing it, but it's tough to achieve that.
Oh, Denis is making some safe moves for now. He knows Hikaru doesn't have a perpetual or doesn't have threats.
You could go d5. Yes, he decided to do that. Knight e4 and knight h5.
He's trying to play queen a7. Knight gets kicked out.
The knight has no good squares, no anchors. Even knight c5 is not reliable.
Queen g3.
Uh-oh, this is big trouble.
Where's the next move?
The b pawn is dangerous. Where is the next move? He's going to repeat for now.
Maybe h5, h4.
Yep.
Grab some space.
Queen d2, you can look for trades as well.
Nice. d4 is loose here. You can even trade the queens at outside pass pawn.
Watch out, the d pawn is falling.
Wow.
And he's going to resign the game. The technique there in the knight endgame was enough. And Eric, we have a match on our hand where Hikaru is getting a little bit flustered by that style of Denis Lazovic. He's able to take these positions and apply pressure when it looks equal, to be honest with you.
And Hikaru maybe gets too ambitious, and it just wasn't the right position. He made the mistake. Denis punished it. We were a bit critical of Denis earlier in that game. He had maybe one move that it said he could press for advantage.
Knight g5.
But he was just focused on equalizing, playing a position that he knew, and the decision was up to Hikaru. And I said, like, maybe he doesn't have enough time to pursue it. And as soon as Denis had that chance in the endgame, he really is very, very strong technically.
And we have a tied matchup here, 4.5 to 4.5. And also Denis with the white pieces. You know, coming into this third place matchup, you kind of talk about chances for both players. You know, what it would mean to them, that EWC qualifying spot. For Denis, the stakes are high, and he's showing up on the big stage.
Yeah, even with a bad start, that's a lot harder. I said Denis isn't the style to really come back, but he started off down a couple of games. But the last hour, just putting the pressure on every time against Hikaru, just by playing solid.
Yeah, take it game by game, because Hikaru's the type, you know, you have a good game, good result against him, he's more motivated in the next one, and we're entering Hikaru territory, whether it's 3-minute or bullet. This is where Hikaru thrives. So let's see this game as well. Rook to c8 was just played. Space on the queen side. You expect this from these English setups. Denis has gone back to this. I do like the decision. I think those positions have been good for him when he's played it. I'd like to see it more often.
Well, let's just look at this position. This is not active for Black. Hikaru is a very active player, very sharp. He's a tactician. This is for Black. The bishop's on f8, on d7. It's kind of symmetrical. You don't have pawn breaks. You don't have space gaining moves. It's not the kind of position he wants to be in against Denis. Denis has time and time again done well in these spots.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of pressure in this position. Knight b6 is a threat. And I'm also starting to look at the kind of direct queen c3. And I mention that because if Black would play rook b8 to challenge the b file, White could play queen c3. And I don't think Black could keep the b file and keep the a pawn. But now, you see the decision is to hand over the b file in exchange for guarding b6 and a5 with the rook. A more passive setup, which, as you mentioned, Hikaru doesn't like to do, but he'll do temporarily in order to plan for some counterplay.
You can say passive. This just looks like awkward. This is like bad. Your pawns are bad. Your pieces are bad. And Denis didn't even make a lot of like tough moves to get to this position. Hikaru was just clearly uncomfortable because this is awful.
Yeah, and you can play bishop e4 even. If there's pressure on d3, bishop e4 is a nice reaction. The pawns, you'll notice e5, c5, a5, fixed on dark squares, which is why a light square bishop trade is being proposed. That will favor white. The pressure is on rook b7. Black has to defend it. This is full defensive here for Hikaru. This position is not good at all.
And when we say defend it with the rook and stay there for the rest of the game. This a5 pawn isn't going anywhere. Long-term weakness, no counterplay. Hikaru's down 30 seconds, and oof, it's almost close to lost, I would say. Like this is really tough to hold.
Yeah, just from a technical standpoint, strategically, the a pawn, having your rook tied down defending one pawn, and I'm only investing perhaps a bishop in order to attack it. Hikaru is going to look for counterplay with h5, but it's not really going anywhere. h4 shuts it down, and if we're thinking about moves that black can play, it's tough to find anything better than perhaps shuffling.
Yeah, and Hikaru's not known to just shuffle pieces without any sort of plan. He usually has something. This is tough. And one idea for white, you want to take your time because we're trying to contain this dark squared bishop. At some moment, is f4 an idea? It could be an idea combined with bishop on c3 to undouble your pawns and make a little bit of progress. At the end of the day, look at the pawns. White has 5 pawns on the king side versus 4. You can use that to gain space. So at the right moment, f4.
Yeah, on the one hand, the c6 pawn, the double pawn for black, quite useful. Have to appreciate it's keeping white's pieces out of d5 and b5. But when you're counting up the pawns, it's whites who are actually more mobile on the king side. f4 will create a potential pass pawn later.
What happens after queen b8? Queen b8, the rook is almost trapped. Rook a6, queen b7 traps the rook. Queen b8, rook d7.
Queen c8.
Queen c8, yeah, something looks bad here. Queen b7, rook d7.
Yep.
This is already lost.
Full infiltration here, and actually hunting for a queen trade had to be refused in the position. The a pawn, by the way,
take the pawn.
It's just hanging. It's just sitting there hanging. But he says, look, let me take this pawn. Now I can plant the rook on d5 or d7. Full infiltration here. So far, Denis has done a really good job managing risk while taking bigger and bigger advantages.
Another Hikaru move, f5. It doesn't work. When you take on f5, your queen defends the diagonal, but Hikaru doesn't want to just enter an endgame hopelessly tied down.
That's right. This is a huge game. This would be for a lead in the match for Denis Lazovic. The rook's on d7. The queen's hunting for counterplay, but the queen on e4 defends everything.
Queen d5. Easy, effective. I'm expecting actually a resignation in a few moves.
So queen d5, the queen has to go like f6 if you want to keep the pieces on. The bishop on e1, necessary to defend f2. And we just see
well, where's the counterplay? This is the way I thought. Hikaru is a counterplay guy. There's no counterplay, no threats. Queen covers everything.
He's tried everything. He's pushed the f-pawn. There's no pawns left to push. He almost got to try g5, but that's a step too far.
Queen d5, you can put the bishop back to e1.
Yeah, queen d1, I was going to say, this is something. You can take on e7, then queen takes e1. Suddenly, the f2 pawn is threatened.
He has queen c2, fortunately, after queen takes e1. So f2, you can cover it, and then white is up 2 pawns and some clock.
Yeah, and the king on h6 will long-term be weaker. If you want to make
king
a threat.
f1, by the way, another move here, if we want to avoid counterplay.
That's
king
right.
f1.
King f1, a tougher move to play.
He's getting in some time trouble.
Yeah, he's starting to think twice. I think he's gone for queen
He's found
c2.
it. And that takes away all the counterplay. You're threatening maybe rook, even e6 in some positions, threatening mate. e5 is loose.
Think about black's queen.
Rook e6.
Oh my goodness, you have to go back now with rook
and then
g8. Oh.
Oof. Beautiful.
That was well played. Rook b8 looking for counterplay with rook b1, but Denis has done a great job punishing the ambition from Hikaru and turning those small advantages into bigger ones. He's getting his type of positions. And Eric, we have to take a moment to look at the score line here. 5.5 for Denis Lazovic. He's taking the lead in this matchup.
Well, speaking of that, yes, he's won 2 in a row, but that last game, Hikaru wasn't even trying to push for an advantage. He was just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Denis had the advantage, and Hikaru was just trying to survive. And These are the kind of positions that Magnus wasn't giving Denis.
That's right. Yeah, it felt like Magnus was almost playing Denis's positions just in a really tough style matchup. In this case, Denis is kind of going toe-to-toe in these more aggressive positions, and Hikaru has got to bounce back. You mentioned a couple in a row. It cannot be more than that.
If there's time, if they had timeouts, this would be a great time to take a timeout if you were Hikaru, because look at the similarities in a lot of these games. He's stuck with weaknesses, doubled pawns, not much counterplay. He's giving open files. I mean, it kind of looks like just the fundamentals, but Denis is achieving that time and time again, and really punishing Hikaru. He really needs to elevate his game because in this direction, like he looked bad last game.
Yeah,
that was
it could be trouble going forward if things are not corrected. But the thing about Hikaru is he's never out. And even though the result right now, we weren't feeling this way when he was up one. Now that he's down one, we're just looking at Denis Lazovic starting to feel the pressure. He's dealing with it well. Knight e6 is on the board, and this move from Hikaru looks to be well calculated and an important reply. Eric, knight to e5. If you don't play that move, how do you deal with this? Because taking on e6 looks extremely dangerous.
No, I wouldn't take on e6. Knight e5 played. White's going to pick up the bishop pair, but could have been a lot worse. There's some discovered checks we're looking at. Normally speaking, the bishop pair would be quite nice, open position, but there's a feature here. Black's bishop on c5 is very strong. The f-file is open. Queen f6, you can envision black building up pressure here, and if white has to decide to give up the bishop pair, then all of a sudden, we're pretty comfortable.
Exactly, and bishop e3 did need to be played. It's interesting because it felt like Hikaru was right back into it, calculating well. Knight e6 was a great move, but knight e5 was almost an even better reply. And it feels like this bishop is strong on b3, but look at the black pieces. Literally every single one is on dark squares, so that light squared bishop doesn't have that same impact.
Yeah, queen f4, trying to trade off pieces. I think Denis knows what he has to do. Like this style, it's very consistent. He's offering trades in positions he knows. Hikaru didn't play this opening to play another endgame.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, if you trade queens, that bishop and queen, there's no more, the king isn't as weak on h8. Just a technical position. And I think if you're rooting for Denis, he's got to pick up some points in this portion, because I really do rate Hikaru as a heavy favorite in the bullet portion.
Yep.
And we've seen him storm back in many SCCs in that here. But right now he's rattled and he's not getting advantages. So this is a really, really good opportunity for Denis.
Yeah, and speaking of, Hikaru played rook e1. We actually noticed the knight goes back to e5. The point of knight c6 was to play knight d4.
He just blundered f4.
F4
the
is
back
checkmate.
rank. Oh, that is, Denis hardly ever blunders, and look at that.
What a crucial result, and that is a one mover.
Just when Hikaru was getting frustrated, he's not going to miss that.
No, that's a gift at this level. It's probably the most significant blunder that we've seen, maybe in the entire competition.
Oh, from Denis in both matches, this is that is elementary.
Wow, 5.5. It's all tied up. Right in the moment where it felt like Hikaru had not achieved anything from that opening, a gift from Denis, and we're back tied up.
No, it's just so frustrating. Denis, he works very hard every time he beats Hikaru. Just to throw away a game like that in a position that you know you're okay and you're trending towards a draw.
Yeah, he thought he was so okay that was a casual move. Let me trade rooks, the dark squares versus the light squares, not appreciating that Hikaru's rook e1 did have an intention, and now we're back in this English setup, more space being gained on the queen side for Denis here. This is something that we've seen before.
We have, but in this position, the a-file's opened up. So Hikaru's rook on a8 is actually doing something. It's not looking at an isolated pawn. So this is a better version than the other English positions we've had. And I mean, Hikaru's got to be relieved just picking up that point, stopping the momentum.
Yep.
Denis still wants to open up that light squared bishop. So you're trying to look at the trades. You don't want to trade too much, because if you take on d4, you'd open up the e-file for black's rook. So I'm looking at moves like maybe knight g5. I can reroute the knight to e4. I don't want to open up the e-file, but I do want to open up my light squared bishop. Another move might be bishop e3. We've seen bishop g5 played. Why bishop g5? Sometimes you trade away your bishop for this knight so you can place your own knight on d5.
That's right. The light squares here on the diagonal are key. And the bishop on g4 makes it annoying to play the move e3. You can play e3 right now, but it would trade a lot of pieces in the position. Bishop e3 is accepting double pawns on the f3 square. If the knight captures on f3, you don't need to play bishop takes. You could take with the pawn, later look to play f4 once you move the knight on c3.
Yeah, knight d7. Hikaru is really encouraging Denis. Please take on d4. Let me play e takes d4. Now it's a critical moment. I think knight g5, some sort of... He's done well in these positions when he's kept the pieces on the board. That's when Hikaru's made some mistakes in some of those rich middle games.
Well, rook e1, if you just want to defend the e-pawn, that's a little bit of a preparation for capturing on d4. Otherwise, you do need to make a decision, and knight d7 indicates the bishop's opening up from g7, the knight's coming to c5, now might be the moment.
Knight e4. I thought knight d5. Something looks wrong here. I actually like knight d5, because if c6 was ever played, that would be a tender pawn. Knight e4, I think Denis is arguing if you play f5, you can attack me, but then you're just critically weakening the light squares, and your bishop loses some escape squares.
That's right. Yeah, I wonder what can be... I'm also wondering, okay, h3 was played. I think that black could, in some cases, play a move like knight c5 just to open up the e-file and get rid of that knight, which moves voluntarily here.
So knight b3. If you play knight b3, you have to calculate knight a4. The knight wants to jump into c3. Even right now, knight a4, knight c3 is an idea.
That's critical. Very strong. Hits the rook, the queen, the e2 pawn.
So knight a4, I think Denis is saying, you know what? You can play knight a4. I'll play maybe queen d2. And after knight c3, I'll meet it with rook a1. You won't get the fork in. It is important at some point. White needs to move their own knight on f3 and generate pressure on this diagonal.
Yeah,
but Hikaru's making it hard.
How do you defend d4, right? Knight a4 is very committal, because if knight c3 doesn't work out tactically, d4 is lacking support permanently. There's no c5. You can always take en passant c6. So I don't know if you're ready to commit with knight a4. You have to have the whole thing calculated out. A mistake means you drop the d-pawn, and that might ruin the entire equality.
And that's why Hikaru's taking time, and he decided, I can't hold on to the d4 pawn. I'm going to trade. It's a more simple position, but also static. And Denis has done quite well in these positions. Not very active. In fact, look at black's bishops. They're not particularly dangerous. Black does have the e-file. That's the main benefit. Oh, sorry. That's the main benefit of the double pawns on the d-file. We know d4 is weak. Where's the counterplay? e2 at some point.
Exactly. Well, I'm looking at this d4 pawn. Now, you can support it with queen f6. That guards d4 from the queen and the knight. I don't see how white adds more pressure to it, but queen f6 has me wondering, what is black actually going to do next? Maybe it's going to be playing g5. Maybe it's going to be moving the bishop on e6 in order to uncover an attack on e2.
Sorry. Queen f6, rook b8. Okay, we're caught up now.
And taking on c6, okay, if you take with the pawn, the queen is actually hit from the rook on b8. And even though that you're attacking the bishop on d7, you have to respond to the queen first. So I understand trying to open things up for white here. The e2 pawn is the weakness versus the d4 pawn. It's a huge struggle here. Eric, just which pawn is going to be weaker? Who can capitalize? White would love to play, if there's time, rook a4 and take on d4. That's why black had to take this way.
Yeah, who gets the threats first? I mean, it takes a while for black to double up on e2, and some positions maybe white even plays bishop f1 to reinforce it. It's going to be hard to take d4, but after rook a4, rook e1 next. I think in terms of trading weaknesses, how I look at this from white's perspective, I don't want to lose e2 for d4. d4, I just want to pressure.
Well, this is a fork as well. I mean, you'll happily trade c5 for the d4 pawn. I'm surprised that
Hikaru could have taken on d4 and taken on e2, broken the pawn chain.
Yep. That's
now h6 is hanging in some lines, right? If you take on d4, take on e2, maybe queen takes h6, and all of a sudden, rook h4, we see checkmating ideas.
This is critical, though, because if you don't take, what do you play? And he's gone for this exactly. Calculated rook b2. Are these threats happening first?
Well, they're in time trouble now, so even though white's up a pawn, anybody's game.
Yeah, the bishop from, okay, there's that rook h4 move. Of course, queen e5 was played in full anticipation of this. Rook on e8, looking to go to e2.
Not sure I like that decision. Even though white's up a pawn, black's very active, and it's hard to imagine white ever being in a position to activate this rook on f1 with double rooks.
And here we go, pawns exchange. Black can always win that that pawn on c5. In fact, he does it right away. That has to be a mistake.
No, this is good for black. You can double rooks again, and you're just playing up a rook.
The king's going to go to g3. Smart to activate. But that black king, as you're highlighting, can come straight into the middle of the board.
Rook c3 even. That king's awkward. You have to move it back.
Black can play g5 to fix the pawns as well.
He didn't want to take h3. He just wants to... He's waiting for a mistake. Denis is under 7 seconds.
Now this move is annoying to face, though. d4 is now hit by both rooks, d6 and d1. You have to trade and push the pawn, but now white's king can come around to help the pieces corral that d3 pawn.
Yeah, d2, you can bring your king in. And now Hikaru has to decide, does he want to defend d2 or give it up to try to win f2, transition to a drawn endgame?
King e3, rook c3 was very tricky there. Oh, what a weird position. He wants to queen that pawn, but he just can't do it yet.
You mentioned that. Pinning.
That's a strong idea.
But Denis under 4 seconds.
This
is very tough.
Nobody can move. The pawn is so close to queening, but everything is just frozen.
Hikaru needs to find a tricky move at some point. Denis is building up a bit of time. You know you can't queen the pawn. You're looking for tricks.
So the move that you mentioned, when the bishop's on f3 and the king's on g3, you can try to pin it with this rook a3 move, but it's just not available.
Can't allow the king to get to e3. So Hikaru might have to repeat.
Oh my goodness. Chance is there. I didn't see anything absolutely winning. I don't think anything significant was missed. Small chances, but ultimately this match and that last game continue to be deadlocked. We've seen this before. A very familiar position. I think everyone watching this match will probably go home and be able to recite this variation move by move, add this one to your repertoire immediately.
Depending on which side, Because these positions, they are very symmetrical, but then at some point the position typically bursts open. It can get pretty chaotic, but in the opening, very, very solid. Denis has been doing well, though. He's that last game that he lost, that was a one-move blunder. I mean, with black.
Yep.
It's not going to change his approach because he knows that blunder. If he's going to win this match, he can't afford a blunder like that again.
No, and that doesn't change the entire game. The game was good, the blunder was bad. It's clear what needs to be eliminated. E takes on d5, followed by d4. There's a reason Hikaru was spending time there. That's what he played last time. Here, changing it up again, you have to make these adjustments because going back into that position, he clearly didn't like it from previous. Even though he got the win, it was from that blunder.
But even this choice, it feels like black's equalized already. Like, what is white's advantage here? Bishop g4 is an idea. That's an annoying pin, so you might see h3. But even if you look at the dark squared bishops being exchanged, I guess Hikaru really wants to use that f-file, so he's encouraging Denis, please take on e3, let my rook on f1 join the game, then I can target f7. But Denis, ever so solid, playing bishop e6 and just asking, what happens if we just trade both bishops off? Is an f-file really enough?
Yeah, you don't want to take on e3 because the knight on g6 wants to use the f4 square. However, in delaying that, all of a sudden, you have allowed d4 to happen here for black. Black's trying to play knight f4, but now the position has changed altogether. If you capture on d4, white gets those two pawns connected in the center. Although you could decide to maybe take with the bishop, I think it's going to be pawn takes, and you could follow up with something like queen c2.
So having the pawn center can often be an accomplishment because you have space, but two pairs of pieces have been traded off. Generally speaking, these positions are good for black. It's a big accomplishment to just trade off those pieces, not have any spacing issues. And we even see this move f5. And why is f5 a nice positional move? If that pawn takes on f5, the d5 square gets weak and the d4 pawn becomes an isolated pawn.
That's a great point. f5, I really like this move. I understand f3, but the bishop on e3 is all of a sudden a loose piece. It means, not that it will be played right away, but moves like knight e5 just enter the conversation. And f3 was played so that if the pawn captures, you take back and you don't concede those light squares.
I mean, Hikaru's moving backwards. The position isn't so bad, but it's definitely not an advantage, not what he hoped for. And you can notice in a 3-minute game, the players are trying to avoid getting behind on the clock. So when Hikaru's down 35, 40 seconds, he's not happy.
No, that's exactly right. Tense moments here
You have to be concerned if you take on c5, it's okay, but you're also giving black that, queenside potential later on in the game of a passed pawn.
Yeah, c5 just hitting the center from all directions at this point. d4 is under attack, e4 as well. How do you keep everything defended?
d5, you're looking at, I gain a tempo, the queen just slides over to e5, and you don't have a further move to kick away the queen, and that queen on e5 is actually very nicely placed, hitting b2. So Hikaru decides, I'm going to sack that pawn, I'm going to win it back later because it's a double pawn, can't be supported easily. Let's see if this concept pays off. Because he's down a pawn, but let's just say that is a double pawn.
Yep. I think there's an idea that he's going for here, but yet again, we might be in that moment where he's going for something ambitious, but if Denis finds the right way to handle it, as he has done in this match so far, it could be in his favor.
Well, this just looks good for black to me. I mean, I think I want to play d5. I have to watch out for the pin. The reason I want to play d5 is I want to take away knight e4. Knight e4 is a great square for this knight. Now the knight only has knight b3 as an option.
Yeah, and you can play something like knight b3, but perhaps it would be met with d3. Even though you could win that pawn with bishop takes f4, suddenly you'll see the black bishop go back to c7.
Bishop and queen battery, yeah.
That battery is really tough to deal with. So at this point, you can see the calculations. It's tough to actually win back that pawn. You have to accept the reality that that might not be possible.
Well, Hikaru's in big trouble here. He's down more than a minute. d3 is coming. All of black's pieces are activating. There's mating threats. There's forks. I see the future here. Just, you know what? King h8. King h8 is an annoying move, just asking.
A professional move. Bishop c7. Now you really cannot take on f4. Queen takes f4 is going to win in every position. Bishop d6, there may have been a knight e4 idea.
King h8 is knight e4. What does it actually do? King h8, and your pieces could get tangled up. Knight g3 looks ugly. What happens if you attack g2? What happens if you threaten checkmate?
Yeah, that's really uncomfortable. Rook g1 is, you always have to think about knight e2, although for the moment, the bishop on e5 is a loose piece.
Queen g5. If rook g1, maybe knight e2, forking the rooks.
Yep.
Yeah.
It definitely puts an important question to white here. You'd love to gain control over d3. Knight e2 to begin with, very similar idea of taking on h2, but after bishop takes h2, there might be rook takes e2. That's a little bit different.
So the dark squares are weak, but maybe Hikaru has time for knight d3, stopping the queen from getting f4,
That's a
and
huge
some stability.
move.
You can play rook e1 now. There's some counterplay here.
Now, the rook is looking to drop on the e3 square.
Rook e3.
That's going to dislodge the knight.
Unless you play rook d1. But can you sack? Can you sack?
I was going to say, you start to think about rook takes d3. He's going to trap that
5
white
seconds.
king in there.
Hikaru, maybe queen b3. He has to keep the queen tethered to the d3 square and watch the back rank.
Black can cement things, h5, h4, if you just need a waiting move. But rook
takes f3. Does it work? Hikaru has no time to calculate. Does he have a move?
He's got to take it
Oh,
else
he flags.
He loses on time. Oh, my goodness. And that time it did happen, losing on time, but it was such a crazy move to deal with. That's exactly the move.
Perfect timing when your opponent has no time. You actually can take on f3, but as a player, you just panic.
Yeah, of course. What a move to play in time pressure. And taking the lead is Denis Lazovic at such a crucial time here, the midway point of the 3+1 section. Denis has done so well in this 3-minute portion so far. You just have to be impressed. And we are standing with Denis Lazovic. John Sargent is there. Take it away, John.
Thank you very much, folks. Denis, we're at the halfway point of this segment. Obviously, there's still a long way to go, so I'm not talking about predictions or anything like that. What I would like to hear from you is, how do you feel your level of play has been today, and how are you feeling about Hikaru's level as well?
No, but if I win and Hikaru lose, probably his level is not as good as he can play, basically. But my level, of course, is very good. At least, sure. I'm leading, so of course, yeah. But as you said, so many games still. So I mean, I need to play good, of course.
It sounds like you're in a good place. Are you looking forward to the faster time controls? You're going to get stronger as the match goes on?
I don't know. It feels like yesterday against Magnus, the bullet portion was, I played quite well. But maybe he already like secured the win, so maybe he didn't, try as he could if he will win, will need to win. But we'll see. In general, if I play good, in bullets I play good too. So we'll see. I don't know.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, and best of luck for the rest of the segment.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, studio, over to you.
Thank you very much, John. Interesting to hear Denis's always candid thoughts, Eric, as the matchup right now is 6-7. Oh, it's 7-6 for Denis Lazovic, of course. And what a 3-minute segment so far from Denis Lazovic, Eric. You got to be impressed.
Winning with black, winning with white, and outplaying Hikaru from a variety of positions. You can see how frustrated Hikaru is. He's just not getting an advantage, not getting space, not getting opportunities to pressure Denis.
Yep, and we know the action looks enticing, but so does the Speed Chess Championship merch. Actually, I got some here, Eric, so I'm just gonna use you to show things off here. Yeah, we got the hat there, and
I have a big head, so it's tough.
We got the scarf here. There you go, look great, and we got the hoodies as well. So check out the SCC merch. Look at Eric, he's looking great. So Eric will be the model. Check out the SCC merch drop, chess.com/merch. Limited edition shirt and hoodie. Joining the line of incredible costumes, mouse pads designed, of course, for chess. There'll be something amazing for everyone, all the chess lovers in your life. So !merch in the chat. See all that you can get in the merch shop, and maybe get the ones that Eric had on. You can buy the look. Yeah, they're great. And would like to see more of that football chants in the arena as we come back for more action in the 3+1 segment after this.
It's 2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Can you try and put on this body?
Right, what is that? That's a, oh, I hate poppers.
I'm gonna try to do this properly, but I'm gonna do a very, very poor job. You always wanna hold the neck.
Wait, hang on. If I started?
Put this down here, put this down here, put the head back down.
Just violently shoving the baby onto the table. Have we started? Are we okay?
Doing this very, very slowly, of course.
Oh my goodness, get in. This is easier.
On an actual human. What am I doing? Did something wrong here, apparently.
Ooh, sorry.
And I'll just say this is close enough, even though I missed something. There we go.
Okay, pretty good job.
Done. What? It's longer than your legs, man. What's going on here?
For this one, we just want you to put the baby inside the blanket, safe and secure way.
I'm gonna be honest with swaddling. I've never really done it. I've done it with Velcro ones, thanks to Amazon. I don't remember the order. How do I do this?
Baby burrito. We're good here. I think I remember.
Is this up? I think you're supposed to put one. I'm trying to remember the order. I don't remember the order.
I think I remember, and I probably don't, but we'll give this a go.
I actually don't know how to do it, so I'm trying to put the baby in something that resembles something acceptable, but it's not anywhere near appropriate. Put this upside like this. It's not very good, but it'll have to do for now.
There's something you're supposed to do with the bottom to keep it from folding back over. However, I'm going to claim this is functional as long as baby doesn't stand up.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Look at that. Feedback, all positive. 5 stars.
Medic! The final challenge, basically to just fold the stroller.
2, 1, go.
So there are 2 types of prams. One's where you push a button, you enact violence, and it instantly collapses and everything's good. And there are others where it's just impossible.
Okay, the one that I have has red and green. I have a do in a stroller. This doesn't have like a stop, so I think we do this and let me see this.
Do you shove it in and, no, okay, that's not good.
Based on what I know, based on mine, it should be something like, you should put this, let's see.
Yes, we're getting somewhere. Why are the wheels, oh. Is that just it?
Let's go forward. Okay, you should put it like, is it fold like this? Is that folded? I think I did it, right?
I'm calling it.
All right.
And I sincerely hope my child never sees this in his life.
Zenni is the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. They have hundreds, no, thousands of affordable frames that you can try on virtually from home and customize to your liking. I personally use their blue light blocking glasses every single day, especially in the afternoon when the workday gets long and I know I'm going to be putting in the extra hours of screen time staring at chess while I lose one bullet game after another. But okay, you might not be losing as many bullet games as me, but you definitely need to protect your eyes just as much as anyone else. So consider heading over to Zenni now through February 16th and use the promo code CHESS to save 15% on any pair of glasses.
Welcome back. The Speed Chess Championship continues. The 3rd place matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Denis Lazovic is incredibly exciting. It is a close match, and it is a match that Denis Lazovic is currently leading. Eric, what do you make of what we've seen so far and how Denis continues to just show up in these pressure moments? He played Magnus Carlsen, he didn't get by him, but now Hikaru Nakamura, you can see Hikaru's success in the 3+1 section, but right now it belongs to Denis.
For sure. I mean, the chess world is more exciting when there's more players that can make Hikaru sweat. I think he's definitely done that already. Even that interview was very, very interesting. He mentioned Hikaru, kind of implied Hikaru's not playing at his best. Hikaru needs to elevate his game. Otherwise, Denis can put on a few more points in this next second half of the 3-1 segment. We described how the styles can really influence things, and Hikaru's just not getting positions that he thrives in.
That's right.
And he has to think, I think he has to change his approach.
Yep. Yeah, there needs to be some adjustments. That was our feedback for Denis, but honestly, he's delivered. He has been adjusting, changing the openings, and speaking of changes, he's gone with C4 a lot, and it's worked out. Maybe this is something he wanted to play specifically against Hikaru, but he's got these positions again, and Hikaru has changed up the approach. I don't think he was enjoying that big space advantage that Denis was getting on the queen side. Here, Eric, the center is much more open, and it's resembling a little more like a Sicilian with colors reversed.
It is, but these positions are still pretty comfortable to play as white. Yes, white traded off their dark squared bishop, but that's always because you strengthen the light squares. That knight on f6 by being removed means white has more opportunity to place a knight on d5, on e4, maybe play knight d2 in the future, a3, b4, simple moves. Black, even though you have the bishop pair, very hard to actually activate and improve.
Yeah, the light squares, regardless of whether the c-pawn and the d-pawn are on the board, it is the same story from a strategic standpoint. It's light squares and the control that white can have here. h3 to kick the bishop back, and now knight d5, knight e4, these moves are all possible. An additional move is the move b4, which can expand on the queen side, but instead, knight d4. And Eric, what's the point of knight d4 if the reaction is just going to be e3?
The knight on f5 looks awkward. That's what I'm going to say. Like, this already looks bad for Hikaru. I know it sounds early, but he has been struggling today against this English setup, which is honestly quite surprising. It's not the most theoretical approach from Denis, but it's working. I'm not sure about knight c4. I guess taking on b7, he wanted to defend b2.
Yeah, and I think that is a bit more of the style, right? Denis doesn't want to take on b7 and allow counterplay with rook b8, rook takes b2. but perhaps that's a moment missed where you've ruined black's pawn structure. Instead, he's got knight takes d6, he's gotten rid of the bishop pair, and in this position, it's very, very equal, but I do think it's much better off for Hikaru than it was before. The knight on f5 has now rejoined the game on d6, and the bishop on e6 is quite a good piece.
No, that was a mistake. The knight on f5, I didn't like at all. So this simplified things for Hikaru, and bishop b3 is a nice move. Why? It stops b4, it takes away d1, and that's why you see knight b1 played, to reroute that knight, because Denis realizes that bishop on b3 really prevents white from gaining space on the queen side.
Yeah, the e6 bishop hits the h3 pawn. It's always a thought that it's worth time to invest king h2, but you don't want to spend too much time on these moves while black is busy building up the center. The move f6, you're looking at those weak light squares, but it's not as much of a problem here because black has the knight on d6, the bishop on e6. I would say the squares are well controlled. The question is there going to be a good time to play d4? Sometimes what you see is a move like e4 first, and then preparing d4 so that e4 is not a reaction.
But this position is better for Hikaru than other additions, and one of the key features is black removed their knight from c6, played c6 themselves, so now the bishop on g2 does not have that diagonal that was previously available. Yep. And if you don't, then what was the point of the opening? Otherwise, d3 is loose, h3 is loose. I see more weaknesses for black to target than for white.
And this move hits both of the pawns you just highlighted. h3 directly, d3 indirectly. When that knight moves, you will have to deal with the d3 pawn as well. If you guard h3 with king h2, d3 was a weakness. So that's why we see knight to b3 played. And after bishop takes h3, it looks like there's going to be this knight c5 move that's going to be thrown in, potentially with a tactic involving knight takes b7, queen b3.
That's definitely the tactic. Hikaru doesn't go for it. And that's an impressive find from Denis, because if he played passive there, you give Hikaru the initiative, so dangerous. But Hikaru tucked his bishop in. Now all of a sudden, white has improved their position and taken away the threats on that h3 pawn.
Yeah, the knight on c5 is very well placed here. It can always drop back to e4. I say always, not anymore. f5, taking away a key square, starting to have the conversation that maybe I might play the move b6, although for now, knight a4 looks like a good reaction. Way too many pawns would be hanging.
But f5 is an ambitious move. It could be good, but it's quite a Hikaru move, because now the e5 pawn is a target in the future, and that structure, you can't push your pawns backwards. Those pawns could be a target later on. So, I mean, yeah, d4 is a move I might want to play as white, but as you said, e4, closing down the position, not active enough. Queen c2.
Yeah, and we actually saw the queen shuffle back and forth there. f4 looks like a free pawn, but the doubled f pawns, if you capture twice, are going to be a liability.
So now Denis has an isolated d pawn, and his king side gets a little weaker when you take on g3. But when you play d4, why are you playing d4? You might want to play d5, get rid of that isolated pawn, open up the position a little bit.
Can you just put the full pressure on? What if you take on g3, queen g5, knight f5, put all the pressure on g3 and d4, and just ask Denis, how are you defending things?
No, it looks, you're right. That looks very good. Everything looks loose right now. There's a check on e3, g3 is a bit loose, d4. Like a move like queen f6 just highlights.
Yep, d4 is hanging with a check. That is a free pawn sacrificed here by Denis out of necessity.
Lazovic down at 23 seconds here, down a pawn, but he has been very resourceful.
No, he sure has, but this is one of the nicest positions that Hikaru Nakamura has had against the English that we have seen. He needs to convert this.
Rook e2, he might have just given Denis some chances. If you trade the queens, you have to play bishop d5. And yes, Hikaru is going to be up a pawn, but all of a sudden, isolated rook endgame, like pass pawn, but some chances. Yeah, bishop d5. You play bishop d5 at take, activate the rooks.
Yeah. No, it's actually really difficult to handle because you can probably play rook c7, rook e7, and bring both rooks down. He goes rook c6 to target the b pawn. Something has got to give here. And in rook endgames, you don't want to be passive.
And look for Denis to try to bring his king towards that pass pawn. Much easier when only one set of rooks on the board. But king g2, nice prophylactic move.
There you go. King f3, king e4. That's the plan. We're into a time scramble here.
Hikaru doesn't have the push anymore. He's lost the pawn.
Yep. There's
there
rook
goes
G4,
another. There goes another pawn.
And this is just fully equal here.
H4. Give the king some space on H3. Prepare rook D7 now. Can't allow rook D7.
I think you just bring the rook back, and the players are going to agree to a draw as Hikaru's extra pawn disappears quickly in that rook endgame. And Denis Lazovic, again, sacrifices that pawn, and Hikaru just wasn't accurate in that moment when he needed to be. There wasn't a position left that he could convert.
No, he's very disappointed, I'm sure, because he was up 20, 30 seconds, up a pawn. He decided to liquidate, and he did it in a way that gave Denis way too much counterplay. And when you give Denis some of those rook endgames, he's shown very good mastery of rook endgames, even down a pawn there. But again, the pawn plus time, not converting that has to be so frustrating.
Indeed. Into this game, bishop A3. Unusual. You might think bishop B2, but bishop A3 to get rid of that dangerous bishop on D6. Very smart. If you don't play that, the bishop on B2 is just not an active piece. So instead, trading that bishop on D6 off really helps white out. Now you have to continue. Normally in this pawn structure, you want to launch a minority attack. That might be with B4, but you need to actually get that going. That's going to be rook B1, B4, maybe A4. It takes a while. Meanwhile, you'll probably see king G7, knight E4, even H5 on the king side for black, and trying to bring a knight to the D6 square.
It is a very classical position, this Carlsbad structure, and Denis normally handles these very, very well. Hikaru, an idea here, maybe you shift the knight over to B3, try to play knight C5, get that type of exchange.
Yep.
As you mentioned, there is A4, B5, but you have to be careful.
Yeah, Hikaru's done something different with A3, where he wants to make sure he can get knight B3 and knight C5. He's not trying to play A4, B5 just yet. It's all about the C5 square, just securing that.
Normally speaking, black is objectively okay here. You can envision this knight even jumping to C5 in some positions, but if I make a couple moves like rook E7, once you get your knight on C5, what next? What next? Or rook C7 here.
Yep, can swing that rook over to E7. The knight on E6, make no mistake, can join the game on the king side with knight G5, can jump into the E4 square, and we'll probably see slow moves like H5, H4 for black, just putting a little pressure on as black starts to double rooks and play in the center on the E file.
Probably queen D8. And one of the places to, if you have time as black, is you can sometimes reroute the knight to D6. It covers B7. Don't think it's required here because there's no pressure on B7. And as you mentioned, if black decides to try to, white's going to focus on the queen side, black needs to distract a little bit, come up with counterplay. That usually involves H5, H4, sometimes even G5, G4. Because, yeah, look at white's queen. It's on the queen side. That means there's a bit of a deficit on the king side.
Yeah, so it all comes down to this idea of B5. This is when you're playing against this pawn structure, B7 to D5, you want to push B5. If the C pawn takes, the D pawn becomes isolated and weak. That's what white is working towards here. But allowing the knight to D6, the reason you don't want to start with it is, of course, the rook on C7 is looking directly at the queen, so you need to get that queen out of there before you commit.
Very solid from Denis. This is a very classical chess position. Denis knows how to handle it, but clocks go down a little bit. At some moment, Hikaru will play B5, try to create a weakness, but you have to move the queen out of the way.
Yeah,
I'm a little worried about putting the queen on A5. I don't know if they can get trapped or there's some tricks there. Queen B6 looks a bit safer.
Yeah.
Doesn't interfere with the pieces.
Yep, there is a certain position where maybe rook takes C1 can be played with the queen loose on B6, which I'm curious about that as well. Also, C takes B5. Are we going to recapture there? Because what an interesting imbalance that would be.
Yeah, there's some stuff to calculate here. There's knight C8. There's taking on B5. Denis down 40 seconds, which already means Hikaru's position maybe was worth entering if you can get this much time on the clock.
I'm very, very interested in that C takes B5 idea with rook takes on C1 and maybe rook takes E1.
Queen versus two rooks?
That's an interesting imbalance. At the end, you could play rook E6 and rook F6, and it's a very solid position for black. Curious to know what damage the rooks can do.
He went knight C8. I like this move. That's ambitious again. You play B6, and the point is queen A6, and the queen's trapped after rook A7, so you have to pull the queen back along this diagonal.
There you go. And that's why the queen's definitely not getting trapped there anymore. It has an escape route.
Oh, actually, sorry, this is even better. Long-term pass pawn on the A file.
I was going to say, this is a big achievement. Usually, this is not the way you want that pawn invasion to go. When you play b5, launch minority attack, this is not the ideal outcome.
Yeah, I said Denis handled these very well. He's better here. Having a passed protected pawn, that's what black wants. And the knight on e7, you mentioned, in these structures, d5's isolated, but Hikaru won't be in a position to commit all resources to attacking it because there's that a-pawn to deal with.
There was a nice trick there. If rook takes b6, there's rook c3. That helped Denis get
Queen
a
d6,
trade.
Queen d6. You don't have time to take on c1. Another small, but it's a mistake from Hikaru.
Now, the a-pawn is going to help the position in all of the endgames, but you still need a little bit more than that. The queens are going to be looked to be kept on the board by Hikaru in order to help generate some chances, and d5, we have to say, is a weakness.
Yeah, defending d5 and being in a position to push the a-pawn, that's tricky, but the good thing for Denis is he can take his time. Take all the time, try to build up, try to make sure he doesn't fall under 10 seconds, because Hikaru can't put much pressure on. This is kind of the ideal setup.
Yep.
And that's why you see he's playing g3, h4, all he's doing, targeting d5. Denis is trying to build time on the clock.
Queen f5 played instantly right after bishop to e2.
The knight can reroute. If you want to get ambitious, reroute the knight to f6. Then it has access to g4 and e4.
Yep.
Can Denis find that?
Playing defense from e7.
Knight
Very difficult.
to f6.
That's a big maneuver. Let's wait and see. King e1. No, he's not going for it, but he just doesn't have that ambition.
Okay, I'm a little surprised by that. It's still a good result for Denis. That's objectively a position you can push, and without too much risk.
That's right.
That's why I'm surprised.
But it's the mentality as well.
But that's Denis.
He's got the lead in the match. There's really nothing going wrong. He's going to trust his style and say, look, you know, I'm happy to take these c4 positions. He's been enjoying them. He's not looking to overpress and get caught playing with the black pieces. So he's happy, and ultimately, it's been working.
And the other thing in his interview is he told John, typically when I'm playing well, I play bullet well. Because I'd mentioned I consider Hikaru a pretty serious favorite in bullet. Denis, don't think he thinks that's the case. Because I was saying, you know, if I'm in Denis's shoes, rack up the points in the blitz portion, because Hikaru will want to mount a furious comeback in bullet. But in terms of Denis, he's like, you know, I'm not changing my game plan. Draw with black is okay. I'm comfortable in every time control.
And you know, the one difference in this position to some of the other English positions we've seen, Eric, is the pawn on c6. There's a clear initiative here to at least fight for those light squares in the center. However, you know, it can be thrown right back at you with rook b1, b4 directly.
Oh, that's surprising. Now you can play a4. That's, wow.
This does allow a4.
That's, yeah,
tactical
you're not supposed to allow
moment.
that. Yep. A4 is such an annoying move because you're just not in a position to ever play b4 without allowing en passant, and then you just have your own weakness on a3.
Okay, so let's have a look here. As white, you can play e3, you can play d4. You can even try for d4 directly, but you're going to need to support the e2 pawn. So that's why either bishop f3 or e3 seem to make sense. d4 looks like the likely next move. You could also try a move like queen b4, but I think you want to expand in the center.
You've traded off 3 sets of pieces. Any space advantage is just not there. These positions are much richer, a much higher chance of an advantage for white when you can cramp black, but things are pretty comfortable.
Yeah,
the
I agree.
The main weakness is this e4 pawn in some positions. a4, I don't think it's a weakness, but what else can white target, right? Oh, wait, see, e4 by Hikaru. See, that's again another like ambitious move, but risky. It's a target for white, and you allow that c5 move, which Denis is using, elevating the rook, maybe cutting off circulation in some positions, you know, making b5 hard to achieve because of c6. Sometimes you can target this. Just a good move all around, but it's very basic. We've talked about the color complex. They both have light squared bishops, so Hikaru allowing Denis to have his pawns on dark squares just means that there could be some long-term suffering for black.
That's
c6,
right.
a4, e4, all pawns that can be targeted, and what's the counterplay?
Well, I think that Hikaru was counting when he played e4. He was not expecting c5. He was hoping he could move the queen. If c5 was played, he wanted to react with d5. So c5 was just really well timed. Now I'm wondering if we're going to see the move c5 played, but things are starting to open up. And as we've been talking, it's not clear that's actually benefiting Hikaru. There's a little bit of pressure here, but I'm looking at the move c5.
Yeah, we want to play c5 right now while there's a pin because white might be threatening queen c2 next move, targeting all 3 of those weak pawns.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. c5. And the bishop on g4 actually doing a great job controlling d1. So something else that white might try to do is play h3 and just ask the question, is that bishop going to go to h5? Because then after g4, you might be locked out of the game on g6. Or if you retreat the other way, white has access and can react with rook d1.
I actually want white to just, the c-file. The c-file is where the action is. The d4 pawn is very solid. Just target, pile up on c6, why not? You can gain time. Hikaru has to play passive moves. Another Hikaru move. This is double-edged.
Yep.
Allowing a pawn on f3. It could be strong, it could be weak.
Now, so far, it's just been Denis reacting well to these decisions from Hikaru. It doesn't mean that they're all bad decisions necessarily, but Denis has been handling them better than most people can against
I love this
Hikaru.
move. I love this move. Hikaru doesn't want to trade queens and just play an endgame slightly worse.
That's absolutely right. The c6 pawn will be weak, and the bishop on f3, if you take it and the pawn comes to f3, things are only dangerous if the queens are on the board, but b6 is attacked. The queen has to go to what, c7, b8, d8 to keep that pawn? No, another move that is a bit more of that all-in approach.
Oh, this is a gamble because white can take b6 and c6, be up a pawn. Hikaru's counting on taking on g2, queen f3 check, rook b8, some counterplay, but a gamble, and I don't think it works.
No, the thing is the d4 pawn is going to be protected pass pawn after queen takes c6. Now, well, hang on, rook b8.
Wait,
I thought you're supposed to start with the bishop.
You're supposed to start with the bishop. Now I'm confused. If you have time as white, I'm not sure if you take on f3 or you reroute the bishop. But great position for Denis, just being up a pawn up 25 seconds. Rook a6, maybe just start with that. Hikaru's likely to double rooks on the second rank.
Yeah, he's abandoning the
every
a-pawn.
endgame is bad.
Yeah, rook a6, it's probably rook e to c8, right? Slide that rook over, bring the rook down to c2. That's where the pressure is going to be. The f2 pawn is tough to defend because if you play rook f1, there's bishop e2. So there is some pressure that you can create on that f2 pawn, but you need access. You need that rook from e8 to be able to get down.
But we have to make no mistake there. That's a position only Denis can win. There might be a draw for Hikaru, but there's a lot of situations where that's actually losing. So it's not a position. Whoa, this move is surprising. Rook c3 move, because black's even in a position sometimes to like play rook b8, rook b3, and all of a sudden black can use that a4 pawn and try to advance it through an exchange.
Yeah, that definitely helped out Hikaru's chances here. Just that stylistic move. You need some space on the king side for white. You need to play g4, h4. As black, you're trying to keep it locked down and go for rook b3. There's also e4. e4 attacks that f3 pawn using the rook, and you can support it with e4 and rook e3. So rook e2 seems to be a very interesting move to actually create some pressure in the position as well. Hikaru's kind of liking the chances he's creating here as time is getting low.
Yeah, he's definitely come up with more counterplay. d5, e4. I think Hikaru's going to use that a4 pawn, distract white's rooks, probably find a way to take e4 and d5. Even though white's up a pawn, that pawn on a3 is so advanced, and the rook on f1 isn't in the game yet.
You could put the rook behind the pawn. You start to get a little nervous as white here, but this ties the rooks down. After king g2, both black rooks are tied down to that pawn. You have to take on e4. Technically an extra pawn here for white, but there is rook e5
h5 is falling, but you bring the king in first. Not enough. Even though white's up a pawn, it's just the d pawn which can be picked up.
A good blockade there.
F5 might be professional here.
Yes.
Ruin white's pawn structure. You're not in a rush to take d5 because right now that rook on d3 has to stay on the file looking at the pawn and just keep your rook.
And he's going to keep the rooks on the board. We are looking at a position which is probably just a draw. We'll see it played out maybe for a little bit here, but hard to imagine anything else. And they do agree to that draw. This has been a section that Denis dominated early and then has just not let up. That 1 point lead is still there, Eric. And there's this is actually a long time since we've actually seen that Hikaru win, that he needs to get back in this matchup.
That's true. I hadn't even thought of that. I mean, it feels like we've seen a lot of the same positions, and just the types of positions are still not what Hikaru will thrive in. I don't know if he's planning on switching in the bullet portion or expecting better results, but I think we have enough. We've watched enough of Denis this weekend to know how strong he is in rook end games or rook and minor piece end games.
Yeah, at this point, now this is very likely to be the final game of the 3+1 section. So you start to mentally think ahead a little bit. If this ends in a draw, Denis is going to take that lead into bullet. Even though Hikaru has a great chance, might even be favored in the bullet portion, Denis rates his bullet very highly when his level is high, and we can see that that's the case so far.
It is the case. Outside of that one blunder, hard to criticize almost anything. Even those moments where like we think we should have done that, aim small, miss small. He's not swinging there, and he still has playable positions.
And we've seen this type of position before. Obviously, these guys have gone back and forth. D5, I don't think we've seen this type of position too much now. Closing the center, black is going to react with C4 so that the bishops can be exchanged. The F4 square comes under the control, and now you're going to see the F4 knight, if it jumps in, white's going to have to kick that knight out. And it's a little difficult to do because the H3 pawn's attacked. So there's a few things you can do, like knight to G1. That will help you play G3. So if that knight goes into F4, you have to know how to kick it out. Knight G1 and knight E2 can attack the knight, but specifically G3 after you play knight G1 to defend the H pawn.
I'm sure Hikaru would agree, but he's actually getting poor positions with white. This is not what you want from the opening. A locked position. You're stuck with your light squared bishop, which you can see here. It's kind of blocked by your own pawn. So who has the break? Black has the F5 break, if he so chooses at some point. Shift a rook to F8, play F5, open things up. Also, the knight on F3, is that a good piece? No, it doesn't have squares. Knight G1, which you're suggesting, it's out of necessity there. It's out of to prevent black from jumping in. Okay, Denis is operating on the queen side though, and I didn't necessarily expect that. And the reason why is which weakness is weaker, and we take a look at the bishops. What I'm worried about, the C4 pawn. That's on a light square, and you can access it. The knight can go to D2, bishop E2. That was unnecessary. That was unprovoked.
Rook C1. I mean, that pawn can be attacked by pretty much every piece in the position. King
Knight
G1.
F4 though, Knight F4, very active. Hikaru doesn't like to be on the back foot.
And now there's tactics like Rook B3. You have to consider Rook B3 with Knight E2 tricks.
That's a huge threat. Rook B3.
Well, the blue arrow, by the way, indicating that this is almost the only move to stay in the position. You have to guard B3 again.
It is pretty playable. You know, it's not one of the harder moves that pops up, but, well, as soon as I said that, Hikaru plays Rook A5.
I mean, still, a reasonable move. I think the problem is you have to now contend with bishop takes on H3. That's a realistic sacrifice that you could consider playing.
Maybe now you can switch the queen, play queen D8, queen G5, and the problem here is the queen on C3 is a bit overloaded. It's covering B2, but at some moment might need to join the king side and stop threats against G2.
Yeah, you can take on B2. That's the thing, is that playing Rook A5 gained a tempo on the queen, but now the B2 pawn is tender, it's hanging, you can capture it, but as you mentioned, you might not need to rush that. Question is just, do you have enough threats to deal with knight takes C4? Knight C4, if you play queen D8 and commit to the king side attack, you're throwing everything away on the other side of the board. So that's why I think he's going to take on B2, more risk averse. And do we have that idea of something to B3 here?
Yeah, B3 trying to bait this, that's definitely an idea.
Look at this
Bishop
move.
H3, what a move.
I was going to say, where are the double exclamation marks? Bishop takes H3,
and then
fully overloaded.
Is it then Rook B3?
I think it might be.
Or you can take and just all the tactics work out. This is, we saw Denis attack yesterday, and he won some great games against Magnus.
Oh my goodness. Watch out for Rook B3. I think that's the follow-up. You play probably Rook on B2 back to B3 maybe, and then in comes the queen capturing on H3 on the next move. This is all based on knight from F4 into E2 check. That forks the king and queen. The bishop on D1 is overloaded. That's why we keep talking about this B3 square as if it's available.
Amon, I think after take on H3, you can just simply take on H3, And F2 falls.
That's good as well. I don't know how
there's-
the queen gets in, but I think that could be good enough.
And we know Hikaru's thinking he's not happy. A lot of loose pieces here, and rook A3.
That is a tough move to play.
The rook is hanging on B2 now. That defends
Two
the
things,
queen.
the D6 pawn as well, the H3 bishop. Don't make no mistake, this is a position that
Oh,
Hikaru
rook
can
B1.
win.
He's threatening knight E2.
He
What a
finds the
find by
move.
Denis.
Oh my goodness.
Knight E2. The bishop is pinned.
That was almost the only move to keep the edge. Everything is hanging here. He
And
continues
Hikaru's
to make threats.
About to enter under 20 seconds. Where's the move?
Well, because is he going to play? Okay, queen C2. You can sack there. G2 is hanging with the queen coming into G4 as well.
What do you want? You want to sack here?
I mean, it's very tempting.
Which move?
Rook takes D1, take on C4, take on E4.
Yes.
Just like sack everything in position. 'cause
Denis
the
is
knight
calculating.
He does do it.
Oh, look at that queen and knight.
There's no
This is
forced
tough.
win, but this just looks like the position you want to play. Let's see if Hikaru can defend this. I will be so impressed if you can handle this strong knight here.
It's a knight and 2 pawns versus a rook. So material equal, but we're raiding black because of the king position. Big attacking chances on Hikaru's king. And
Yep.
that loose D5 pawn.
Yep, you want to make a threat like rook A6 to hit the D6 pawn. This is a really tough position to play.
Rook A6, hit the weakness.
That looks like the counterplay you want here.
I do. Hikaru's not a passive defender.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, do you attack the D pawn now as black? Of course, you don't mind trading queens as black if you can win D5, but you don't want to lose your own D pawn as well.
And at some point, Denis might look to expand a little bit if he doesn't find a breakthrough.
Here it is, though. Yeah, he plays queen b4. He keeps the game going in time pressure. The knight is going to be so tricky as time gets lower.
White has way more risk because of the open king, so Denis can milk this.
Yep, you can keep playing.
And he's picked up the pawn. The knight can cycle back to F4, F6, and now it's 3 pawns and a knight for a rook.
I mentioned you want to win the pawn without losing D6. This is now critical. G2 is going to be
Queen
checkmate.
F6. Hikaru doesn't have space for the rook. He's just passive, moving back and forth. Denis slowly encroaching.
E4.
E4 to kick the queen off.
The
Queen
D
G3.
pawn is a protected pass pawn. The knight is so strong. How do you defend?
Check. Preparing Queen G4.
Oh my goodness.
It's made on H1.
Queen G1 and Queen H1.
Wow.
Denis Lazovic.
That was supreme. What a game. What range. He's such a solid player, and this event is his coming out party when it comes to tactical chess and doing against Hikaru out of all people. Even when you play the right attacking move, his ability to scramble and defend is so difficult to break.
There is an exciting final coming up today, but I think the fans that showed up for this match right now are impressed and excited at what they've been given. Denis Lazovic and Hikaru Nakamura is turning into a thriller. 9.5 for Denis, 7.5 for Hikaru, as we throw to the host. On stage, take it away, Danny.
Denis Lazovic versus Hikaru Nakamura is turning into a thriller. You called it, Amon, and the 3-1 time control may prove critical in the end. Can Denis hold on to a 2-game lead? This bullet segment is going to be nuts. Levy, how impressed are you right now with the young man?
Yeah, we sort of talked about it, right? Yesterday, Hikaru had some struggles in the 3+1. There was the 4-game losing streak. He ultimately bounced back, but Denis has just looked completely unbelievable. You said it. Denis has grown up on this time control, right? Played a lot of Title Tuesday, so yeah, he's looking like $1 million right now.
And I was upstairs right after this with the community. By the way, shout out to the community stream, Nemo holding it down. There's a lot of people up there, if you can hear us. We're not cheering for them now. But no, we talked about it. Denis Lazovic grew up on Chess.com, signed up when he was 10 years old, won his first Title Tuesday as an FM at the age of 15. And the 3+1 time control is one that basically didn't exist before Title Tuesday and before this event. So you saw it in spades right there. You saw him beat Hikaru at his own game in all types of positions.
And it's so impressive. I think we wanted the match to be like this, and oh boy, it's delivering. But is this enough is going to be the question, because we are heading into the bullet portion, and I think one of our main discussion was, is Hikaru just going to be dominating in bullet, or is Denis up for the challenge? But I think before I ask that question to both of you, I do want to ask the audience first. The last game of Denis against Hikaru, what did Denis do against Hikaru? I want you to impress Levy. He sacrificed the Again, I didn't hear you.
The Rook! Sorry.
Did you all
Over
yell
to
it
you,
during the
Levy.
game, or just in case?
Rook takes C4 was brilliant, and Amon called it. Yeah.
I always wonder, like, do the players think the Rook as well? Because it's like a fan favorite. But you think like you think Lazovic's sitting like, yes, the Rook, yeah, it's good one. Yes,
At this point, my kids text me when they blunder rooks, screaming the Rook. I'm like, you don't understand how this works, guys.
No,
Anyway,
you don't just yell the Rook. It has to be a sacrifice. No, he's been amazing, and he's also winning the scrambles. Having said that, Alireza lost in some of the scrambles early in the match. Hikaru was saving just unbelievable positions. We say this like multiple times in every match that he plays, but then obviously Alireza was more clutch. But some of these games that Lazovic has won today have been really tense down to the wire, and he's just playing better.
He's holding on. He's out tricking Hikaru, and I think that's the main thing that gives me pause. And I said it for those of you who were in the room. I said I thought if Hikaru had a 2-game deficit, he would still overcome it in bullet. I'm not going to back off my prediction because I do think Denis needed to do what he just did. He entered the 3-1 down a game, and I said Denis has to make his move now and so 2 games was kind of my whatever that line is. You know what I mean? And so if I'm wrong, it'll be because Denis didn't just outplay Hikaru, but he wins in those moments. And I think this is exactly where you want to be to have an absolutely thrilling consolation match here in London. This is going to be nuts.
Yeah, I can't wait. Hikaru, his max is 3. Like, he can't overcome, I doubt, a 4-game deficit in the bullet segment. It's one of these things where you come out, I've entered bullet segments down games, and then you lose the first game. And then all of a sudden you go on a winning streak because your opponent almost relaxes to a degree. But if he comes out and wins 1 game, Lazovic is going to know, okay, this is extremely close, and that's when the nerves are going to get higher. Can Hikaru have a better nervous system down the stretch, though? Because yesterday, like I said in the beginning of the show, there was 4 minutes left, and he had a 2-game lead and a winning move on the board, and then he had a drawing move on the board with 2 minutes remaining on the game clock. Like, it was this close. So if he pulls away, can he hold on to it down the stretch? Denis playing for the Esports World Cup spot, a lot on the line. We will see soon.
So much on the line. Anna, what do you think? Hikaru's nerves there for him like they've been pretty much all of his career, as he's been the most dominant blitz player on the planet pretty much? Or is Denis going to shock the world?
You said that you're predicting Hikaru. I'm going to go with Denis. I think he can do it, and I think he's got the better nerves.
Wow. All right. Well, we're going to have it, folks. You're going to have someone qualifying their way directly to the Esports World Cup in about a half an hour's time. I'm so excited. I'm probably going to sit over there as a fan and watch like all of you. But remind you, if you are a chess fan, you can also get a Chess Up board. They are our official chess board sponsor. They're all around the venue here. I was actually just playing with one in the Diamond Lounge and watching people play. My 9-year-old loves this thing because she can touch it. It tells you everywhere you got to move. It gives you game review. It's pretty awesome. Use our code. Go to go.chess.com/chessup. Use the command chessup in chat. If you want to head over there, you get 10% off. All right. We don't get any time off. It is going to be all drama, all nerves here down the stretch. The semifinals will reach its thrilling conclusion. Not the semifinals, the consolation match will reach its thrilling conclusion in about a half an hour's time. We will be right back from London. Don't go anywhere. The chess continues.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
This is ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it Queen H6? It's Queen H6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Mom.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
This is the Esports World Cup, and in 2026, we're raising the bar again. For 7 weeks starting in July, over 2,000 players from more than 200 clubs will compete in 24 game titles. And with a life-changing prize pool exceeding $75 million, the club championship stakes have never been higher. The club with the most points will be crowned as the best esports club in the world, taking home an incredible $7 million grand prize. But that's not all. With over 300 plus activations taking place across the event, the Riyadh Boulevard will become a must-visit destination for families, friends, and fans alike. EWC is where players become legends, fans become a part of history, and the best rise above. See you this summer at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Okay, guys, we're here in the fan zone. We want to know, who is everyone rooting for in the finals? Let's ask this nice young lady. Who are you rooting for, Magnus or Alireza?
Both are great.
Both are great. Okay, let's see if we can get a little bit more of a spicy answer. Alireza or Magnus?
Alireza.
Alireza, okay. Well, oh my goodness, we have the Chess.com co-founder. He came just as a fan. Alireza or Magnus?
Oh, Magnus.
Okay, he doesn't know anything about chess, though. But you know what? What we really need is we need crowdsourcing, and Nemo has control of the entire crowd. Nemo, here I come. Can you please help me out by getting the entire crowd's reaction to this very pressing question, Magnus or Alireza?
Magnus! Where are you at? Magnus fans? Come on, a little bit more. All right. Okay. What about Alireza? Woo!
Okay, it is break time. I'm going to call that a tie. So no clear answer on Alireza or Magnus to be determined. The crowd is split 50-50.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Grandmaster Amon Hambleton and Grandmaster Eric Hansen with the call. Denis Lazovic taking on Hikaru Nakamura. This matchup, Eric, decides everything in terms of the SCC, third place, fourth place, as well as the EWC, an all-important qualification spot. There's so much on the line, and in this moment, Denis is currently showing up as the better player, but there's bullet ahead.
I think we're going to find out in the next 30 minutes if there's a shift happening at the top of the speed chess world. Because Denis Lazovic, I mean, I did say if he wants to win this match, take a lead from the blitz into the bullet. And maybe his bullet, you know, compared to the rest of the field, not a bullet champion or the bullet chess championships, but he's improving every single year. He's 19 years old. And there might be a big surprise for everyone.
That's right. We think back to the prediction and how it had Hikaru obviously favored in that 3+1 section. Denis has flipped that around. So now whatever Hikaru needs to do in bullet just got that much more difficult. However, if there's anyone to do it, it is Hikaru Nakamura. We saw him protect a lead in the bullet, but now we get a chance to see him coming from behind. Can he make that comeback? Right now, it's a 2-point deficit. But, you know, you're starting off that bullet, you lose the first one, suddenly you're in some difficult territory to make that comeback. So he has to start strong, and bullet is his specialty.
And he has to start getting good positions. His openings are not working with white right now. Denis is feeling so comfortable playing those Spanish structures fluently he doesn't need to take much time, and that's why you might want to switch up the openings, because you know your opponent can play pretty fast there and play well. At least try something different. Because, yeah, Denis, the momentum is clearly on one side, and it's a very rare sight to see when it comes to Hikaru.
Think, in terms of the openings, do you think Hikaru needs to do away with some of the positions that he's been getting so far? I'm thinking about that English. Is Denis going to stick with it when it comes to the bullet? I see no reason not to as Hikaru enters the arena to face off in an all-important 30 minutes of bullet chess.
For Hikaru, this isn't one of the biggest matches of his life, but for Denis Lazovic, he has a chance to close out a match against Hikaru Nakamura. And we know how up to it he is.
The thing is, you can play 2.5 hours of amazing blitz chess, speed chess, but it can all change in the last 30 minutes of bullet. So this is what it's all come down to, an incredibly focused Hikaru Nakamura, and for good reason. The comeback is on. Can Hikaru, one of the most experienced and certainly one of the best bullet players in the world, use that time control to his advantage to take down Denis?
And here we go with the first bullet game in English.
Yep, he's gone
why
back
change
to
it?
Yep, I like that. However, Hikaru, also something different, right? We're seeing the fianchetto of the bishop on g7 to match the white bishop on g2.
One thing about Lazovic, it's rare to see him tilt. Tilt is a factor that comes more in blitz, happens to us. When it comes to Denis, so composed, seems to just be getting better every single day.
Now, a6, a slow move. Again,
that looks funny.
The accuracy in bullet, it doesn't need to be super high, but I think that the way that Denis is playing is with a lot of confidence. Probably see that knight on c3, look to reroute. It could be to e4 and c5, and you can complete development with a move like queen d2. He decides to take first.
And by playing the a4 and b4 means you're ready to meet c6 with potentially b5. What we see here is that white can maybe shift the queen over to c2, target c7. I don't like a5. Now I'll play b5 and definitely target c7 with queen c2, rook c1.
This is bullet, so an easy plan like queen c2 and rook c1 is very nice. c7 is tough to defend. You're probably going to have to put a rook on c8, or if you push the pawn, white's going to capture. It's going to be an easy target.
Hikaru's an active player, so he goes rook e8, rook c1, expecting that.
He's looking for f5, but
f5 is very
risky
risky because f5 I might go knight c5. In bullet, I'll sack the c2 pawn, e2 pawn if you're going to open everything up.
Absolutely.
Now bishop f5, if you were to trade that bishop for the knight, white's bishop is not blocked by any pawns, even though it's opposite bishops. Huge advantage for white.
Yeah, and you
so I
can
don't like bishop f5.
No, and now the pawn cannot go to f5. So you've removed that from the position. The position is not that dangerous, but there's easy pressure on c7 in bullet. Sometimes the simplest of plans and activity is enough.
Maybe rook c6. Opposite bishops, I'd still prefer white, even though it's very solid.
But Hikaru has now moved the bishop away, so I think f5 is coming. And the one achievement, which is why white just rerouted the knight, is that the bishop was covering c7. If that black bishop guards c7, Hikaru can focus on expanding the kingside pawns.
Time to make some waiting moves. They're under 20 seconds. c7's hit.
Yeah, you can go back to g5.
h4. Oh, okay.
I think if he wants to play on, he will go for something like h4. It looks like a good move anyway. But he's got the lead. He's going to protect it with a draw and go to the next game.
He's also doing well with black.
Yep.
So the perception of, draw with black, win with white, doesn't need that.
And here we go. We motored through the beginning of this game. This is some opening theory that both players are very familiar with. Now we have potentially bishop to f4 coming, also bishop g5, and a potential endgame on the horizon. Bishop h4. Okay, so bishop takes f6 is another way to play, doubling the pawns there, and it's actually going to be very similar to the game we just saw in terms of bishop and knight against the two bishops.
But it is well-known territory, so maybe Hikaru's choosing to keep more pieces on the board, keep things, try to challenge Denis, think on his own.
Yep, you can always play bishop takes f6, for example, right now, but no, he's choosing a different path, trade the dark squared bishops instead, and like you said, just keep more pieces on the board, keep the game going.
But it is a very standard position, and so far Denis handles those very well. At some point, black wants to play c5 gain some space.
Again, white often reacts with the move like c4
Bishop
here.
h4 is asking for knight e4 in some positions. Okay, maybe not here, but...
Yeah, because it's not pinned. Bishop
No.
h4 doesn't pin the knight, so the knight's free to jump into e4. In this case, now that would no longer be good. The queen has just jumped into the d file directly where white's rook on d1 is staring.
This is a bit easier to play for white because of that isolated pawn, but black is very active. So anybody's game, expect to see bishop g3 at some point because you're not trading your dark squared bishop for that knight on f6, unless it's very good.
No, the only way to consider that is if you win the d pawn. And in this case, not possible. So I like bishop g3. If you trade, you own the d4 square, but a5, here comes the counterplay with a4.
Hikaru's willing to trade queens. If bishop g3, queen g3, you double your pawns, but it means you blockade that d pawn, that isolated d pawn. It can be a bit of a push. Look to see g4 played sometimes.
Yep.
Move a little forward. a3 to stop rook b4. Expect that king to walk through to e3. Centralizing.
Yeah, king f2, king e3. Here comes the outside pass pawn. b4, b5. Black is looking to bring the king into the middle, but for the moment, knight f5 is really frustrating.
Yeah, expect to see g6, walk the king over to d6 if you're Lazovic.
Yep, he's got the blockade, rook a6. There's also rook b8 in that position. It may be time to bring that king, and meanwhile, the bishop is covering knight c6.
Definitely prefer white here, but Denis holds these pretty well.
Yep,
king f8.
King f8, king f6 can also be played. I thought that was a
It's
bit more
asking
risky.
this is asking for trouble in bullet.
Yep. Very difficult to react to. Knight takes h6.
He's giving up a pawn, but the knight will take a while to come back into the game. And knight c4. Now b5 is loose.
Very active way to defend things.
This is frustrating for Hikaru. He's got to make a move.
You can take that pawn. Instead, knight f6 hitting
Bishop
b5.
b5. Are there tactics here? Knight d2 doesn't quite work. Denis decides to retreat.
Now, it looks like there will be a lot of trades here. Keeping the rook on the board, but how are the winning chances? The double pawns are not ideal. This is bullet. Anything is possible here. You can absolutely
Especially
win
the
this
knight's
position.
on the board.
Yep.
They're looking for forks, and Hikaru wants to use his experience to his advantage.
Yep.
Oh, he allowed the knights to be traded, and we heard a noise from Hikaru. Not happy. It makes black's job much easier.
That's right. And we have to remember, I'm curious to see how Denis is going to handle these moments.
Hikaru's very unhappy with that knight exchange.
I was going to say, Hikaru Nakamura in that same position, I don't have to speculate. We saw he runs out a lot of the match clock in those spots, even as the person with the worst position. Denis did not do that. He's on to the next game.
Do you think that could be psychological as well? When you shift your attitude to trying to like run out the clock, you might hinder yourself from playing the best
Yeah,
moves.
I think it's just not Denis's style to do that. Hikaru, I truly think it's actually an amazing asset that he has in this form. He does it better than anyone. Not everyone wants to play that way. Denis, in this case, demonstrating he does not. But we'll see later on. When the time gets lower, you have to use that match clock at some point.
This b5 move always played to support your bishop on g2 because it plays against black's c6 move.
And here, we've seen this so many times, right? Knight on e4, pawn on d4. In this case, c7 is still a target. Huge difference from the last time we saw this, the open a file for black.
And bishop b4, because f5 was a threat, trapping the knight. But you can trade bishop for knight, similar structure to the other game. I still like it.
Yep, he's going to take it.
Long-term pressure on c7, easy chess.
And you can defend e2 easily with bishop f3. Plus, that's not even something he's concerned about. Rook a7 is coming next. That's hitting the pawn on c7. How do you defend without going ultra passive with rook d8, rook d7? Like, that's just uncomfortable.
It's already ultra passive with that bishop on g7. Knight d2. You can't take b5 because of bishop c6. And if you trade the bishops, that's a question. Is the knight better or the bishop better?
Yeah, queen b2 played, but I like that idea of knight d2. Now, bishop
He's preparing
f3.
it. He's preparing it. Very, very nice from Denis.
I like this move. g4 is an idea, but again, we see that the counterplay that Hikaru's been going for that Denis reacts well to in bullet, I think it's going to work a little better.
Bishop c6. Queen e7 hitting e2. Or queen, ooh.
Knight c4 not as reliable. Now I would consider taking that knight on c4, no problem. Take that. The dark squared bishop can open up with a move like d3.
He wants knight c4 we can take back with the rook.
And that's what we see now. But now, it's not a fork, so you don't need to capture. h5, h4, this is bullet. These are easy moves to play. He's got g4 and can start to use the h file.
Bishop h6. Hikaru's activating his bishop.
King G7, you can bring that rook from C8 over to H8.
D4 is loose. Denis is sacking the exchange, or he had to give it up. Knight F5. Knight F5. The rook is loose on E7.
Oh my goodness.
G4 is hanging. Everything is hanging now.
What tactical vision.
Queen H4. Oh, this is also good. This is very unpleasant.
He's playing it safe. He doesn't want to over push. He's just going to take, look at this,
But this
1, 2, 3, 4 pawns.
That's way too much. 4 passed pawns and a knight.
Yeah, you might be looking at the material and thinking rook for knight, but don't forget to add up those pawns as well. Black needs to take that b5 pawn. If white gets a knight on d4 and solidifies that b pawn, there's no hope for black.
And after rook d4, rook c7. See, now if you take on d4, this knight f5 is a fork. e3, the pawns defend each other.
Yep. f3,
and
e4.
look at how they push. Check on c6, maybe drive the king back.
That's right. And the king is just going to walk up the board, but Hikaru's going after that pawn on b5. You have
e6
to.
threat. Oh, it's getting close to mate. Can you play d5, d6, try to play rook c8?
That might be good enough. The knight's going to be hanging on f5. That could be well calculated. Knight d6 as well.
d7 check. Where's the finish? He doesn't need it.
Oh,
he can
he's just
stop
going to bring
the
the king
pawns.
in.
Yes.
Because the rook is...
Knight c6 is mate.
Oh my goodness. And it queens the pawn as well.
Yes, if king e7, knight c6, you queen. This is over.
I had this fine, and then I choked it.
Hikaru not happy with himself, but not giving up just yet. We're into the next game.
It's a 3-point lead now.
It's a 3-point lead. And crucially, the match clock is everything here because that is literally a ticking time bomb. That's how much time he has left to overcome this deficit. But he has to start winning a game.
e5 right here. Sharp positions. No, he lets Denis. Hikaru's on tilt. Again,
e5 was a big move.
Equalized, comfortable position.
Advantage for white with e5 turned in to the position flipping around when black played e5. Knight to f4 is an idea, but white's ready to capture that, and in this position, probably take and play e5, so you don't want to jump in just yet.
Knight h5 is a bit ambitious. You'd love to play queen f6. He's been doing that, but there's knight d5.
Hikaru needs a win here, but Denis is proving so difficult to beat in these last 5 to 6 games.
Now, this is a chance for Hikaru. Denis already down to 30 seconds, and he doesn't know where to put the queen because knight d5 is coming next.
That's right.
And you hate to make a move like that, but he couldn't find anything else. You can take on a6, there's knight d4 complications, but that time spent means Denis not happy.
No, not at all. And yeah, take the simple bishop takes a6. You can bring the bishop back because of the pin, and that is an extra pawn. Let's see what he can turn it into.
Denis trying to use the f-file, encourage bishop e6, trade off bishops, use that f-file.
Yeah, the knight on c3 doesn't have good squares. Now, technically, you don't need to move it now, but you will soon. So where are you going to put that knight? On b5? No, he goes for e5 to expand, and now the knight has the beautiful e4 square.
Queen g4, Hikaru is feeling it this game.
Bishop takes
h6
h6.
Is loose, e6 is loose.
Knight takes e5, there's queen takes e6 as well. Just have to watch out for pressure on f2 with d3, but that's a long way away.
And long term, when you move your king on g1, you can play f3. A knight outpost on e4 will be worth a lot. Queen f5.
Exactly. Rook a5.
Queen g6. It's almost... Oh, knight h8. There's knight f6 check. So you can't drive the queen away.
Because the queen has to watch the knight on e4. Rook f8. I mean, it makes sense.
Hikaru might rook lift here. Rook d3. Okay, this is safe. I like it. Big time advantage. Queen e6 check.
Yep. That loose bishop on b6 means the queen has to stay defending it. Position is just easy for Hikaru here. Blockading the pawn and aim directly at the king.
That diagonal could open up favorably for Hikaru.
f3 can be played to really solidify, but not necessary right now. That knight's going to be taken off immediately.
The most important thing, contain that bishop. That bishop's not part of the game yet. He plays f3. That's okay. Everything's solid.
Yep. d4 as well. Bishop f6, you can take it. You can always push those pawns on the queen
Rook
side
c5,
if you need some moves.
Looking to liquidate. Rook c5.
That looks like a good move. You can trade
G3,
here.
G3. He's looking. Oh.
G3 could have been it. He wants to take on d4, but if you move the queen now, d3. Rook
Denis
to
is
c5.
trying to make queen e3 work.
Don't forget if that bishop gets on the diagonal.
All positions opening up.
The dark squares will be very weak. You have the queen in front of the pawn here. Blockading, that's not what you want.
Hikaru's still up a pawn here, and Denis under 10 seconds.
Moves are flying here, but white's position continues to be good.
You don't want to trade everything off.
No.
You want to keep
F3
the
is weak.
queenside pawns.
A5 pawn target.
Queen D5. Queen D5. Big find. Rook A2. Perpetual ideas. Rook A2.
I think you have to.
Oh, he doesn't find it. Rook A2.
The A pawn is going though.
But still, I'll play Rook A2. I'm still covering. Oh, was there a trick there?
A7. And the pawn's one square from queening, but the
you
queen is on that square.
Dennis is fighting back. Is the knight almost trapped?
What's happening
check.
here?
Check. Does Hikaru have to force a perpetual? He was winning.
Hikaru cannot
His
believe
knight can't move.
The knight is trapped on B7. What was that game? Hikaru not coming away with a full point there, and the lead is still, well, now it's ballooned. It's 3 points, and we're halfway done here in this bullet section.
Denis playing an accelerated version. He's got the pawn already on B5.
Yeah, the knight on D4. We've seen these positions. At some point, we know that Denis likes to capture on D4, play knight E4, bishop A3, even comfortable playing a move like bishop takes E7, although I'm not sure we'll see that directly here.
This position looks great for white. Just the English is paying off for Denis.
Every single time with the white pieces, it's a guaranteed good opening.
He has the space. He has the C-file. He's got active bishops. What does Hikaru have?
Yeah, the C7 pawn is an easy target. You go ahead and play C6. Suddenly, that pawn becomes weak.
Where does the knight on E7 go? F5's not a good square. You go F5, knight D5.
Bishop E6.
Rook D1 or Rook C1. Easy moves.
Knight E4 to C5 as well.
Knight E4. Now knight E4 because, yes, D6 is even loose. Knight E4. Denis can play this quickly.
And we can see Hikaru is frustrated. He's up against Denis, and he's finding him at the moment.
Queen A4 I might even play. I might even tickle the A7 pawn because there's no counterplay.
Yeah, Denis is staying solid, though. He's not doing too much. If he's not finding always the best move, but he's finding a great move, keeping the game moving. He's playing incredibly fast.
You might trade here and play Queen A2. At some point, hit F7, target A7, play on the light squares.
That was
nice
a good
move
sequence.
By Hikaru.
Really good sequence. Putting pressure on D3. Now C3 and B5 as well. The knight on F3 would love to be on C4, D5, but there's a hanging pawn on B5, and everything's defended in black's position.
The queen's almost out. Queen C2, Queen B5, Rook B3. Ah, the queen could be loose.
Yeah, you have to.
And he finds it.
That's what a move.
Oh, he didn't play. Oh, okay.
Still,
so this is still tricky. You're up a pawn is black, but
I don't know that I prefer black's position. Knight's coming to C4, and bullet, I prefer white. King comes to E2, and you put pressure on the A file. Rook A1.
And the problem is that bishop on G7 is not in the game.
Not at all. The knight dominates here. However, material in black's favor. The E4 pawn is also loose, but there's rook takes A7.
Up a pawn for Hikaru, but can he coordinate the pieces?
Now, Hikaru knows this is going to be a tough position to play. The knight is dangerous. There's ideas like knight D5 to F6. That's why the rook's on D4.
The king is cut off. You might have to... Okay, he decides to give up the 7th, but he controls C4.
That's progress, though, for black.
Yes.
H5, G6, controlling the knight, E4, light square pawns, dark square bishop.
Denis down 15 seconds. King E6 is playable here.
This is something. The bishop would love to be on D4, but I don't know how you get it there. And Hikaru finding this tough again.
Denis wants to play rook G8, force the king back at some point.
King D7, rook G8. That's why he had to play a different move.
Hikaru's trying to find a way to make progress. He's struggling.
But watch out. You do too much. The knight comes into C4. You could be on the back foot.
Denis, yes, rook C6, knight E5 check could pick up all the pawns.
Got to be very careful here. This can get out of hand for black.
Denis can just win the pawn back.
And watch out, rook C6.
This is looking good for white again.
You go to D6. There's another check on C6.
Just take G6.
He decides to take on C5. This is
knight
liquidating.
D3.
But
now
knight
you can
D3.
take G5.
Hang on a sec.
Oh, good find, good find.
King E4, rook E2 might just be a repetition. He's going to take there, and now I think we are liquidating here. He can chase that pawn down.
Yeah, but Is
he going to run some match
down the clock? Why not? You're up a pawn. I would do it. Hikaru would do it.
He's not going to. I think you could easily understand that an extra, minute minimum could have been taken off the match clock. That's not the style that Denis is playing. Who are we to say anything? He's up 3 points, and there is 11.5 minutes remaining in this entire match. We're starting to get in mathematical territory. Eric, it might be, honestly, right now that Hikaru simply needs a win.
He does. Denis' style means even if you beat him, it takes a long time.
Yep.
You have to really earn it. They're long games.
You have to do it 3 times in a row.
Yes.
No, it has to happen now, and you can feel
Queen
he
d4.
knows it.
This is a nice position to play for when Denis has played g5, weakened his king. Queen d4 pins the knight. Sometimes you're going to play f4. Sometimes you place that knight on c5 and support with b4, a dark squared plan.
I like b4, especially because that c5 square is under control.
Look at f4.
F4, even better. Hikaru knows this is the moment he needs a win.
Denis has to play queen e5.
Exactly.
But queen f2, keep the queens on the board, double, triple on the f file.
Everything. Bishop e6, you can even sacrifice potential on f7 in the future. The knight's coming into c5. The bishop on c2 is so good as well. This is Hikaru's game. Knight g4 now.
Rook f7, king 8 at g8. Hikaru's calculating it, a very provocative move. If queen g3, queen e3 check.
Oh, there's queen f4, so I assume he's just going to go for this. This is a big advantage. The knight on a4 will reach c5. Hikaru has to win this game.
But Denis is prolonging the game.
Oh, yeah.
He gave up a pawn, but by trading the queens, it's not going to be quick.
No, this is going to take a while, although I think this position is very, very winning for white. Rook f6.
Rook e2, though. Why are you giving counterplay? Bishop e4.
Yeah. Knight c5 takes that away,
on b2.
But you lose the b pawn.
And now your structure on the queen side's compromised.
Rook e8, rook e2. You can bring another rook in. Rook f2 is no good. You can bring the knight to d4, but then you give up e4.
Bishop e4.
So resourceful here, finding everything. Hikaru is fighting for his life in this competition here. He needs this win.
He can, ooh.
G2 is loose, though. Knight f4 back. What about almost rook g7?
What is
this move?
Oh, this endgame, though.
But why go into this?
I'm not sure. Maybe he thinks he can play it on for a while, but this is dead loss.
No, rook g2 was an error, a big error. Hikaru is going to win this easily.
He took a gamble there, and the math just didn't work out.
Oh, no, this is an easy win.
Knight b4 check.
He's got to think about the match block. Hikaru gets his win. Next game he's calling for. He needs to do that 2 more times.
He's bringing the King's Indian.
Here we go.
For those that weren't following chess, like 15 years ago, this was his main weapon. He has brilliant wins in this opening. Very tactical.
And in Bullet, he can make it work. That's why he saved it for this moment right here when he needs a win, when he needs 2 of them, in fact. We're under 10 minutes on the match clock, and Denis is sticking with the same style. He's not compromising.
Taking the space, softening up the c6 square so he can place the knight on d5.
Exactly. Now, f6 and knight on f7. A very cagey position here. It could take a while unless he opens things up.
Does c5 work? Okay, a4, solid.
Yeah, bishop g4, looking to take that knight, which helps you gain more control over the dark squares and improve things.
Hikaru's c5 automatic.
You have to. Now it's f5. Operation f5. You want to open things up for black, but it's difficult to do. Maybe you trade the bishops with bishop h6.
I like that. Because I'm not sure f5, there's a knight on f8 and f7. That's not too standard.
No, but queen c8, I mean, this is for the move f5.
He really wants f5. He's going for it. We're getting a nice King's Indian game. Denis is taking the b file.
We're getting to see everything here because the knights are going to come alive with g5, knight g6. Knight h2 hits the h-pawn, and now you can't play g5.
Hikaru's going to move his king out of the way, support that g-pawn.
He is so good at maneuvering these positions, Eric. It feels like he understands what he needs to do so well. He's balancing, covering the queen side while putting pressure on the king side.
And the last thing you need to do is find a way to play g5. h5 is loose. You need to defend h5, then you can play g5, g4, run those pawns down the board.
White is all in on this idea of hitting the h-pawn with the e2 bishop and the queen. That's the only reason g5 hasn't happened.
You can play g5 now. That's his moment. Hikaru set it up.
He has rook h8 as well, so he's going to achieve g5. This is the attacking moment.
And
meanwhile, there's no breakthrough on the queen side.
No. Denis, down time. This is natural to Hikaru. He's a King's Indian player.
Oh, this is easy. Now he knows he's got g4 when he wants
Rook b7, you might want to sack that rook for that strong bishop on d7.
Yep, so he chooses this moment.
Oh, Denis he would love to trade.
He's going to trade everything here.
I'm a little surprised by this, I have to say.
There's rook b7, knight b5.
But Hikaru's marching. He's going to place the bishop on g3, maybe try to double rooks on the h-file.
Knight g5. The e4 pawn
you
is
got to move the knight back to c3.
Oh, that's a concession.
Bishop g3. Hikaru's going for mate.
Rook d7 at that pawn.
Does Hikaru have time to play? Oh, he goes knight f7.
Yeah, just temporary.
But Denis fighting back, removing that. Do you have time? Knight g3?
You can't play king f1. You're going to lose the rook on
Rook
a1.
a3. What a find. Then you have rook f3. And you can take on g3. Rook b7. Rook b7.
Oh, that's a big move for Hikaru.
King e2.
Getting the rook involved is very helpful for tactics.
But Hikaru's in a bit of trouble. If you target f7, d6 is loose. d6 is loose. He has at least a draw here.
But is he going to take it? He knows he's better here, but it's tricky to play. Is he going to take the safe option
8 seconds. And he goes for it.
Takes the draw.
I don't blame him.
A smart decision when you think about the match.
What a game.
He could have gone for more, but now I think it's pretty fair to say this is a must-win game, because if you draw this game, it's going to take so much time. This is a must-win game for Hikaru Nakamura.
And it can't be a long game.
Nope. Nope. But as long as he starts that next game, he will have it count towards the score. This is critical here. Denis is a solid player. Hikaru has the white pieces. He needs to mount the comeback that Alireza mounted against him.
That d5 pawn is isolated. That's going to be targeted for the rest of the game. Rook e1. You have some natural moves here.
That's right. Now, the good thing for Hikaru is he has something long-term to play for. There's imbalances everywhere. The last thing you want is symmetrical, same pieces on the board. No, it's bishop knight against the bishop pair. There's a weakness on d5. I think this is the game that he wants, Eric.
At some point, I agree. At some point, Denis might give up the d5 pawn for activity, because you don't want to just play so passive and let Hikaru dictate it.
Yep, here comes h5 as an idea. If you play h5, the bishop gets a little tender on e6.
Also, just h5, h6, and maybe try to put the queen on f6.
Yep.
He might be going for that.
A very direct idea.
Because black doesn't want to trade dark squared bishop for the knight. The bad bishop for black is a light squared bishop.
I'm even looking at rook takes e6, but no, he does not play this h6, queen f6 idea. I think he's going for maybe g3, king g2, a slower build-up.
Hikaru's looking for tactics on g6 here. e6 is loose too.
If bishop takes d4 is played, that's a huge positional concession.
Maybe queen f6, but do the tactics work on f2?
He might do it for safety, though. That's
this
a
is
bad
bad.
move.
This is bad.
He believed Hikaru's bishop takes g6 ideas. Now I'm starting to believe them. You can take on g6 right now.
You lose a pawn and you still have weaknesses.
Hikaru's doing everything correct. Trades everywhere. Probably going to... Oh, d4 doesn't even do it.
King f7, rook b6, and you're just passive for the rest of the game. Oh, now you're just down another pawn.
Completely over. This is going to be a win. That's what Hikaru needs.
Denis should play this as long as possible, so even if he were to lose the next game, maybe there's Armageddon, just to compose himself.
Yeah, and moments like this set us up for that final game. Of course, Hikaru still has to get this done, but I'm sure that he will do. Then there's going to be more than enough time for just one more game to start. g5 is a checkmate threat. Had to get out of that one. The double pawns, but at this point, you can even take the a pawn as well, bring the king over. You're less concerned about that g pawn.
g5 check you can't take because of g7 discovery. And now rook f7 is coming.
And we'll see the same format if this match ends up tied. 4 games of 1+1, and then of course, if still tied, we'll settle the result with Armageddon.
Rook f6, rook f8, nice conversion. Then you play king h7.
There you go.
There we go.
Hikaru having some trouble with his earbuds staying in, but at this point, it's all come down to this 13-12. 1 win needed, and honestly, with the time remaining, I don't think any other result is acceptable. Hikaru Nakamura in a must-win game against Denis Lazovic. We're back in the English, Eric.
It's in English, but Hikaru's fianchettoed his kingside bishop, so some relation to the King's Union, getting rid of this strong bishop on g2.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Hikaru with the black pieces. He's softened up that king side by trading the bishop, but that's allowed white to put all the pawns on light squares. Who cares? The dark square bishop is happy.
Even f5 is not the normal idea here. White doesn't mind black weakening the light squares. You play f5, I have c5, discovery.
Yep, but he's setting it up. We're probably going to see king h8, pawn to f5. This is Hikaru. He made it work. He's going to have to go for that again.
Preparing c5.
Yep. Is he going to play b6 at all?
b6, knight d5. Then I take with the c pawn, and just all the pieces get brought to the c file. c5.
He's going for it. We're getting the game that could be total fireworks as Hikaru Nakamura needs a win to tie things up here.
Hikaru's trying to open up the F file, bring the queen in, target F3. Meanwhile, Denis, target on D6.
Knight D5.
And you'll take back with the queen, so you hit D6 and put pressure on B7.
Yep, D6 is targeted, Rook D1 is coming.
This is a good position for Denis, but it is bullet.
Queen G4.
Knight F6.
Yep. You could bring that knight in, E4 is hanging.
Oh, this is tactical.
There's knight H5 to F4, but no, he decides to take that pawn, of course. Rook F2, you can take
Queen
it with
F2,
knight E4.
Queen F2, knight E4, wow.
Oh my goodness.
What a find. And Hikaru finds it.
What a tactic.
And Rook A, oh.
He finds Rook A8 at the end. That's what justifies this.
That's the Hikaru we're used to seeing.
Oh my goodness. Under pressure as well. That's just amazing. But there's a game to play, and you still have to convert. This is still not over.
He's preparing bishop D4 after. Rook C6, tough move.
Rook D2.
H5, can you mate? Knight F3, has Hikaru blundered?
Time runs out. Oh my god. It doesn't count if time runs out. Oh, it doesn't count if time runs out. Oh my
Wait,
god.
Hikaru just allowed a perpetual?
It doesn't count. Time runs out anyway. Yeah.
What's going on here?
Oh my goodness.
What? Hikaru just allowed a perpetual, and he's saying it
What just
doesn't.
happened?
He's saying it doesn't count. Time runs out.
But it would.
It would have.
If he won, it would have counted.
He's saying it. What just happened there?
Well, first of all, Denis flipped that into a perpetual check. So, of course, on the board and based on the results.
What's Hikaru talking about? He's played this format, right? Did he just forget?
I think in the moment, he may have convinced himself otherwise, but that absolutely would have counted. That was the pressure of the moment. But nevertheless, Denis turned that in to a draw and a match win.
Yeah, we can't credit Denis Lazovic enough. How many positions did he flip?
Hikaru is realizing that would have counted. It's being explained to him by the chief arbiter. Just processing things as, you know, we don't want that to take away from the amazing result of Denis Lazovic to win that match in emphatic fashion. Although at the end, it was Hikaru that was mounting that comeback. Denis still pulled it off, and you have to give the kid some credit.
I think that's the biggest win of his career. I think taking down Hikaru, one of the GOATs of online chess.
In an all-encompassing speed chess format, you have to be impressed at that display right there. Denis Lazovic, start to finish, a tough 5-minute section, an amazing 3-minute section, and just holding your own in bullet against Hikaru Nakamura, Eric, is so incredible. And you see the final score right there after that repetition to secure things, 13.5 to 12.5.
Shocking upset, and that's what makes this format incredible.
Unbelievable, Eric. That match, probably more than 100% delivered on my expectations, and hopefully everyone watching. That was just incredible. We have to also recognize that third place match, third place in the SCC, EWC qualification. Levy was talking on the stage about how that could just change Denis's life, his career in chess. It absolutely has.
No, it's hard to get invites to tournaments. He's an up-and-coming player, but so are so many. Getting into EWC, a guaranteed spot, that's the biggest stage.
Yep, and speaking of the biggest stage, we're going to go to Danny, who's there with Denis Lazovic, your winner.
Let's hear it for Denis Lazovic! Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going! You can definitely hear the crowd now, right? You can definitely hear the crowd. Denis, you just won the biggest match of your career. Yeah. And it's not even close. You feel it?
Yeah.
A lot of things are going to change, I think. You're going to the EWC. Let's hear it for Denis. He's going to the EWC. You just punched your ticket to the highest paying esports event in chess. How do you feel?
Yeah, of course I feel good. It's an excellent win. Of course I didn't expect it, but you know, before the match I thought that it probably will be a bit easier than against Magnus. But anyway, you know, it's a very strong opponent, so I'm very happy to win.
What does this mean to you, Denis? You were the only player that didn't have an esports team to represent. I think from here on, a lot of esports team will be knocking on your door.
Call him. Call
Everyone
Denis.
will want to sign this
Yeah.
boy. What does this mean to you, that you are going to the Esports World Cup, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line? How does this feel to you?
Yeah, of course it's good, but I didn't think much about it during the match because anyway I will have some qualifications so I will have chances to qualify anyway. So
that's the right mindset, right? Focusing on what you can control. But seriously, so back to the match then. So feeling that for a moment, now that you've won, when did you think that maybe you had a chance to win? Heading into the bullet, were you not thinking that 2-game lead was safe? What was your thought process? And at what point were you like, I might steal this one. I might shock the world here?
No, but when I started to win in 3+1, I just felt that I play good. It's not like I will win him like 100%, but I just play good, and when I play good, I can beat him actually, because you know when we started, he got some lead, and yeah, I was a bit upset about it, but when I won, it increased my mood, and I felt that okay, now I'm playing better and probably even good. So when everything can happen.
Winning cures everything, I guess. Go ahead, Anna.
Everything can happen, and I just wanted to mention how many times we brought it up that you registered on Chess.com when you were 10 years old. You spent half of your lifetime playing on this website, solving puzzle rush, playing Blitz, and this is where it brought you to take down one of the biggest speed chess demons in the history of chess. Like, can we again applaud Denis for doing what he has done today?
I mean, you did. You signed up when you were 10. You were probably watching Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru Nakamura, you know, you've seen him play and win events like this since you were a kid, right? Since you were 10. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And I've watched today some of his matches just to understand how he plays. So yeah.
Yep. I want to talk about the 3-1 time control because you went into the 3-1 down a game. And obviously it was a huge swing, turnaround. You ended up entering the bullet up 2. I mentioned that it felt like you grew up playing in Title Tuesday, right? You won your first Title Tuesday when you were 15. I think before Title Tuesday, 3+1 was like a weird time control because everyone wants to play 3-0, and there wasn't really an increment. But you showed against, again, as of right now, the Naroditsky Cup has more Hikaru Nakamura on it than anyone else in history. And you showed that type of performance against the best speed chess championship player in history as of right now in the 3+1 time control. So just tell me a little bit about how comfortable you are in that particular time control and what having the opportunity playing in Title Tuesdays has meant just to feel ready on the stage for that.
Yeah, of course I'm very comfortable because of Title Tuesdays. You know, you usually don't play 5+1 and 1+1. So I had some training matches before this tournament, obviously, but yeah, 3+1. I'm so experienced in it. Unfortunately, yeah, you changed the format of Title.
Unfortunately, okay. Well, hold on. We'll see. 5+0. That is a good. Okay, so let me ask you that: do you want 3+1 back, or do you see no increment as a future of esports chess? Fans tend to like the flagging. They do. The fans are the problem. They like to see people lose on time. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, everybody. Go ahead.
Well, you know, I think the most important thing is that we have 2 Title Tuesdays, and now we have only 1.
Okay.
So
okay.
It's not
calling me out on stage right now. This is real content. Let's go ahead.
But yeah, 5+0 is interesting, and so obviously when you have some experience without increment, it's almost the same as 3+1. So same players are winning. But yeah.
Okay. So it's not so much the 5+0; it's that you want both times back. So you can play both Title Tuesdays. That's what it is.
You can do like one Title Tuesday 5+0 and this
1-3+1.
Yeah.
We're going to discuss this product off camera. We're going to offline about this. I love it. Denis Lazovic, this is it. He's got cred. He's been playing it. I mean, I don't know what the stats are. Has Denis Lazovic played in as many Title Tuesdays as Hikaru Nakamura? You might be up there as far as the most Title Tuesdays played in by anybody on our site. It might be.
I don't know.
So we'll figure that out. But
I have a final question.
yeah.
Denis, what is it like for you? You said that you don't have that many opportunities over the board. You would like to play more over the board chess. You would like to play more classical chess, but you haven't been given much opportunities when it comes to invitations, when it comes to sponsorship. Also due to the geopolitical situation in Europe and so many other factors that influence your opportunities. What is it like for you that online, none of that matters, that online you can play from home, it doesn't matter whether you have a sponsor, it doesn't matter who supports you. You have built this up for yourself and you earned this for yourself. What does that mean to you?
Oh, of course, it's very important for me to have such opportunities. But, you know, my classical rating is very low, so it's not like someone...
Very low is 2,600 Grandmaster level, by the way.
It's not like someone should invite me with this rating, you know, so...
Somebody should invite Denis. Somebody should invite Denis. I disagree with that. Go ahead.
So of course, I need to improve to at least reach like 2,700 or something. But, you know, at the same time, when I play lots of Blitz, I think it improves my chess in general, not only Blitz or Rapid, also classical, but I just don't play enough. So probably I need to play some opens or something like this to gain some rating. But, you know, I have Title Tuesdays every week, so I can't skip them. That's why it's hard to
Priorities
play.
in life, everyone. You should also be playing Title Tuesday.
Yeah, that's it, probably.
Well, Denis, I cannot be happier for you. I could not congratulate you enough. Just seeing where you've come and where you are now and what is ahead for you. I am just so excited for you. The future, everybody is going to know Denis Lazovic in the chess world. Give it one more time for Denis Lazovic. I'm going to let you sign fans. You got boards to sign. You got autographs and pictures to take. And I'm going to remind everybody what Denis Lazovic just did in qualifying for the Esports World Cup. You will see him on the biggest stage in esports chess come this summer.
This is the Esports World Cup, and in 2026, we're raising the bar again. For 7 weeks starting in July, over 2,000 players from more than 200 clubs will compete in 24 game titles. And with a life-changing prize pool exceeding $75 million, the club championship stakes have never been higher. The club with the most points will be crowned as the best esports club in the world, taking home an incredible $7 million grand prize. But that's not all. With over 300 plus activations taking place across the event, the Riyadh Boulevard will become a must-visit destination for families, friends, and fans alike. EWC is where players become legends, fans become a part of history, and the best rise above. See you this summer at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Denis Lazovic has qualified for the Esports World Cup by taking the consolation match over Blitz and speed chess legend, just chess player legend, Hikaru Nakamura. There he is, signing autographs, and there are the standings as they look currently. The Champions Chess Tour leaderboard qualifies people via big events like this. We also have the Chess.com Global Championship coming up. They both send 3 players directly. Now Denis Lazovic is one of them. The players highlighted in gold, as you can see, would qualify on point standings right now. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hans Niemann, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, and Jan Krzysztof Duda would also be in Riyadh if things ended today. But we still have a lot of chess left. We have another season of Title Tuesday. We have a Chess.com Global Championship. We have Anna, who called it, said that Denis was going to hold on.
I call it. I told you. No one believed me. Definitely not you, Denis. I told you. I told you that Denis would do it.
And I was wrong, and I thought Hikaru was going to come back there right at the end. But all right. We are not even close to the end of our day here. This room is packed. We have the championship coming up between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja. I'm going to take a moment to remind the fans in the building that in a little bit, I think it's about 10:15, we will be doing the raffle. Yet again, some of you have already bought tickets. If you haven't, you still have a chance. We're giving away amazing prizes. If you bought a ticket, you will want to go up and get that. But now we're going to do a trivia contest for everyone at home and in the building. We actually haven't done this yet. We have some Speed Chess Championship trivia that you can play along with right now. Let's get our question up on the screen. I don't know if Anna's going to know the answer right away. If you do not say it out loud. Let's let everybody have a look. Which player other than Magnus and Hikaru has been to the most SCC finals? I'm told that the definition of the SCC finals is as we do it here, meaning making it to a semis, just so the fans understand the context. You can use the hashtag SCC Trivia in chat or on social media. If you tweet at us on X, I don't think I should say tweet. If you post on X, sorry, Elon. If you post on X using hashtag SCC Trivia with the right answer, you will win prizes. We've got a Lo-Fi Girl vinyl. We've got a bunch of Zenny stuff. We've got a chess-up board. Oh my God, are we giving away all of our stuff? We're giving away Neuro stuff. We're giving away exclusive SCC stuff. We got merch. We got blue light glasses. We got a chess-up board and a Lo-Fi vinyl. So use the hashtag SCC Trivia if you are in the building and post the answer to X, or again, play along at home. We got a lot of things to talk about. We got a lot of autographs to sign. If we're Denis Lazovic right now, he's going to keep doing it.
Denis has a lot of autographs to sign, not you and me, Danny.
Not me and you, but
not
Denis.
You, not me.
Denis, enjoy the moment, man. I know you can hear us over there. Everyone else, enjoy a few moments. You're going to need your rest because we're going to have a thriller between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja. We're going to take a break. The halftime show continues. Again, go upstairs and get a raffle ticket. If you are not there when they announce your ticket, you will miss your prize. So if you bought one, this is your chance to take a break. And I got to go get some water. The SCC returns when we're right back. Let's go.
Busy day. Come on, honey. Oh, man. Eric. Magnus, you gotta be kidding me, man. Don't they know that I'm working? When I'm struggling to get through my day, I rely on NeuroGum to give me the energy and the focus that I need to keep up with a busy life. My wife needs me. My kids need me. The kids can wait. Me and Danny Bot have got work to do. Feels good to focus on what matters.
Okay, Denis, as you know, in this past year, several players have expressed frustration by slamming the table, but now it's time to decide which player can slam the table the hardest. This is the first ever chess player table slamming contest. We're going to give you 3 chances to hit the chessboard as hard as you can. We have a device measuring your score. And in case there's a tie, bonus, the tiebreaker, will be how many pieces you knock over. Okay, so I would aim a little bit below the center of the chessboard. And whenever you're ready, go ahead and slam that table, Denis. All right, well, you got almost half the black army to fall over, and now your score is 135. Okay, now we're gonna give you 2 more chances.
This is like going back to when I was a kid playing with like plastic pieces, plastic set of the Marshall Chess Club. So I'm almost certain that I've actually like knocked over all the pieces as a kid when I played it, but let's see. Okay, so let's go.
First one is 159.
That wasn't my hardest, so I like my chances.
All right, attempt number 2 at the table slamming challenge. That was a mighty strike. Almost all the pawns have left the board. The king has remained upright, and let's see what your score is.
197.
Nice. 197. All right, definitely better on the second attempt. Hikaru's second attempt at smashing the table.
Let's go.
$192, and most of the pieces fell over.
I think there was like a rook and a knight.
The king's rook fell to the floor. Let's see if you can break 200. Excellent. Okay, nothing is remaining of the black monarchy. The king is on the floor. And let's see what your score is, Dennis, for your third attempt.
171.
171. So 197 was your best table slamming score. Congratulations, Dennis. Third and final attempt at smashing the table.
Let's go.
$225.
Okay.
Definitely the highest one that we've had this time.
225, Hikaru Nakamura smashing the table winner as 4 pieces trampoline onto the floor. Hikaru, I hope you get a double title here in London.
Thank you.
And here we have Women's International Master Bodana Sivanandan against Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen in their first ever chess game. 5+0. Good luck to you both.
Welcome back, everybody. The 2025 Speed Chess Championship live finals on Super Bowl weekend in 2026 are happening. It's Super Speed Chess weekend, really. We are here in London. Grandmaster Amon Hamilton now joining International Master Anna Rudolph and myself, Danny Wrench. We just had quite the post-match interview with Denis Lazovic. We got a lot of stuff to get into. I got a t-shirt gun to use. We're going to talk about whether Amon's going to use it or not. We got some stuff to give away. But Amon, you were just up there casting with your bro.
Yeah.
You guys have called a lot of matches and been a part of a lot of wild moments in online chess history. What was that like up there?
It was surreal. This played out as if it was a final, truly. And you mentioned it was the most high-stakes consolation match probably in the history, and it delivered on that. Denis showed up utilizing some experience from the Magnus match. What impressed me most was he didn't come in with the same openings that I attribute to almost his play style, being solid, consistent. No, he switched it up. He used the English opening, and he got a good position almost every time with the white pieces. So reliable to just be like, oh yeah, next game I'll just have a good position again. That's how it felt. And I think that opening played a big role. To take down a guy like Hikaru does wonders. I mean, at 19 years of age, I think making it to the finals here in London is something you can be proud of. But to cap it off with a moment like that, I mean, I think he's outdone himself, and I think he deserves it.
Very well said. I'm glad I asked you because I think as fans and as everyone caught up in the moment, we're going to remember the time scrambles, the moments where the eval bar was going up and down and crazy. But that's the Grandmaster take, I think, really calling out that Denis's match strategy, the consistent choice of the English opening, right? And getting those positions where he was, that honestly, you jogged my memory to remember how many times I saw that position. I think it's just fantastic. And I think he'll, as you said, be on his way for many years to come. All right. Anna, we do have the winners now for the trivia. I'm going to let you kind of show off the prizes real quick. We announced them. I don't know. I'm just going to say like Neurogum and just hold it up, I guess. It's like, yay.
No, these are mine. I'm not giving them
no,
away.
you got to
I
give
want
it
the gums
away.
for
And then we've
myself.
got
No.
That's what a giveaway is. You have to give it away.
No,
a custom Zenny. These are actually custom, only made for Chess.com to give away. These glasses are not available online, and they've got a really cute case that I'm going to let Anna try to open it.
There's glasses in there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
And they've got an awesome case. Then we got this chess up board. And we, like I said, we got some t-shirts to shoot here in a second. But I would say if you hadn't played along with the trivia, now was your last chance to post to X with hashtag SCC Trivia or online or in the building, but you didn't. Now we're just showing the prizes for whoever won them. Thank you, Anna. We got it. This is this is high quality, actually. High quality and Chess Up. All right, let's see who won. Who won?
Sorry, I want to brag.
Oh, yeah, okay, answer first.
Oh, no. Put that
I
away.
want to brag. Please bring me back. I need to brag. Amon is next to me. Producer, I need you. Please, this is the biggest moment of my life.
Okay, here we go.
I have played on this board once in my life, but it's the best moment in my chess career. I beat Amon thanks to this board. So if you want to beat a Grandmaster, now you know how to do it. Thank you, Amon, for the game.
That is true. That is true.
That is true. Okay, there you go. Chess Up helps you beat Grandmasters. All right, back to the trivia answer. We've got Wesley So as the player who has reached the most SCC finals, not named Hikaru Nakamura or Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, I think even if it was the finals, he still would have been the answer. Maybe Alireza would have tied him now after this year, because I think Wesley reached 2 finals years that Magnus didn't play. Anyway, my brain is going down the memory road because we've been doing this thing for 10 years. I'm getting old. So there you go. Who won? That's the question. We just showed you all the prizes. A Lo-Fi Girl vinyl, Zenny custom glasses, Chess Up. Who won? Let's find out right now. Okay, first of all,
wow.
Chat was barely better than the live audience. Holy Jeezer snaps. That was very, very close. So chat and the live audience here in the building, you were very, very close. But chat slightly more educated than the live audience here in London.
Chat always knows
I'm
best.
slightly more educated, excuse me. On behalf of the live audience here, I don't think that's correct to say. I think we are just having a great time. Maybe we were not voting that much.
Yeah, maybe we didn't vote as much.
Yeah, having drinks, there's popcorn, there's an awesome vibe here. So I think we are just having a blast.
And it was very close. I'm actually really impressed by that. I think the London audience knows their stuff. So maybe other live audiences may not as much. So shout out to London, even though we barely lost to chat. Now let's find out who the winners' names were.
And the winner.
And the winners were.
Or I don't know how many winners we have. Many.
We've got a few. Okay, here we go. We've got Wisteria Bean. Wisteria Bean. Twitch. Oh, you're the winner. Okay, this person won first. Okay, so this person was the first person to get it right. So he wins all the stuff. I'm asking production in my ear. This is live TV. Everybody.
Winner take all? Is that?
He wins all the
winner
stuff.
takes
Okay,
it
there's not
all,
even a second
as
or
we
third.
know.
That guy literally just hit the jackpot. That's like an awesome thing to win. All right, he
that's a pretty
literally
sweet
won
haul.
hundreds of dollars worth of stuff here. And shout out to Wisteria Bin. The Twitch username. I couldn't even pronounce that.
Wisteria Bean?
Wisteria Bean. Okay. All right. It's time to do some T-shirts. So, I was gonna tell Amon. I'm gonna put down my mic. I'm told that my lob.
I told Danny I'm not qualified.
Okay. I'm gonna keep talking. I think my lav mic is here.
I was gonna say, there you go.
I'm gonna shoot right here. The guy with the sign. Oops, the safety's on. Which, by the way, is why they invented the safety, so that doesn't happen. Oh my gosh. That went all the way to the back building. Okay, so 4 pumps is too much.
It's a good thing you didn't hit the guy with the sign.
We just learned that 4 pumps is too much. Good thing I didn't hit the guy with the sign. I won't do that again. I promise.
He's not going to have his sign.
I'm going to do 1, 2. Okay, I'm going to go up. Okay, we're going to go up. So we were going to give Amon a chance to shoot the gun and give away free.
Glad I said no.
Free courses of his new London course because we're in London. Amon Hamilton is maybe the world's expert on the London system. Did you know that, London? Let's hear it for Amon Hamilton and the London system, by the way.
That might be a little far. That might be a little far. But
You're one of the world's experts, I would say, for sure. And tell everybody where your course is available and when.
Yeah, I am releasing a London course. It's the opening. If I'm not the absolute best player in the world, I'm at least making a course and explaining how to play the London properly my way. It will be releasing on February 16th. Chess.com/courses. We'll have it eventually, but it will be on Chessable. So that's something I've been working, honestly, for a year on. I kind of thought it'd be released a little earlier. Danny, it's always too much or too little with this guy. You know, you can't get it exactly right.
I was so scared.
Promo with Danny Wrench.
I was so scared to hurt somebody because I gave 2 pumps and I'm like hitting the back cement
Danny,
wall.
I think you were trying to grab the T-shirt to claim the London course for yourself. That was very clever. Very clever. There we go. He's got one. There we go.
That was the perfect amount of pumps. That was Baby Bear. That was the Baby Bear.
Just perfect.
Okay. Anyway, so shout out to Amon's London course. Some people say the London system is perfect. If anyone saw earlier today.
It has a lot of haters. I'm looking to create some more.
We got some people in the back. One more. Where we got? Which side? One more. Okay, we got a few more people over here. Here we go. Oh my gosh, I hit a light. Somebody take the gun from me. Somebody take the gun from me.
I'm so glad I didn't accept this.
Okay, this was a bad idea.
At least this is the guy who pays
This is
for
the danger of being in charge when I said, I want a T-shirt gun. And they're like, oh, get him a T-shirt gun. It's a horrible idea. Okay, I think we're not going to a break. We're going to throw it to the casters and let them get into some preview talk.
They have no T-shirt gun in there.
No T-shirt gun in the building. We've got Levy Rosman and David Howell. Guys, it just got real down here. I didn't break a light. Everything's fine. But I just want you to know that everyone's okay.
Yeah, you guys are having way more fun than us. We're out here on our phones, you know, scrolling, chatting, and all of a sudden we have to match the energy. They got to make this studio better. We got to have like super soakers here or something. How was the break, guys? And have you recovered from the match that we just saw?
Recovery will be continuing, I think, for everybody. I don't even know. I mean, just talking to Denis Levy, I think you saw, and obviously like a lot of chess players, focused on the moment, focused on what he can control, gave very kind of analytical answers. I don't think that young man knows that his life just changed. Like, esports teams are going to be calling. Just showing up to the Esports World Cup is going to be a lot of money. And it's just amazing, and he will have time, obviously, to reflect and feel it later, but his whole life just changed on this stage.
Amazing. Yeah, amazing. That was, and you got to feel for Hikaru as well, David, right?
Yeah.
And before we just start talking, guys, thank you for the incredible halftime, midday show. Tremendous amount of fun. It is their job to have all the fun, and then we have to start breaking things down. David, how do you recover from 2 matches before we look ahead to the next one? 2 matches that just come down to literally a game or 2 at the end.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking for Hikaru. He has such high standards. He's so consistent. Unfortunately, it was consistently close this time, as you say. I mean, he's going to be looking forward, I think. There were some glitches. Something went wrong with these winning positions failing to convert. He's going to be looking at the candidates now saying, okay, it's classical, time to reset. he'll still qualify for the Esports World Cup through the Champions Chess Tour and other events. And yeah, I think he'll try and forget this one as quickly as possible. But of course, we have a big match ahead. And these are two players who are definitely focusing on the hero now.
Absolutely. A repeat of the last Speed Chess Championship final that we had. I didn't even remember that they played a half a game. I just remembered 23-7, and it was not close the last time these two met. But head-to-head, while Magnus leads 62-36, we do have to start looking at more recent stats, I wonder. I would imagine Alireza leads any sort of bullet that they have played, unless it's only 1+1, maybe some 1+0 in there. They're not playing as much of that nowadays. It's obviously a favorite in terms of Magnus Carlsen versus Firouzja, but I imagine it's quite close. What do you think Firouzja has to do differently this year for it to not be 23-7?
Yeah, there's a few things. I was looking back on that match. He has to start really hot, Firouzja. I think he needs to at least stay on level footing after the 5-1. Ideally win the first couple of games. Magnus even lost to Denis in the first game yesterday. I think strong start, maybe a couple of different openings up his sleeve. It felt like last time out in Paris, there was no backup plan. Things were going wrong. He started kind of freestyling and was getting punished game in, game out. So he needs something maybe a bit more solid to fall back on if he needs. And yeah, I mean, he just needs to stay locked in, focused and optimistic. It felt like his head went down at some point last time out. And same with the Esports World Cup. It felt like he was just mismanaging his time. And that came back to haunt him. So quicker, especially faster out the blocks.
He has to play faster with better openings and more accurately over the course of 4 hours against the...
Just 99% accuracy. Probably you can hang in there for a while.
You are friends with Magnus, so it's a little difficult to ask you this question, but how do you even prepare against somebody like that? There's not any obvious weaknesses, so how do you actually target openings, types of positions, and so on?
Yeah, it is tricky. I mean, I have no skin in this game. I quite like seeing Magnus, given new challenges, not winning every time. That gets boring. So I just want it to be a close match. But in terms of the openings, I mean, Magnus, he has maybe 2 or 3 fallbacks as black. If he wants to be rock solid, it's either the Rossolimo he goes into, or it's E4, E5, some Spanishes, Marshals. So you can maybe come up with some ideas to get him out of those early. Maybe some Italian Scotches. With white, it's the Catalan he falls back on. So even though Magnus plays everything, I think there's still areas you can come up with specific ideas.
How much does Magnus actually prepare for these matches?
I don't know, Levy. There's rumors that he didn't even bring a laptop with him here. I'm not sure he even owns a laptop.
Does he know his Chess.com password?
Someone does.
Okay, yeah, I do believe that part at least. Let's go to the pre-match graphic, because we have a Chess.com graphic that I do have to say, David, yesterday really did not make a whole lot of sense, because it said 65-35 for Hikaru, and that turned out to not be right. This one says 72-28. How does this one feel to you?
Yeah, I think it's roughly what I would have said as well beforehand. Maybe slightly even on the higher side for Magnus. It's just a one-on-one showdown. The total score looks quite close here, Levy. So, I mean, Alireza in the bullet, the favorite. It looks like we're predicting that he might come out on top there. If he can hang, I think it's going to be very close, especially if he can survive the 5+1, where we're predicting that that might be his downfall long term.
Yeah, 72-28. There you have it, and it will be close in the bullet. I'm actually, it's one of these situations that's quite shocking, because you see that it's such a lopsided win probability, but it's a really, really close match. It was the same thing yesterday, where one game is the deciding factor potentially on both segments, and yet it's clearly going to be Magnus if you run this match, let's say, 10 times. We got a match like this in Paris, the Speed Chess Championship, the last time that it was played. We also got a match in Riyadh.
Mm-hmm.
It was not quite the same format, but Magnus was quite dominant in that one. It felt not as challenged as he was against Hikaru. So is this one of the 3 that Firouzja has, statistically speaking?
We will find out. Is it going to be third time lucky? Magnus, he is the favorite, of course, but I don't know. I feel it's going to be a closer one. I think the clock was Alireza's big downfall in both of those 2 matches we just mentioned. And Levy, if he can handle the time, if he can avoid falling down to his last 30 seconds while Magnus has still got 4 minutes on his clock, then I think there's still chances. I believe in his in the fact it's going to be close at least.
Yeah, we see Magnus on the screen there enjoying himself yesterday. That might have actually, that laugh might have been from something Hey, shout out to Rook. That laugh might have been from something where he didn't even get a win. He definitely had a good time yesterday, but that's like normal for Magnus. I mean, you laugh when you lose a couple games, and it's like, it doesn't particularly matter because I'm winning by 10. We saw all the players having a good time with the fans. The atmosphere is quite exciting. We even saw Denis crack a few smiles in the post-match, and seeing him rise to the occasion and qualify has been amazing. We had a really epic consolation match earlier today, and Firouzja punched his ticket yesterday in just the most incredible fashion possible. 2 times in the final segment with about 3 and about 5 minutes remaining, it looked like he was just done for.
Exactly.
But he managed to come back, and he won.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, it was an honor commentating with you, of course, for the first time, but just in general, one of my favorite matches to have watched. It was so dramatic. We saw it in the crowd. They were on the edges of their seats, jumping up and down, cheering, I think shocked by how it ended. It was just the way, the manner of things as well, with all those long winning streaks that they were trading. And it just felt like it was an emotional match, and neither side could relax. I think today, yeah, Magnus is rarely flustered. He won't be losing 4 games in a row, that's for sure. So Alireza has to tighten it up and make sure that his streaks are positive or solid ones.
I think the most important thing is, I commentated on this match last time, and within about 40 minutes to an hour, it was almost done. I think the match started maybe 6-1 or 6-2. I don't exactly remember, but it was just a blowout. No opening was working, and I do remember he cycled through like every type of system. So we'll see today if Alireza shows up solid. Yesterday, he was very content with black to play e4, e5.
Yeah.
And with white, he just went for Queen's Gambit, declined. Why does that not work today?
Yeah, I think with black e4, e5 could work, although Magnus is maybe the guy with white in the Spanish, even if it's something a bit offbeat who can outplay you. I think Queen's Gambit decline's a good weapon with white. Magnus will probably be the one ducking and diving and choosing all these h6, a6 systems. I think Firouzja should push the onus on Magnus to switch things up. Yeah, I don't think he should mess too much with the recipe that worked against Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. And Hikaru, I think, stuck to a bunch more e4 in his game, and that's why we got a bunch of e4, e5. We saw some Karo Khans. Let's remind everybody of the bracket. One more time. The 2025, we just hate the year 2026 on this thing. I mean, this is the 2025 Speed Chess Championship, but it is February, so that might be a little confusing for some folks. Alireza Firouzja from the top right of the screen, winning several matches, including by 10 points against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and then Hikaru Nakamura taking down multiple players from multiple generations, qualifying to his 2nd final of the Speed Chess Championship. Denis Lazovic with a 1-point win just earlier today. If you missed it, back up if you can, and then if you can't, watch the replay or the clips. But on the left side of the bracket, Magnus Carlsen over Denis Lazovic 17-9. And that's off the heels of Denis beating Hans Niemann by 6 points. So is he top 4 in the world in speed chess? Is he top 3?
Denis?
Yeah.
I think he's close. I mean, of course, there are other big names. Hans had a bad day that time, but I would expect him to be up there in the mix in future. I would say top 5, definitely. But yeah, I mean, the time format just feels perfect for Denis. Just his style, just so intuitive. It's been impressive, Levy, watching him.
Do you think he has studied more Soviet games or Magnus Carlsen games?
Oof. Everyone studied more Magnus Carlsen games at this point, especially the younger generation, surely. But if anyone studied the Soviet games, maybe it's yeah, a player from one of those countries, right?
That would make a lot of sense. I mean, he has such a style where he gets easy to play positions and positions that he understands and the structures, and his pieces just sort of naturally flow to squares regardless of the opening. I do feel like in the last year too, Denis Lazovic has evolved his opening repertoire a lot as well. So, I mean, but he's not playing in the final. The only reason we're talking about him is I'm not sure our finalists are there yet. They're arriving in a few minutes. Magnus Carlsen, we know we're going to be seeing e4, d4, maybe some c4. We might see who knows what. We might get a Polish or an orangutan, some ready. Yes, those are real opening names. Alireza, I will be curious if he sticks, in fact, to what worked yesterday, or if he decides totally switch things up. If you are Alireza, at what point did you prepare? Like, if you know you're going to play Magnus, do you at least prep before you sleep, or do you try to sleep and then prepare in the morning?
Oh, that is tough. I mean, I think he would be preparing in the mornings. Yesterday must have been so draining, right? The emotion, the up and down. It probably was hard to sleep. The adrenaline still pumping, but I think this morning maybe they had the other match on in the background, but he would have been studying the openings, getting ready now.
Hey, let's throw to the watch party. How about that? How about we go downstairs? Watch party, how we doing? Can we get some energy in the house? We can hear you. Maybe there's a delay, but cheer if you're excited for the final. Get some crowd. There we go. I see that one guy. Yeah, that's how it... Maybe we can get a "Let's go, Magnus." Is that an American thing?
It's coming home. Come on. Someone in the crowd. I think there's a delay.
Yeah, there might be. Or they just don't hear us. That would be... Or they're just terribly uninterested in what's about to happen. They already burnt out all of their energy. Hey, I was told to go here. Production tells me what to do, and I do it. I don't direct traffic. If you have any criticisms, 1-800-Chess.com. That is the hotline.
/big.
Yes. Or what is it? +44? Is that where we are?
Exactly.
Between the two, who is more likely to be late to the venue, Magnus or Alireza?
The only time I've ever seen Magnus on time for anything is when he's playing golf. So it's surely going to be Alireza.
Would he be golfing this morning then? It was sunny.
It was sunny. I golfed with him on Thursday morning before the event, and I think there were plans today. I can't confirm. I wasn't involved.
That is very logical. Can you explain golf to me while we're here? Maybe everybody at home will understand. What is this obsession with golf once you turn 30? Because I got on the paddle train. I play paddle now. So what is golf, and why should I play it?
I prefer paddle. We should play sometime. I don't know. I was just inducted into golf just this week, but I think it's, I don't know, time away with your friends, time away from your stresses, time away from your phone. I can't explain it more than that.
Are you good?
I'm terrible.
Oh, I see. But you've just started.
First time I ever played was about 15 years ago, and I haven't played since. Yeah, I'm going to stick to chess, Levy.
And so when people say, what's your handicap? Is that the question? What is that? That's the amount of shots you need to hit all the shots?
I think the lower the better. That's all I know.
I see.
Yeah, you deduct it from par or your expected score. And
okay, we'll shut up now. I've just received the green light that both players are there, so you don't have to complain in the live audience anymore that we're not focusing on the chess. John Sargent, please take it out of our hands.
Thank you very much, Levy. I want you to go through the rules and the scoring mechanisms of all the sports. I think that in itself would be an excellent bunch of skits for next year's broadcast. I'm just saying. Folks, we are about to get ready to play the Speed Chess Championship Finals. You guys excited? Let's go! First up onto the stage, last year and now this year's finalist, a 3-time Bullet champion and the youngest 2800 player in history. Ladies and gentlemen, Alireza Fuja! And his opponent, at all of the time controls, let's be honest, he is a 20-time world champion. And he is a 4-time and reigning Speed Chess Championship champion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Magnus Carlsen! We have a very special guest with us in the arena tonight as well to make the ceremonial opening move. You thought that could only happen over the board. It absolutely can happen on a computer as well. You know him and love him from Emily in Paris, from Doctor Who, and goodness knows how many different projects you're working on, some of which I'm sure you can talk about, maybe some of which you can't, I don't know. Please welcome to the stage, Paul Foreman, ladies and gentlemen. Paul, it's fantastic to have you here with us tonight in this fantastic arena. It's been wonderful. The atmosphere's been great. Talk to us about your love of chess, why you love it so much.
Yeah, I became obsessed with chess. I play every day of my life now. And I don't know, it's such a fascinating sport. I'm so excited to be here tonight and watch what's going to be a very entertaining final. So yeah, thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Do you have a favorite player?
Not what I'm happy to say standing on this stage here, but
let me help you out. Aside from your two favorite players who are clearly sat on the stage, outside of this stage, who's your favorite player?
No. I have respect for everyone playing. I'm a neutral at this spot.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. You'll be making our ceremonial first move, I believe, at Magnus's PC. So please go ahead and do that.
Good luck.
How do we do this?
Am I going to see on program what move he picks, or am I going to have to sort of duck back here and check it out? What have we got? What have we got?
1d4.
We've got D4, 1d4, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Foreman. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, everyone. We are about to get these games underway, so let's go. This is the final. Make some noise! Studio, over to you. Let's get the show on the road.
Oh, sorry. I'm super pumped. I mean, really. Shout out Paul Foreman. Love Emily in Paris. And have binged every season. You've been watching?
I've watched a little bit.
You've watched all of it?
Exactly. I watched Paul play chess as well at the Houses of Parliament just the other day. He crushed it, so shout out. But Levy, I'm excited. It's chess. Enough golf talk.
Enough Paul Foreman talk. Enough Emily in Paris talk. We are in London, and this is the Speed Chess Championship Finals. It's actually, once again, a final that we have seen time and time again. We don't talk about this enough. Team Liquid versus Team Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is not the Esports World Cup. This could be a preview of what can happen in about 6 months' time in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. But for now, they are in London. Doesn't matter where they are. It's always these guys in the finals.
Yeah, just fantastic rivals, of course. Alireza Firouzja has been on Magnus's radar since he was very, very young, and it looks like we're off. I see the match clock starting, and D4 is the move to kick off the finals of this Speed Chess Championship.
Yes, and for anybody confused, that is quite normal for a ceremonial first move to stick there, and it can be taken back as well. We saw this yesterday, David.
Yeah, we knew that this would happen. We knew that Magnus would drop in a Catalan or two. And this is the exact variation of the Catalan that Alireza Firouzja defended multiple times successfully against Hikaru Nakamura. More than held his own in this variation. And in that one, he was playing the move pawn to f5. He does the same again. Magnus was surely studying this. And here we go. He knows the best moves. The knight has come in, and a4, the first new idea, Levy, as opposed to what Hikaru was doing yesterday.
Yes, for anybody confused how they just managed to rattle off that many moves and not think about it whatsoever, making it look like maybe the way folks at home play, you know, without spending too much time. That's because Magnus quite literally studied about a dozen games or whatever it was from yesterday and comes out with a new way to put a little bit of pressure on the position. David, yesterday Hikaru almost played like 3 or 4 of these positions into dead drawn positions. But Magnus clearly intending to apply pressure. How much experience does he have in these types of Catalan games?
Yeah, Magnus loves the Catalan in general. He loves queenless middle games. He loves end games, of course. And he likes to have a little imbalance. So here, white having an extra central pawn, white having an outpost on which to plant his knight, and this minority attack of 1 pawn undermining the 2 black pawns probably is enough for Magnus. He will know that objectively, black is fine, close to level. But I think he doesn't want to take too much risk, especially since he's known as a bit of a slow starter, Magnus. He just wants to feel his way into this game. And I think this is a decent choice, Levy. I kind of expected to see it later in the match, I must admit. But nice to see Alireza as well, standing true to his beliefs that this is fine for black.
For sure. If you're Alireza, this must be quite fascinating, because this is something that you trusted yesterday. The best player in the world has had something like maybe 16 hours, I can't quite do math, to prepare this since the beginning of that match. Or I suppose, well, actually, I guess it would be 23, let's put it this way. But I'm assuming from the end of that match to the preparation phase, something like nearly 1 day to prep something, and the idea is just a little cheeky pawn push on the queen side. Is it a problem, though?
Yeah, that's the big question. A capture would isolate one of the black pawns, but black also would have a passed pawn long term. So while rooks remain on the board, maybe weaknesses that can be targeted, I would say, Levy. But yeah, Magnus also is known to quite enjoy planting his pawns on a6, h6, just waiting for an endgame. We will see. I think I would be skeptical in anyone else's shoes other than Magnus Carlsen. He tends to grind these ones out quite well. There we go. It's the h pawn next, maybe hinting that he'll continue expanding, giving his king some luft. What do you make of style-wise this type of position? Alireza, on paper, probably doesn't enjoy it, but he did perform well yesterday.
He did, and he's playing this when he has a lot of time to think. At this point in the 3+1, he would be down to his final minute. I don't like that he is down 2 minutes, but this is very normal for top-level chess. You play something, the other person knew you would play it, they prepared. You're not worse, you're just figuring it out. Magnus also, here's the high-level commentary we all want, is playing the crab, you know, the A4, H4, A5, H5, the pincer attack on both sides of the board, restricting the position. Alireza commits the bishop for knight trade and goes for activity, very true to his style. Those pawns on the outskirts of the board, they do control the black position, but will Magnus maybe overextend?
Yeah, that is the question. Alireza is arguing that, yes, he's given up the bishop pair, but he has damaged the white pawn structure. White now has doubled e-pawns. The pawn majority on the king side, not so impressive, but the pawn majority on the queen side, that's in black's favor. That being said, the black knight is still, for now, pinned, so no immediate threats on the board for Magnus to think about. Just how to make progress. It's not obvious. It's probably the first time in the game Magnus will go into a deep think.
If this doesn't work out for Magnus, I'm not saying he's going to lose. I'm just saying if he makes a draw. Do you think he repeats it? Because there's a very limited amount of ideas in the position. If he doesn't win this game, I kind of doubt he repeats the whole line.
Agree. And maybe he would pivot into something else against what Firouzja's playing. What Alireza's been doing is the most direct way of meeting the Catalan. It's the most direct way of trying to force equality. Shout out to Paul and Anna in the audience there. I think Magnus's whole idea is to stop Alireza from playing this line. He was hoping he could get a big advantage, maybe win, and scare Alireza out of going back to this time and time again in the Catalan. But we will see. I think the victor of this game, or if it's a draw for Alireza, will be very, very happy with the psychological blow.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a very limited number of options, considering the fact that white plays an extremely dense opening with a lot of deviations. The benefit of this line for black, if anybody's wondering, is the fact that it's a very forcing line. You chop on c4 in the center. Maybe we can even throw it up on the analysis board while the players think. You chop in the center, and you immediately strike the center. White does not have a lot of options to deviate. Like, sometimes in these Catalans, you play solidly with many, many options each move, but it's not really possible because of this move, c5. I feel like this line went out of fashion. I feel like people started playing a little bit differently, but in the modern age of engines, if you just remember a couple of things, that's really chess, and there might not be any good options here.
Exactly. White has other moves in the opening. White has knight to e5, a queen can come out to a4, the knight can come to a3, a pawn sacrifice, but yeah, this is very direct. It's a Grunfeld defense with reversed colors. Going back to the live position, though, this all led to mass liquidations, and queen's off, Magnus with the bishop pair. That's not the most impressive move, I'll say, Levy, putting the bishop on f3. The only idea I can come up with is that he might want to play g4 to try and undermine the king side there, change the structure.
And he is very good at making these small questions. Just like Hikaru is best, I know he didn't have his best couple of days, but he is one of the best players in the world at posing questions to you as you try to convert a position. Magnus is very good at just playing tennis or paddle, just hitting the ball back. Bishop e1. Now black has to make a move. What do you play? Do you bring your king closer? That's normal in endgames. Do you start advancing your b-pawn? But if you advance your b-pawn, it's not protected anymore. You have to push it one more square. Do you maybe try to slide the rook in somewhere? Do you move the knight? Can't do that, so you try to move the rook. I don't know. It's not an easy position for black.
Yeah, it's definitely playing against the clock time. Alireza historically doesn't enjoy these positions where it's a bit slower, no obvious plan, no calculation. That's why he's burning time on the clock, trying to come up with what to do next. I quite like this idea, just to get out the way. At least then you can think about moving the knight. But yeah, this feels a bit awkward. He drops back. Now he really does want to get the knight out the way, maybe trade the rooks, trade off some bishops, get rid of the bishop pair. Actually, if the rooks disappear, black's doing more than fine. So we'll see. Magnus keeping the rooks on. Pressure on the b-pawn.
Yeah, not easy to move the knight now. Of course, white is kind of threatening to take in the center. Maybe at the right moment. First of all, black loses the b-pawn just completely because you take back with something that's not a rook. Then your position still is okay. You have the opposite color bishops. You can maybe take with the rook and try to take in the center. That does look very clumsy. Okay, bishop c6. Maybe now you play something like a rook c1. Those are the Magnus type of moves. You know, you move the bishop in front of the rook, and then all of a sudden you're poorly coordinated.
Yeah, he's milked these types of advantages into much more. Of course, many times in his career, Magnus, he's 1 minute up. Yeah, I could imagine him playing like rook b3 or king g2 or king h2. At some point, he's going to try and set a trap or create a threat, but I don't see it yet. Spending a bit of time now, Magnus. Such an important game. Alireza, we talked about match strategy beforehand. It feels like he has to hold this one. He cannot fall behind this early in the match.
like I said, last time these two met, September 2024, it was over within the first hour. Alireza lost a couple of games, and at that point, you almost spiral. You don't have a huge amount of like self-belief in summoning a comeback when you have things going wrong in multiple openings that you are playing. So it would be a huge hold for him. King F1 is not an impressive move, right? It's just kind of going back, evening out on the clock. Will Alireza force things now? Jump a knight out of the way, trade some bishops, or will he maybe advance his B pawn? Maybe he doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, maybe he can sit still, do nothing. Maybe he can challenge the A file as well. Plenty of options for Alireza, but has to speed up. First time one of the players has dropped below 1 minute in this game. And yeah, this is not an easy position to just pre-move. There will be decisions, there will be choices.
Can you imagine how crazy this event would be if there was just no bonus time in any segment? But just like, you get down to low time, you're going to lose on time. That would be nuts. The players would be playing at such a rampant pace. Now with this +1, you can hang on. And David, I know you're a time trouble player. Yep. You do think a lot in your games. I mean, you're 2700, it obviously is helping. But there's a pressure when you're playing with 5 seconds on the clock.
Exactly. There's always stress. There's always half an eye on the clock. That's the way chess is going. Esports World Cup, no increment. Tidal Tuesdays these days, no increment. I think actually at the EWC, that was where Alireza fell down. He was always at the 1-2 minute mark while Magnus had so much more time and he just couldn't keep up for the long haul. But okay, that's another just waiting move, a pass move from Magnus. Maybe he'll double up, maybe he'll slide the other rook across. 25 seconds. This better not be foreshadowing what we see over the next few turns, the next few games even, as he challenges the A file.
Yep. Casual little 99% for both players. 98.8 actually is what my family would have said when I brought a test home from school. But let's round up. Just a very solid game to start. A little bit of rook shuffling. I think Magnus will try to put some pressure here, though, David. I just don't really know how.
I was wondering if he's going to try and play rook takes b6.
Ooh,
maybe there was some tactics. Maybe we would have still seen a position with Magnus up a pawn, but getting rid of the bishop pair for Alireza would be enough. Now it's pure opposite color bishops with rooks left, but only on one side of the board, the pawns.
And Magnus will not trade 2 pairs. So rook b7, he's not going to trade the second rook, because that would be a total draw. The bishops are not going to work out here. Yeah, bishop c4 just wins a pawn.
Yeah, it's coming. How to stop it? Magnus allows it and blocks with his bishop. That's cunning.
That's a cooler. Like in poker. And now 10 seconds on the clock. Alireza is not going to like this.
Yeah, he doesn't go for the bishop exchange. Maybe that was fine too, but a pure rook endgame. White has the extra pawn. Black's e6 pawn would be a weakness without its bishop. And again, Magnus would dodge this for sure. He's building the pressure, and the clock, it makes me worry, Levy, here, that Alireza might panic at some point.
Absolutely. Although that pawn that Magnus pushed on the right side of the board, now it's a liability. It's on a light square, and that bishop is going to target it, but the rook sneaks around to the back rank. I don't know what the threat is. Bishop c5, that would have been mate. Uh-oh.
Bishop to f8, the blue arrow just appeared. Let me turn that arrow blue again. There we go. Bishop f8 is the winning move, Levy. He did panic. He walked into it, and Magnus has found it. Of course Magnus did. He's about to win a second pawn. That is vital in a position like this.
The first mistake Alireza made happens to be fatal. It's a endgame mistake, leaving a weakness. Magnus pounces on it immediately, and those graphs, that's exactly how his games go. Although it's not over, there is some counterplay here, David.
Definitely counterplay. White has the h-pawn. White's winning long term, but can he dodge all the checks?
It's mate. Bishop f1, rook h2.
Oh, watch out. Watch out. And, Magnus makes a path for his king. So calm and classy there. It's coming.
Yeah, this is looking like the king runs away, the pawn runs away, and you give a couple checks, the king backs up, and White is winning here within 3 to 5 moves.
Okay, one last trick would be to threaten a checkmate on h5, but Magnus Carlsen gets the first game. A typical Carlsen grind.
This is a very bad sign for things to come. We could be looking at a Magnus Carlsen masterclass.
Yeah, that was an uncharacteristic fast start for Magnus. Just getting his type of position. That was a sign of homework, home cooking. Maybe helped out by his seconds there. Great choice of opening, it turned out in the end. And at least Alireza is sticking true to his guns. Another Queen's Gambit declined, and a pawn sacrifice, Levy. A very famous, trendy line here.
Yeah, you don't take the next pawn. The knight backed up. I know it looks shocking why Magnus wouldn't capture the knight on c3. It's a little bit too dangerous. This is known as the Vienna. This is actually a different Vienna completely, but it is known as the Vienna. White gets a lot of attacking chances here. Knight into the middle, rook up, rook to the right side. I'm actually kind of stunned at the opening choice because White gets huge attacking chances here, and this is exactly what Firouzja is good at. So what do you think Magnus has cooked up?
Yeah, it must be something deeper. Like, this is just where it begins. Like, the players will have predicted this type of pawn sacrifice, especially Magnus, who chose this variation. Bishop to g5 given a question mark. That looks harsh. Maybe a different order would have been better. But there we see Magnus looking down. He's just in recall mode, trying to remember what to do next. He doesn't tend to like these, so it is surprising. He's not greedy in the openings, Magnus. He doesn't like accepting gambits and going on the defensive. So we will see. I like the opening choice from White.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great line. I mean, there are many memes on the internet about who the best players in the world are. You know, you got Magnus, you got this Magnus, that Magnus. Australian mustache Magnus is certainly a new one. You think he's thinking crikey right now?
Crikey. Put some prawns on the Barbie.
Yeah, like 95. This is not a pleasant game. I think the only weakness you could ever conjure up in the game of Magnus is belligerent attack on the king. Nobody likes defending, not even the best player in the world. His position is not very pleasant to play with black.
Exactly. Even if you fend off the first wave of attack, even if you kind of just bring your knight and plant it in the center, how are you capitalizing on your extra pawn with black? How are you breaking out? He actually does try to trade off several minor pieces, maybe even offering a pawn back at some point. But yeah, this is not going to be easy for Magnus at all. He has burned a bit of time. Good start for Alireza.
But 95 is a very timely move. The bishops now see each other. And if you take the bishop, the knight will come back likely to take. I doubt he would take with the queen. That would allow too much of an initiative. Also, I'm not going to calculate right now. There might be knight takes c3 as well. That also could work. Zwischenzug, an in-between move. So Firouzja has decisions to make, because if you trade too many pieces, you're not checkmating anybody. Actually, this game is very high stakes if you think about it. He's down a pawn. If he doesn't mate Magnus, he will lose the endgame and be down 2-0.
That's true. That is true. Magnus is at least suffering for something with the material advantage. Yeah, maybe that's why the question mark appeared, Levy, a few moves ago with bishop g5. Maybe White should have been keeping that up his sleeve for later, swinging the rook across first, another idea you mentioned. Now he would love to do this, just no time.
I actually think that's the exact reason you delay the moving of the bishop, because black has this option to jump into the middle, and also he had brought his dark squared bishop back, and now you almost wish you had never made that move in the first place. You almost want to return back to d2, for example, but that just gives your opponent a lot of time. Yeah, Firouzja deep in the tank here, trying to figure out just how much he wants to trade, if at all.
Yeah, difficult decision. He does not look too happy right now. I think he knows the move order's gone wrong. I did mention it yesterday, but Alireza tends to avoid the Queen's Gambit declined with White, at least historically in his career. So maybe Magnus going for this line is just banking on a lack of experience in the exact move orders. Stylistically, it suits Firouzja's style, but the move order there proving very important.
Can I ask a question? How do you avoid the Queen's Gambit declined with White? Like, you play d4. Do you only play d4 against certain people? Do you play something else?
Yeah, I mean, mainline d4's, Firouzja's mainly been e4 most of his career, and then lots of retis and flank openings kind of transitioned into d4 now. But you can go into Queen's Gambit declined, but kind of force black to play the exchange variation if they want a specific move order, or go into the Nimzo. By starting with knight f3, you tend to end up in lines like this. And okay, some piece exchanges, Levy. What do you make of this?
Yeah, the bishop taking in the center and retreating, giving Magnus the bishop pair more imbalance in the position now. Black has traditional wisdom, the advantage, but White has a lot of space in the center. White also has this, it's not really a Catalan bishop, but it's a bishop on the diagonal of the Catalan. It's going to be difficult for Black to develop, but I don't know if you're going to checkmate anybody now with the bishop on that diagonal.
True, without a dark squared bishop as well, Black can happily, healthily put a pawn on g6, drop back his bishop on the dark squares, cover everything. The problem piece is the bishop on c8. Okay, it definitely is a matter of time. Alireza probably has to speed up both on board and clock, try to create some threats before it's too late. And okay, a change in pawn structure. Magnus is now pawn hunting again.
Yeah, well, he suddenly has become the aggressor. The pawn structure is basically symmetrical, except Black has an extra pawn, which right now you could just move up to c6, make a nice little spike. The light squared bishop can't jump in, the knight can't jump in. You would be weakening the d6 square, though, the square right next to it. You got to be really careful pushing your pawns. Probably the player that is most careful in the world pushing his pawns is Magnus. He is extremely reluctant to move any pawns. And this might be a very good moment. You might look for activity instead, but it's still not that simple to make a move with Black. Like, rook b8 is ugly. Okay, he decides to get things done with his queen, and now will Firouzja just simply defend the pawn? He does, and Magnus sacrifices his b-pawn.
Ooh, big call there from Magnus Carlsen. It is hanging. Yes, he'll get a hit on that bishop. He'll move his rook to b8, but the bishop will drop back. What is the upside to that? Okay, I think we'll find out now. He has to take it before it runs away. There we go. Bishop takes b7 back to level material.
Maybe now rook d1?
Oh, that is clever. Zwischenzug, as you mentioned earlier.
But I'm trying to figure out rook d8, and I don't quite get it. I like the last move that he played. Okay, he just retreats. But there, maybe he had ideas to move the f-pawn 2 squares in the long run. That would have been quite nice. He hit Magnus's bishop a couple moves ago and sent it to the right side of the board on h6, from where it does control very useful squares. But unless you're stupid, you're not going to move to them. And then you're kind of wondering, like, is that bishop good or bad?
Yeah, it's kind of hitting thin air. Maybe at some point it will have to step back, maybe g6, and the bishop will go round again to tickle this far extended pawn. But for now, Magnus, I am surprised. I mentioned he's not too materialistic, especially with pawns, but I'm surprised he gave back b7 so quickly, so willingly. And Alireza looks like he's fine now, but again, the clock. I think this is going to be a trend. He's a minute down. He's the one who's maybe facing the long-term threats of the bishop pair. g6, there we go. Making use of the fact knight e4 is not possible while the black queen hits e5. Hard to find a plan for white now.
Yeah, absolutely. When in doubt, just move the h-pawn. But this is not a position in which you have that luxury. The pawn going to h5 doesn't actually do anything as Magnus chops down a rook. Alireza is thinking, because the autopilot move is to take with the rook, but there were other options. Now he has to just go back. I don't like this, David. I don't like this. White is suddenly on the defensive.
White is very stuck. Like, where's the bishop go? Probably nowhere. The knight can't use e4 while e5 is hanging. The queen and the rook tied down. Process of elimination. I'm struggling to find a move, as you say. Like, queenside pawns are stuck and vulnerable. Almost zugzwang.
Yeah, literally. King g1, king g2 for the rest of the game. If you try to move the b-pawn to protect it and enable the queen to move, you hang your knight. If you move the a-pawn, that's fine, but you still can't move the b-pawn. If you move the queen, you might lose the pawn in the center, or the pawn on b2. The pawn in the center is hanging.
Wow, h6 is hanging, but then b2 will fall. Can he take it, Magnus? Can he get greedy here and now? I was going to say, if white had done nothing, it would have been typical of Magnus to play a5, a4, a3, destabilize. But now, calculation mode, to take or not to take.
Now, if white does get to play b3, wow, he just plays a5 anyway. You golf with Magnus, that's what happens. I mean, you read his mind.
I've watched way too many games where he just likes to push these flank pawns. Like you said, he's very careful about pushing in the center. But, okay, is it time now? Any difference?
It's interesting, Firouzja liked the rook on that square better than the queen, so the queen can go do more stuff. Why is Magnus not playing king h7? Because then you can play knight e4.
Oh, nice point. Let's just very quickly show it. King h7 would threaten to take this pawn in the center, but knight to e4, as Levy says there. Queen takes pawn. There will be a nasty knight check, discovered attack. And the queen would drop off next move.
And it's very important, the pawn on h4 is protecting the knight, otherwise the black queen would take it. So the king on that square is more vulnerable. That's why he's not rushing. Did he go king f8?
King f8, mysterious, and then king h2.
Yeah, obviously.
Status quo.
What does everybody not understand, huh?
Well, let's catch up with the game. This is the live position, bishop to g2 now. Weird maneuvering.
f4 for white is the idea, surely.
That's committal. It does block out the black bishop on g7, which I like, but the white king will never be safe.
And then maybe g4 and g5, and then you get the knight to f6. That, in a scramble, that looks very scary. But in a format with 3 minutes on the clock, not so much.
Yeah, I think he's wondering now, Magnus, before the chance disappears, whether he takes this pawn. It will come at the cost of h6, but then he drops back. He attacks the white queen instead.
I mean, where do you move this queen? This is so difficult to decide. c2, c1, e3, e1, like every move is... Okay, he goes to e1.
Passive, but at least it holds e5.
Yep. That's very important.
He's yeah, I would say doing well here, Firouzja, in terms of how bad it possibly could have become. He's at least holding on to everything. King g8, Magnus is running out of ideas.
King g1, wow. Okay, no, Alireza keeps trying to make improving moves, although, as you said, very committal. This is very committal. Committal in chess just meaning you don't have to do that right now, and you can't take it back. Pawns don't go backwards.
If he gets mated, we'll say that it was a long-term mistake.
Queen a7. Now I'm looking at infiltration ideas.
Queen a7, you could, oh, rook c2, nice move.
Oh, the queen is kind of stuck, yeah?
Black's queen is running out of squares, an isolated pawn suddenly for Magnus.
And queen d4 takes knight e2, maybe.
Queen d4 would be a Magnus type of move here, but is it enough? White suddenly got everything protected. He's done a great job here of timing it, f4, to block out the black bishop, and knight e4 now, the best minor piece by a mile.
Oh, this is spiraling very quickly for black. Now he's somehow running out of moves.
Fantastic news for Alireza.
He's shaking his head there, Magnus.
Oh,
that's a great move, and he's hitting c7 with that move.
Oh, great move. He's trying to bully black into taking the queens off on Alireza's terms here. At some point, the queens will have to be removed. There we go.
It's a fork.
It's a double attack. The pawns are hit.
And you can't take his rook c8, and that would be game over.
That would have been a deadly pin. Now he can take a timeout, play a move like b3, or does he just continue jumping in with his knight maybe to d6?
Alireza has to win this game. Magnus loses on time.
What happened there? Magnus froze. Magnus panicked. 1-1.
Wow. An emphatic win. That was a great game by Alireza Firouzja. Shout out. I've been told that we have 60,000 concurrent. You've joined at a great time. It's 1-1. Alireza Firouzja getting it done with the white pieces. A very tense game, David. Didn't look so comfortable, but totally outplayed him in the middle game.
Yeah, that was just fantastic maneuvering. Not something we always associate with Alireza, especially when he faces Magnus, but that was a real statement, the way he maneuvered in that middle game. He looked worse. 5-10 moves later, he was just finding all the best moves. And now we go to something that you mentioned in opening yesterday, Levy, the Bogo Indian.
Yeah, actually, if I may take the floor from my significantly stronger host here, can we just back up to the opening? I'd like to showcase literally just move 3 and 4. Bishop b4 check is a disturbance type of move. It's a bit of a sideline. You threaten the king, and then here normally white blocks with the bishop. But if white blocks with the knight, black has many moves, but one of them, which is extremely disrespectful, is just moving the bishop back to a developing square and saying, well, my move was more useful because I'm going to castle, and your knight, all it does is help with pushing in the center, and black generally takes a safe approach. I would like to think Alireza Firouzja saw a game that I played a few weeks ago. He was obviously inspired. I probably lost that game. But anyway, he went e4, and then here black has two choices. I actually like d6. I like to kind of keep it solid. He goes d5, and it's going to be chaos. It's going to be huge tension in the center. If we just fast forward a few moves, that's why I don't like this position. Too chaotic for me, David. But look at this. There's a knight going to g5 now on the live board, and Magnus is just looking to checkmate his young opponent.
Wow, yeah, if we catch up, the center has exploded. White has sacrificed a pawn, but the double D pawn's not too relevant right now. And yeah, this is scary. Scary, scary. E6 is coming. H7 is hanging. The queen is also about to enter. She's poised.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This happened last time they played last year. Alireza would win, and then just like totally spin out of control in the next game. Like you got to stabilize, and he goes for a different line, and now he's under such risk. Pawn takes knight, queen check. The king's going to run to the center, I imagine. I can't imagine it's going to go to f8, but I mean, this is a headache position to play.
Yeah, this looks like something you're taught not to do when you're first learning the rules of chess. Just to point out for everyone at home, you couldn't have blocked because bishop takes g6 was possible, and the h8 rook would have been undefended. And yeah, this is beautiful compensation, both positional and dynamic. The black king is never going to be safe.
Absolutely. There's not going to be massaging of the position in this game like there was in the first game that Magnus was with the white pieces, slow maneuvering and then one endgame mistake. No, here, the dynamics of the position require white to play aggressively, just like in the previous game. He is down a pawn, but he has to rely on rook c1 and b4, because if he waits too long, David, it's just going to be bad news in the endgame.
Exactly. The queen drops back for now, but he will be preparing some action very, very shortly. Levy, I have to ask, like that scramble, Magnus flagging, yes, he was in trouble, but is that a sign that Alireza just needs to survive, just prolong the games? Do you think mouse speed, he's the favorite?
I saw a post yesterday. It wasn't something Magnus said, it was something Hikaru said. He said he and Magnus have discussed that in a long bullet match, Alireza's a heavy favorite against both of them. Now, does he mean 1+0, which is a different format than we play, and obviously not the same as in a scramble? Does he mean 4 o'clock at night? Like, what time of the day are you playing? Does he mean after taking care of a baby or not, right? There's certain criteria here at play. But yes, in a scramble, I would take Firouzja, but it also depends on the position, right? And okay, Magnus lost one scramble. It's all right. His position already was looking difficult. His position does not look difficult here, but he still has to apply pressure in the right way.
Yeah, pressure now on that bishop. It was hit, had to retreat. Pressure maybe soon on the pinned black knight. A typical Magnus move would be to play like g3, king g2, maybe f4, just build a pawn chain. Maybe g3, h4. There we go, h3. Sorry, h4 coming. He can just sit. He's got a bind.
Yes.
Black can barely move.
Speaking of which, that plan just looks absolutely problematic for black. If white just decides, okay, all of your pieces are committed to the left side, the queen side, and in the center. Who is going to take care of the right side of the board? One of white's rooks is going to infiltrate via the h-file. That could be, and Firouzja does not like where this is going. He's immediately kind of neutralizing the position, not letting the pieces move. Maybe he's going to advance with the b-pawn or try to bring his knight in.
Yep, the knight later could maybe maneuver around via a5 into a better square. Oh, you were looking at knight takes pawn ideas there, but for now, white's rook's poised to jump in on the c-file. He challenges that line. Yeah, he's finding good squares for his pieces, Alireza, but still, what next? And there we go. Magnus is just being super consistent. Big question, though. Knight takes pawn.
Could there be a move like rook f5 at some point to just give up the rook, but without a light-squared bishop blocking the position? Actually, white's position looks pretty bad.
Yeah, great idea. And bishop takes might be something Magnus wants to avoid there. I think the question would be, what if Magnus just ignores and just connects all of his pawns? But yeah, definitely something to keep in the bank for later.
Just goes to show the relative value of the light-squared bishop for white. It's probably a 4-point piece at this point, and giving it up for a rook would be not a good idea.
Levy, I think he's calculating now, Alireza. He's still got 2 minutes. Of course, he's timed down. He always seems to be against Magnus, but knight takes e5, making use of the fact that the white queen is kind of overloaded here. Defending her bishop, defending her pawn. Oh, he doesn't go for it. He shuffles his king away.
That's an incredible idea. That's an idea you could very easily be blind to with white. Your opponent suddenly crosses the king through the line of fire. If the king gets to b8, suddenly you don't feel like you're in control of the game anymore.
That's fantastic. It was not on my radar at all. Looks just so counterintuitive to step into potential pins here. But white can't really make use of it yet. The rook is hit. That'll move. Maybe now your rook f5 move.
Yeah, why not? Although, as you said, he will not be taking it. Okay, he plays rook f7. Hasn't watched enough Gotham content, obviously.
Oh, now I know why you wanted to play it. But rook f7 instead, also logical. And Magnus defends his bishop. He really wants to liberate his queen at some point. Maybe go hunting for the weak, undefended e6 pawn. Just defending his bishop in the meantime.
And that pawn is terribly weak, it's important to add. King goes to b8. Now, if queen g4, knight takes e5, it looks promising, but you really have to calculate, is that pawn hanging at all because of your king in the corner?
Yeah, rook takes rook would be an answer, and a queen would come in with a check. So black's knight cannot really move right now, unless it's going to retreat back to d8. Ugly square, there we go. The bar rises.
What?
Oh, he's dropping his pawn. He's dropping his extra pawn. Magnus can take on d4 if he wants. I don't even know if he wants that pawn. Not going anywhere.
Yeah, but what else? Like, at some point, you kind of have to cash in. Maybe he'll give a check first. Maybe he'll... Okay.
Retreat his bishop.
He's also giving up a pawn, but you can't quite take it because bishop takes g6 would come in, or maybe even something better than that, yes. The rook is protected by the other bishop.
Yeah, everything's holding on to each other. The queen, therefore, forced back. Magnus can try to repeat the position by bringing his bishop back. That's a great blockader, but does he have something better? He probably doesn't want to trade off the queens just to win his pawn back right now. That would alleviate a lot of the pressure on black's position.
But there would be a hanging pawn on a4. So maybe he does want to do that. And he is one of the best in the world, if not the best, at seizing the moment of simplifying to the exact endgame that he wants.
That is true. What mood is Magnus in? He did win the previous game by trading queens early. Here we see his position repeats itself, and of course he doesn't repeat. Magnus is playing for the win. h5. He's going for that plan of undermining black's pawns here. That's where he's strongest. He's got the pawn majority, long-term, endgame, past pawns. Levy, I like white's chances. The black pieces just look so stuck.
Oh, for sure. And the advancement of f4, g4, g5, f5 in the long run is going to be a real problem as well. Really, for Firouzja, the lack of time will come back to bite. You just can't make good moves under such a time constraint over the course of 10 to 15 minutes. But Magnus still has to turn the screw a little bit. Like, he can't, okay, he brings the bishop back. He's just threatening to take a pawn.
Greed is sometimes good. And that pawn is quite an important one. It would create a passed g pawn for white. You can take it now. Not only that, but once you take it, you can go behind sometimes. You can almost try and trap this rook.
And there's no king a7. King a7, it looked like he was trying to run the king to the outskirts of the board, but white could maybe even just take the pawn in the center. Queen takes, bishop to e3 winning, and not even rook d4, rook a4. Everything would be falling apart. Alireza is in serious trouble here of going down for a second time.
Oh, beautiful play. This is so calm and composed from Magnus, and he is almost trapping this rook. Does that rook have any safe squares to use? Shout out to our audience who are enjoying this positional squeeze right now, but I think that rook is gone, Levy. The bishops are going to catch it.
Oh yeah, that's it. He's going to sacrifice it, but we don't yell that one. That was a sad sacrifice. And Alireza surviving this would be nothing short of a miracle.
Oh, pawns are falling as well. One last try. He hits the white rook. The D pawns are now his only hope, but Magnus so calm, defends his rook. It's almost hopeless. The clock times as well, so one-sided.
Completely dominant third game from Magnus. I thought that was just going to be the end there. You could maybe even take the bishop, although absolutely no need to do that. And that's it.
Magnus gets the win, 2-1. Alireza simply had no answer. It was all about the opening, which just went wrong.
Yeah, for sure. Now, again, he opened things up very aggressively in that opening, and then he didn't react to the dynamics in the proper way. And if you do that, things will go wrong. And we see some stuff going on in the back there. Hopefully everything is all right. A semi-Slav defense is what this is called. I wonder which line Firouzja will choose. There are so many. Okay, he also goes for a G3 setup.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is akin to a Catalan, of course, but Black really can grab a pawn on c4 maybe a couple of moves ago, and it was a pure sacrifice. You were not winning that pawn back anytime soon. But of course, theoretical, and now Magnus goes for a temporary pawn sacrifice of his own. This is also well known. If White grabs twice on b5, the Black queen is going to come out with a hit on the White knight and a hit on the d4 pawn. So Alireza, will he just trade off now, or will he push forward? He tried to do that as much as he could yesterday against Hikaru. Magnus, though, I wonder why he's shaking his head. He played very well in the last game.
God, who knows? You know what I'm saying? 98% accuracy win, 33-36 on Chess.com, but still not happy. You know what I'm saying? He's probably maybe thinking about he had a bad golf day today. I don't know. But what I love about this is that Alireza deliberately goes for some little bit of a sideline in this type of system, and Magnus just immediately has the answer. This is really the problem. You kind of have to play your best openings against him, especially in a longer time control.
Yeah, and this is what I meant about the Queen's Gambit decline. There's so many ways Black can play it. Here, he transposed back into the semi-Slav. Magnus loves the fianchetto structures himself from the white side. So, of course, he knows some tricks from the black side, too. And remember, knight takes pawn, queen b6, everyone at home. It's not a full pawn sacrifice. Black will win it back. And, yeah, time advantage has grown. Alireza does not look happy.
No, he's just sort of improvising. Goes for e4 straight away. He will have an isolated pawn. Magnus doesn't quite believe it. You can sort of see from the facial expression there. Overall, I actually think Black is much happier from this opening.
Mm-hmm. This is not the best Catalan-esque type of position you'll ever see with the white bishop neutralized on g2. And Magnus now, a very typical idea would be to blockade the isolated pawn. Looks quite healthy. We saw one in the previous game where Alireza sacrificed but got some attacking chances early. This is far from that.
This does feel like the last match.
Mm-hmm.
When Alireza starts freestyling the positions a little bit, maybe the rook is going to come to the middle. Okay, the knight drops back. But at this point, it just looks like White is going to try to trade the center pawn.
Yeah.
He can't quite do that.
d5, not going to be easy to achieve. Black would have stepped back the queen onto this diagonal, hence why White decides to block the light squares. Maybe it is coming, though. How to stop it now? It would attack the black queen.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
You can sort of tell there from the reaction. He looks like he just hunted, wild crocodile somewhere. Like he looks like he walks barefoot in a jungle somewhere. You know, like those channels that pick up snakes from water. It just looks like what he got done finished doing. And clearly, he didn't like something about Queen F3. He doesn't like the fact that D5 is coming, as you said, and he doesn't have enough time now. He can't get the blockade in the center, so yeah, that's not really what he wanted to play.
No, and advantage gone if there was one for Magnus. He's actually going back in the position, Levy. Look at that. He's going back, thinking, how could I have chosen a better move order?
Yeah, you're allowed to, by the way, go back in your own game. You know, that's fine. You can click back, except when Magnus does it, it's a small positional error. For the rest of us, it's usually more dire. D5 now is basically forced. Mm-hmm. It is not stoppable. White controls that with the knight, the queen, and the rook. And actually, when that whole trade goes down, well, White has no problems, but I cannot really claim that he has any advantage, although in the long run, his bishop does target a pawn that Black's bishop does not counter on the opposite side.
Yeah, and White will have the better centralization, control of the d-file maybe, or centralized queen. Of course, objectively should be level, but maybe a little something. I think Magnus, the fact he's living the past, regretting his choices, strategically a problem, but also psychologically. There we go. Black would love to, for example, get the queens off the board, but as you said, Levy, a7 is hanging in a lot of these lines, so not full equality yet.
Plus, if Magnus was white here, we would be super hyped.
Exactly.
It's important not to have too many double standards. It's just not really a Firouzja position. But how does Magnus defend a slightly unpleasant endgame, which is where we are? So Bishop f6 is a great move. Now white either has to be passive or... That was nice. That was a rook sacrifice for a back rank checkmate. Magnus just blew right past it. And now Firouzja maybe pushing the b pawn.
Yeah, somewhere. b3, b4. I quite like it, though. I mean, this pawn is hard to defend, and the white queen, if it moves to a6, the white queen is going to swoop in, try to hit some pawns there. For now, black is also counterattacking against b2. Oh, he needs to be so accurate now, Firouzja, if he wants to keep this game going. Otherwise, it's going to fizzle out very quickly to a draw.
And we'll be seeing just in how much of a fighting spirit and endgame mood he is. b3. Okay, he goes for a4.
And wow, draw by agreement. He doesn't even try to push there, Alireza. He had time, Levy. The computer actually says that b4 instead of b3, and white had a big advantage, was going to win a pawn.
b4, a6, and I guess you win the pawn?
Queen c6, queen b7, come in, take a6, but...
Why did he not play that? That's not... Yeah.
It's not hard, and white could have slow played it, push the pawn to h4, put the king on h2, but we'll never know. Alireza doesn't look too enthusiastic right now. And we're back to a Catalan. Magnus blocks the check with his knight.
See, Alireza against Hikaru did not change his openings all that much. And against Magnus, he has now gone for a different line in the Catalan. And that's not always a good idea, because clearly the last time that they played, the position was okay. It was okay for a while, but he lost. So now he's not going back there at all. When he didn't lose the first game of the match because of the Catalan, he lost it because of a pawn blunder. And so that could really come back to bite. Once you start going to your plan B and C and some of that stuff you haven't reviewed as much, and you walk into some Magnus prep, it's going to go all downhill. He's got to make sure he keeps this match close.
Exactly. This is his plan B. To go to this so early in the match, there's probably a reason that he was playing the other line. He wanted to totally neutralize the Catalan early, as he did against Hikaru. And probably he spent less time, Alireza, studying positions like this. I will mention that Magnus's choice with the knight to d2, the knight now coming to support its fellow piece in the center, this is probably inspired by his former second, Daniel Dubov, who's been playing this for years and years, including against Magnus himself, and having some incredible success with this line with white. Here we go. Alireza challenges the center. Is that going to fully equalize the position?
Looks good, but I will say, getting into a fisticuffs within the Catalan with all the pieces on the board is certainly a choice against the world's leading practitioner. Basically, if Magnus plays the opening, he's the world's leading practitioner, let's put it this way. But he has so much experience in the Catalan, like, he's going to play h2, h4. You can almost bet on that in any Catalan position nowadays. The rooks will come to the middle, and Firouzja has to be good at making those decisions down the stretch in the middle game without letting his time get too low.
Exactly. Big moment. The evaluation bar actually says that black is doing totally fine, if not a small advantage for black, but hard to find natural moves, obvious moves, whereas white, you can autopilot the next few. As you say there, just clear that the two rooks need to be improved. Every other piece on great squares, what to do.
There is a tactic on the board.
Ooh. Knight jumps. There's tension between the bishops. Is that where your mind's going to, Levy?
Yes, I was thinking some sort of knight to g6, obviously on the previous move. But now that knight would be covering the fork square on e7. But for some reason, knight c6 has been given a question mark. Clearly, if knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, the queen is hanging, queen has to move, then the bishops see each other. And Magnus is very sharp at calculating these transformations, but not this time. Now Firouzja getting away with it a little bit.
And we saw red cross, Levy. I just want to take us back. Another red cross for Alireza. I just want to break these down because it's so deep. I think almost superhuman, the reasons these moves were not given the approval by the engine. After knight c6, white had an incredible move. Knight to c4, attacking an undefended pawn, attacking an undefended bishop, and if bishop takes bishop, the Zwischenzug, the in-between move, Levy, he would have won some material, but this was
queen d8?
So hard to evaluate this position exactly. Knight trapped in the corner, the bishop goes somewhere, and apparently just taking pawns, and white is going to be pushing on the queen side.
I see.
Crazy. Unfindable.
Yeah, you have pawn majority. It looks like you're down 2 pieces for the rook, which is generally bad. But in this case, because your pawns are so strong, they're going to trap the pieces. They're going to promote. You're actually almost completely winning.
I mean, if you found knight c4, I think you deserve to win this game. But in blitz, very, very difficult, especially when you've got natural moves like rook c1 at your disposal there. But rook to e8, not the best for black either. Queen into b5. Oh, Magnus has given a double question mark. Is that queen getting trapped?
Well, if you show me on the screen, I will probably be able to answer your question. But yeah, and then maybe the c-pawn can go to c4 as well. Like, you can just totally shut the doors, and the queen has nowhere to go. There's probably some rook a5, knight a7, etc. But it's a very unpleasant position.
Wow, a4, the only way to try and take advantage of the awkward white queen placement. That is exactly as you mentioned, rook a5. How findable do you think that one is? It is a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, so I was going to say it all has to do with how confident Firouzja is feeling. He looked at knight d4 and it just works, so he's going for it. But if you believe in your opponent, you will not find moves like a4. Granted, it was nearly impossible. This, he probably calculated. He sees that it's 6 on 6 in terms of the pawns, and he's probably fine. He's right. It's equal. He's just not playing for an advantage.
Yep, and black has hanging pawns. You either love them or hate them normally. Do you like them, Levy?
No, I would. Well, am I playing, like, who am I playing? Magnus? You? No, I don't like either color against either of you. But no, if I was playing at my level, I like white's position. I think white's position is much easier to play, even if the computer says -0.2 or whatever. It doesn't feel easy for black. And we'll see how Firouzja deals with it.
Exactly. He's gaining space, kicking Magnus's queen back. That queen would have been trapped for everyone at home if it had sat in the center by the black rook coming to a6. So it's being forced all the way home. And yeah, very tense position. I'm going to say it's just in the balance now.
Yeah, for sure. I like the a-pawn controlling the queen side, the a3 and b2 pawns left side of your screen. There is a hanging knight in the center of the board. Nobody's taking it or doing anything about it because the white rook would be taking the queen. The black rook is super misplaced. It's like a cow on a highway, just like dead center of the board. It almost feels like you should be moving it back or to the right side so that it attacks, but it's pretty comfortable. And a nice improving move, knight b6. Black is a few moves away, David, I feel like, from maybe even taking over the game, getting the queen out, getting the rook, other rook to the center, and Magnus won't have a target.
Yeah, knight in c4. That would target some backward pawns here. Hit the b-pawn, block the c-file. I agree. Maybe 2 moves, and black is possibly better even. Quite a lot better. So does Magnus have something? Is it something to do with this rook? He can gain a tempo with knight back to f3, but that blocks the white bishop. Can he re-add pressure onto the c-pawn?
I was going to say knight f3, knight e1, knight d3. Ooh. But he didn't go that way. He goes
the wrong way.
And what has he thought about here? Because if the knight moves, e2 hangs. Pawn to d4 here just looks very natural. Your rook is hanging in the corner. Maybe you can take it. Queen e8, we see a blue arrow. Okay, fine. d4 also looks very comfortable because it looks like you can sack that rook in the corner. Okay, it's easier to give away Alireza's pieces. That feels like a glue type of move. It's also looking very nice.
Looking very nice. And while Alireza amps up the pressure here, puts his pieces on some great squares. Shout out to the 85,000 people live watching this, both at home and in our audience today. Phenomenal to see so many passionate people about chess. Magnus does not look happy, Levy. This could be a huge game if Alireza can somehow take it the first time he's been up on the clock at this stage of a game.
Yeah, for sure. He needs to put the pressure, though. 25-second time advantage. As we talked, it went from about 50 down to 25. Everything he's playing looks really rational and logical, but you know, I had a game against him in a very similar setting where everything was dead set, and then he just played like h5. And like, it does feel like black's last domino here could be some sort of kingside attack, given all of white's pieces are on the first rank, but first he just brings his queen.
Yeah, all of his pieces nicely placed. d4, he's trying to blow up the center, Magnus. Is black going to push? Is the bishop going to come in?
Yeah, the knight would jump in there, and it is total chaos. Alireza's got to lock in here. It's going to be a 1-minute scramble, all the heavy pieces on the board, and a knight and a bishop.
Big, big moment in this game. He needs to find something special, Alireza. Otherwise, he might be the one on the back foot.
Hey, does d4, f4 just trap a rook?
Whoa, f4 would trap and catch the black rook. That is why he's hitting the bishop. He's hitting the queen here with his bishop, so the white queen will be forced away from covering h5. That is a great spot. There would have been some complications there, maybe some exchange sacrifices, but okay, now d4 may be a bit safer, although still f4 is going to catch this rook in the center.
Oh, I can totally see Alireza just spiraling a bit here, thinking like, oh, d4, f4 just doesn't work. He goes for d4. The rook is trapped, but he gets the knight for it. And just like you said, it's an exchange sacrifice.
Wow, maybe he missed this, Alireza. Magnus has just calmly captured back his knight. So he's a full piece down, Magnus. He's going to get the rook, but this pawn is dropping. Watch out, the black A pawn's going to be so powerful.
This is unbelievably high-level chess. He's grabbed the outside pawn. If he gets 2 more moves, that pawn's going to A2, and the knight moving out of the way would be 3. But then white just is in dire straits. He has to defend.
Oh, Magnus would love to be playing the black side of this position. He loves positional exchange sacrifices. Great move there from Alireza, not taking queens off on white's terms. He defends everything. The A-pawn is an ace up the sleeve, despite the material balance.
Rook C8 is nasty. Such a calm move, getting out of the way of the attack and just protecting. The white rooks are completely helpless against the bishop and the knight, and the white bishop just has no participation right now, which is why he does that.
Queens off the board. The black knight was hit there, drops back, threatens some forks. It's only a minimal material advantage here for white. Exchange for a pawn, but look at that black bishop levy. That pawn, that A pawn is going to be a thorn in the white side for the rest of this game.
And it's got a guaranteed passage to A2 now. A3, A2. He could have went rook A1. He didn't like it. It was a little too passive. Now Alireza can bring his king. He can also just start pushing, moving the rook. He has to trust his instincts here. He does, in fact, bring the king.
It's a long-term advantage for black. There we go. Rook A1 does stop the pawn in its tracks, but for how long? That white rook is going to be passive for ages. How can black improve his pieces?
Now we can't play A3, A2 anymore.
No, not yet.
Oh!
Is it turning? The black rook can still go back to A8 at some point to push the pawn. He shouldn't open lines. Alireza cannot afford too many open lines for the white rooks to use later.
Yeah, but what do you do? Because if you play G4, the king comes in. Now there's a guaranteed opening of at least 1 line.
Ooh, Magnus is the one to block it.
Ooh! Now there's no open lines.
No open lines. That's great news for Alireza, who should maintain the status quo. Keep the pawn structure on that king side. Play on the other side of the board, and white's rook is terrible now, but he's trying to build a fortress, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it looks like you kind of have to accept this with black. What else can you do?
Oh, they've repeated the position once. Alireza plays on.
The knight is being repositioned to the b5 square. Look at this.
Oh, nice maneuver. That's going to kick back the white rook, hit the c3 pawn. 2 squares away.
Oh, this is terribly difficult, David. You play king d4, you run into the black rook, then Magnus 5 seconds to make the next decision.
He's lost on time once, Magnus. Will it happen again here? The knight moves. The pawn's going to push.
It's all gone wrong. Apparently that was not even the right plan, even though it looked very obvious. Oh, he's hitting the h7 pawn.
Oh, he's holding everything together, Alireza. He's got control, but can he make progress? Can he break through? What's he doing with his knight there? He's hitting pawns with his rook.
Yes, and bishop c2 is incoming, maybe. Or knight c2.
There we go. The knight traps the rook, and it's going to be a pinned piece, a trapped piece in the corner here for white.
Oh, and that's it. And that's it. He forces the rook trade, and the pawn promotes. Alireza Firouzja winning his second game to level the match at 2.5 apiece.
Beautiful finish. That was incredible. Great technique. He had the pressure levy, but the killer instincts he showed, phenomenal.
He won that game the way Magnus would win that game if the colors were reversed. He took literally, it's like looking into the mirror. That was an incredible game. 2 bounce back from the second loss. Just epic. I don't know what else I can say.
Incredible. Magnus rarely loses with white in that fashion, positionally outplayed. And there we go. Alireza walks out confidently from the arena as the players go on break.
And we will try to get an interview with one of the players. That was just... this is what you asked for the first 5 games of a final. What more can you ask?
High quality chess. We feared the worst, but Alireza showing that he's upped his game in the last couple of years. He means business. We've got a fight on our hands.
All right. 2.5 apiece, folks. Both players went back to relax, went back to get some rest. They'll need it to finish the 5+1 segment. That was, well, I said it once, I'll say it again. I don't know how else to phrase it. What more can you ask for? 2.5. The 2 wins for Alireza. Flawless positional grinds with both colors. Just incredible. You know what else is incredible? Playing the entire world in a game of chess. And that is exactly what Judith Polgar is doing, folks. So, you have an opportunity to face her. The strongest woman in history and one of the most influential players the game has ever seen. Judith Polgar played the opening move on Friday alongside the debut of her new documentary, Queen of Chess, highly recommend, which was just released on Netflix. If you'd like to join the battle with tens of thousands of players against one of chess all-time greats, use command !play Judith in the chat as a seasoned veteran of the Versus the World format. This is extremely fun. Get it into the 6 figures, please. Magnus did it, Vichy did it, David Howell has just confirmed with me that he will do it. I put words in his mouth. We are at the Speed Chess Championship in London. 2.5. Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja walked out earlier today and have put on a show for us so far. Halftime in the 5+1 segment. And we are here enjoying it, taking in every moment. They have put on 5 incredible games. We've had losses on time, strategic battles, masterclasses. Folks, we'll be right back.
Busy day. Come on, honey. Oh, man. Eric. Magnus, you gotta be kidding me, man. Don't they know that I'm working? When I'm struggling to get through my day, I rely on Neurogum to give me the energy and the focus that I need to keep up with a busy life. My wife needs me. My kids need me. The kids can wait. Me and Danny Bot have got work to do. Feels good to focus on what matters.
Okay, welcome to Hyper Bullet Hot Takes. You have 30 seconds to give your answers. Let's see who debates the best. There is some amount of money in this world where Magnus would be your second Hikaru at the upcoming Candidates Tournament.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Some amount of money that Magnus would be my second candidate. You know, I don't know what that amount is, and I think there would have to be something bigger. I think if I were playing at someone that Magnus really dislikes, there might be a certain American player. Then I think Magnus might do it for a certain amount of money. But for Gukesh, or even just the candidates, I'm not really seeing it. So I don't think there's actually an amount for this one specifically.
I honestly don't think I would be very useful since I have zero experience coaching or anything like that. So if I were to offer my services for any amount of money, I would recommend that Hikaru sticks with his team because he has a very, very good team and I don't think I'd improve it.
Next question. Viral moments like banging the table and throwing the king to the crowd are good for chess.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah, there's a lot that I could add for viral moments. I think one thing that's very important to note, I think about Magnus and myself, is we tend to be two of the more expressive players. And when you look at people as children, I think you're shaped by your surroundings. And both of us, I think, grew up following sports. And so we've seen sports figures and their emotions, their reactions. And it's very, very good for chess. And I wish more players have that sort of spirit.
Even though we do not yet know his opponent, Gukesh will be an underdog at the next World Championship match.
Yeah, I think that when we look at the candidates and the players who are most likely to win, it's not a guarantee he'll be an underdog, but I think probably 4 of the players are definitely a favorite. And so it's like I would say 2 out of 6 in my view have a chance to win who would be an underdog against him. So it's much more likely than not that the winner of the candidates will be the favorite against Gukesh in the World Championship match.
The rule is that World Championship matches tend to be fairly tight, but I agree with Hikaru that I would say 2 players would be significant favorites, and there will be 3-4 more who would have a very decent chance, and probably only 2 where he'd be a somewhat significant favorite. So overall, the field against Gukesh for sure.
In time, our perfect 30-second answer. Okay, Magnus, if you played 18 holes with Tiger Woods and we let you tee off from the forward tee boxes, you would beat Tiger in at least 1 of the holes.
Yeah, Tiger is injured, so he wouldn't be able to play. I'd beat him on every hole.
Yeah, so I assume you mean the forward-most tee. If Tiger is not injured, then Magnus will never win a single hole. But it would be fun to see that happen. I don't know what Magnus's handicap is, but I'd be curious to see what the outcome is.
Welcome back, everyone, to the evening skyline of London. We are here for the final day of the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship Finals. Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen are putting on a show for us, as well as this drone shot is. I mean, really, just beautiful stuff. Today was the second day of sunshine in London in 4 months, or something like that. I'm preaching to the choir here, David. Has this been fiery on the board so far?
I've been so impressed. I'm so pleased as well, Levy, that we're having such a close match, and Alireza's trading punch for punch. Yes, he had one bad opening, that Bogo Indian. After that, I really feared the worst. But to come back in that game to win with black in that fashion, we have a real scrap on our hands. I think he's going to be feeling full of fire and confidence, Alireza.
Back in his seat there. 5 games so far have been played. A little bit of a reminder for anybody that's just tuned in. At some point I heard it was close to 100,000. The players play an hour and a half of this format, which is 5 minutes and 1 second bonus time. Then they play an hour of the next one, which is 3+1, and then they play 30 minutes of 1+1. We are about halfway through this format, if not a little bit more, and it has been very tense so far. Both players trading wins with white and black, with 1 draw. Magnus signing there, walking back to his board. And we are ready. The casters are ready, the players are ready. London, make some noise if you are ready. They're ready, I promise. Maybe they can't even hear us anymore, I have no idea.
We'll make sure they're ready. We'll check in on our lovely audience very shortly. But the players just getting back into the zone. That music, that white noise, whatever it is, going back on as the players lock in. It's going to be Alireza to serve first with white as we enter the second half of the 5+1 now.
I actually do think they might even turn off our microphones so the players can't hear, because sometimes we talk about the players and we don't want to say anything, and then they're like, what did he say about me? So Magnus is back, Firouzja's back as well.
You mean they don't want your Bogo Indian tips?
Well, he could have asked for them, before the tournament, of course. I will be curious if he repeats it. He went back to a Queen's Gambit decline, then he outplayed Magnus in a full board Catalan game, which I said was going to be difficult. So you love it, David. It's exactly as you said, different structures, different openings, and Alireza maybe will go for e4 this game.
Will he at least check what Magnus has planned against e4? Will it be an e4, e5, and slow Spanish? No, it's back to the Queen's Gambit declined by transposition if Magnus had played d5, but no, it's a Queen's Indian this time, with the black bishop coming out, maybe fianchettoing, maybe coming to a6. This is old stuff, very historic opening. And d5, a pawn sacrifice, and this one is based on the white bishop opening up on the diagonal, an undefended black bishop. Lots of theory here, Levy.
Lots of theory, but a very forcing line. And that will give Magnus a level of comfort. He's probably studied this, knows the type of position to get to. Second time in a row, we see him grabbing a pawn and running away from Alireza, right? Kind of like stealing a cookie. And then Alireza's got to prove that the pawn disadvantage is worth the positional play. What's interesting, and this is the difference between humans and computers, we live in a time now, everybody talking about AI and all this and the existential threats that it poses, and those are very legitimate. But in chess, AlphaZero literally refuted this opening as black. This opening loses as black, essentially, at the engine level, but not at the human level, right, David?
Yeah, often white sacrifices 2, 3 pawns, maybe even a piece, plays for long-term compensation. But the likes of AlphaZero were looking 20, 30 moves into the future, or at least you need some deep concept to justify it. So Magnus is pretty much banking on the fact that Alireza will not be able to maintain the pressure in that type of position. But look at Magnus. He's trying to recall the theory. This is still well-known stuff. I believe one of the main moves is knight out to a6 to support the other knight, which in turn supports the central pawn. It's key not to break the central tension here. There's too much pressure along the d-file against this poorly placed knight. White is also threatening in some variations to play e5, bring the queen out quickly and go for a blitz attack against the black king.
That's how I used to play this with white. If I didn't get a mate in 3 or 4 moves as a kid, I was maybe like a teenager, I wouldn't really know what to do, because being a pawn down in some of these positions is a bit stressful. But we do have bishop f4. Knight a6 is really not a move that you play unless you kind of understand the nuances and how the whole position ties together. But this feels very much, again, like Firouzja's style of game.
Exactly. He's sacrificed a couple of pawns in a couple of different openings, and Magnus does not look happy. Making a bit of a face there. What's he worried about? Is it this knight coming into d6 to hit the bishop? Is it pawn to e5, as we were talking about? Lots of choice for white.
But what did he expect? He played the Queen's Indian, right? And this is one of the most, it's probably the most emphatic way to meet this opening. In fact, it's been not played as much anymore with white because players with black can just memorize the lines. But you can't play into this without memorizing all the lines. He's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Exactly. And Magnus, we talk about his opening preparation, how he prepares on the golf course or just calling up his second. But Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be sitting there for hours and hours memorizing stuff. He's now trying to work things out over the board, and it's cost him 1.5 minutes more than it has Alireza. This is a fantastic start to the game for white.
The bishop is hanging, by the way, in b7. So black has really no choice. You either have to defend it with the rook or with the queen. There are maybe some other tactics, like could you throw in bishop takes knight on c3 to destabilize the center? You wouldn't really want to do such a committal thing because then you would lose the piece near your king. But Magnus is thinking for a reason. He really just doesn't want to play a move like that.
Yeah, it feels ugly, right? He's now stared down at indirectly by the white bishop. The d5 pawn is going to be taken back at some point. Alireza is going to try and figure out the best conditions in which to do that. Maybe at some point he will take the bishop, trade everything off, recapture the pawn on d5, get the bishop pair. The black knight on a6 might be left a bit redundant on the edge of the board. But Levy, I think it's just the pure clock time, the nature of the position, reasons for optimism for Alireza here as he does trade off. And maybe he's just going to keep the tension, bring something into the center.
Yeah, because if he chops everything down, takes the bishop, takes the pawn on d5, everything gets traded. The rook actually will be standing one rank up and can swing to the right, exactly, after everything. And that's not really what Firouzja wants to go for. Plus, if everything clears out, the dark squared bishop of Magnus will be pointing down diagonally to the pawn on b2. Firouzja knows this. In fact, he's probably calculated literally everything already in about 2 seconds. Just does he want to go for that now? Or can he make a move like rook to c1, bring the rook? Does he want to bring the queen out to a4 and replace the queen with the rook as well? Like, the position kind of flows like water. There is no rush here at all.
Exactly. I really like this move, rook c1, just improving a piece. I quite like rook to e1 at some point. I'm not sure which direction the queen goes, maybe this way often in this opening.
Or h5. I mean, well, h5 could run into g6, but yeah, just plant the queen, rook d1, exactly.
Time to attack. Alireza, how and when is the question? What's he thinking about? Long think now.
Also, knight b5. Like, you kind of don't want to leave the opponent's position. C or b5, yeah, like, it's hard. The pawn on a7's hanging. It's not so simple to make a move.
Yeah, utilizing a pin as well. Slightly awkward for black there.
But it definitely feels like you need another piece. Got everybody out. Principal chess. We teach beginners. Up the queen, connect the rooks. Slide the rooks left to right. Target c7. He takes on d5 immediately.
Oh, he was in calculation mode. He decides to simplify things here. The question is whether black has time to go and grab on b2. Feels very risky. That will cost 2 full tempi. The bishop will have to go back very shortly. White has fantastic central control, Levy. I don't think it's Magnus's style to go pawn grabbing. We saw his screen there. He wasn't hovering over the bishop.
Nope. And if bishop b2, by the way, you don't even attack it with the rook. A lot of people would think you counter. You probably play rook d1, because it's not just about the defense of the knight. It's also when the queen moves, let's say to b5, which is a straight-up fork, the knight can also move and then attack the queen. So Magnus, there is no chance he plays bishop takes b2.
Yeah, that would be an objective mistake, almost a blunder. But what else? Is it just getting this knight off the edge of the board? That would be what I want to play. But he's going to be sweating about the fate of his rook as well on this diagonal. Once Magnus defends his queen, gets his queen out of the way, there will be some knight jumps that might hurt.
It's interesting that everybody thinks with their hand on the mouse. Like, you don't have to. But that's our locked-in mode. You know, you don't, because this is how we think, you know, with our hands over our head. But he's ready. He plays knight c7, hits the queen. Now he can take on b2.
He really can. Depends where the queen goes. I think his idea is to play knight to e6 as well to hit the white bishop. Oh, the queen went back. g5 was possible there, by the way.
Knight f7!
Oh, Magnus has blundered. Knight to f7. That's going to be given a 2 exclamation marks, surely. Bishop takes b8 threatened. Queen takes e6. Everything's hanging.
The point is that now you have to take with the king. You could take on f4 with the bishop. That would be a puzzle on Chess.com, and then you would have to find the checkmate rather than taking the queen, although both are fine, obviously. And then you can't take with the rook because you would lose basically everything. So king takes f7. I think Magnus just thought he has sufficient defenses. What has Alireza seen, though?
Yeah, king takes would have walked into some nasty stuff there, maybe with rook to d1, and at some point the rook would come up to d7. Rook takes is played instead, arguing that white doesn't have time to go and take this rook on b8 because the black knight would have jumped to c5. Maybe we quickly show that that tactic. Levy, so much chaos. Now we're going into an endgame where Alireza will be a pawn up, but it's going to be difficult to convert. If we quickly show this position, king takes would have lost on the spot apparently due to rook to d1, and the black queen would be overworked if she slides. There would be some tactics, and after a check, the knight would drop off. Instead, as you mentioned, knight takes f4, beautiful smothered mate. I have to show it just for everyone at home. Another tactic hidden in the air. So rook takes f7, and bishop takes would have been a mistake due to the knight coming into the center, and the bishop would have fallen next move. If we catch up with the live position, white has an extra pawn after that tactic.
It's instructive. Alireza didn't rush with a queen trade, because if he trades the queens, then he has to win an endgame, and the only difference in the position is his pawn on f2. He has a pawn majority, but that's less ammunition than winning this, the white queen versus the black king. The black queen is like a piñata. Is that a thing here? I don't know what they call them. Those animals you hit at birthday parties and candy comes out. You know, well, give me a British candy. You know, but the queen here for white. Yes, there you go. Oh, I actually did a thing where I had to taste a bunch of British candies with Jolly.
Oh, nice.
Shout out Jolly. Shout out to those guys. Hope you guys watch their channel. But anyway, the queen on b3 here is a powerhouse. It's just like sniping the rook on f7 and the king on g8. Black is a move away from getting mated if he puts the queen on the wrong diagonal.
Exactly. A check would be deadly. Also, I think, Levy, good advice in general against Magnus is to not trade the queens.
Oh, yeah?
I think...
My guy. Oh, it's going to be... The next time we play Magnus, he ain't getting no damn queen trades. You heard it here first.
And no endgames yet, at least for Magnus Carlsen to try and save. Rook c7 at some point is surely going to be painful. Maybe even now, unless Black has some nasty checks. Can White escape those? Because Rook c7 would win if Black doesn't have some kind of a petrol there.
Yeah, Rook c7 looks... And for the record, why? Yeah. Why don't you trade the queens against Magnus?
Oh, I think he just knows the type of endgames he can hold. I mean, having written this book with him and recorded this course on endgames, he can tell you exactly what positions where it's 3 versus 2 on the king side, which piece configurations are winning, which are losing, where to put your pawns. He has worked it out all before. It is partly inspiration, but it's also a lot of study that's gone into it. And he has put the rook on c7. Black is totally immobilized here.
Queen c4?
Ooh, maybe some checks.
Yes, queen c4 would run into some serious problems. I guess you can run out to h3.
Yeah, I quite like that, actually.
that's okay. Oh. It was a miracle. I totally blundered it, but it turns out that running to h3 might just win the game.
Yeah, this is professional, though. No checks.
Yeah, no checks.
No moves.
There's nothing here.
Magnus has no time either. He looks like he's ready to click the resign button. Queen c4 is a winning move, maybe even now, to get that rook c8.
He sets it up, rook c8 with the skewer. He's doing the Hikaru faces. I mean, really, he's doing like he is very unhappy with himself.
Yeah, it's something that happens when you get to your 30s. You start making those faces.
Oh boy, I just turned 30, so.
Oh, it's all, yeah, it's all downhill from there. But no, bishop to e3 played instead. He wants to transpose into a queen king of pawn endgame, and there we go. Magnus resign, sorry. Wow, Alireza taking it.
The slip, we're so used to it, but it's Alireza Firouzja winning 2 excellent games back to back. Not fluky, not scrambly, just purely outplaying Magnus Carlsen back-to-back games, 3.5, 2.5, and for the first time in London, Magnus Carlsen trails.
Incredible, great play. Alireza would have just traded off the bishops, the queens, the rooks, and won the king and pawn endgame with that extra pawn had it continued. But Magnus not even fighting it on, shaking his head. It's showing that he is really feeling the heat here.
Fun fact, maybe not so fun for the Magnus fans. Last time they played in a final, it was 6-3 Magnus after the 5+1. Alireza Firouzja already has more points, and we have 28 more minutes to go.
Incredible. He really has brought his A game. We're back to this fianchetto tense position with all the pieces left on. Magnus has put both of his bishops on the longest possible diagonals. He's now going to plant his knight in the center if Black retakes with the pawn. It's a very typical idea. And yeah, we can see how Alireza continues to fare in these positions. He's held his own so far. He doesn't normally play into them. This is normally Magnus's type of hunting ground. Very, very tense, very strategic. And c5, we're going to see the hanging pawn structure again, most likely a bit later down the line. For now, Magnus maneuvers. The knight goes home. Back is coming out to c3 to apply pressure on the fixed d5 pawn. And therefore, Alireza tries to meet it by planting his knight in the center. Very, very balanced position so far.
For the second time, we see the same structure for Black, but the white queen never went out. It's not on a4, not on b5, not applying pressure. I do have to say, again, I am more comfortable applying pressure to those pawns and making some trades in the position from the white side. But wow, rook c3 makes sense because bishop c3, there were some tactics. But it doesn't feel like a great position for white. The coordination's just not there.
He's playing for a certain style of position, Magnus, but he's not getting the dream versions. It always feels like he's a few tempi down, therefore having to retreat his rook. and allowing now Alireza to push forward. That's a classy move. If the pawn is captured, I think he wants to create a protected pass pawn in the near future, whether it's now or on the next few moves.
David, correct me if I'm wrong. If you showed me the last 2 games and now this one, it's like the colors are flipped. Like, it really feels like Alireza has stolen the style of his opponent. He's giving up an outside pawn, which Magnus has recently had to come to terms with being more comfortable in playing, especially after learning the Catalan. This is Magnus' school of chess right here.
Exactly. Give up an A pawn, create a pass pawn, win it long term. I agree. You asked the question, like, these young players, what type of games do they study the most? Everyone now looks at Magnus Carlsen as the benchmark. They look at his games by far the most, and maybe the style is rubbing off, finally. Knight to E5 played.
Before we get crazy, knight E5 is an annoying move. White could be threatening in some positions to take on E4 and then try to take the pawn on C4. Well, there it is. Now Firouzja's going to have to maybe take on E5. Or can you just give up the C4 pawn?
Big question. You do get the white light squared bishop. That tends to be a good thing, but black doesn't really get any attack immediately, so it would be a material investment long term. I think Alireza wants to take the bishop. He would rather have that piece, but taking the knight, maybe this specific scenario, is the way to go. And okay, Magnus with his identical twin there in the audience, doppelgangers.
I met one guy in the venue upstairs. I think it was, I can't remember at this point, but and I was like, oh, you got this, you got that? Yeah, he's like, came from Australia. I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. I saw the mustache and I thought Australia. Now he has given up a second pawn for this doubled outside pawn, central lock, light squared attack near the king, but he's getting a little, I don't want to say arrogant, but he's getting a little hyped. The better move was just to play it safe and take the knight.
Yeah, I think he underestimated the fact that white's piece is actually quite stable for now. The white queen might sit on b5 in the near future. The black b6 pawn is going to be weak long term. There we go, applying some pressure. And it's hard for black to improve. Yes, black has a beautiful bishop in the center on d5, but what else? What next? White has 2 extra pawns. I think this is good news for Magnus, Alireza, as you say, just taking a bit too far here, the risk he's going with.
And Magnus is a move away from getting rid of his outside weakness. Should he be able to push it to a5 or reposition the dark squared bishop in a perfect world to b4 exactly, rook b1, rook c1. It definitely feels like a position where you have a 1-game lead and you're like, I'm gonna sack the pawn and we'll figure it out. But we are not figuring it out, folks. That's just a couple moves away from Magnus really capitalizing on the pawn advantage.
Yeah, could we see the trend of this match turn again? Magnus will want to equalize as soon as possible, of course. Time is ticking in this 5+1 portion where Magnus is a big favorite. This is where our pre-match prediction said that he would strike. He would emerge with a couple of points lead. That has not happened, not come to fruition so far. According to Polymarket, a 72% chance of Magnus winning this match. But I'm not sure that's the case any longer. Alireza holding his own. Rook c6, a nice move, putting pressure on the knight.
You can triple up as well, the queen and the rook. There's some rook a5 business in the air. Magnus trying to trade pieces. We tell people, rook a5 is right there. Pushing out the queen. We tell people, you have an advantage, especially material. Trading is good. You want to trade some rooks, some bishops, some knights. But now the queen's got to leave.
Yeah, she's almost trapped. She has to flee back to e2, f1, ugly squares. The a4 pawn will drop in the near future.
Rook c6.
Oh, Magnus wants to. He loves it. Those types of queen sacrifices, counterintuitive. He won one really nice game against Denis Lazovic when he had pieces against the queen yesterday. Oh,
there it
great call.
He's sacrificing his queen. Now, there will be an audience response here. They're probably going to get a little bit hyped, but we don't know. We don't know. It's a big decision to lose a queen in a chess game. It's a huge decision because that's the most powerful piece. If your pieces don't coordinate well enough, you're going to have problems. Now, there's some hacks to playing against the queen. You need really good coordination. You need no weaknesses, right? You have to have the ability to move the pawns forward as well. Does he have all the criteria?
He does, especially if this rook is taken. That's why there's hesitation now on the part of Alireza Firouzja. That would have been a deadly c-pawn. Again, don't take the rook. It's going to be replaced by a future queen and double exclamation mark.
That's a little nonsensical because it could have been taken on the previous move. But yes, and Alireza, this is genius. I think Magnus might have just like skipped this step. Like he doesn't have to take my rook. Obviously, you want to take the rook, but the passed pawn would quickly become a 2.5-point pawn, pushing up the board. Firouzja could land a checkmate in the future if that pawn gets to h3.
Exactly. And you talked about what to do against the queen. With the queen, Technically, your material down here quite a lot. A queen versus 2 rooks and 2 pawns. But you need to go for the enemy king as quickly as possible. B5 pawn is hit. Ooh, watch out, though. A pin on the back rank.
Ooh, yes. He definitely missed this idea, bishop a3. He's in a lot of trouble now. King f7 is impossible. He had to maybe move the queen to e7.
Oh, no. That is terrible news. And queen to e7 now would be too late. The white rook would come up to c3. The bishop's going to line up on the diagonal anyway. He's lost a key move. And how to break this deadly pin. No checkmate against the white king yet because the white knight is just about nearby. And it covers f3, so the black queen can never use the light squares.
You might have to chuck the bishop and just go kind of crazy. I'm not really sure what else you can do here.
He blocks the diagonal. But if bishop a3 ever lands, knight c4 is the solution.
Oh, a counter here.
Oh, the rook is hit. Double question mark. That is harsh. Knight takes b6 is apparently the best move now. Giving up the knight just to connect the white rooks, and bishop to a3 is up his sleeve for a bit later.
That is definitely findable because the alternatives are pretty dreadful. Going back is not nice. Although feasible, understandable, but it's not quite the same position because the queen was never on e6 to begin with.
Exactly. That would be an admission of a mistake from Magnus, not something he wants. Knight takes b6. Oh, the game goes on there, though. The black queen will still have potential of attacking the white king.
I just said this. Knight d2. It's not the same. Now Alireza gets a move, and he could... Yeah, and Magnus... And Alireza just repeats. He repeated the position.
Oh, he trusted Magnus. Bishop to b7 would have been super strong. And okay, now game on. Bishop to a3. We're going to see black flog his bishop, give it up on f8, and just try to break through behind. Queen takes pawn now. He's coming in. Watch out. If I can draw arrows, queen to d1 check. That looks deadly almost.
Oh, and rook f8, there's always queen a1 and some lines where it would be hitting the rook as well. If Alireza gets h3, this white king is not feeling safe at all.
Oh, who would you pick here? Practical terms, it's maybe easier to play black, but he is lower on the clock.
Yeah, it's anybody's game. The 26 seconds are not going to be conducive. Magnus will find ways to put some pressure, but when his king is attacked, bad things could happen.
That's the one Achilles heel, maybe. Magnus takes some risk with his king in regular occurrences in games. Will it pay off this time? This is fantastic, though, from Alireza to spot that he can just give up a piece. He's so much material down, but the queen is all-powerful.
At the very minimum, he's close to forcing a draw, right? If he gets his king out and then plays g5 and g4, like, there could be a net where he just keeps checking the white king. And black's king is super safe because it's just going to run around on the light squares.
Oof, this is really dangerous times for Magnus. He likes positional queen sacrifices. When it gets dynamic like this, a bit crazy, anyone would feel uncomfortable.
Alireza has played out of his mind. This has been some of the best chess that he has shown all of us, really, just exceptional. And Magnus is down to below 40 seconds. They are 10 seconds apart. He does not have a plan here.
If this gets down to a 10-second each scramble, then it's easier to play with the queen, no doubt, especially with the king open like this, the checks.
What's the move? What's the move? That was the obvious move. He goes h3. What a little move.
Oh, he wants to put his knight back on f1 without allowing the black pawn to h3. The black queen would have come in, pawn down, checkmate. That is not possible any longer. That's a great move from Magnus.
This is information to Alireza to react to. h3 must be a bit of a shock. He has 10 seconds on the clock. Does he take? Does he give a check? What does he do here?
Apparently only 2 moves hold the balance. He needs to take, but now he needs to find this move, bishop to e6.
There is absolutely no... Oh, wow! What a move! And so now what? Now what's the idea, David? Bishop...
Oh, the key behind bishop e6 is that he could have there played queen a5 with a nasty skewer, and the white rook could not come back and connect. Missed opportunity. That's why the red cross appeared. Queen a5 would have been super strong for black there.
But it's actually one of the most forcing moves, and now we might get that perpetual. The king is hunted.
Knight takes f6. Magnus could have checkmated black there with some nasty rook checks.
Oh, but now the king is getting hunted. Where are the checks? How do you check here? He's pinning.
He's pinning the black bishop.
Oh, he lost on time!
Wow, Alireza Firouzja flags in what was a crazy position, still with better chances for black. That is a gift.
Am I crazy, or is Alireza bright red? Like, he is feeling the moment. Both guys showing expressions on their faces. d6, by the way, we have that structure. I'm hyped. Now the f knight could go to d7, and black will advance in the middle with e5. There's some very interesting nuances here. And these games can get very locked. I really like these positions for black, although white does have a nice space advantage. Yeah, this is This is tense.
Wow, it's so level right now. It's so balanced. Both sides have lost on time now. Both sides have been panicking. Magnus shaking his head. Both sides have now played the Bogo Indian as black. And we see the Connect 4, the pawn center, challenged, though, with e5. Exactly what you were describing there, Levy. And the question is whether white wants to keep the tension or block it up. Two very different modes of action here.
It looks really restricted, by the way. Magnus just... I think, and I'm sure you've talked with Magnus about games before, I'm sure he could go 6 hours, 12 hours, maybe 2 weeks thinking about a game and moments in a game. He's thinking about the game. Exactly. And the reason he won on time, just for everybody confused, is Alireza's clock hit 0, but also because he didn't have a check. There was no obvious move, and when the knight protects the king, the knight is the best defender against the queen. And Alireza just couldn't figure out a plan, but Magnus knows he might have gotten away with something.
Yeah, his king was living life on the edge, and he survived Magnus. That's the type of scramble where I would have thought Alireza's the favorite. That time it just happened to go the other way. That's how close these two are in all time formats. That felt like a bullet match, that finish. But really high quality up to that point with the positional queen sack, the way that Alireza was maneuvering with his queen. For now, though, it is white with a space advantage, but pieces coming off the board, alleviating that cramping that black otherwise might be suffering with. And I'm expecting him next to bring his knight into the center, maybe after c6, and solid enough for black. But I think most players would choose white and the nice pawn center here.
This is why I like the setup with black, because white does get a lot of space, but it's not so simple to then figure things out. And you can just sort of arbitrarily push your pawns. This is a very Firouzja-esque type of game as black. They're both mirroring each other. Yeah. Firouzja plays like this, moves like h5, encroaching on the space. You know, if white plays h3, it's a huge positional error potentially with the dark squares being weak in the long run, but I'm loving this. This is a d4 masterclass. Really, it's just a masterclass of a match.
We haven't had an e4 yet, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, this is crazy. Queen's Gambits, Queen's Indians, Bogo Indians, you name it, we've had it. I expect the King's Indian at some point if Magnus is behind. But there we go. The h-pawn is pushing, and you're right. It's like they're adopting each other's styles. They've clearly both come really well prepared to this match.
I love it. I hope it's tense all the way down to the conclusion. Like I said, last time it was 6-3 after the 5+1, and then, wait till I read you this stat, in the 3+1, it was 8-2. Now, obviously, you could be a bit tilted from the 5+1, and then it sort of gets out of control. We need this level sustained, as Magnus has given up the bishop pair to the young opponent, and yet still has an advantage by striking back in the center with d5.
Yeah, he needed to be quick, Magnus. It is counterintuitive sometimes, but when you play against the bishop pair, you need to accelerate the play, even at the cost of opening it up. Here, the black bishop was asleep, so some pressure now on the b4 pawn. And structurally, black is doing very, very well long-term with a queenside pawn majority, so d5 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't think he's quite quick enough here, Alireza. Maybe he'll have to close it down. There we go, with c5, at least create a nice home for his knight. But queen to e7, maybe some tactics against the loose bishop.
And apparently the wrong move, like maybe black had to go for h3, maybe black needed a more emphatic solution. There might have been knight h5, knight g3 ideas with the queen coming to h4, you know, just clearing things out over there. But in the long run, David, if the queens come off and the rooks come off, white is almost positionally just winning on the spot. You just go knight a5, and black is never protecting that pawn.
Exactly. Got to be dynamic, got to be quick. And, oh, h3, there's going to be rook e1 and tactics in the air. Shout out to our younger viewers in the arena, lots of them here in London today. A lot of people cheering for Alireza.
I love it. In the UK, folks like chess, maybe even more than football at a young age. Those two things go hand in hand. That's all I did, right? I played soccer, football as a kid. I very quickly realized I was not particularly good. I stuck to the chess. You probably played some sports as well growing up, and then it goes all chess.
Exactly. We stick to what we're good at, right? And,
oh, yeah.
I loved the football, but I was never going to make it as a pro. Here we go, bishop f1. Lots of calculation needed. I think knight c4 is maybe also on the radar. Very forcing move, either coming in or forcing white to make some exchanges. But h3's got to be the move you want to play, just to loosen up the white king and make it difficult for Alireza long term.
Yeah, but as you said, rook e1 is so nasty because then you can never move.
Mm-hmm. Difficult decision for Magnus Carlsen. Still got extra time. And the chat poll now saying that 58% Magnus. That is closing. That is not a huge amount of people believing in Magnus here, maybe just due to how strongly Alireza is performing so far today. But consistency is going to be the key.
It would be a revelation. We have needed some storylines in chess for quite some time. We got one about 2 hours ago with Denis Lazovic. If this were to happen, it would be incredible, and so far, he's in prime position. Remember, he very well could be the best bullet player in the world, and we only have about 71 minutes until that portion. So it's on the board, David. H3 rook e1.
Yeah, Magnus is making faces. He's gesturing to himself. Doesn't look so comfortable. This is a really, really nasty pin. Magnus can maybe leave the pawn on h3, could also flick in a check, flick in a capture. At some point, though, I think he just needs to get his queen out of dodge here before white is able to up the pressure on the knight or just take the knight.
Yeah, what do you play here? It's so uncomfortable. And if those pawns for white also get moving, like if I just play g3, not right now because there would be knight takes pawn, the pawn on h3 is just gone. It's totally gone. He's relying on it wrecking the position. If you imagine black could take on g2 now, the doubled f pawns for white would be a problem. So can Alireza play queen f4? That move looks like it just wins the game. Just looks like a pin and you can't get out of it. So what are the consequences?
That has to be the one he's thinking about. I'm looking at some queen sacrifices there, like move the knight, try and get in on the back rank. What would happen? Queen f4 is the critical move. It either works very strongly or it backfires.
Right, knight d3.
Knight d3.
Queen takes queen, rook takes rook, king, or maybe pawn takes pawn there. It's just, we don't have to play the game, so we don't care. They could figure it out on their own. But queen f4 just it looks like a crushing move. The only move that black has to play any defense is knight fd7. That is not what you want to do.
No, he will not be playing that unless he feels there's nothing else, Magnus Carlsen. But Alireza needs to move. He doesn't have to go for queen f4. He can, I don't know, plant something in the center. He can just wait. He can trade off if he maybe wants to take it to opposite color bishops, although there black might just have the superior structure. He's under 1 minute, though. Nervous times. He's got to move.
What is actually, like, what are we doing after queen f4? Like, is there pawn takes g2 or something and some knight d3?
Just while Alireza thinks, let's jump in, let's get an analysis board up and check out what happens after queen to f4. Knight d4 is played instead. Advantage black now, though.
He didn't play it.
Oh, and the blue arrow shows knight c4. Let's show what happened after queen to f4, the critical move. We would have seen potentially some crazy tactics in the air. I'll just quickly put it on the board as the players think. Knight e to g4 levy. Of course, apparently would win on the spot.
Why?
Which is crazy after queen takes rook, hitting this bishop, and I'm struggling to understand this. Knight to d2. Apparently just knight to e3 and just breaking through on the back rank.
Oh, gh3, knight e3. And you're mated or something? Wait, because you can still play knight e2. What was gh3?
In this position, take, check, and something with some knights. I mean, the king would have to go to h4.
What?
Check it out. Knight takes, king takes, rook g1.
Wow, g6 mate. You really calculated all of that?
I think he was. I think he was calculating Alireza, but he chickened out, and rightly so. And if we catch up with the live position, Magnus now has a strategic advantage. Look at that white pawn structure. Ugly, and the knight coming in.
Yeah, sorry, everybody. We really had to break that down. 11 seconds on the clock. This is not a winning strategy. You just cannot get this low on time.
Magnus is spoiled for choice here. He can give a check. I mean, maybe with his queen, with his knight. At some point, the other knight's going to come in via f4. Replace the queen. Long-term, short-term, it's all Magnus right now. And the clock.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is dreadful. 2 knights to defend against. Oh. Just looks like you're mated soon, but he's just surviving.
He's just surviving. The queen coming back, threatening checkmate is a very tempting option right now, but I think white would try and get the queens off as quickly as possible, cling on a bit longer, as you said earlier. Endgames, maybe white has some chances. We'll go after the black queenside pawns.
Alireza would love a queen trade. He'd pay money for it. Like, he is absolutely trying to trade the queens any chance he gets, but he can't. Bishop d2, he gives away a knight, but he was going to take back. Knight c2, queen f3.
Yeah, this is really tense right now. He does get the queens off, but at the cost of trading off his dart-squared bishop there. No more bishop pair.
Oh, he had to go knight b3, though.
Yeah, why not knight b3? That's bizarre. The knight was dying to go after the black b7 pawn, but...
Whoa! Can you play like bishop a6 or something? Something completely crazy there? Or
that
b5?
Would have been fun. But look at the white king now.
It's just over here.
The white king is trapped, and the white knight finally realizing its mistake. It now wants to go for the b7 pawn, but too late. The bishop can just go to e1 and force the white knight back. Maybe the d pawn at some point. That's a passer.
This is a totally winning endgame for black despite the material equality. Alireza is making every move with half a second on the clock. Maybe he's going to trick. Oh my goodness, he might have gotten some life here.
Whoa, he's back in it. He's holding everything for now, but Magnus still long-term is in charge. He wins a pawn, but at least the white king gets off the edge of the board.
But if Firouzja saves this, it is hard not to lock him in as a bullet favorite. Really, Magnus Carlsen has to win this position.
Yeah, Magnus on form wins this 10 times out of 10. Especially with the time advantage. But, okay, strange things happen in finals, especially close ones.
Alireza is finding the only moves.
Magnus is going back, though. He wants the c5 pawn. He wants to keep the white pieces honest.
Now, at some point, he can take it now, right? He was threatening some sort of way to, like, bishop, he's just not fast enough. Now he's threatening to take it.
Yep, and he wants to go behind. Alireza flogs another pawn. That's not going to pay off.
No, that's not good enough, and he is going to be 2 pawns down.
Soon to be 3. There we go. c5 pawn now hangs. 3 pawns is too much.
Yeah, you're going to get one of them back, but this could be a draw without the f-pawns. There are positions, believe it or not, where you can have c and d and it's a draw, but this is not one of those positions. Magnus Carlsen is looking at a 1-game lead with about 5 minutes of game time remaining.
Exactly. With 2 extra pawns, you either want them far separated, many files between them, or connected, like here, and Magnus gets the win, takes the lead.
A very nice positional grind from the world #1. And we will end the segment with yet another Queen's Gambit Nimzo Indian. First Nimzo of the... Oh, it's no longer really a Nimzo if the move d5 appears. But this is a real masterclass in Queen's Pawns games.
Yeah, we're learning a lot. Both players have clearly been studying similar openings before this match. Magnus plays a very safe line. The bishop to d2 variation is known for its solidity with white. You don't get doubled pawns, as we often see in the Nimzo Indian. So the pawn structure often remains fluid, often symmetrical. Magnus, I think, would be content at this point at keeping his lead, maintaining it into the next segment. But the queen comes out. He wants the bishop pair, at least, as a small imbalance. The key is whether black can play the move c5. Alireza tends to like that type of move as quickly as possible if he can get it. Clarify things, but no, a5 defends the bishop instead.
There are a lot of ways in these Rogozin Queen's Gambit declined positions to move bishops. You can move them to b4, you can move them to e7, you can move them to d6 in certain situations. This one is quite unique because you've traded off the bishop for the knight on c3. Now, for about half a move there, the pawns were doubled. Right? You had c3 and c4. But if white trades off all the pawns, all the benefits that you get for damaging the structure are just not particularly there anymore. Now you take on d5, and traditional wisdom tells you bishop pairs are really good. And they are, because now white is going to have the entire open queen side and very powerful bishops. Alireza, meanwhile, will have to work on the dynamics, targeting the center with his knights, maybe solidifying. But overall, this is very much a position that I would take Magnus, and the traditional kind of understanding that the bishops, both on light and dark squares, will put substantial pressure on black. Having said all of that, and rambling for about 40 seconds, they've both done a very good job of playing like the other. So Alireza is about to fight back in significant fashion.
And here we go. The queen is kicked to a3. Magnus often likes to delay castling, but he's 1 move away now. And long term, the bishop pair, the pawn center, very, very promising. Magnus looks like he's smiling there, Levy. Is that about the game? Is that, what's he thinking about?
I don't know. Maybe somebody has a funny sign. Really, I don't know. It's always a bad thing when your opponent is just smiling happily. You're having the most stressful match of your life. Happens a lot when you play children in tournaments. I'm playing a 9-year-old, and I'm really locked in, and he's licking chips off his fingers and laughing at me. That's really, that's quite a humbling experience.
Yeah, and Hikaru had a tough weekend. He was never smiling. That was the thing. Players tend to play best when they're relaxed, chilled. No matter how that is achieved, whether it's golf, whether it's mustaches, music. Rook c2, very solid move, guarding the a2 pawn. That pawn is key. He needs to keep it alive. Much more important than the c7 pawn that he could have grabbed.
For sure, we saw Alireza win a game earlier with an outside a pawn. This would have been the exact same situation. With a position like the one white has, after you make several more improving moves like castling, pawn to h3, maybe removing the other rook to the queen side, suddenly it becomes very difficult for black to make another improving move. And you'll see us talk about that a lot, and the players make these types of moves. C6 is an attempt at making an improving move, but you're going backwards. Every time you go backwards in chess, you give up space. I like to tell beginners and intermediate players, 8 times out of 10 roughly, going back is the wrong move. And going back here was the wrong move. Magnus keeps improving things.
Yeah, I guess the knight wasn't great or stable anyway, but maybe the knight was better on the square, the central square that the queen sits on. He's never going to be able to connect his pawns, push his pawns. They'll be easily blockaded on the dark squares. The white rooks as well, staring down a semi-open file. Black is very much stuck. And slowly but surely, Magnus will now be trying to improve his bishops, maybe his knight. If you can pick it up and put it anywhere else, maybe b4, f4, somewhere closer towards the center. But rook b2 from Magnus, he's trying to persuade these pawns, provoke them forward.
Now, if b5 happens here, then the c6 pawn is going to be super weak. And if c6 is weak, b5 is weak, and if b5 is weak, a4 is weak. Could be real bad here for Alireza in just a few moves.
Dominoes, they all collapse one by one. But what else to do? If you don't push b5, you have to put your rooks on some passive squares. Oh, this is very difficult for Alireza. I think he just needs to try and limit the damage now, just survive the next few moves.
Wasn't the prediction for this segment from Chess.com 4.5, 3.5?
Oh, I think it was a 2-point lead.
You're right. It was, I think, 5.5, 3.5. That would be a legendary call if it comes true.
Yeah, and it didn't look like it would be that way for so long. But Magnus has upped his game just recently.
Yeah, this is the last game. The 9th and final game of this segment. It's a very, very strange structure. The queenside dominoes. The C file, which just feels so tender, but you can't put anything there. And anything you put, c6 will be protected, but white is maybe preparing bishop to f3. There's also maybe f3, e4 type of business here, which would be very unpleasant to me. That's apparently a bad move. Hey, why can't we just go bishop f3 here?
Yeah, bishop f3 looks very awkward for black to face. No threats, but an awkward pin. f3, you mentioned that, Levy, maybe also a possibility. You could also take the knight and then f3 and prepare e4 quickly. You could even dodge with the knight. I think everything is good here,
Knight
unfortunately.
b1 or knight f1 looks very problematic as well because f3 is coming.
Yeah, I quite like knight f1 as well, just to defend the e3 pawn. He goes for it immediately, Magnus Carlsen. We're being told the pre-match prediction was 5-3 in his favor. So, yeah, 2-point lead. That would make him a favorite. I'm not sure, 78% favorite, as we were discussing earlier. But Magnus now, big threat on the board. e4 would be winning a piece on the spot.
He takes a sip of water. He knows things have gone terribly wrong here for black. I did say at some point black is going to be running out of moves. And he has. He does not have an improving move anymore. You try to improve with the rooks double up, e4 is a problem. Black has tangible, concrete problems in this position, which will involve a retreat here. Doesn't matter that it won't be a fork. Magnus is about to take over the game.
Yeah, this is so one-sided now, the position. You can switch your attentions back to c2. Now it's possible to double up. I mean, at some point, even a break in the center. The white queen can slide across. She's no longer forced to stay sidelined. There we go.
And you can't even defend the rook from straight on, the pawn from straight on with the rook, because white has bishop takes b5.
There is a trap. Queen takes pawn would blunder due to the rook sliding across with a skewer on the c file. The rook behind would drop with a check. That trick will be spotted.
Also, Alireza could be preparing some e4 sacrifice.
Yeah, bishop takes e4.
Not anymore.
That's clever, getting out of the range of the black knight. But that's just an indefensible pawn long term.
Yeah. That's it. There's not much else to say. That pawn's going to fall.
Ooh, the bar rises. That means there might be some tactics in the air. I wouldn't be shocked if Magnus slow plays it here, just moves his queen, or like h3 or something. But I wonder, Levy, d5, something along the back rank.
That must just be winning. You sack the queen for the 2 rooks, and the black position totally falls apart. d5 takes queen sack, knight e8 at the end, and bishop takes b5. There is queen b6 check. There is queen b6 check. It's not so simple. But maybe rook c6 first, something like that.
Oof, yeah, just close the door. Rooks and bishops combined there will overpower the queen. Magnus is thinking, he's calculating. It's no longer just about positional feel, where to put the pieces. This has been a classy game. It feels like Alireza, probably it's a good time for a break for him.
I pitched the idea for the next Chess Championship that we have a timeout button. In the middle of a segment, you're allowed, or maybe one time during the match, you can press timeout. Be cool if we had a coach's box too. The coach sitting there can give you advice at some points during, not during the games, please. but during segments or after games. But today they're on their own.
Yeah, they do have coaches somewhere in the shadows, lurking in the backgrounds, but not visible to us. I like the timeout idea. I mean, Hikaru, for example, would have loved a timeout just before the final game against Denis Lazovic, just to maybe calm his nerves. But we see the breakthrough. Of course, it's the Connect 4. And yeah, more importantly, he's breaking through on the back rank now, Magnus Carlsen. Pawn takes pawn. We would see a queen sacrifice, not the first time in this match. Queen takes c8 and devastation.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure there is literally any other choice. What else can you do here with black? If you lose c6, you lose b5 and a4. We've been over this. And not only do you lose all of those things, you don't have any counterplay at all. The pawn spike in the center for white blocks out the knight and the bishop. He will probably have to play pawn takes pawn. He's going to do it with like 15 seconds on the clock or 10 seconds and try to hope that Magnus panics in a scramble.
Here we go. The knight blocks. Bishop takes would be a mistake here. Or would it? A queen check, maybe there's still rook c5, but Magnus takes a pawn. That is a cool tactic. Queen takes bishop. It's a brilliancy here. Would be met by rook to e1 with a dastardly skewer. That's so sneaky, Levy.
Yeah, pawn takes d5 is what he worked on there. He realized bishop b5 doesn't work. Pawn takes d5. Nice move deflecting the queen. 6 seconds for Firouzja to make a decision. Bishop b5 is coming and it's over.
Bishop b5 is coming. Rook e1. That knight is not surviving long.
Sack the rook. Take. And that's it. 3 pieces for the queen. Promoting pawn. We are 2-3 moves away from a resignation and a Magnus 2-game lead going to the 3+1.
They coordinate so well, those white pieces. Pawn to a3 would cement the bishop. That d pawn's a queen. Yeah, this is over. There we go. Everything protected. The rook will go to the d file next, propelling the pawn forward. We're going to see a resignation. It's going to be the end of the 5+1 section.
That is it. That is it. Magnus Carlsen smiling as he comes back from a 1-game deficit. He trailed in the first time, for the first time in the finals, but oh my goodness, after that he roars back with 3 straight wins.
3 straight wins. Alireza, of course, lost 4 games on the bounce yesterday to Hikaru, but he also went on 4-game winning streaks. He's have to go to improve somehow and find some magic against Magnus next.
Yeah, he's happy to interact there. 3 games like that, you can be happy. Firouzja can be happy with the play in the middle of the match, but it was quite clear that the second he took the lead, there was that game where he got a little bit carried away with the position. He took some liberties, and then he ended up losing that game on time. That was a very important game where he almost came back ultimately, but he couldn't quite pull it off. You have to get a lead, and you have to maintain it. And if you don't, the train is going to run away from the station.
Levy, someone smuggled your book into the venue. I saw it there.
Yeah, it's the contraband. He's got Magnus to sign it there. Hopefully he's got to write a book of his own.
Sorry, yes. And there we go. He's heading off. He's co-written a book alongside yours truly.
Yes, yes, yes. But is it called How to Win at Chess?
Not
you
yet.
know, it's called Endgames. You know, we got 5.5, 3.5. That's the 5+1. Oh, we've got John with Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you very much, guys. Magnus, the way you've started the 5+1 here, obviously 3 wins on the trot is fantastic. But when we take a look at the start of this match compared to what happened at the start last year, it looked like it's a lot closer. The levels seem to be really high. What do you think of playing Alireza last year versus this year? What are the differences you've noticed?
Well, he was up early, won early last time as well, 2.5, 1.5. But first of all, it's a really, really fun match. I'm not able to control it. Like, it's generally very hard to control matches against him because he raises the complexity level. And honestly, I'm just having a lot of fun. It's a great match so far, and I hope to continue to enjoy it.
As the match goes on, do you think both of you are going to steadily improve as the time controls get faster?
No.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. It's been fantastic fun. Thank you so much, Magnus. Best of luck. Thank you. Brilliant. All right, folks, we're going to be back with more chess in just a bit. But for now, I would love to get a breakdown of some of the ridiculous games that we've had in this match so far. There's so much to go through. David, over to you. Pick something for us to go over. I'm thinking Game 7, but goodness knows what you'll be able to uncover for us.
John, you ask and I shall deliver. Game 7 was potentially the turning point in this whole match, but definitely of the 5+1 segment. At this point, Alireza was up. He was leading, but Magnus delivering with a queen sacrifice. And it was here that things started to get crazy, with both sides down to their last few seconds. Here, Alireza found the best move. Bishop back to e6, hitting a loose pawn. That was blocked, but he needed to find the move. Queen to a5, sliding back with a bit of a skewer on the rook, the knight. And rook to c8 now impossible due to this cunning bishop move last turn. Instead, the bishop dropped back. Now a bit of a mistake here by Magnus, allowing the queen in behind enemy lines. The black pieces here, delivering all the checks. A queen check was even stronger. Bishop takes instead. Magnus missing a killer blow. Knight takes would have been a devastating checkmating attack. Check this one out with the bishop delivering the killer blow here. Instead, Magnus went on the defensive. Another move maybe that Alireza had missed. And in this crazy position, bishop to f1 being strong, there was just no time to figure it out. Black actually had a small advantage with this last check, but with the knight defending the king so well, Alireza, 1 second left, was too slow. The clock ran out, Magnus struck back, went on to win the next two, and is now the favorite again in the match.
And that goes to show you, David. Both players can play below 80% accuracy. Everybody at home no longer has to ever feel bad if they use Chess.com game review, and it says 78, because even the best players in the world can hit that number.
Exactly, and I think it might be in those kind of those tactical minefields that Alireza's best chances will be in the bullet scramble. Just force Magnus to just gamble and kind of play random moves, but unfortunately that time chips fell the other side. Alireza just too slow.
You know who also has some thoughts? We've got Danny, we've got Anna, and we've got Aman. Guys, how you doing? Your nervous system all right?
I think we're doing okay. I think we're doing okay. Everyone in here, your nervous system all right? Are we okay? We're doing all right. All right, we're doing okay. Yeah,
take it away, guys.
Levy, I wanted to ask you, you had the call in Paris. Magnus Carlsen was up 6-3 at the end of the first segment. Here it's 5.5, 3.5, but it feels much closer than it did in Paris. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. Having said that, it's only a half a point difference at this point. When it was 3.5, 2.5, I was feeling really, really good. You have to keep in mind when you add it up, it was 14-5 after 2 segments. The 3+1 will make and break it. Like Denis Lazovic, he made it in the 3+1 segment. Will Alireza Firouzja get a win? Because if he doesn't, you can tilt so fast. 3-game lead, and it's just running away from Magnus. I'm tense. I can't believe how he's feeling.
Well, as David showed, the games are going to be tense. Not every day you can lose a game while in a better position. Obviously, the one you showed there in a time scramble, of course, that's what speed chess is all about. But all right, guys, we're going to break it down and talk a little bit more about who might be feeling better. Okay, to Levy's point, the 3-1 segment really is the deciding factor. It was the deciding factor in many ways between Denis Lazovic and Hikaru Nakamura. I feel like it's the time control that reveals form even more than the other two. And in Paris, Magnus won the 3-1, 8-2. So I don't think that's what Alireza wants. What do you think? I don't think that kind of form is here for Alireza in this match.
No, it's not acceptable. You know, that he's not looking to repeat that, obviously, but he's already shown that he's nowhere near that trajectory. I expect something different from Alireza this time. And also, I think the 5-minute portion is generally used from the players to feel out what openings are working, try things out, and when you get to 3+1, 1+1, you're starting to repeat them. You're saying, this works, let me stick with that. We saw Denis do that very, very well. I think Alireza has used the 5 minutes that direction, and you know, then when 3 minutes comes around, he'll know what to do.
The question is Alireza having as much fun as Magnus is? That was a smiley, big mustache, big smiles for Magnus Carlsen. Not necessarily the Magnus interview we always see in the middle of matches. So given how much fun he's having, what does Alireza do to also have some fun and maybe get a little bit better chess too at the same time?
I don't know, maybe he needs to match the mustache. But other than that, Magnus and Hikaru said that Alireza Firouzja is, according to both Magnus and Hikaru, the best bullet player in the world. So if that's the case, what lead does Magnus need going into the bullet is my question. Because maybe it's not a disaster if Alireza is down in the match, as long as it's not a big advantage for Magnus.
Well, I'm curious what you think, Aman. You're a much better bullet player than a lot of people. I would say even better than most grandmasters on average. What is your thought, though, about the increment being something that kind of helps the slightly slower and older players in this case?
Well, the other thing is, you know, when you determine the bullet chess champion, it doesn't have that increment. Yeah. And Magnus Carlsen, you know, quite famously doesn't compete as much in these events. So he's just kind of there, and you think, oh, you know, he's not the best player. Alireza has proven that. But Magnus Carlsen is still there. He's actually very, very good in bullet, maintains a very high rating. And honestly, the bullet experience that he has is in exact events like this. He's not playing casual long matches in bullet. He's playing them in this exact format, this time control. So when you talk about bullet with a +1 second increment, you could make a case that Magnus Carlsen is definitely one of the better players.
And that's what's crazy, right? So I don't even know how to answer the question in terms of what kind of lead. I think that Magnus is kind of in a very clearly positive mood, a one game at a time kind of play. So what does Alireza need, I think, in this 3-1 time control to turn it around? Is it change the openings? You talk about the 5-1 being a bit of where you poke and prod and see. Momentum needs to shift a little bit here for Alireza to get back. What do you think?
I fully agree. And I think Alireza also needs the support of you guys, because we have a lovely
Chanting, that's the
audience
answer.
here in
Chanting,
London.
crowds.
And I want to hear all the fans of Alireza cheering for him. So can we please, Team Alireza?
Let's go,
Your
Alireza, let's
loudest
go! Yeah, it'll be interesting. Last night it was crazy in here toward the end. There was someone in the room who was literally screaming when he had chances to win, and I was like, maybe that'll break through the soundproof, but it didn't, apparently. So, anyway, we'll see what happens if this thing is scrambling down the stretch. But, okay, well, the players are going to be back soon. We're going to take a quick break, let you guys get ready for the 3-1 portion to begin. Before we do, reminder, if what you need is energy right now, NeuroGum, thank you for being our sponsor and energy partner. Get some gum, get some focus, get some mints. The sleep mints might be used later on if everyone's got too much adrenaline after this whole thing. Go to go.chess.com/neuro and get the 15% off code. Get yourself some NeuroGum. We're going to go get some...
I need to cut you off, because yesterday I was chewing NeuroGum backstage, and then you guys were like, should we give out some gums? And I'm like, of course, I'm literally chewing it right now. Everyone should try it, because
it's great.
it works. I was on fire the whole day, and we've been here the entire day.
Yeah,
so
lots
you
of
know
energy.
how many hours
That's where
we are
Anna's
here
energy
for.
is coming
We've
from.
been on
By the way, in
fire.
case you're wondering.
That's where it comes
there
from.
you go. All
I
right.
mean, I'm full of energy. You know why. Now you know why.
All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. The players still got a lot of energy left. We've got the 3-1 portion, and the Speed Chess Championship live finals continues when we get back.
Totem holds the moments that defined champions. Plays that became history.
Does absolutely nothing. The Horn! BB's a dog!
Across years, across games, across the world. The roar of the crowd. The winning play. The heartbreak. Moments that turned players into champions.
Trying to be feeding through here. He gets broken.
Moments that never fade.
Is it going to be good? Yes, it is. And Weibo will.
As echoes of the past grow distant, the next chapter begins. A new challenge unfolds. Who will define history? Who will rise above?
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Howell.
Whoa.
Wow, that was totally organic, okay?
You need to change your pants.
Do you have any time for yourself here, or are you signing autographs, stands, everything?
So I'm going to go chill in a minute. So.
Okay. Well, I think a member of your security detail saw me just do that, and they were a little worried that I wasn't so friendly with you. Yes.
You're about to be beaten up.
That is very good. How do you feel about an event of this magnitude being on your home soil?
Yeah, it's nice. Like, it's incredible. Like, I got a bit emotional actually a bit earlier today. Like, just seeing the passion here in the UK. Like, it was my dream when I was a kid. There was nothing like this. Like, there were like barely any people in my chess club, and now everywhere we go, there's love for chess and people who follow the game and kids who like want to be the best. So it's really nice.
And actually, the week leading up to this tournament, even though you've done everything in the chess world, I know you've done some cool things you've never done before. I'll let you let people know as little or as much as you want about that.
Sure. So I arrived in England a few days ago. I played golf with my sporting hero, Andy Murray, world-class tennis player. I played with him and Magnus. I was mainly the caddy because they decided I was too bad to take more than 3 shots. But it was one of the highlights of my life, just hearing 2 great champions talk about chess together. And then I went to Parliament, played some chess. Then we went to a chess club last night, and I had a few too many drinks. So it's been a great week.
Okay, and we know that Magnus has gotten really into golf. As far as I know, there are no public videos out there of Magnus playing golf. How close is he to appearing on one of the golf YouTuber channels?
I'll leak some videos, but it still needs a bit of practice. Andy Murray's just incredible, like pretty much semi-pro, but Magnus, he knows the technique. He knows what he should be doing, just the execution still.
Okay, Magnus not going pro in golf yet. He's still got some Speed Chess Championship to play, but we look forward to some of those golf leaked videos, David.
See you soon.
Awesome, great.
That was okay.
Yeah, that was great. And I forgot everybody had security, so I would not have done that, but it actually turned out pretty well.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship. This is the final day of action. Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza. I'm International Master Levi Rosman. I'm joined by Grandmaster David Howell, local hero, local super Grandmaster. The 5+1 has just concluded. Both players are back at their setups. Magnus Carlsen has a 2-game lead after 90 minutes of 5+1 Blitz. David, do you like what you saw from both, one or neither of the players in the first segment?
Ooh, I think in parts I liked play from both. Alireza, the way he started, the way he bounced back from some early defeats, the way he positionally outplayed Magnus, that bodes well for later. I wasn't a fan of how Magnus started. I think he was a bit lethargic in certain positions, but the energy came back, especially after that huge time scramble, that queen sacrifice we showed, and it feels like now he is locked in. I'm hoping more of the same in the 3+1, as they likely will trade blows early on, and it will be fascinating to see which openings they choose in the early stages.
We've only seen D4 so far, and oh goodness me, that was a little bit of a glitch there. We just got like 10 moves in a row. We've seen this position already. We've seen quite literally this structure, knight b1, okay, a retreating move. Kind of similar, we saw a trade in the center. We saw Magnus go for this. Alireza clearly liked the space advantage, David.
Yeah, and now it looks like an old Indian after all of those little transpositions.
These are real names, by the way.
Real names, we promise, and very historic openings. Yeah, it's a case of lost tempi for both sides. The black bishop moved a couple of times. The white knight has moved 3 times now, but back on its perfect square, and white has the pawn center. It's going to be up to Magnus to try and chip away at it somehow, or at least strike against the space advantage.
This is a nice little KG setup by Black. You've got pressure on C4, pressure on D4. Much more fast-paced game. And then the 1+1 is going to feel even quicker. Alireza has to make a lot of decisions here, and this is not so simple. Do you push a pawn, trade a pawn, leave it everything exactly as is, reinforce, develop the dark squared bishop? Yeah, literally you could draw every arrow. That's the problem.
And okay, this forces Magnus's reply at least. The black queen needed to open up, otherwise the white knight would have been the one creating pressure on the c-file. I quite like this move, although big questions about what happens if black now goes forward and hits the white dark squared bishop. That tends to be the downside if you develop to e3 without having played the move pawn to h3. You don't cover every square in your half. But knight to g4, maybe the white bishop would move. The d5 square is also a bit of a weakness for white to use. Very tense position, but I tend to be inclined towards the center here, Levy. Magnus is trying to play kind of low responsibility chess. Quick moves, he doesn't mind being a bit cramped, but will it pay off?
David, I have very bad news. I have just been told that in the last 9 SCC finals, which is basically all of them, whoever wins the 5+1 has won the match.
Wow, that is ominous. That is bad news. There have been some close matches in time, though. Oh, I remember one big final between Magnus, Hikaru. It went right down to the wire.
Yep, and Hikaru started with a 4-game lead in that match, and then Magnus evened it out. Now, we should all be cheering for something historic. That's really what we should be cheering for. If Alireza Firouzja changes the momentum here, okay, he's keeping the tension in the center instead of locking it all up with d5. But if he gets a win here, it'd be anybody's match.
Exactly. I think it was a stylistic thing there. d5 was a strong move, playing against the black light squared bishop, which is actually now quite strong, hitting the central pawn in a lot of variations. But blocking it up isn't necessarily Firouzja's style in general. So he rather would have a knight on f5, some tactical concepts, some knight sacrifices. Every time I play him, he sacrifices something on h6. It seems to work. But for now, Magnus has got all bases covered, and the knight goes back. Isolated pawn for black, but white's e-pawn equally weak right now.
Yeah, this is very high-level stuff. Bishop to f8, g6, bishop g7, repositioning, because the bishop on the central square was comfortable, but that was just about it. It was utterly useless. On g7, it is a much better piece, and Alireza is going to realize quite quickly he can't really conjure something up here. He might have to resort to h4, but h4 is also not particularly effective because of h5. And that h5 voluntarily played by Magnus. You might even move the bishop to h6.
Great move from Magnus Carlsen. He does love pushing those corner pawns. h4 is really, really awkward for this misplaced white knight, which is controlled, can never jump forward again. And as you say, Levy, bishop h6 is surprisingly awkward for white to face. He's going to have to just shift his rook up, blocking his own queen. Clumsy stuff. And Alireza plays h4 reluctantly. Oh, it's starting to turn in black's favor. Easier moves for black. All of his pieces in action. Knight on e5 next.
You might just have to leave the rook exactly as it is. As I say that, he will play rook to c2, but you could have maybe given it up and then tried to get the queen to the other side, but that's bullet strategy and not 3+1 strategy. He only has 40 seconds, though.
Oh, this could be the tilt that we were talking about, how it spirals after the 5+1. It's not the 5+1 in it of itself that decides things, but it's the way you feel afterwards, and he's almost in must-win territory, he probably feels.
This is very interesting. He's giving up the f3 bishop. He can take it, and then you say, oh, my king's open. Not really. In fact, it's more insulated than ever. So now we have a trade. Alireza is just a couple moves away maybe from figuring things out here, but he doesn't have that much time.
Yeah, big moment. Again, the trade is possible, but I'm not sure that's profitable here. The white bishop was suddenly gaining a lot of power. Now the white bishop can move, but there will be a return of the black bishop into the white camp. It's just so awkward, this toing and froing of the position. Black's improving, white's not.
Yeah, bishop f4, wow, queen a2 is resourceful, but it just doesn't feel right.
What was I saying about queen trades against Magnus? You don't really want them. Maybe here he has to. But 20 seconds in a worse endgame. The black knight later will come into c4 once things are guarded on the diagonal. The black rook could shift its attentions to the open file. Advantage black.
Yeah, certainly. Taking a step back is a little bit surprising, though. And now Alireza might be back in the game. Does Magnus know his own weaknesses, David?
Exactly. Magnus just wants to play the best moves. That's the thing. But when in doubt, he tends to go for those queen exchanges. I like what Alireza is doing. He's clearing half the board, and he's saying, okay, worst comes to worst on the other side, on the king side. Even if he drops a pawn, Even if he has doubled pawns, he only has to worry about one flank. One weakness might not be enough for Magnus to win this game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the queen's going to go to a6. And now Magnus, 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 20 though, under 20 for Alireza, who drops back. I really like how he's handled the last phase. It feels like he's consolidated, covered all the bases.
Bishop b3 is coming. He's going to trade black's very good bishop and open up his own rook to target the d6 pawn. Magnus in the tank here, 35 seconds on the clock. He's not so happy anymore.
Bring on the scramble. It's coming. Magnus is tanking. Drops back with his knight.
Bishop to e3.
Levy, how about this one? This is not me, by the way. Bishop, oh, it's Alireza. Bishop takes h5.
Alireza Firouzja sacrificing a bishop to open up the king. There's no clear fault. Queen h4, he just takes it. Doesn't even participate.
Wow, he would rather not have a white knight sitting on an outpost for eternity with the black king open.
g3 is a fork.
Watch out. Retreat mode. Backpedal. Has to go back.
And the time is even. Alireza even up on the clock.
This could easily turn in white's favor. If there's no checkmate, everything's covered for now by the white knight. If there's no checkmate, black has the isolated pawn. White can start trading stuff off in the near future.
And the white queen is protected here. Alireza might have a moment. Okay, he trades the queens. He didn't take David's advice, but the position looks fantastic for white.
Yeah. Knight on d5. That will thrive. That threatens all the forks. There we go. Only white now surely can win this game. Small advantage, but long-term one.
Yeah, but the rook might be coming down to the second rank. White will have to get the rook, and okay, that's a very timely move from Magnus. And now, in all likelihood, this will end up in a draw.
Yeah, rook a1 was so important. Otherwise, black was possibly losing a pawn there. The black bishop would have been on a really awkward square, and this is a dead draw now.
Yeah, this is just a total fortress. Neither player will be able to make any progress. Magnus could ask some questions. He's very, very tricky in these positions, but if somebody loses this, it's more impressive than winning it.
Yeah, it's too early, right, to start thinking about the match clock, doing a Hikaru, as I call it, trying to eat time off.
But actually, Magnus probably saw some of the threads and was like, it's not fair Hikaru is getting hate. He's just doing what any sportsman would do, so now I'm going to do the same.
Exactly. And this has not changed at all in the last few moves. But they continue to go round. Oh, Magnus just in time to stop Alireza's king breaking through. And they start repeating the position now. Magnus is the one playing on and making things a little different every time.
That had to have been a 3-time repetition. What is going on?
They're choosing different squares, but now finally the draw is confirmed. Decent start for both sides.
Certainly, it got a little dicey for Alireza, but if he had locked the center early, he would have had a nice position. Folks, our first e4 in some 100 minutes of chess, and it is a Sicilian, but it is a Magnus 2026 edition Sicilian. He is playing the Italian game against the Sicilian, something we tell beginners not to do because their bishop gets blocked, there's no fried liver stuff. But when you are 33-30, you can do what you want and you don't have to listen to the YouTubers.
Magnus has been playing this consistently in the last few months. The World Rapid and Blitz, every Sicilian he was playing e4 most of the time. He played this bishop c4 line. So there's no excuse for Alireza not to have expected this. He's had a fast start, brought his bishop out, made a pin, now pushing in the center. He had to have prepared for this line. Magnus has been religiously sticking to it recently.
Fans, let's see some energy in the chat for the that's the in the live audience. Not everything is digital. Feel free to make some noise. Honestly, the players appreciate it. You know, the position's equal. They love the energy. It's a new format for them, but they are not new to this. Let's put it this way. They have been here before. Magnus has said he loves when the crowd gets into it. He loved jeering and making, gestures at the crowd in Riyadh when they were cheering for the opposition. He likes to shush the crowd. If you see Alireza pulling off some wins, get some hype going. If Magnus is doing it, well, I mean, that's what Magnus does all the time. But Alireza here having a nice time with the black pieces.
Exactly. The eval bar is on black side. That's because there's an awkward pressure on white's pawns. Check this out. The white bishop now, the Italian bishop that we were talking about, is hit. Might actually have to start retreating. That is sad, sad news for white. Pressure now on the pawns as well. Awkward pin. You can't break it without losing some time here. Magnus looks uncomfortable. Rook now coming to hit his queen. Everything going in black's favor for now, but still nothing tangible.
Yeah, and 6 out of your 8 pieces should not be on the last rank on the 20th move of the game, unless, of course, you are indeed Magnus. That's kind of like in jiu-jitsu when you just lay on your back, and apparently that's considered a sport. But black is advancing on the queen side. He will chop down at some point. The rook will get in. Maybe you can go for g5 ideas, but it's always very risky to do so. You do open yourself up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, he played g5 a lot against Hikaru with success, Alireza, but it was in more closed central positions. d4 first. That's a strong move. Pawn cannot be captured. The black knight would enter the center, and queen d2. Oh, look at white's piece. It's so clumsy, Levy.
Yeah, this is strange. You would love to take on f3 in a traditional circumstance, and white would have to play g-takes. But there's a freaking bishop on d1. How did that spawn there? That's not normal. It's like you booted up a chess game and there's a glitch. DC was relieving the tension for a second time, by the way. Second time he's done this in 2 games. He likes to plant these concrete outpost types of squares for his pieces, but he opens up the position too much, and maybe there's even bishop f6 ideas.
Yeah, is that a good thing? Yes, it parts with the bishops, but it does double pawns here. Nice to see some very enthusiastic fans there in the back. Knight g3 played.
Yes. Got content creators. We have my wife in the audience as well. Shout out. Love you very much. And thank you. I don't know. I think production is bored. Like, really, I don't know what this is. There are 2 of the best players in the world. Let's keep the cameras on them. But yes, all your fans are lovely. We couldn't read them because they moved them too fast. But it said something about betting your life savings. Please don't do that. All right, not financial advice.
Oh, big moments. g5 was actually the best move in the position just a turn ago. The blue arrow appeared. That would have actually trapped the white bishop for some awkward exchanges for white, but I think that would have been too impractical, especially in a blitz format. Bishop to g6, and Magnus is applying extra pressure on the pinned piece. Blocked. Loads of trades incoming, but once the dust settles, white does have an isolated pawn here. Good news long-term for Alireza, who still has over a minute. He's sped up slightly compared to the first game of the section.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't like this weakness on d3. White is just going to rely on counter punches on c5 and f6 and so on. Why is his bishop on d1, right? Like, it's absurd you can have a position that looks like this and not be significantly worse. You would love to trade everything, but definitely you're going to be losing a pawn here. Alireza needs a win. If he tastes blood in this segment, it's going to be totally different than it was last year, frankly 2 years ago. But that's what we're sort of hoping for. Magnus deep in thought.
Yeah, it feels like he's been playing freestyle chess. All these retreats, bishops on d1. It's been awkward, and he doesn't look comfortable at all, Magnus. Slight shake of the head. What's he going to do? I mean, it feels like he just has to exchange stuff off and just accept a pawn down endgame. But he's reluctant. He knows that d3 is dropping. But I think it's dropping anyway. You might as well stomach an endgame where your opponent has doubled pawns, where you can get slightly active, maybe a rook to the 7th rank, go for some pawns a bit later. Big moment. 30 seconds now for Magnus. And the pieces come off.
He spent a lot of time getting here. He's mostly just coming to terms with it. He could have played this in about 1 second. It's just not a decision you make lightly. Shout out to the Norwegian flag.
Oh, he's cold.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Or maybe he was doing the ice-cold celebration, like in sport. I love that. If he wins the game and does that, that would be incredible. But Alireza is he's just much better here, David.
He's got a huge advantage, extra pawn, and it's a very strong one. Passed pawn, knight to d5 looks like it traps the rook. Knight to d5, was that a rook trap?
Yeah, we got Magnus signs, Speed Chess Championship. Let's focus on the game here. We got like 17 seconds on the clock for the world number 1.
Yeah, missed opportunity. I think Alireza could have had a decisive advantage. He's still better, but that d pawn is going to struggle to move forward. He cements his knight at least. He's going to come in with his rook and maybe go for the white a pawn. How to defend? Can Magnus defend? It's very, very passive for now, but he's still alive. Under 20 seconds.
But this is a great position. The knight jumping into the middle. It's amazing rook c4 doesn't just win on the spot, by the way.
Rook c4, he's going to... Oh, he's maybe going to give a check?
Yes, that's the only... Yeah.
I was thinking knight jumps, but they didn't work. Rook g4 would protect the rook, and the white knight would be free to move. Miracle there. But we'll see it unfold.
He's going for it. Obviously, if you keep trading, you're still winning. Okay, you're not winning. That's what I said, obviously. And clearly Magnus knows this as well.
That is surprising. The white rook on g4 wasn't doing much. It was misplaced. Black's rook was so active. Why trade off an active piece for a passive one? Still better, of course, with the extra pawn, but it's turning. Magnus's king is playing. Black's king is absent here from the fight. Maybe he's surviving this. King c3. The knight's going to try and pick up the d-pawn.
Alireza needs to make sure he doesn't end up losing this endgame. Because he has a lot of pawns advanced, and he could lose them one by one and then go down. Wow, f4! What was that? Rook c5.
Wow, Magnus wants to pass a-pawn. If rooks had come off there, the white knight would have traveled back, and now it's getting that a-pawn. Rook trade. Check first. The king has to move somewhere.
Maybe a... Wow, d2. And now you're going to check and win the pawn, and at least Alireza will be safe here.
97 check was also possible there, but this is going to be a long grind. Lots of time's going to be eaten off the match clock. 3 versus 2. Must be a draw levy, but only black can win.
Yeah, and if you're Alireza Firouzja, you almost want to force the game into a draw as fast as possible. That's actually not a completely unreasonable thing to do, because Magnus is winning the match.
Just no breakthrough, no pawn trades, no pass pawns. White's got the perfect formation and draw. Wow, what a cagey start to the 3+1. Really high quality chess, but still no wins for Alireza.
No, nobody can break through. Having said that, if we get to the bullet and it is a 2-game match, you gotta think the young superstar, touted by many as if this was a 1+0 tournament, he very well could be the champion. 1+1 is not the same. It's a little bit different, considering you have increment, but can he pull that off? I like this. Expansion, big center, maybe for a kingside attack, maybe a d5 break in the future. How does Magnus hold him back here? This is a closed type of Catalan game.
Yeah, this is really, really tense stuff. Alireza takes willingly the space advantage. The black knight is now forced back to a really passive square. Black is going to try and activate his bishop, though. Ooh, big moment. Bishop to a6 is in the air if that pawn is recaptured, given a question mark. But what is the idea there? Oh, he retreats. Levy, I think he might have miscalculated in that position. I think he could have given up the exchange by taking on c4, taking on c6. I think that's even opening theory. But missed opportunity.
Yeah, but he's going for this locked center approach. I've even seen Magnus play like this with the white side. He gives away this pawn on c4, Catalan style, black advances. I swear I've seen like 5 different games, like Carlsen Mamedyarov or something. Maybe the colors are flipped. Black just advances on the queen side, and white goes h4, knight e4, knight g5. But I have to say this is better for bullet, because in blitz you have enough time not to panic on the king side.
It's such high risk for white. I don't know if it's the situation that calls for it right now. Let's just go back, because I want to show this, Levy, and this could be important if they keep repeating this opening. Just a few moves ago, d takes c4 was given a question mark. Queen takes pawn. Bishop to a6 with a skewer is the idea. But if white takes on c6, and if the rook is captured, then there's this intermediate move, e takes f6, hitting a bishop, which will hit the queen, and white will emerge with 2 pieces for a rook. Some tactics there. I don't think it's so difficult to calculate. He kind of brushed over this moment, and now he's very much all in on a kingside attack.
There was also something yesterday where Hikaru and Alireza kept playing into something, but it didn't quite work out. That was actually Hikaru believing Alireza, and here Alireza is believing Magnus. Of course, you make decisions very quickly. You don't really think twice about it. But there it is. I mean, here comes the kingside stuff. I don't think this is easy at all for black. But if there was a format in which to play it in, which is really, really strong, it is 1+1.
Well, we've just seen our first en passant, I believe, of the finals here.
Woo!
Woo! Forced, of course, and some exchanges. This is the live position, given a question mark. Magnus not happy. Something's gone wrong, he feels. Uncomfortable position for black. Suddenly weaknesses appearing.
Yeah, what did he miss there? I mean, bishop f6 was a very, very natural move. I guess he didn't want to lose the pawn on e6, quite simply. But knight e5 is extremely powerful. If you lose the pawn on c6, your position is horrible. But bishop g5 is also horrible. I mean, I don't know which one you go for here.
This is hard for Magnus. It's not easy suddenly. Bishop g5 is such a scary threat. I think he's afraid of this one more than anything. He might be forced to sacrifice his exchange. Just leave the rook on that square, rook to c8, played. There was a miss given a moment ago, by the way, for everyone at home. Rook to e1 was apparently even stronger, hitting the e6 pawn than knight e5, but the most human move he played. And, oh, he's lining up now.
No, this is bad. This is very, very unpleasant. You're not defending this with 1 minute less on the clock than they have right now. I keep talking about the bullet, but 1:30. How does Alireza... Yes, he goes bishop g5, and now what? Now what? The rook is going to move. Then what's the move? Oh, because rook f8, knight g6 is just... Oh, no, knight g6?
Oh, setting up. Maybe rook f8 first, queen h4. Just quickly put it on the board. Magnus is going to leave his rook here, I think, but rook to f8 would lose on the spot to a move like queen h4, queen h5 with knight g6 smothered mate. Almost unstoppable.
They have to play g6, and you just lose everything.
So the rook cannot move. The blue arrow appears, Levy. How hard is that?
Well, you know you can't move the rook, so it's just a matter of what move do I play right now that is impactful and good. It's hard to play bishop d6 because you don't feel it does anything. If you take on e5, white just takes with the pawn, and that kind of kicks you out a little bit more. There you go. Knight c6 maybe even before you play bishop f6.
Wow, and the bar rises, it goes sky high. I hear some applause in the audience, people getting excited. Magnus is not happy at all. I don't think you should take this rook, though. I don't think white should rush. Maybe the pawn would recapture. Instead, he drops back his queen, and that rook is frozen. The threat, the idea, the ghost of knight g6 now in the air.
Knight g6 looks... Yeah, he just goes for counterplay. I'm not really sure there's anything else you can do. Not so simple, though, yeah? I mean, what do you play here? Can you play bishop g6 with the idea of, like, bishop f6, knight f7, and, like, you know, all ripping apart the position?
I like it. Just up the ante. Maybe there's no rush. Maybe you can just kind of take a time out, defend b2, or maybe even play b3. But he's looking for the kill. He's leaning in, Alireza.
Actually, bishop g6, bishop f6 just threatens gf, knight f7, and queen h6 mate. So that's that might not be the best move, but it is quite nasty.
Oh, it's in the air, but b3 apparently a mistake, and now black again needs to find bishop d6. Will it be second time lucky for Magnus? He didn't spot it last time.
No. Now he can get forked and have a rook taken.
Oof. It feels like knight g6 ideas will come with extra power as well. I mean, you can take one, and then you can take another rook with knight g6. You can be two exchanges to the good. But he doesn't want any material, Alireza.
What is Alireza like trying to do ultimately? I mean, of course he's completely dominant. He just doesn't see the breakthrough. He is trying to make Magnus panic here.
At some point he's got to cash in, surely. Like, there's material to be taken, therefore he takes the rook. Finally, there's a c6 pawn that's been hanging for a few moves here. He goes the other way.
Oh, double rook sack for Magnus, or did he just not see that? What is this?
Where else? I guess rook f7 was the only way, but then the e6 pawn was hanging. He'd far rather have a grip. At least he's attacking the white queen.
Oh, Alireza's going to lose his d4 pawn, and this is not simple whatsoever.
Wow, all the pawns for black. He even wants a queen trade, but rook sacrificed back, Levy.
He sacrifices the rook. Bishop d4, queen d4. There's queen d8 incoming.
Wow, brilliant move there. The queens might come off, but on white's terms. Queen c5 dodges, and we'll see that. A queen check at the top of the board.
And then you have to block, and a5 begins to fall. Queen d6, okay.
Oh, he's just material up with an attack. The white bishop's doing such a good job of stopping the black pawn there.
Take it. Rook e7. I thought rook e7 just looked completely winning.
That would have been game over, it feels like. Maybe c2 ideas, though. Counterplay. Magnus has centralized his queen.
Queen e5, no? Just queen e5 has to... Just feels like...
Maybe take and then queen e5.
Yes? Okay, I don't like how panicked Alireza is.
Oh, both sides have sacrificed rooks. Magnus is improving, though. That's a big pawn.
And he's going to just probably take on f4. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, just in time to defend himself.
But it's so stuck. How does white make progress?
Probably. Oh, now how does white make progress is the real question.
He gives a check.
Queen e3 he can play?
He needs to get his king off the back rank. King h2 maybe, and oh, Magnus is closing the door on the white rook.
No, but this doesn't work. He just takes it. He doesn't. Yeah, that's it. And Alireza is... Okay, I thought there was going to be a resignation.
Not over yet. White is struggling for a plan, but there we go, f4, and the black king has to give way, and Alireza takes the win.
Alireza Firouzja, what a game. There was 3 rooks out of a possible 4 sacrificed in that game. I know what's going to be on the thumbnail now. Just kidding, it was always going to be Magnus. Now, Queen's Gambit declined. In this game, this is exactly what we wanted, David. What a win for Alireza. A tense battle. I said in that structure, it's typical for white to end up getting a checkmating attack. And even in this format, he got it done. You hyped?
Yeah, I can't wait. And it's back to this old friend, this opening. Magnus looks tired, Levy. I think this is fantastic news. This might be the momentum Alireza needs. Backing it up, though. One win is not enough on its own. He needs to keep racking up those points, whether it's draws, wins, stay within touching distance ahead of the bullet.
Small question. So he said he was cold. I thought they would be bringing him like a Team Liquid branded like hoodie. But what if you turn up the temperature in the playing hall and then Alireza says it's too hot? Now what? Now they have a chess game going to the arbiter while playing more chess. Like, how do you take care of that? But I thought he was going to get something put on. I guess they turned up the heat?
Yeah, it's difficult. I think peek behind the curtain here, the players do have personal fans just below the desks because they were saying it was too hot in there. So I guess they'll just be turning off Magnus's fan, letting him warm up a bit.
I see. Fascinating insights into the incredible world of how to take care of the physical body while playing such a mental sport. They do say they're probably going to burn like 1,000 calories during this match, right? Your heart rate, like all that stuff. It is pretty mind-blowing. Do they eat snacks?
I know Magnus likes to snack between games, and often that brings him a lot of success. Very, very in tune with the diet, the regime. I'm not sure about other players, actually. This position, though, looks so easy for white to play. But if there's no breakthrough on the king side, then black is doing quite well long term.
H3, yeah. I mean, you're playing something where it looks like now white is going to have to go for a checkmating attack. Alireza must love it. Black would love to play c4, b5, b4. Not so simple because you don't control the b5 square right now. So the question is, what does black do?
Big, big moment. Alireza needs a plan, but it's going to cost him some time on the clock. That feels like the wrong direction. Where's the queen going from there? And the blue arrow appears, trying to take advantage of the consequences of bringing the queen away from the king side. Levy, does that win a pawn? Does the black bishop then have to move back? Some exchanges and maybe something hanging in the center? Something's in the air.
Yeah, I think Alireza is relying on the fact that in that sequence he takes on d4, and then the queen would be attacking the knight on d5. Yes, f5 f5's not a move you want to play, though, because it doesn't feel right. You did all this to put the knight on e5, but he missed his chance. And now David Firouzja's crashing in on the c3 knight, which means a4 will fall. e4 is under attack.
Yeah, timing. f5 was so key there, but Magnus reluctant to calculate. 2 minutes, waves from the crowd. Waves of emotion, of course, when that last game finished.
This feels like Squid Game. You know when you can see all the participants and you're just like the frontman and you're sitting? This is what it feels like. They can't see us. We can see you. Keep the energy high. We appreciate you very much. Thank you for waving at the camera. We are waving back. You just can't see it. I promise. Never has there been a more parasocial relationship. Knight back to e2. I like it because you're not actually going to lose the knight on c3 and the black bishop and queen kind of feel stuck, David. But now this is just looking pretty nice for Alireza. Uh-oh, is that rook trapped?
Wow, that rook only has one safe square, really, one active safe square, rook c1, but f6 is even better, going for the black king.
A fourth rook sacrifice. Can you believe it?
Oh, he's thinking about it. Magnus loves exchange sacrifices in general, especially positional ones, but here it's really natural. It's the move he wants to play next anyway. It's just whether he feels he has time. And the rook sacrifice, I think white would just ignore that and continue creating threats. Maybe pawn takes pawn, maybe the queen would threaten checkmate on the g-file.
Maybe his original intention was actually to just play like rook c1. Probably saw like, oh, my a4 pawn doesn't matter because I'm always threatening f6. Now Alireza is forcing...
Oof.
I mean...
Alireza would have played f6.
Yeah, I don't golf with Magnus, but rook c1's probably what he was thinking there, and now Alireza's always in time to create some counterplay.
And pieces come off the board, which means that the white attack will not be quite as ferocious. Rook takes rook, given the blue arrow. Does give black the advantage according to the computer, but it does feel like, in practical terms, it's in the balance.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And if you don't checkmate black here, you're just going to probably lose the endgame. You'll have two bishops versus two knights. The black pawn on e4 will become a monster because the bishops will support it. You'll lose a pawn on the outside of the board. The bishops will support an outside pass pawn. Knights are terrible at controlling the outside pass pawn, and that is why Firouzja plays f6. Magnus is dangerously close to having no attack. He has to play queen g3 with a counter attack on the bishop there.
Wow, and he's seen the idea because he wants to play queen g3 or first. Knight takes one of these pawns and then queen g3 with full board awareness there, double attack. Bishop d6 has to be played to stop that idea.
But that's just like putting a bishop into outer space, but it controls such an important square. That's all he's doing, and he finds the move. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Fantastic move from Alireza. So calm. Ignoring pawns, just controlling squares.
That was one of the 2 out of 10 times it was good to go backwards. When you do it, you'll lose. When he does it, it's really good. That's very important. And now that bishop just controls such an important g3, f4. How does white even coordinate an attack now?
Yeah, if the black queen ever gets to this diagonal, I know this is covered for now, but that diagonal long term, watch out. The white king might be toast, might be in big, big trouble. The bishop goes back first. He's trying to somehow clear a path or plant his bishop on some active squares to support this pawn coming through. White might have to go passive. Another retreat. This time might be one of those 8 out of the 10, where it doesn't quite work out for white. Maybe nothing else.
Nothing else. But you know what? Now the tide of the game is going to shift a little bit, because now it does feel like Firouzja's sort of figuring a few things out. But what does he do now? He kind of stopped the threats. How does he go from here? Magnus can still... Okay, he jumps the wrong knight into d5. We saw that with the blue arrow, but it's tough to understand why. b5 now, trying to destabilize the queen side.
Okay, pawn trade. The a4 pawn was hanging for a long time. He was never able to quite win it So maybe some frustration, but b4 is a threat to break the connection between the two white knights.
This is a terrible position for white. I was like, what do you play here? Queen h4, he's just going for sacrifices.
Yeah, he's going all in, Magnus Carlsen. Those chips are being pushed into the center.
Rook f8?
Yeah, why not?
E4 falls, though. Oh, that is...
Another one of those 2 out of 10.
That's like the best move he's played, and he has been playing incredible. Queen d8's amazing. Rook e1, now b4. Can he call the bluff on the center here?
Ooh, bishop to b8, also very logical. Knight takes e4 has been played, though. I was going to say, black was threatening to come in with the queen with a nasty mate. But now white is pinned all over the shop.
What a move, king h8, and now the knight has no moves to check the king.
Wow, queen takes knight would have been a huge blunder, as the white knight would have jumped out the way with a check, and the black rook would have been hanging more sacrifices. Magnus is a piece down, though.
And he's going to be 2 pieces down for half a move.
He's gambling on a perpetual check, but is it? The black king's running. 2 extra bishops.
He's scrambling to the other side of the board. Oh, he trades the queen, and can he escape, David? Yes? No?
Who knows? Who knows? He's kept his bishop defended. The black queen holds the bishop, and he's marching, but he's blundered his other bishop.
Oh, no. Oh, no, but now he has this.
He's trying to get the queens off, or will it be checkmate? If the checks dry up, black is winning.
Oh, Alireza needs this game, David.
He's keeping the b pawn alive. Without that pawn, it would be a draw, but now he's transitioned into a winning endgame.
This is a winning king and pawn endgame. Oh, no, it's not!
What's happened? Now the black bishop is stuck defending its pawn, and the black king cannot make progress. Magnus has built a fortress.
This is unbelievable, and Alireza Firouzja was just moments away there, and it's a draw. Wow.
Oh, Magnus laughing. That is relief. That is relief erupting from him. He was on the edge there. He created counterplay, credit to him, but Alireza looking back with regret on a missed opportunity.
And for the good of the people, it is now 6-7. Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen. It was super, super close there, David. That was a great game and a great moment for a break for Magnus.
Mm-hmm. He needed it. He was really on the ropes there, low on energy. Alireza just checked back. He knew he was winning as he leaves the arena. Levy, he's playing so well right now. The bullet is almost round the corner. What's he thinking?
Honestly, what I would be thinking now is, hey, I got this. Like, I'm very close to tying up this match. It could have been a totally different, it could have been 6.5, 6.5. But Alireza, young guy, you got to play up to the memes. All joking aside, he leads the 3+1 so far, and he led the 5+1. So he is playing fantastic, and we could have not asked for a better match. What do you think?
I mean, beforehand, I was just hoping it would be close. I didn't think it would be this close. I had fears that maybe Magnus would emerge with too big a lead. But the 3+1's been so narrow. I mean, Alireza's leading that one. He's outplaying Magnus, at least, regularly, which is a great sign.
Hey, you know the match has been amazing? You know what else is amazing? Zenny. Let me tell you about Zenny. Zenny is the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. And I think at this point there's supposed to be some beautiful thing, but I'll just, I will tell you this. I will tell you this. These are Zennies. This is not product placement. They are on my face, the official eyewear partner of Chess.com, because high quality eyewear is now more affordable than ever. Quality within reach. Never say cheap, David, right? This is beautiful. This is beautiful right here. And you put these on, you find all the best moves. We've got some demos here, I think, in these containers. I know you wore some yesterday.
I did.
And
let's do it. Let's make a change. Something needs to change.
Yeah.
There we go. Zenny at the double.
Oh my goodness, we've got some black glasses here. I like my white transparent ones. David looking good. Oh my, can we get a camera on David? David, my goodness, folks, save 15% off with code CHESS until February 16th. Go to zenny.com/chess, zenni.com/chess, CHESS. Go there now. We'll be right back.
Zenny is the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. They have hundreds, no, thousands of affordable frames that you can try on virtually from home and customize to your liking. I personally use their blue light blocking glasses every single day, especially in the afternoon when the workday gets long and I know I'm going to be putting in the extra hours of screen time staring at chess while I lose one bullet game after another. But okay, you might not be losing as many bullet games as me, but you definitely need to protect your eyes just as much as anyone else. So consider heading over to Zenny now through February 16th and use the promo code CHESS to save 15% on any pair of glasses.
It's 2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship. We are in London, and this is Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja, the final of all finals, the rematch of the 2024 showdown, which Magnus Carlsen won convincingly. We're about halfway through the match, a little bit more. In the 5+1, 5 minute with 1 second bonus time segment, Magnus Carlsen took a 2-game lead. And Alireza Firouzja so far leads the 3+1. The overall match rather is 7-6, or as some would say, 6-7. We've got about 30 minutes remaining in this portion, and then we will play bullet chess 1+1. Magnus Carlsen getting settled in. Earbuds will be in. Chess will be on the big screen, and moves will get underway. How's the match been so far?
It's been wild. The quality has been insanely high throughout. Yes, there have been a couple of slip-ups in the time scrambles, but strategically, tactically, they're spotting stuff, practical sacrifices and gambles from Magnus just paying off at the end there to maintain his lead. I've been impressed. It's been less topsy-turvy than yesterday's semi-final between Alireza and Hikaru, but we know how good he is in the 1+1. Magnus must be feeling the pressure. He was snacking away in the break, chewing up there, and we're back to the Bogo Indian with that check. Magnus now goes for a solid version, trading off the bishop for knight, but parting with the bishop pair.
Yes, now we will be seeing a Queen's Indian setup for black with the lack of the dark squared bishop. White will not get the traditional approach with g3, bishop g2, the kingside fianchetto. We're going to slowly ease into this one, but I have to say that break came at a good moment because Alireza was catching fire. Alireza is a really, really streaky player. When he feels like he is playing well, good lord does he play well. And Magnus here, look at this, taking a pawn, opening up the g-file. David, what can we expect?
Yeah, this is a big, big decision for Magnus Carlsen, but I think he studied this type of thing before. He wants to get the g-file. Black has great control over this long square, this long diagonal here on the light squares. And yes, the kings are both castled to the same side, but I don't think that's bad news for black. With the bishops, they want open diagonals. They want targets. They don't have any right now, and Magnus is doing Magnus things with the h-pawn marching.
For sure, it's very difficult here for white to actually make these bishops happy. He's going to have to reposition his knight. In repositioning his knight, he's going to then block some of the other pieces. Like, the only way to move the dark squared bishop into the game is maybe via c1. To do that, you have to move the king and then the bishop, but Magnus chooses to go a little passive, and this might let Alireza get in the game a bit here.
Yeah, big moment.
f4?
Ooh, tempting, right? Before the black knight clamps down on that square. Yes, it's a pawn sacrifice, but the dark squared bishop would be thanking you. Oh, I love it, Levy. f4 not played, though. That would have been up Alireza's alley for sure. Instead, we see a blocked position with the knights jumping.
Yeah, this position now with the knight getting to f5, still not bad, but after black's bishop gets to c8, it's just going to chop it down. Alireza has to get the dark squared bishop out before it's too late.
He moves his king, he shuffles. His next move is almost for sure going to be a bishop retreat to try and kick away this knight. That knight can be backed up, though, by its fellow knight here. Very,
and then
very
what?
tense.
And then what?
And then what?
And then what? Like, yeah, absolutely. I get it. I don't understand why the computer thinks that black is so much better. Maybe some queen d7, queen h3. Like, you have to, or that. That could be it. Yeah, that's a problem.
Great move. It looks surprising, but actually the white queen cannot go forward when it gets hit in a moment. He's going to have to retreat all the way home. And now black inches forward. He's improved all of his pieces. The problem is this is a typical Magnus grind. He loves close centers, slow improvement moves, minimal risk right now. No energy for the opponents. He's trying to kill Firouzja's momentum.
And plenty of energy for Magnus. He is still chewing, by the way. That whatever it was, it is fueling him throughout this game. 2 minutes on the clock, approximately, for both players. Yeah, Alireza is not happy here, but he is just going to sit, and he is going to let Magnus approach and see if he can fire back at some point.
Ooh, he does part with the g-file, though. Black has this open line. Watch out for any infiltration later. For now, it's all covered. The white knight is the glue holding things together, covers the black rook from landing on g2, most importantly, and finally some counterplay. He's going to be trying to smash open the queen side sooner or later, but knight g2 very, very strong, kicking away, trading off that key defender.
Threatening to infiltrate with the rook right after, so Alireza is not going to have the time to play c5.
It was so important as well. Before c5, maybe the white knight could have come this way to escape the trade. But knight g4 instead.
Very tricky.
Blocking the g-file, most importantly.
You could have taken it with the light squared bishop if you were Magnus, but then that would have opened things up. Instead, he does this. Maybe f5 is an idea?
Ooh, f5 definitely on the cards now. There are knight h6 tricks. Very Alireza-esque. Just a fork there. Knight h6 would attack the rook, would have attacked f5 as well. But the black knights now are the ones plugging the gaps.
But if white stabilizes, although that's extremely difficult considering g4 is hanging, he'll get c5 and c6, and if anybody on the planet can checkmate you from this position, it is Alireza, but he's definitely not so happy here.
Yeah, the problem is he can't get his queen on the diagonal. Like c5, he would love to get his queen up and round to a6, but all the squares are covered. He's going to have to do a bit of a stutter step here. Queen to d2 first, and black is first to get in.
Yeah, this is an absolute demolition job, a positional masterpiece. The queen not only stops the white queen or any piece from advancing forward, it's going to take on h2, and then black is just going to promote the h-pawn.
That's the future queen. just cutting across the third rank is full domination. White can barely move a piece. Magnus can slow play this now, take all the time in the world. What to do? What's the best bet for Alireza long term? Is it just install a pawn here and hope for checkmate? What to do?
Says sacrifice the rook there. Love the poster. It would be not a good decision at this very moment. Although, to be honest with you, frankly, not any move looks particularly effective. This is such a clinical game, I'm not sure he repeats this line.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Or at least if he does, he's not going to allow the center to block up. He puts a pawn on c6, so if the white queen ever does land on a6, maybe checkmate, but wow, check this out. There was a double hit on the white rook, which couldn't have been sacrificed, and now the black knight transports over to pick up the a3 pawn. This is just over. Maybe Alireza just resigns this game, moves on to the next one.
Yeah, this is the best game Magnus has played in quite some time. Actually, twice now in this match, when Alireza picked up steam, Magnus just came back in emphatic fashion. 3.5, 2.5 in that first segment. Then Magnus wins 3 in a row. Alireza leads this segment, and Magnus getting a win. Well, it's not over yet, but this is the best game he's played in like an hour.
It's that gum. Is it the neuro gum? Whatever Magnus is chewing, it's magical. Giving him powers there, and the clock turns red. Alireza in huge time trouble. He's going to click the resign button. There we go. Magnus takes the win, makes a face. He's very happy with that one.
Yeah, that was an incredible game. That could be in a book. That straight up could have been in a book. I know it's a 3+1 game on a Sunday night in London, but like still, that was excellent. And Alireza also had a couple of just fantastic games today.
Yeah, that could have easily belonged in Nimzovic's My System. You have a positional concept, you see it through to the end. Very smooth, very one-sided. Alireza won't be too proud. I think he needs open positions, Alireza. Those closed center positions, Magnus has been happily maneuvering around, and we're back to the c3 Sicilian. I would like to take some credit for this. I do play the c3 Sicilian a lot. Magnus used to tease me about it, but he started playing it in recent years as he likes to go for the safer variations here, happily trading off the knights, the bishops, the queens. Levy, does he want to just kind of maintain his 2-point lead now into the 1+1 section?
I don't know. You just talked about this opening, and you golf with the guy. Like, is he playing to win an endgame, or is he just playing to play something low risk?
I mean, he did this in the World Cup 2023. That was the first time he really started embracing the c3 Sicilian, but that was against Pragnananda. He only needed a draw with white. That was enough. Alireza doesn't like playing these endgames, as we spoke about generally, but here he's totally fine. Black has everything covered. e6 next. Evict the knight, a6. Just looks like a level endgame.
Yeah, and we've got some stats there on the screen, and I'm not going to read them because all they do is confirm that he is very good at chess. Shocking. A shocking development for the audience that we have not yet come to this conclusion. Yeah, the Alapin is super annoying because when you play the Sicilian with black, it is quite literally the most combative option. And white just does this garbage to you, and now you have to spend like 6-7 minutes playing this position, and then what? It's totally symmetrical.
Yep. And it's just a draw. Alireza will be frustrated. Maybe it's just best to get all the pieces off the board, quickly get that draw done. Don't take the pawn on h2, unless your name is Bobby Fischer. Pawn to g3 would trap that piece. King to d7. Levy, do you think Magnus is going to be cynical, eat 5-6 minutes off the clock, or is he just going to happily repeat here?
I don't know. Obviously, the smart thing to do is to just play as long of a game as possible, but we will see. Mm-hmm. If you want to just play a whole nother game, you're totally able to. Obviously, the smart thing to do is to burn as much time as possible, but then if you lose, your opponent has a really good interview moment against you, so...
That's true. And Alireza stayed calm. I was so impressed against Hikaru when Hikaru was doing it a few times. He stayed calm and waited for his chances. This is the most drawn position you'll ever see. Maybe black gets the moral victory of having the king slightly further in the center, but no breakthrough. And they start to repeat. They're out of there, onto the next game.
Yeah, credit to Magnus. He would prefer to play one more game. Okay, Firouzja goes back to the same setup, and I am very curious to see what he has in store. Obviously, that didn't go very well. Can you play f3 here, or is that ridiculous?
It's definitely not ridiculous. The question is whether you wait f3. Maybe black will play d5 immediately to stop white expanding in the center. Earlier, Magnus was playing with d6, so maybe it was worth waiting a move and then pushing forward with f3, e4.
F3 is the engine setup here, if I'm not mistaken. Computers really like to play e3, bishop d3, queen c2, and like just play that absurd structure, which for humans we've never played like this, but now we do, because black just doesn't have any moves in the center of the board with the pieces.
Yeah, and black's bishop is somewhat blunted. Not too happy, at least on this diagonal, just staring across a wall of pawns here. Magnus makes a face and then develops his knight. Very Nimzovician there. As now he's trying to force that pawn structure you mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe he could go for e5. Wow, knight b3 just seems like a crazy move. Usually you would put the knight behind the b pawn.
Yeah, and wow, Magnus creates an instant threat. He wants to come out with his queen. Quite elementary stuff. That would have been awkward, but now the white bishop is ready to throw itself in the way and block. There we go, steps back. This is going to be a really double-edged positional battle.
I have to tell you, if there was ever a game that we should have on the big screen, it really is this one. The venue is beautiful, the audience is amazing, the LED screens probably cost a lot of money, but I will really just say, having this on a big screen to analyze would be really great. This is potentially the weirdest game that we've had so far, because they have played a lot of Queens Indians, they've played Nimso Indians, Queen's Gambit declines, it's been a d4 masterclass. They've probably pushed opening theory forward by like 2 years just in this match, but this position is super, super strange and interesting to dive into. White will just develop some pieces. Black is trying to provoke, you know, some attack in some form, but white doesn't have to do any of that. And at some point after white castles, he's just going to launch a pawn attack. It's not even clear where Magnus is going to castle here, David.
Wow, and I think with this last move, he says queenside. He pushes forward. He really wants that g-file open, just like he did in the previous game, but it looks superficial. The question mark appears. Levy, this can't be right. He's taking so many liberties.
We'd certainly be saying if Alireza had played g5, oh, he's tilted. Oh, he's spinning out of control. But Magnus plays g5. Oh, wow. Oh, let's all pay attention to that pawn push. No, this looks crazy. I mean, it looks like you are loading up the bazooka on b7 and just like the, you know, the cavalry and the pawns. And Farouche never castled that way. Like you're storming the castle that has been abandoned 100 years ago. And there we go. And now what? Now what's the idea?
Exactly. He's just going to try and survive now, Magnus. He's going to try and mimic White's setup here by castling queenside, but great move from Alireza, changing the pace, going forward, trying to blow it open before Black's king has committed. And en passant.
Ah, that's obvious. That's obvious to any fan, and he's done it.
There we go. A cheer for en passant today by the Frenchman. Of course it was going to be en passant.
Magnus giving a curious scowl to this audience with a mustache is like all I've ever asked for in my life. Like he just looks like an Australian, looks like at a kangaroo holding a dog. You've seen that clip, like in the water? Just epic. This is great. Please continue this. I hope Alireza figures out a way to crash through on the king side here. I love this match. This is the highest level chess we've seen. I mean, this is just I'm having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, he's making your thumbnails easy for you there, Levy, those mustaches.
He's just showed up to the tournament, so the thumbnail was easy, really.
Okay, to take or not to take. Bishop takes h4 is the move I think most of us would play on autopilot, but it does part with the bishop pair. Potentially this dark square bishop could be a killer of the black king if it can somehow find some active diagonals unchallenged. So he's hesitating. Maybe he wants to redeploy that bishop onto a different diagonal a bit later on. But how to break through, how to open up further lines against the black king.
Oh, he takes the bishop. That's a huge decision.
Ooh, that bishop wasn't really running away. But 2 bishops versus 2 knights. Of course, the bishops are the favorites if it opens up, but it's not that open yet, Levy.
Yeah, bishop e1 looked like a really nice move. Okay, now what? Bishop.
Ooh, g3. Doesn't care about pawns. He just wants open lines. I like it.
That's absolutely genius. Like, and now he's going to rotate that rook to g1. He gives Magnus a pawn.
Oh, and he's coming round. Beautiful. He spotted the key diagonal. Magnus looks quite impressed. This is AlphaZero-esque. The way he's just moving his bishops around, doesn't care about material, knowing that long term he's going to get attacks on that black king.
Alireza winning this game, I'm hoping he does, because this is otherworldly. Maybe king a2, just like a simple move. Simple move getting off the back rank, and then you improve next.
Exactly. Slow play it, stay calm. Magnus is trying to annoy him by keeping an eye on this pawn, making it difficult to kind of move the bishop in the way. Oh, great squat levy, king a2.
Now bishop c3 is with tempo. Yes. Yes, this is excellent.
And he's threatening bishop d4. Magnus has missed this. King forward, bishop d4 would force an exchange sacrifice.
He's going to take it. That's what he wants. But maybe rook d1 here. Like, maybe you don't have to part ways. Or maybe even e4. Okay, fine. I get it. But that wasn't the best, I don't think.
No, maybe selling his advantage slightly short. There's no great infiltration squares for the white rooks yet. And the black knights are going to be super strong in the endgame. It's not one-sided traffic right now. b4 almost trapped the queen.
Rook h7 maybe. Oh, that's nasty. And he's pinned.
Well, the king has to move. Oh, the knight goes back. This is hanging by a thread. White's attack looks so scary.
Queen f4 looked way stronger, I feel like.
Different angle could have come in. Counterplay. Oh, the advantage is gone. White's gone passive. The knight can come back. Magnus wants the queens off. Of course he does. He always does.
But now queen f4. Yeah.
Keep him on. Magnus missed that one.
Queen g3, queen d4, and the attack is renewed.
Oh, and a check. He can pick up some pawns at the least.
Yes, the position is collapsing for black here. You have f4 ideas here.
Oh, he's just going to try and push Magnus. Check. The rook can come in the near future.
I don't like this. No draw here from Alireza. Come on. Rook d8 maybe. Some
he's repeating.
Wow.
Wow. Alireza had a big advantage, but repeats. Yes, he was low on time, but Magnus has got to be thinking that that is a sign of weakness from Alireza. No belief.
Yeah, for sure. That was such a strange decision. I guess the risk was the h-pawn maybe. Like in the long run, he felt himself losing control of the position. He felt like he couldn't move. He was mated. Oh, man.
That is odd. He could have repeated a bit later, surely. There was no rush. We're back to the c3 Sicilian. One of the trendier versions. This is a different move order. Normally the bishop comes out to c4 in this opening, hits the knight in the center. A check has become trendy with some cute tricks here. And we'll see some exchanges in the center, likely from Magnus. He's not playing this for a draw necessarily, but he's playing it to frustrate Firouzja. There's no easy way for black to get a full-blooded fight in this opening. This is fascinating match strategy. He waited so long to play e4. Now he's hammering away against the Sicilian.
Yeah, now we get a big trade. Now, in the long run, isn't white better?
Maybe slightly with the outside pawn majority.
Yes,
3.
Yes, the 3-on-2.
c4 threatened. But black is rock solid for now. It's going to be difficult to look that far into the future. Bishop c5 is not possible right now, as a pawn would drop, although slightly tempting. Oh, he does go for it, Alireza, and then he's going to castle queenside. Question mark, but this is a gamble, calculated risk here.
This is amazing, and Magnus knows he either takes the pawn and buckles up. He might, because he might feel like the last game, he got slightly away. He's like, yeah, all right, let's provoke. No, he just goes to the center, but now black is very happy.
Completed development. For everyone at home, queen takes pawn was possible, but black would have got an open file staring down at the white king. That was scary, scary stuff. So Magnus instead is retreating, but now black is more than fine.
Yes, the position is very comfortable now. Knight takes c3 looked cool, but it didn't work. Because the queen would have taken the queen with the check, and at the end white would be winning. Just don't worry, we're just yapping, as they say. Alireza is gonna bring the second rook. He also has ideas to just sort of pawn avalanche, f5, e5, e4, etc.
Ooh, especially now. The white queen might be kicked to some awkward squares. f5 is another reason to play that move. h7 would otherwise be dropping if you bring your rook into the center. Yeah, Magnus is low on energy again. I think he's just waiting for this section to end. It feels like he's always bringing his best at the beginning of the segment now. Bishop e3. I think exchanging everything would be too compliant, would just guide it towards equality.
Yeah.
But there we go. That's what happens.
There it is. Maybe he's just getting old.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, I mean, that's just it, really. Like you cut the segment by about 15 minutes, you know, and he'll be just right. But this is going to be a rook endgame that again he can play forever and ever, and this time he will, because it's not just an easy draw.
Yeah, but it's consistent. It's part of a bigger match strategy. He's playing the c3 Sicilian for a reason. He wants to keep things under control, pragmatic. He wants to really annoy his younger rival. I'm expecting the king, there we go, to come into the center.
Now, the thing is, we're nearing the point that we're only guaranteed one more game. It's very important. The next game with white, Alireza will... Honestly, I have seen Magnus win so many positions with this outside pawn. I don't think it's going to happen here. And his other structure is split, isolated e-pawn, G and H. But just like Hikaru wins positions that he has no business winning, I've seen Magnus win rook in games that I'm like, how the... whatever. I can't even... So then now he's going to play for some b4 or some rook a2 stuff.
Yeah. This is not easy to immediately force towards a draw for Alireza. I mean, the inverse is true. Like, Alireza, one of his weaknesses has been known to be rook endgames historically. In the candidates, he's lost several kind of quieter-looking endgames. Yeah, it's not his forte. Magnus is certainly playing against the opponent, playing for this format as well. There we go. Takes the open file.
For endgames at this level, first of all, you need a huge amount of pattern recognition inside your memory bank and famous games, famous training games probably. But you also do need intuition. The same intuition Alireza carries in his fiery games, Magnus carries in endgames. And just the truth is, at this level, endgames are far more likely than crazy fire on the board. And that's why he's the best.
Exactly. Pawn to e4. He's saying, OK, I'm covering all the squares. Where are you going with your rook? Nowhere. Are you ever pushing any of these pawns? You might create some weaknesses. Maybe we'll see a minority attack of the white pawn stepping forward in the near future. Magnus loves pushing, especially the h-pawn. Ultimately should be a draw levy, but he's eating time off the clock already.
This is one of those games that just like is a dagger. You know, like at the end of a basketball game, a shot goes in and that's it. An endgame grind, first time in the match, right? A pure endgame grind, like just like this, to get all the match time off the clock almost. 3-game lead, that is not what Alireza wants. It's a king and pawn endgame, David, but these are so tricky. It's not just 5-on-5 as a draw. There's so many subtleties.
Exactly, and probably it's easier to play white here. You have the potential to deflect, distract your opponent. Magnus now, blue arrow appears. E5 is a winning move. I think it just clears the path for the white king, and he misses it. That was not easy. Calculation was needed. But e5's there again, Levy, and it's getting more obvious now with the black king sidelined, away from the center. King f4 equally good. e5's coming. White's going to break through with an outside passed pawn.
Yeah, what did... I guess Alireza just saw e5, king d5 here, which is totally reasonable. It just looks like you're not breaking through. But all of a sudden, white is going to force an outside pass pawn.
Wow, this could be a gut-wrenching defeat for Alireza. It's going to be the two split pawns, the... What were you calling it? The crab yesterday with the G pawn, the H pawn, and then the B pawn deflecting the black king, but no, Alireza blocks it up. Magnus closes the gate, and the white king is coming. The race begins. Magnus making a face, smiling to the audience there. He knows he's winning. He's counted it out.
Magnus signaling for the crowd to applaud him 20 moves before the conclusion of the game because he's counted it out. 5-on-5. 5-on-5, king and pawns. And he gets it done. I called it. I called it like 2 minutes ago. It's crazy.
Wow, e5, what a move indeed. Magnus smiles, moves further ahead in this match. Alireza now really cannot afford to lose this final game of the 3+1.
No, he has to get this game back if we want the match to be close. A 4-game lead is just too much to overcome in Bullet. He's definitely frustrated with himself. I said that win like that can take it really out of your sails. Like it sucks.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking in a way. You can see it on the camera. Alireza's super annoyed at himself. That was the most level looking of endgames, but somehow he crashed and burned quite quickly in that king and pawn endgame, underestimating the dangers. And this is actually a variation we saw yesterday between Alireza and Hikaru. Hikaru went back with his bishop instead, and back to e7. He might be forced to do that anyway, Magnus Carlsen. Very trendy line.
In fact, I think Carlsen-Caruana, 2018. Yeah, World Championship match, except the queen went to a5 in that match. I'm sure they have studied it, and I wouldn't be shocked if Magnus remembers all of that from 8 years ago, and plus all the updates.
Yeah, he'll tell you what page of his notes it features in. Queen to a5 now is the way to take advantage of the fact that white's king hasn't castled yet. Knight to e4 jumps, often extremely annoying. Normally they bring a knight back to d2 or put something on d2 just to break the pin. Bishop to e2 instead, and we'll see some mass liquidations if Magnus does want to jump in.
Now, Alireza has been prone to tilt. It definitely happens, like in the candidates. Not just once, but 2 times. And obviously in the match last year. Think about this. The scoreline last year was 23-7.
He's already got that.
23-7. How is that even possible, right? It clearly shows a lot of fast losses in Bullet. That's really what happened. But, I mean, this is a totally different story. One more win, he's back in the match. And he very well could be a slight favorite in the Bullet. I'm pretty sure Magnus has lost the Bullet segment already in this championship. So anything can happen. Alireza just can't spin out of control here.
Exactly. He's beaten Magnus in a Bullet match online before. So he will believe. But 3 points or 4 points is going to be a huge handicap at the beginning of that segment. Here, threat, knight takes knight would shatter the white pawn structure. So the question is whether you can do anything about that or whether you have to play a sad tempo-losing move like rook to c1 back in the direction it came from just to defend that knight. But Magnus is totally fine. He's equalized and up on the clock. Castles and Levy, that's a risk being taken now. He's even giving up a pawn.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, he wanted knight to g5, threatening a checkmate-sing attack along the diagonal. Cut out.
Now he has to take, yep. Maybe he's going to push a c-pawn next.
Yep.
I'm not really sure what else you could do. Your a-pawn's hanging.
Yeah, knight to c3 looks a bit awkward, though, if the white pawn does push. Why would you take this position? Risk of just being clearly worse. Risk going 4 points down. Oh, yes. I don't like it. I think the tilt is kicking in.
It's very tough to understand. And he could have stabilized, but it's very difficult to tilt in the previous game and then, okay, I'm going to hold it together, we're going to draw this game, and then we're going to go to the bullet. You kind of want to win, but in trying to win and take back the point, you do some crazy stuff to your position. Like I'm already looking at e5. Yeah, e5, bishop f5.
E4 coming, bishop f5, nasty, nasty pin, c4 forced. The black knight is going to retreat.
Oh, that could be just in time by Alireza. This is tricky now.
Yeah, killing the black threats in one move, but the black bishop is still about to come out, start targeting some weak pawns. h3 is slow. b6 first.
Yeah, and he's going to go for c5, and if he gets c5, it's actually not all bad. And c6.
Black's going to try and cut across that. There we go.
Rook b5 is with tempo, and rook c3 basically completely locks in the move c5. You would maybe even have to play queen c5, which just looks, honestly, maybe not even that bad.
Yeah, queens don't feel comfortable being blockaders. Maybe the black knight can also come round. I would expect knight to d7. There we go. As you say, queen c5 just looked kind of superficial. The knight looks super strong there.
It's a race. Bishop f5, knight f6 check. Alireza forever the tactician. If he gets rid of that knight on c5, he will push the c-pawn there.
Okay, but Magnus says it will be on his terms. The queen will replace the knight. Alireza wants everything off now. He's fighting for equality.
Everything he does is dynamic. Bishop g4 is a crazy move.
Asking for f5, but there would have been some exchanges there, and white's queen would have been staring at f5 as well as the bishop. Now at least the pawn on g4 is surprisingly strong. It helps clamp down on the king side. Black cannot really push further forward. He'd love to somehow get his knight back and into d5, but there's no way to get this white rook out of that square. There we go.
Alireza was deciding whether to go for this or not. If he does go for this, winning chances are quite low. Although if the colors were flipped, we wouldn't be saying that. We'd be saying, oh, he's looking for some endgame.
And it is official. This will be the final game of the 3+1. We're headed to bullet next. Can Alireza limit the damage before that or even get a win back? Queen to b3. He threatens a check. Therefore, the black king moves off the diagonal. And OK, that is almost tantamount to a draw offer, it feels like. Magnus didn't want the queens off. It feels like he's laughing at what I said earlier. Rook c5, and maybe he feels that with the queens on, he can start pushing.
But if he wins this, it's going to be unreal. Alireza has to fight back here. 17 seconds. It really feels like the control of the match is slipping away. Queen c2, a nice defensive move. What?
What? Queen takes e4. Magnus has blundered a pawn. Game on.
But he's just got b5.
Rook a1.
Oh, rook a1.
Magnus has blundered.
And it's over. Rook a8.
It's over immediately. Rook a8. You can pre-move it almost. It is winning. Magnus blundering a back rank trick. Alireza is going to close the gap back to 2.
Unreal.
Nothing to do.
This is crazy, and you see it on his face. It's a one-move mistake in an otherwise totally innocuous position.
Oh, and he's going to go into a horrible endgame now.
Queen F5, and I guess just Rook A5.
Oh, Rook A5, clincher.
Yeah.
Pin, and win. Yeah, the E-pawn as well is going to crown the victory here. You can push your pawn to B7, then push your E-pawn. Black can't stop both. There we go.
Magnus just coming to terms with it. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just looking back in the game.
The Black King, if it ever moves, we'd see a check and it's game over. Magnus resigns.
And Alireza Firouzja, against all odds, 3 games down with it seemingly slipping away, a one-move mistake, and he is back in the match, a 2-game deficit as the 3+1 portion finishes all square, 4.5, 4.5, 10-8 overall. We've got 30 minutes to crown a Speed Chess champion. Let's go to John, who's with Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you very much, folks. Magnus, obviously, close score, but you have an advantage going into 1+1. Sum up your feelings about the match so far.
No, I mean, I feel like I picked up the level quite a bit after the break in the 3+1, and I mean, the last game was just an absolute gift. I blundered a pawn, and then yeah, the game on the next move. So it was a bit unfortunate, but still got a good chance.
How do you feel about the arena? You had a gesture to the crowd earlier. Do we feel like we need to raise the volume a little bit in here?
No, I think they just you know, sometimes cheer for my moves, not only his.
London, what do you think about that? Can we have a cheer for Magnus? I don't know if you guys can hear that from up there, but I literally cannot hear myself talking when they do that. Folks, you are absolutely incredible. Let's go ahead and head it back to you guys before we begin the 1-1.
Having a great time. I think they want both players to win. Unfortunately, they can't, but that was pretty funny. Magnus looking for the crowd to cheer him on. But okay, what just happened there at the end? We have a match. I had stats ready to throw at us that in Paris, the 3-1 segment was 8-2 for Magnus, and I was going to say, hey, Alireza's down 3, maybe 4, but this is better than Paris, and instead, he's only down 2 games, and he is considered usually by both Magnus and Hikaru to be the better bullet player. We are going to have liftoff here in the final segment, Aman.
Yeah, we're going into bullet where Alireza obviously can make that comeback happen. I think that last game is so important. It's the confidence going into the bullet. Obviously, scoreline-wise, that could have been the opposite, right? One game, when you think about margins, is actually 2, right? Take a point away from someone else, you give it to someone else, that's a big difference. So I think that's going to be a big deal going into the bullet, and bullet is very streaky and something you play much better when you're feeling confident. So Magnus might be tempting fate, handing that confidence over to a player as good as Alireza.
Yeah, it's fair. And Alireza, one of the things he's been called has been streaky at times, right? He's a player who puts pressure. As Magnus said earlier, he likes to raise the complexity of the position, and that type of style can work in your favor and against it. But if he gets on a roll and bullet, that's how streaks happen.
That's exactly how streaks happen. And I just want to point out some of our viewers are great at the analysis. They said mustache plus gum equals God mode. So maybe that's what Alireza needs to discover, that he also has neurogums in the room.
The gum gave him energy. The gum gave him energy, legit. But no, so Magnus obviously overall, though, I think seems to be having a great time, right? Even in that interview there, I think Magnus having fun is one of the worst Magnuses to play against. Because when he's enjoying himself, he's very difficult to beat. He plays good chess moves very fast. But what is Alireza thinking now? He's got to be feeling a little bit better, gets into this fastest time control where he knows he should be the favorite with a fighting chance. So any openings, any thoughts you would do there knowing you really have put yourself in contention here?
I think the 1+1, contrary maybe to the 5+1, where I would say maybe it is more opening centric. You are picking and prodding in the beginning of the game. I think 1+1 is the opposite. The openings don't matter as much anymore. At this level, you're looking for what you do best with in bullet. You want to have a position that you know the plans. You want to know what to do conceptually, not memorizing a bunch of theory and reciting stuff. That's not how either of these players play. That makes me excited to watch the bullet because both players are going to be looking for positions that are easy to play, they know what to do, and they're not worried about what opening am I going to play. Both of these players are capable of playing a bad opening and winning the bullet game.
Absolutely. And Bullet is such an intuitive time control. It's the most intuitive one. So that's what we're going to see. I agree with you, Aman. Openings don't matter. I hope to see some of the crazier openings. And will anyone play the cow opening, by the way? Shout out to Anna Kremling sitting right here. Who will play
Random
the cow opening
shout out.
today?
Give her. Never be taking it easy in the front row. All right, no, but if this match is as close or anything close like it was last night with Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja, this place is going to get loud. It's going to be bumping. We're all going to need to chill afterwards. Here we go. It's the final segment of the SCC finals. We're going to crown a champion in just a little bit. We're going to be
Can I please?
You can, you will.
We have such an amazing audience.
We do.
Can I please hear for Team Magnus and for Team Alireza, your loudest ever scream? Who is here for Mr. Magnus Carlsen? Are you Team Magnus? Hey, that's pretty good. What about Team Alireza?
I see what you're doing, Danny.
Alireza, Firouzja. Anyone?
Maybe an underdog crowd then. All right. We're going to throw to a break. When we are right back,
50-50.
it'll be the final portion. We will know who is the 2025 Speed Chess champion. It's Bullet. When we return, it's Magnus versus Alireza. We'll be right back from London.
What's up, everybody? I'm here on behalf of one of our newest partners, Neuro. You may have known them before as Neuro Gum, but they make more than just gum now, even though this is the stuff that I actually personally really love and have been using for a hot minute. Natural caffeine, B vitamins, theanine, stuff that is good for you when you're looking to avoid that second cup of coffee. Now they also have Neuro Mints for calm and clarity. Also only natural ingredients. They use GABA, vitamin D, all kinds of good stuff that you like putting in your body if you're looking for natural ways to bring up your energy and maybe calm down and get that clarity you need toward the end of the day. There's sleep and recharge. There's all kinds of small mint packets. But like I said, I really do love the Energy and Focus Gum. I use it in the afternoon. Pop one. Sometimes I really need that extra energy. Either way, hope you give them a chance. Use the command Neuro if you happen to be watching this during one of our shows. Otherwise, go to neurogum.com. Check them out today on behalf of Chess, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
Okay, so Magnus, as I'm sure you're aware, prediction markets are now open about pretty much everything. Are you aware that there's a prediction market for the Speed Chess Championship Finals?
I'm not aware of what the prediction market says, but I would have guessed that there's one, yeah.
Well, I'm going to read you the live predictions. I'm going to pretend to give you 100 Great British Pounds, and I'd like you to tell me if it's the smart money to bet for or against the person. Right now, Magnus, in order for someone to bet for you to win, they have to bet 74 pounds to win 100 pounds, or if they bet on you not winning the tournament, which is second, third, or fourth place. The no is 27 pounds to win 100 pounds. So what's the smart money when it comes to you?
I think the market is pretty correct. So I would say either bet is quite reasonable.
All right, next one is Hikaru Nakamura. Yes to win the tournament, 16 pounds to win 100. Or the no is 85 pounds to win 100.
I'd bet the under.
Okay, we'll have to figure out what the under is. All right, the next one is Alireza Firouzja, last year's finalist against you. The yes is 10 pounds to win 100, 10 to 1 odds. And the no is 91 pounds to win 100. What's the smart money when it comes to Alireza?
I think Alireza is not an underdog against Hikaru, but it's probably, judging by the matches that have been so far, he's been more of an underdog against me than Hikaru in these matches. So it's hard to say, but I would say that betting on him is the bet I like the most of the ones you presented so far.
And I don't like to ask you to guess in the future, but if there was a final between you and Nakamura, do you think the markets would favor Nakamura more than Alireza if it was against you?
Yeah.
Okay, and last one, Denis Lazovic. To win £100, you only have to bet $3, £3 for him to win the tournament, and the no is 97. What's the smart money for Denis?
The market thinks that these matches are quite long and usually the better player will prevail, but he's really, really good. And if you want to take a long shot, I wouldn't mind that.
Folks, it's the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship Finals, and we are entering the third and final stage. It's London. It's Alireza Firouzja. Magnus Carlsen is coming. 10-8 is the score, and we have 30 minutes of 1+1 to figure out, will Magnus Carlsen win yet another Speed Chess Championship trophy, or will Alireza Firouzja be the first person, not named Magnus or Hikaru, to win this entire competition? Last year the match was a blowout, and this year we couldn't have asked for something more hype. Magnus approaching the podium there. David, how are we feeling as the players take their seats?
I am just as pumped as our audience. I hope you can hear us. I hope you're excited. The best thing that could have happened for this match was actually that turnaround, that blunder from Magnus, because now it's so close. Alireza, never write him off. He is super speedy, super instinctive. If he can get in the flow, not overthink, he has all the chances in the world to fight back and make this a close match. Magnus, of course, the favorite, 2-point lead, but game on. We're about to get going.
Yeah, this is, I'm like jittery. Can we just add a 0? They have to play for 300 minutes just for our entertainment. We haven't had this in a year. They played 10-minute chess, a Caro-Kann defense to kick things off. Now David and I are even more hype. We are the two leading practitioners of the commentary team on this opening. Dare I say, no, I do not say that. Now we're gonna have a positional struggle, David. We're not gonna have some crazy advanced Caro-Kann. What line will Magnus choose here against Alireza?
Yeah, he's chosen the exchange variation and not the most ambitious one. The white knights are passively placed. Magnus does like this pawn structure, though, from both colors. The Carlsbad here with white pawns in one direction, black pawns in another. Hit now on the black bishop, which doesn't move. It's defended.
Wow, this
is on the B file.
This is really interesting, because normally the light squared bishop would go back. Like, why is he letting him take it? But the point is that the white knight likes to control e5. Finally, Alireza makes this move, but Magnus doesn't have the right configuration, David. The knight on g3 is never here in this opening.
Yeah, this knight really misplaced. Can't jump forward. Black's knight, in the meantime, quite good. And sooner or later, the black pawns will try to create a minority attack. White's knight now dropping back, stops it. I think this is a great little success for Magnus. It's a very closed position, Levy. Is this match strategy? Is this Magnus's just preference for a pawn structure, or is he playing the match clock already?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Alireza is going to go f6, king f7 and try to prepare some sort of e5 thing. And Alireza might try to, or just right away, let's go. He's just attacking the center of the board. b3 is so complicated.
Whoa, he punches through with e5. That's met with a hit on the knight. One idea is to take. We've already seen so many times queen for double rook sacrifice. And ultimately, he doesn't go for it, Alireza, not going for the big imbalance, taking a pawn, but his knight is sidelined. He lost a key central pawn in the process.
Queen c7, hitting the hanging pawn on c3, which Magnus doesn't even defend. The knight on g3 was ridiculous, and now it's counterattacking in the center of the board. Also, Alireza's knight in the corner there on the left side could get trapped. It's a very stressful position, and he only has 18 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Alireza too slow. He could have also taken a pawn, taken another pawn with his queen. He didn't want to risk getting her trapped. But now it's going to be white taking over. This pawn is hard to defend. Tactics galore. Watch out. Winning advantage now for white. Apparently, all the checks in the air. The black queen almost undefended, and all white needs is a rook on the 7th. He wins material.
Rook e7 is picking up at least a queen and maybe more, because that knight on a3 never escaped. Alireza, that was a disaster of a first game, and Magnus Carlsen takes a 3-point lead once again.
He's chewing on the gum. It's his secret recipe, the neuro gum here. Every time, the start of a segment, he seems to be chewing away, seems to be winning. And there we go. The knight back to the Bogo Indian, which has been a mixed opening here for Alireza. Some success, some dodgier positions. But he just needs to win quick now, Levy. He needs to get a position that he likes, open with attacking chances.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he keeps going for these relatively symmetrical, let's say, piece placements. Like now he has the knight and the bishop versus the knight and the bishop. This is going to be a long, long, long game. This is not easy at all. It feels like he has to do something a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah, I'm shocked he didn't play b4 when he got given the opportunity. Now he's never playing b4. En passant will be legal and advisable there. And okay, Magnus is just going to sit. He doesn't need to do anything.
Alireza has to decide, is this game just a wash? Does he play rook d2 and just call it? How is he going to generate something here? Knight a2 is not, it's not something that's very pretty, because the knight on b4 does the exact same thing it does on c3. And I don't think he's going to take the bishop, is he?
No, surely not. White's bishop is terrible. Black's knight is beautiful. It would be a case of good knight versus bad bishop. I agree. He won't take it. He could maybe get the knights off, but I'm not sure even that is desirable. Queen back in the center. Magnus is going for the white king meanwhile. Oh, dark squared weaknesses. Oh, this is just really, really ugly now for Alireza Firouzja. The knight's coming.
No, this has all gone wrong. He can't get anything dynamic. 2 games, about 4 minutes of game clock. Match clock, I apologize, and he hasn't figured out a way to make the position tricky at all.
It's going to be an endgame grind. Here we go. Magnus is likely to, at some point, break open the center. G5 first. Full dark squared blockade. Alireza can never push a pawn for the rest of this game. He just has to sit, maneuver around, and wait. And it's actually Magnus who breaks through.
Now, Magnus could find a way to overextend here. If knight gets to d4, now you would consider taking on c6, or knight b5. Wow, he brings the king. At some point, Magnus will have to decide, is he playing to put the foot on the neck here, get a 4-game lead, or is he just going to simplify things and go for the draw?
Okay, still maneuvering around. The white knight finds a slightly better square, still no threats. What's he doing? The white bishop is just never participating in this game.
Well, it's trying to get taken. At least it's maybe going to go to e4 here.
Maybe the black rook slides across. There we go. Keeps the white bishop honest, keeping this pawn under watchful gaze there, and the bishop just drops back.
I don't think Magnus is going to repeat here. Okay, I would be shocked. But Firouzja's the one not repeating. Oh, it's almost a...
Almost.
Almost.
Oh, the rook has to go back. The king will go back. Magnus is happy with a draw. Firouzja, he should be getting out of this game now. What else is there to do? There we go. It's a draw.
There it is.
We move on.
This is not good. 5 minutes are off the countdown, and 1 point has already been granted to Magnus. So it is a 1.5 half-point segment here. And another Caro-Kann, and Magnus changes it up, plays the Breyer variation, also looking for an endgame.
Yeah, black could have taken a pawn in the center, got the queens off early, but that would play into Magnus Carlsen's strengths. Queenless middle games there. Very dry, slower game. Instead, he keeps the tension here, Alireza Firouzja, trying to provoke Magnus into some early g4s. That has been refused, and we get a slower maneuvering setup, but black's yet to castle. What do we make of this, Levy?
This is a super annoying line when you play with the black side, because on the one hand, it's equal. On the other hand, there are so many pieces on the board. You don't get any clarity. By the time anything happens here, there will be 22 on the match clock, and then 21. And Alireza still has to take some risks. That's the truth. He has to get into some positions. They say in the Chess World Cup, you have to get a losing position to get a winning position. If Magnus doesn't want to lose, he's not going to. You're going to have to take some serious risks. d4, e5 is coming. Like, what do you do here with black?
He takes the bishop just in time to to remove his knight now from the center. Only move, I think. And here we go. Looks beautiful for white somehow. Push the pawn, push all the pawns, but blocked temporarily. Okay, maybe it's just totally fine for black, but no more than that as the queen drops back. f4, Levy. He can create some nasty stuff on the f-file if that pawn is taken.
That looks absolutely crazy. Can he sense the moment here? He doesn't.
Ooh. Castles. At least black is safe for now. But
yes.
Still, how to ever win this position?
That's the problem. It has been 3 games of try your best to beat me. You just can't. And I do feel like If this was a random 1 a.m. session playing 1+0, Alireza would have created just something, a little bit something. But Magnus has been so good at playing no-lose type of chess.
Anti-young player chess, he calls it. Slightly tongue-in-cheek, of course, but he just wants to remove all the action, remove the pawn breaks, remove the energy from the opponent's position, grind it down, and there we go. He finally tries to break out Alireza. Cost him some time on the clock. Both sides now down around the 15, 16 second mark. Black has an isolated pawn, but a beautiful knight.
Yeah, b5 is a nice idea. You have to activate the rook. But Magnus is very solid here. Alireza is going to have to rely on some sort of blunder if Magnus gets under maybe 5 seconds.
Here we go, the knight is jumping, a pawn is loose, but that pawn can step forward. We see some exchanges. This looks like it's fizzling towards a draw, but it's a long draw that's going to eat another couple of minutes off the match clock.
Yeah, knight b3. Okay, we trade. And okay, you would agree to a draw here in any classical chess tournament, but not here.
Magnus has a big lead, but he'll happily ensure that the 1+1 segment goes on and on
G5,
in this game.
G5, okay. That doesn't do anything, just, you know, and the rook comes back. And there was a way to lose there, but Magnus didn't.
Yeah, as long as he gets his knight out, there we go. Not quite trapped, it's coming back towards the center. And yeah, this is just a dead, drawn position, barring a big blunder. Magnus, though, he's the one applying the pressure suddenly.
Oh my gosh, I was just about to say I have seen, and that is so tricky, rook g2, and I think he will go for it.
Ooh, there was a knight fork. If rook takes g2 was allowed, there would have been a knight check taking the white rook.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Alireza is a pawn down now. He's suffering.
Yeah, this is very, very bad news. I mean, if Magnus hangs a rook, that's literally the only way. Otherwise, he's going to grind down this endgame for another, I don't know, 70 moves?
He won a very similar endgame against Alireza at the Esports World Cup. There was 0 increment, so he was able to use the clock as a weapon. But this time, it's still dead drawn after that knight trade. But this is going to go on forever. Great intuition, as you say, from Magnus there. Our chat appreciating it, but I mean, it's the practice, it's the experience. Levy, this must be torturous for Alireza.
Yeah, 3 points is just the cutoff at the 20-minute mark when you start. You don't feel totally panicked just yet. You still feel you have enough time, but he has gotten a whopping 0 winning chances in, I don't know, some 100+ moves. G6 is coming, but now you give checks, and now the game is going to end in a draw.
Probably some more checks. Then you hit the F-pawn.
Ooh.
Okay, this is a good, effective way as well. And
Rook F5.
Magnus has blundered.
Rook F5.
Magnus has blundered.
Rook F5. Oh my God, what's he done? What's he done? He's just losing this endgame. 2 pawns down, he would have been skewered there. And now Alireza has to gather his nerves and win this position.
This is a famous win as well, and Magnus blunders his rook. The rook.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That was 2 presents given to Alireza Firouzja. Just insane. And it is a 2-game match again.
Wow, Alireza has to use that as a springboard. He has to hope that's the moment this match turned. Magnus was totally fine. Pawn up, 2 blunders almost back to back. Levy, we would watch 100 matches like this. That would happen maybe once. That was the one time. Crazy.
I said, yeah, he would need to blunder with less than 5 seconds on the clock, but I didn't expect that. You expect to hang a knight fork, not lose a 2-on-1 rook endgame.
From a position of strength.
Yes.
Having the 2.
Hikaru lost the rook endgame yesterday up 2 pawns. Like, it just happens. Wow, this is... Look at Magnus's reaction there. He does not like this. He does not want to take that pawn, and he doesn't. But now maybe g4. Like, you gotta just go for it. Okay, yeah, thank you. Developing a piece obviously is a good move, but and now Alireza just he's got to play with energy somehow.
Yeah, black has not been taking this pawn because once the knight lands, it might just get trapped on that square. The white rook would advance, catch the knight, embarrassed. Magnus wants to block it up. The pawn structure, he loves this structure. He's outplayed Alireza from something similar before. The problem is g4 also, so there's a queen check that might be annoying.
Yeah, g4 and king f1 and maybe like knight e2. Maybe that's the solution. But Magnus is relying on c5, but maybe you take en passant there. It's super complicated, but there is a solution here for Alireza. He could get totally swarmed here. He has to go for g4.
Oh, I fear for him here, though. Somehow there might be knight sacrifices in the air, followed by f3 breaking through, and oh, a blunder from Alireza. There's a knight sacrifice. It's going to be called a brilliancy, surely. There we go. The f-pawn, f for forward, f for force. There we go.
It's not totally over just yet, but if Alireza Firouzja does not lose this game, it would be It would be incredible.
Almost a miracle, on par with the last one. Black has won the material back with interest. The G4 pawn is dropping.
Rook G3, Queen E4 has to be winning.
Has to be. Levy, there's a killer move here. I'm not going to say it yet. Will Magnus play it? It's a cool one. It's a brutal one. Blue arrow hasn't appeared, but apparently knight to E2, GG. Game over. He doesn't go for it. He finds something almost as strong.
That's what I said, but I'm staring at this, and maybe it's not as winning as we thought.
Yeah, it's level material. Exchange down, but Magnus making a face. Alireza's playing for a win
He's
here.
going for it. He's forcing Magnus to play some moves here with 3 seconds on the clock.
Oh, no time. Magnus shaking his head and half smiling, but he gets a check. He's going to win another pawn.
King F2, though.
Yeah, then a check. And
yes, King S, yes. Oh, Alireza's running across the board.
He's gambling. He's floating across the board with his king, but the rook has ridden to the rescue.
Oh, how is he going to survive this ever?
Oof. Oh, the pieces are swarming.
He might not.
Queen's off, and Magnus is going to slow play it again. 2 connected pass pawns to win it.
And here comes the king. Here comes Alireza's king. King C6.
The race is on. Oh, the C7 pawn's dropping.
Yes, C7's falling, and then Bishop F4 is coming.
Dominoes. They're collapsing.
What? What is he? He's winning all his pawns.
Oh, A6, A4 there was even stronger. What's happening next? Where's the next twist? Where's the next turn?
He's finally got the...
He's on his bishop!
Oh, no!
Blunder. Alireza losing his thunder. Crazy.
That was, yeah, and it's back to a 3-game lead with 16 minutes. We're right at the cutoff. Alireza has to win now with black, or it is probably mathematically over. He gets so close every single time. He might have been out of the danger there, but just succumbing at the end.
1 move away. Alireza actually was winning for just 1 move, but just no time. And panic, mouse slip. And here we go, another Caro-Kann levy. News for optimism? Reason for optimism here?
Yeah, Queen D7, and then you play this line. You can probably play Bishop D6 here. Yep, it looks like you're losing a pawn, but you are not. You are not, I promise. I think even you can, yeah, you can just like castle or something, but okay.
Yeah, this is very well known. Good pawn sacrifice for black if you just castle. But the question is, to take or not to take? Bishop b5. I've seen Alireza play this exact line before. There's some crazy tactics there with black just castling, then bringing the queen into f4. I've seen it all before, it's theory, and he knows it. Magnus might have been bluffed into a really scary line.
He's got a castle. Do it for the crowd.
Peace
Don't play king. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, and Magnus castles queenside. What a cool move.
Wait, rook b5 just looks good, or like...
The rook is trapped. You have to flog it. You have to give it away anyway.
And he does it. The rook, there we go. But then what?
The rook's coming. The rook, the knight as well.
D4, what a move!
Wow, brilliant move. Second sacrifice back to back. The rook is coming. The rook is going to check the white king, then pin the white queen. Magnus shaking his head, smiling because he knows he's been hit by a series of incredible moves.
But knight e2 is not easy. And then, wow, he retreats. Alireza Firouzja is playing at 99.8 accuracy.
He needs to. He needs something special to defeat Magnus here and strike back. But it's a queen sack. Magnus, desperate, gives up his queen. He's got 2 rooks, but his king is open. Black has the pawns.
Alireza, if he pulls this off, is just the man. I got nothing to say. Knight is coming to you for Alireza. Please, for the love of God, play f6. Do not get back rank mated. But it is over. I mean, we are looking at a totally swarmed king. Okay, that wasn't what I asked for, but it's good enough.
Exactly, more than good enough. He's getting in now. He will be winning some pawns. Knight takes f2.
What? Pawn was just hanging.
Missed.
The nerves are getting to them.
Oh, he wants to come in behind.
Knight d3, knight d3. He wins. There it is.
Forktown. Magnus is going to play onto the bitter end.
Now he has to. Now every second counts. He knows it.
13 minutes to save the day, to become a hero. Alireza did it yesterday. He was 2 points down against Hikaru with just 4-5 minutes remaining.
He has yet to disturb the balance of Magnus. And Magnus is building a fortress here. This is going to be a long endgame.
Oof, he needs to just push pawns as quickly as possible without blundering a knight fork.
Well, good, his king and queen are very far apart. Just keep them just like that.
Exactly. Oh, tactics.
Tactics, queen e2 check if you take that.
Yep.
This is over. A3 is coming.
That is not the right type of fortress for white. So passive, can barely move. The pawns are moving, marching, check. The queen is coming into d2 next. It's going to be over once the king moves.
And Magnus is, I mean, it would be cool if he stalled out. I mean, like, but he might just resign. He just resigns. And Alireza Firouzja, 2 points, 12.5 to 10.5. This has been such a close match.
Such a high-quality match as well. Players taking their chances there. Yes, there were some blunders earlier, but upping their game. Alireza clutched up, found the best moves when it mattered, and back to this opening. We've seen it a few times. Last time it was Magnus with the advantage, but yeah, game getting crazy. We see castling a bit calmer this time from Alireza, who retreats his knight back to square one, back home, but coming to a better square. White has the center and the bishop pair, long-term chances, but black has the development edge for now. Oh, he needs this one, Alireza.
This time he's castled, so he's not going to have any disasters with his king. I actually don't love this open. It's worked, obviously, so he keeps playing it. That's how it works. I don't love this for black, though. It's so dynamic. And if Alireza can figure this out, which is what he did yesterday against Hikaru, he would stubbornly go for these positions again and again where he thought he was better. Once he figures this out, he's going to have the initiative.
Definitely. And he happily opens it up. He's learned from past mistakes. He kept blocking the center against Magnus, kept getting punished, outmaneuvered in those slower positions. He wants it a bit more open. Queen in the center. He's going to line up his bishop on the long diagonal. Not yet. Knight check. Forced trap there if you don't defend your queen.
But Magnus really enjoying the structure. He keeps getting his pieces to all the right squares. And this passivity of the pawns for white, not looking very good. F4 now by black also.
Yeah, F4.
G4, I guess he has some G4, but maybe you can even like Knight G3 stuff.
It's tempting, right? It's tempting, and it's colors reversed. It's something Alireza would do. Magnus is going for it now.
By the way, yeah, Knight G3 doesn't work, but Knight F6 back?
Yeah, Knight F6 back, and maybe some sacrifices in the air. The bishop has been killed. The bishop on G2 is dead for the next few moves. Ugh, ugly piece.
Yeah, can Magnus figure this out? Alireza's just had a disaster with the white pieces.
He really has. He hasn't switched to E4, Alireza. Stubbornly hammering away at the queen's gambit declined.
Ooh, Knight F5.
Ooh, clinging on in there. But Knight F5 now would lose the E2 pawn.
H4 is coming in some positions.
Yeah, he's held on. He's surviving.
I wish Alireza can play Queen G3.
With a pin on the F pawn. Okay.
Hey.
Blocking it up now. But what next? Long game.
Scramble territory. D5 from Magnus. That's a bold decision.
He didn't look too happy, Magnus, wincing as he made that move, but it does look logical. Knight fork now.
Met with a capture of a rook.
Ooh, level material again. White has the bishop pair, though. This is getting sharper.
Yeah, this is not good. Alireza's going to get E3.
E3 opens it up for the bishops. E4 even better, forcing en passant.
Wow, wow.
Oh, it does it.
There's H4 now. That's the move that we've been hoping for Alireza.
Oh, wow, finally. H4's coming, G5's coming.
He's lost the pawn. Bishop G...
He trades off.
Wow, this is so complicated. 1 second for Alireza.
He's got to move. He's pushing everything. He wants bishop E4, one-track mind. That's going to be blocked.
But he comes back.
Oh, no checks for the black rook. Only move was rook forward.
Rook D2, Rook D2 or Rook D1, yes.
Oh, the queen's coming though. Endgame, and he's blundered a pawn. That's a big pawn to lose.
Yes, this is now winning for Magnus.
Well, he trades off, but this is a dire endgame. Pawns are on the wrong color. White's bishop now pinned down to defending its own pawns.
Magnus won a game similar to this in Norway chess several years ago with the same amount of pawns, and now he's up one.
Oh, he's coming around to D5. He's going to clinch a winning king and pawn endgame at some point. He's calculating now. Could he take the bishops? He says no.
Doesn't have enough time to figure out if he can take the bishop.
He's going for it though, Magnus.
Yes.
He believes in the race. He is in time. We see that on the bar. Queen's on the board.
But probably just a winning endgame for black. And if not, it's going to take like 7 minutes to try it. Oh, he hung his queen!
Game over. Magnus wins with a smile. Back to 3 points with 8 minutes left.
Yep.
Back against the wall. He just has to win every game quick.
Absolutely. This would be a generational comeback. Now, Alireza theoretically has time. If he wins 2 games in 8 minutes and 4 seconds or whatever it is, as long as that last game starts, he's fine. This is still acceptable, but he cannot lose.
No room for error now. This is still a well-known opening theory. White has the 2 bishops, black now gaining the space in the center, but blocking it up. Magnus likes this pawn structure. Exclam given. The white queen might find herself in some trouble if the white knight steps back. The black knight coming forward. H5 now, he signals his intent here.
H5 is amazing, very nice. It's actually a positional and a tactical move.
Pawn is coming.
You have G5 ideas with D3 as well, sometimes floating in the air. Or D3 first.
Magnus shaking his head. He's been outplayed in the opening. Will he want the queens off? Black's going to get a beautiful outpost in the center in return for the sacrifice pawn here.
This is very tough now. Yeah, he's going to try to move his B pawn. Alireza hammering away at the dark squares. The knight is going to arrive on F4.
Oh, dark square domination. This is ugly for Magnus. Look at that bishop. But he's going to hope for a long game.
Yeah, long game indeed. We might go down to about 4 minutes, but like we said, as long as Alireza gets the points on the scoreboard and the game starts, he's good. But David, positional advantage, he has to crash through at some point.
Yeah, what to do to open lines, take that pawn, given a question mark there. This is a great move. The king shifts, the rook gets an open file, access.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Do you take? Because now there's rook c3. Okay, or that.
Well, not rook c3, now he does. Oh, this is still going to take ages to break through White's defenses here.
No, this is very tough. You have to play like rook d8 maybe, but you do not want to play that move.
Get out of the way. You cannot allow White to straighten out his pawn structure. Do not take White's rook on his terms. He's really putting everything on dark squares. He's playing checkers. Given a question mark.
Or an X, but it's all the same at this point. The computer can find the best moves in half a second, but they are human. Their hearts are racing. 14 seconds for Magnus. He is holding on desperately to the defenses, and Alireza has to get a point on the board here.
He's doing the right thing. He's finding a way in for his knight. That knight completely controls the bishop. And there we go. Magnus sacrificed the pawn just to open up the diagonal as protection. But knight to c2 looks strong here.
I also thought rook c3, knight b3 maybe, or just that, and then knight, yeah. Oh, Alireza's dominating, but there's no clear breakthrough, and time is ticking.
He needs to win this and the next one. At this point, as long as he wins it in the next 3 minutes.
Knight c2.
Oh, knight c2.
Knight c2 is there, okay.
Can you trade the rooks? Is that a winning endgame if you put your knight back on a nice square, bring the king? He brings the king first. That is a fantastic move. He'll get access to the center soon. He'll put his last remaining pawn on a dark square. Good knight versus bad bishop.
Knight f3?
He doesn't want pawns.
What did I miss?
Nothing. That was a clear pawn. He wanted this pawn instead, the B pawn.
Alireza Firouzja is clearly winning. He just has to push his outside pawns.
Okay, can he get it done in a rook endgame? He's struggled in rook endgame so far today. Here we go.
There we go, a4.
Keep the king on this side, stop the rook going behind.
He is completely winning now. Rook check, push pawn, push the king. Magnus desperately sacrificing everything, but he's going to go down here. He's just losing, David.
Yep, it's going to be a 2-game match. Alireza will have to win the next one in lightning fast time. But this game goes on. Rook skewer. It's going to be game over. He wins the rook. Magnus fighting out to the bitter end. Queen on the board.
And this is important because Alireza won this game in about 4 minutes time, which means if it takes 4 minutes to beat Magnus in a game, every second counts. And that's why he's stalling. And that's why he's stalling out the clock. Don't boo Hikaru. You gotta boo everybody in that case.
Alireza takes the win. Magnus ate some time off the clock though. Must win territory. Alireza has 4 minutes to decide his fate.
It took Alireza more than 4 minutes to win the last game. Alireza has to win this game in 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
He has to pre-move everything now. He has to play super speedy. But is this pawn structure again? White, black, he keeps landing here.
Yes, but at least it's better than what we've had. I feel like the weird Queen's Indian that we've had, I mean, it hasn't been working well. This is at least okay. A new structure here.
Ooh, I like this one. F5 in the air, breaking up black's pawn chain on the king side. A knight maybe planting itself in the center. Dynamism. King happily finding safety here.
Not a mouse slip. Not a mouse slip.
Yeah, H3 would have been blundered if White had castled. So doing it manually here.
Oh, I love this. He's going to get F5. This is a very tough position for black.
3 minutes, Levy. I don't know if there's enough time.
I don't know either. And remember, Magnus can play till mate, and he would literally run out the clock on the match. Alireza has to win without going below like 30 seconds.
Magnus himself has 37 seconds. So essentially, he has 2.5 minutes to spend of his own time max. Oh.
Yeah, he's thinking. He doesn't know what to do. Does he go back knight f3 here? Oh, that's terrible, though.
Knight f3 to defend the center.
Bishop b5 might be the only thing.
Queen c3 maybe to hold the pawn.
Firouzja has to move. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Wow, queen's off. Magnus is so consistent, so dogged and determined in his match strategy. Have to take the queens off, but now we're guaranteed a long game.
Oh, this is... And Alireza deliberately undoubles his pawns. He's going to the c-file. Magnus will try to stall him there and not let him make any progress.
Alireza making a face. He knows now it might not be enough.
g5 wins a piece.
g5, a threat. Kicking away the knight, which defends the bishop.
Magnus doesn't like it. 25 seconds for him.
Okay, nerves are jangling. Bishop d6. He would have taken this knight if given the opportunity after g5.
Alireza's got to go. 2 minutes on the clock. He has a big clock right next to him, and he knows that there's 2 minutes, so he's got to move.
I don't think he believes. I think he's got half an eye on that clock and knows this is going on forever. Black has the bishop pair now. Yes, a weakness, but he can cling on.
Yes, but Hikaru's won a whole hell of a lot worse versus everybody in the world from this position, and Magnus isn't happy. 12 seconds for Magnus.
Bishop a4, only move not to lose a pawn.
Maybe bishop b3, okay.
d5 is hanging in the center.
Bishop b8, I think, might be the only solution.
Yeah, then the rook comes to
c5. He's given up a pawn.
Magnus with tactics, but this is a blunder. Bishop takes f7 is apparently super strong. Blue arrow appears. He will be up a pawn in a dominant position, but 1 minute left.
It's on the board!
Magnus only has 4 seconds. He's blundered a fork.
And now knight d8 is winning a piece.
Knight takes d8. That's king e7 at the end. Tactics.
Oh, my goodness.
Rook c7 apparently wins. Wins material, wins the game. g5 is a checkmate threat in a couple of moves.
Can Firouzja find it? No, he goes back.
Find it.
He goes back, but it's fine.
Bishop takes. He's going to be winning in a rook and pawn endgame. Knight g5 is a mistake, though, allowing a check.
Yes, he blunders a check. Magnus finds it.
Oh, that was it. That was the opportunity, surely. He needs some tricks left, but they don't exist anymore.
And that's it. Magnus is going to take on f4, and there are 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and that's it. It's over. It's over. And Magnus Carlsen, with some time remaining on the clock, in all likelihood, is your speed chess champion this year, as time will expire in 20 seconds. What a battle, David.
What a fight this has been. We see the England gambit to end the match here from Alireza Firouzja. He's fought so well. He's fought so hard. He came so close. But tiny, tiny margins here. He's just lost a pawn, but this game is inconsequential. It was all about that last scramble.
Yep. Yes, it was. It's almost like we have to play this out in ceremonial fashion. I wonder if they will just agree to some sort of a draw. There is a little bit of prize money on the line. Time has expired. I almost wish we had a huge button and like a bunch of slime just... But the players will play it out. We do have an England gambit on the board. Oh, that was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he fashioned out a chance. He made it. He made it happen almost, but couldn't find the killer blow with 1 minute left on the match clock. Who can blame him? Alireza's done everything right. Just Magnus, too consistent, too solid, and there we go.
A draw agreed, which means, ladies and gentlemen, Magnus Carlsen is the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Champion.
Wow, smile on Magnus's face. Standing ovation in the arena here in London. Well deserved. I think both of the players deserve that standing ovation there. Alireza gave his heart and soul. He's still looking back with regret, but I don't think he can regret too much.
He put up just about the greatest performance you could have asked for in a final. A razor-thin margin. The scoreline truly does reflect how close that match was. Within 2, within 3, within 1, but Magnus Carlsen would not be denied.
It's that winning habit. Magnus just a bit looser, just a bit more relaxed at the key moments. Still chewing that gum, still with a big smile. Oh, poor Alireza. It's always heartbreaking, these moments. He's been here before, he's come so close before, but this was way closer than the Esports World Cup and the last Speed Chess Championship.
No, he's absolutely got it. And I mean, he's there for a reason. He believed he could win. You know, last year it was over within an hour. Like, he never really got going in the 5+1. This time he did get going. He led the match. He's the only player, right, who had a lead against Magnus maybe throughout this entire, season of the Speed Chess Championship. But it just wasn't, unless you count Denis Lazovic 1-0. But I mean throughout the duration of the match. But then Magnus just pulled away at the critical moments, and Alireza could not overcome in the bullet.
Wow, what a way to end the tournament, a fitting end. It was so close, but the winner, it always seems to be Magnus.
Yes, we will go to John Sargent to fly us home.
Amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Before we continue, can we please have a massive round of applause for both of our finalists? What a great match. Alireza, we all know it's not the result you wanted. You walk away with a chunk of prize money, you qualify to the Esports World Cup, and you gave us a final. Heck, you gave us a semi-final and then a final where you pushed the world's best players all the way. I think it's been an incredible weekend for you. I know it's not quite the top step, but so many people here were rooting for you. Talk us through your feelings right now.
Yeah, I mean, I achieved what I wanted to get the spot, and today whatever would have happened was a bonus, but I managed to put a good fight, but I completely lost my energy after 5+1. Probably yesterday also was very tiring, so. But no, I mean, it was a great match. I think it was, I at least made a better performance than last year.
Look, it's a grueling format, no doubt. It takes a lot of stamina over the 2 days. And I also want to mention, you have a lot of fans in this audience and around the world. You're a fantastic player, a great human being. A lot of people look up to you, and I'm sure you've won a lot of fans over, even more fans this weekend. What message do you have to your fans and your supporters right now?
No, I think it was a great experience here with all the fans, and no, we... And no, it makes us feel special, at least. It's much better than normal tournaments, of course.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, your SCC runner-up. Let's hear it one last time for Alireza Firouzja. Magnus, we could say another year, another trophy, but the reality is it wasn't straightforward. There were some incredible games. Like you say, it was a lot of fun, a lot of double-edged games, and it was a wild ride.
Yeah, I hope this was somewhat as fun for you guys as it was for me. This was awesome. I think probably the most fun Speed Chess Championship match I've been a part of. And yeah, I mean, it felt as though I just outlasted him in the end. And as Alireza said, he was kind of not quite there at certain moments, which really made up for the fact that I was. Yeah, I was giving him a few chances. Let's say. I mean, just the number of decisive games in this match is just staggering, honestly. But I think he missed some chances early, like in the 3-1 portion. He could have easily taken the lead early on, and then I think after that, to say that I was in control would be a massive overstatement. But I always felt like I gave him a couple of games for free, essentially. And without them, the match would not have been as close. But regardless, I just enjoyed it. And you know, I was thinking halfway, like, this is so much fun. Like, even if I were to lose, I can sort of live with it, because there are certain days when I can sort of control the match. Yeah. This was just not one of them. It was a combination of him being just too good. The brand of chess that he plays is too complicated, and me having like a good day, but not a top day. But it was awesome.
You mentioned. You mentioned losing. I'm going to ask you a question you've heard many times before, but you've played so many games this weekend against players of the younger generation, shall we call them. They always say, oh, they're knocking on Magnus's door. They've been knocking for quite a few years now, but you're aging like a fine wine. How many years is it going to take before we see the victory from someone else? What do you think?
Come on, I'm not that old.
That makes me feel better as well.
I honestly... I think if you look at my results in speed chess, then they haven't really declined. Yeah. No, it's just that there is some kind of combination of age and experience, right? Where you sort of peak, and I don't think I'm too far away from that. Today, again, he's incredibly good and incredibly difficult to play against. And it was an exciting match, but he never led for the last 20 games or so of the match. So.
Plus, you've got the dad buff now, right?
Well, sure.
All right, well, your supporters in the room, we know how many people support you worldwide. That number's only going up. Let's have a shout out to your fans, your closest supporters, the people who helped you through this weekend and just in general. Talk us through what your message is for them.
I would like to give a little message to the crowd here. You're allowed to root for the favorite sometimes. But I really, I just hope that we can keep having events like these. The Esports World Cup is going to be awesome, and hopefully the Speed Chess Championship in the years to come as well.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Magnus Carlsen, everybody. Okay, it's now time for the trophy ceremony. I would like to introduce the commissioner of the Speed Chess Championship, Michael Brancato, who will be presenting Magnus with his trophy that he is allowed to keep. This is, of course, the famous lightning bolt. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this before. So congratulations to Magnus. You are the SCC champion. And Danny, this is the Naroditsky Cup. It means an awful lot. Obviously, we don't have a new name on it, but we do have another 5-time winner being etched on it. Talk to us about the significance of this trophy, what it means to you, what it means to Chess.com, what it means to the wider community.
It's the first year, obviously, that it has existed, but feels like it should have been here all along, because Danya's impact on the chess community will last forever. And so I think the cup going forward, we'll say it all, and it's right there at the top, the Naroditsky Cup. I think it looks amazing. It's also heavy, by the way. These interviews have been great, and the cup has gotten heavy. So I think it's amazing. I think it's ready for Magnus, and for a 5th time. I think I speak for a lot of fans. I'd love to see another Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura final to see who wins next. But who knows if we'll get that again? I don't know. But Magnus and Hikaru have both won it, and it just, it means a lot to have this type of legacy continuing to be etched as we go forward. And hopefully once we get to whatever the math is, 50 Speed Chess Championships from now, we're still given this cup. I'll still be up here, but who knows? This is for Danya, and it'll last on forever.
Amazing. So ladies and gentlemen, one last time, your Speed Chess Championship champion, it's Magnus Carlsen. All right, folks, what a weekend of Speed Chess. We have had huge respect to all of the players for giving us some incredible matches all weekend. And once again, congratulations to Magnus for an absolutely imperious performance. To everyone here in the arena and everyone watching online, thank you so much for joining us in an incredible weekend. I also want to say, chess is at its best when it's shared. And you folks genuinely made this special. So a huge thank you to everything that you guys have done. It goes without saying as well, to put on an event like this requires lots of people behind the scenes. So I just want to give a massive shout out to everybody at Chess.com, our partners, the production crew, 180 Studios for giving us this stage so that we could put this on for you guys. Absolutely phenomenal groups of people. Huge thank you to all of you. And wherever you are in the world, whether you're in London or watching online, stay safe, take care of yourselves. Good night, and we'll see you next time. Take care!